The system went missing, leaving Nanjin, who was cast into a fictional ancient realm, to decide to embrace a carefree lifestyle. She indulged in food and drink, seized opportunities to earn money, and relished the sight of handsome men. During moments of boredom, she amused herself by delving into the private affairs of others, living a life as rich and vibrant as she could. Little did she know, her innermost thoughts were escaping one after another, and the secrets of others were being unveiled in succession. In the Imperial court, the little vixens of the harem took advantage of the emperor's morning audience to indulge in secretive escapades, leaving the emperor with a green-hued reputation. How humiliating it is for the emperor to face his officials now, he lamented. Chapter 1. With you, there are no secrets in this world. Qian Kingdom, year of Yuanxi, 3rd year, early summer, 9th day. At the 7th watch of the tiger hour, for eunuchs and palace maids, passing by the grand hall of the imperial palace, whispered among themselves about a young woman clad in a black flying fish garment, her beauty striking. Look, that's her. Nanjin, the only lady in the Jinui, one remarked. I expected those chosen for the Jinui to be burly women, not someone so slender, another scoffed. Can she truly handle the duties of the Jinui with her delicate frame? Questioned a third. Is she perhaps the legendary master that warrants such an invitation? One teased. Ha, a master? Don't make me laugh. She's just a destitute orphan without power or prowess. Her entry into the Jinui is merely due to the kindness of Lord Tang, who, coincidentally, is related to her. The emperor is considering establishing a system of female examinations, hence her rare inclusion. What's her connection to Lord Tang? Another inquired. She is Lord Tang's cousin and harbors affections for him. Living under the same roof, she constantly seeks ways to approach him, claiming she wishes to join the Jinui as an excuse. Lord Tang, overwhelmed, used his authority to admit her, hoping she would give up. Yet, she persevered for over half a month, rising from an unranked position to a 9th-grade officer in just 5 days. Wow. The lengths she'll go to become the wife of 1,000 households. Ugh. Shameless wretch, sneered a palace maid, casting disdainful glances at Nanjin. Hearing their remarks, Nanjin lazily glanced at the eunuchs, contemplating how angry she would be if they were speaking of her. Unfortunately, they were referring to someone long deceased who had brought upon their own demise, allowing her the opportunity to inhabit this body. Reflecting on this matter made Nanjin feel a pang of melancholy. Previously, she was a sword cultivator in modern times, on the brink of ascension, when a sudden system appeared and transported her to this fictional dynasty. After a brief greeting, it vanished without assigning her any tasks, leading her to suspect it had gone missing to prevent her ascension. Fortunately, she could manipulate the system in her mind like a computer, utilizing it to keep up with television dramas and gossip, avoiding boredom. Her inheritance of the original owner's memories prevented her from making major blunders. However, the original owner's work in the Jinui was truly disheartening. Waking before dawn and sleeping after dusk, her meals inferior and laboring more than an ox, she earned a mere 2 taels a month, hardly fit for a human. Hence, it was no surprise that the original owner met her demise on her very first day in the Jinui. Regardless of the era, gossip was a universal delight, and she too was not immune. Within the system's interface, her favorite pastime was perusing the gossip of this world, far more riveting than any film. The content updated every moment, akin to a never-ending comedic drama that left her in fits of laughter. As Nanjin pondered this, she instinctively opened the system to check for new content, greeted by a plethora of gossip about the current officials. A scholar from the Hanlin Academy drunkenly embraced and kissed Editor Du for an entire night. What an embarrassing scene. The Minister of Rights insists on scrubbing his toilet 3 times before use. This morning, during the second scrub, he suffered an unfortunate accident. Serves him right for being so fastidious. The official from the Ministry of Personnel. Nanjin, a voice called out. Turning to see Tang Wenzong, the official from the Ministry of Personnel, rushing toward her with urgency, she clasped her hands in salute. I pay my respects to Lord Tang. How may I assist you? Given your late shift, I shall not take up more of your time. Your kindness is noted, she replied. Then I shall not wait for you, he responded, appearing pleased with her refusal, a hint of a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. What does this mean? Is he warning me against harboring feelings for his son? How amusing. I am not interested in him at all. I know your ideal daughter-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, but alas, the minister seeks a son-in-law worthy of the crown, not your son. Huh, this is your comeuppance for looking down on me. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Tang Wenzong, noticing the chuckles, turned crimson. You, what's the matter? Mu Nanjin replied, confused by his sudden anger. I've made it clear I have no intentions towards Tang Jingrui. Why is he still upset? Does he wish for me to become his daughter-in-law? That's out of the question. I have no interest in Tang Jingrui. Perhaps he should pursue the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Instead, there's still hope for him there. Mu Guardian, the Minister of Personnel, called from afar, rushing over with a courteous smile. I apologize for the interruption, but I must speak with the official regarding urgent matters. I shan't disturb your discussion, Mu Nanjin said, resuming her patrol. Once she had distanced herself, the Minister of Personnel snorted, striding into the grand hall. Lord Yao, allow me to explain. Tang Wenzong hurriedly followed behind. As the hour approached, the eunuchs raised their voices, announcing, the court is in session. All officials gathered in the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, another eunuch proclaimed, the emperor has arrived. As officials and eunuchs alike knelt in reverence, chanting, long live the emperor. Mu Nanjin, accustomed to modern ways, found the act of kneeling rather uncomfortable, shifting awkwardly on her feet. Every time the court convenes, it resembles an ancestral worship ceremony, with so many people kneeling and bowing. It is no wonder that emperors throughout history rarely live to 100. After all, they cannot afford such longevity. A peculiar silence enveloped the grand hall. Has it been 2 minutes already? Why has the emperor not commanded us to rise? Mu Nanjin gazed upwards, but as she knelt outside the hall, all she could see was the wall, unaware of the oppressive atmosphere within. Could the emperor be angry again? Truly a chameleon, changing colors at will. It is quite unpredictable. I wonder who has offended him this time. Before she could open her system, she heard the emperor urgently call out from within, all ministers rise. Thank you, your majesty, the ministers replied, fearing that any delay would invoke the emperor's displeasure, hastily jumping up and wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Is it really that hot inside? Why is everyone sweating? Mu Nanjin peeked through the window to observe the proceedings. The emperor was engaged in discussions with the ministers about national affairs, from issues of livelihood to state policies, and even the wars of other nations, each topic demanding considerable thought. Mu Nanjin, feeling lethargic and disinclined to think, felt her eyelids growing heavy at the serious discussions. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she yawned languidly. I'm so tired, it's nearly noon. Why are we still in court? Doesn't the emperor feel exhausted? Isn't he worried about losing his energy to deal with the little spirits of the harem? He should be cautious, some of those little spirits might be sneaking off to indulge in affairs. Oh, but wait, someone has already been unfaithful. The emperor's crown has turned a lush green. Hee, I wonder which little spirit has brought this upon him. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. The emperor's expression turned ashen. The ministers quickly perked up their ears. Mu Nanjin, filled with excitement, focused on the gossip. She initially intended to discover which concubine had caused the emperor's embarrassment. However, a freshly updated gossip notification appeared. It is said that the national master possesses a celestial beauty unparalleled in the world. One wonders if he is truly as handsome as rumored. Moments later, the emperor and the ministers rushed out in haste towards the palace gates. Mu Nanjin was bewildered. Why have they suddenly rushed out? Where are they going? Liu Baihu of the Jinui barked at Mu Nanjin. Why are you still dazed? Hurry and follow to protect the emperor. Mu Nanjin inquired. Where are we headed? As she contemplated, she caught up with the emperor's pace. Liu Baihu muttered behind her. This is truly terrifying. Chapter 2. Hope is a blessing, not a curse. 5 miles outside the capital, 3 men in hooded cloaks leisurely rode their steeds along the official road. The man in the middle remained silent. The man on the left remarked, there are many Jinui beside the emperor. They might have dispatched some to secretly follow us the moment we left the city, reporting our every move to the emperor. The man on the right immediately countered, impossible. Have you forgotten who our master is? He is the national master with profound abilities who could possibly evade his gaze to spy on us?
You.
The man on the right indignantly complained to the man in the middle. Master, look at Yu Xia. He is bullying me again. Yu Xia mimicked him in a playful tone. Master, Shuin truly is not suited to disguise as a man. He is too effeminate. It makes one break out in goosebumps. You xia. Shuin angrily swung his whip at him. Caught between them, Feng Xinan swiftly pulled on the reins, and the whip struck him. Shuin's face turned pale, and he hurriedly discarded the whip. Master, are you all right? I didn't mean to. Feng Xinan remained silent, gazing ahead. Shuin followed his line of sight and saw thousands of palace guards standing ahead, his expression darkening. Master, it is the Imperial guards and the Jinui. Yu Xia questioned. Their presence here indicates that the Emperor is also nearby, but why would they come here? Could they truly be here to escort us? Impossible. Just as Shuin finished speaking, a figure clad in bright yellow, flanked by ministers, rushed towards them in a flurry. National Master. Upon spotting the three riders, the Emperor's eyes lit up, and he disregarded his status, lifting his dragon robe as he hurried over. Your Majesty, please slow down. Be careful of the ground, do not fall. The chief eunuch hurried after the Emperor to support him. Shuin's eyes widened in disbelief. They are really here to escort us. Yu Xia was even more perplexed. How did they recognize us when we are wearing cloaks? Feng Xinan dismounted, lifting the white veil from his hat, revealing a stunning visage that surpassed that of celestial beings. He clasped his hands and declared, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Wow, the people of Deqian do not deceive me. The National Master truly possesses remarkable beauty, more exquisite than a celestial being. I would believe he was a deity. However, the Emperor and the ministers appeared unfazed. Even Yu Xia and Shuin showed no reaction. Could it be that he misheard? With features as perfect as a painting, prominent contours, black eyes reminiscent of the purest snow on Tianshan Mountain, conveying a chilling aura, yet his eyelashes fluttered. Like delicate fans, stirring emotions within one's heart, evoking a desire to draw near yet hesitance to do so. His tall and slender figure fit the description of someone who looks slim in clothes, yet has a well-defined physique without them. Oh, how I wish to see the National Master's figure without his robes to confirm if he is as well-built as I imagine. Feng Xinan. Cough. Several ministers choked on their own saliva. The Emperor leaned forward, whispering, National Master, did you hear someone speaking? The chief eunuch immediately raised his voice. Proceed to the Star Tower. Upon arriving at the Star Tower, the Emperor finally allowed everyone to depart for lunch. At last, we can eat. If I had to wait any longer, I might have resorted to treason. Mu Nanjin joyfully departed. The civil and military officials looked on in silence. Isn't it wonderful to have one's thoughts spoken aloud? Such blasphemous words were uttered, without fear of punishment. The Emperor glared at her retreating figure, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. After several deep breaths to calm his temper, he accompanied Feng Xinan to the top of the Star Tower. National Master, the words you heard were the thoughts of a young girl, and this matter dates back over half a month. Over half a month ago, while he was on a secret inspection, he encountered assassins and was saved by a group of Jinui, one of whom was Mu Nanjin. At the time, Mu Nanjin was injured by an assassin's blade and fainted. Upon waking the next day, the Emperor and the officials with their seals discovered that she could hear their thoughts, revealing all their secrets. The Emperor, having failed multiple attempts to eliminate her, decided to temporarily set aside the notion of killing her, but was still uneasy about her freedom, thus promoting her to a Jinui of the 9th rank to keep her under surveillance. Feng Xinan furrowed his brows. Besides the Emperor and those with official seals, who else can hear her thoughts? The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and a few concubines with their own seals can also hear her. Can the princes and princesses hear her as well? What about the officials dispatched outside? The Emperor shook his head. None of them can hear. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Xinan's eyes. Such a peculiar phenomenon. Feng Xinan quickly calculated in his mind, his brow tightening further. The Emperor, anxious, asked, National Master, have you deduced something? Is she someone who cannot be left alive? Feng Xinan set down his hand. At present, I cannot ascertain the cause and effect. It would be wise for His Majesty not to act against her. She is now a citizen of our great Qian nation and will not undertake actions that could harm it. We should strive to avoid enmity with her and instead leverage her insights to counter other nations. Furthermore, the fact that she can hear thoughts must remain a secret from her and those who cannot hear them, lest she cease to divulge classified information to us. Let us proceed as the National Master suggests, the Emperor murmured. National Master, do you believe I should promote her? Perhaps appoint her as my personal guard to facilitate the gathering of more intelligence? Maintain the status quo. Do not arouse her suspicion. Understood. The National Master gazed out the window, whispering, "May this be a blessing rather than a curse." Chapter 3. A Threat to Silence? Mu Nanjin had just finished lunch in the dining hall of the Jinyui's military command when Liu Baihu approached her. "Mu Nanjin, Liu Baihu requests your presence at room A1 in the left office of the Document Institute." The Document Institute served as the office for the regional governor, as well as the Qianhu and Baihu, and was divided into left and right offices. The Jinyui's regional governor, Qin Chaoyan, oversaw the left office, where Liu Baihu and Tang Jingrui were among his many subordinates. Mu Nanjin, having been brought in by Tang Jingrui, naturally belonged to the left office. Upon reaching the door of room A1 in the left office, she was confronted by two 7th-rank guards stationed at the entrance. Upon glancing up, she recognized Zhuang Yanfeng and Du Zhan, who had long been by Tang Jingrui's side. They held him in the highest esteem, believing he had saved their lives, and thus, when they witnessed Mu Nanjin's persistent pursuit of him, which had forced Tang Jingrui to flee for official duties, they felt an intense disdain for her. "Mu Nanjin, how dare you, a mere unranked Jinyui, approach the Document Institute? You should leave before the regional governor sees you," Zhuang Yanfeng fumed, pushing against her shoulder. To his surprise, she stood her ground unwaveringly. Momentarily taken aback, he found it astonishing that he, a 4th-rank warrior, could not budge this seemingly delicate girl. Unyielding, he pushed again with greater force, yet Mu Nanjin remained steadfast. He turned to Du Zhan, who was fixated on Mu Nanjin's ceremonial attire. "Mu Nanjin, you are exceedingly bold to don the ceremonial garb of a 9th-rank Jinyui to infiltrate the Document Institute. If discovered, your life would be forfeit. If you wish to risk your life, that is your choice, but do not endanger Tang Qianhu." Observing her surroundings, Mu Nanjin lazily replied, "Liu Baihu sent me. Do you think we would still believe your words? This is your last warning. If you do not leave, we will forcibly remove you, regardless of your gender." Having spun too many tales to them in the past, Zhuang Yanfeng and the others could no longer trust her. "Zhuang guard, Du guard, she indeed was summoned by me to the Document Institute," Liu Baihu interjected, having waited long enough for Mu Nanjin's arrival. He hastily stepped in front of her. "You may be unaware, but during your extended official duties away with Tang Qianhu, Mu Nanjin has been promoted to the rank of a 9th-rank Jinyui." "A 9th rank? This young lady has been elevated to the rank of a 9th-rank Jinyui?" Zhuang Yanfeng and Du Zhan gaped at Liu Baihu. "Who elevated her? Was it you who recommended her?" "It was the emperor who promoted her." "The emperor?" They found it hard to believe, suspecting Liu Baihu was jesting with them. "I am in a rush to escort Mu Nanjin to see Regional Governor Kan. We can discuss this further later." "Mu Nanjin, follow me." Liu Baihu ushered Mu Nanjin into room A1 and closed the door behind her. He then pulled aside a landscape painting on the wall, revealing a secret passageway in the center of the room. "Mu Nanjin, Lord Qin wishes for you to join us in learning how to interrogate prisoners." Surprised, Mu Nanjin raised an eyebrow. "You want me to learn to interrogate prisoners? Why would Lord Qin choose a mere girl for such a task?" Liu Baihu recited the excuse he had concocted earlier. Recently, the emperor has sought to establish female examinations, but has faced opposition from the ministers. Thus, he wishes to draw upon your capabilities as a female Jinyui. Although you are only a 9th rank, should you achieve success and demonstrate that women can match men, the ministers would likely cease their objections. This is a chance for you to shine. Do not disappoint the emperor and Lord Kan, and a successful endeavor could lead to further promotions. He silently commended himself for crafting such a splendid rationale that even he almost believed it. Mu Nanjin had been stationed at the Taijin Hall for nearly half a month and was well aware of the tumult surrounding the establishment of female examinations. The ministers opposed this initiative, believing that a woman's lack of talent equated to virtue, and held the view that women were inferior to men in all respects. They contended that women should remain at home to support their husbands, educate their children, and honor their in-laws. Venturing out was deemed scandalous. Such antiquated notions were indeed irksome and stirred within her a strong desire to confront the ministers. Mu Nanjin glanced at the dark entrance. "It is so dark inside. Are they truly not attempting to silence me?" Liu Baihu, "That is impossible. Lord Kan's true intention is to utilize your ability to hear thoughts to gain insights into the criminals. However, this strategy may not prove effective, hence, we are bringing you to test it. Lu Baihu urged, Lord Can and the others await us in the dark prison. We should not linger here wasting time. By the way, Tang Qianhu is also present. Upon hearing his emphasis on Tang Jingrui's presence in the dark prison, Mu Nanjin felt an acute pang of annoyance. The entire world believes I am enamored with Tang Jingrui. If this continues, I shall never find a suitor. I must devise a plan to convey my disinterest in him. Otherwise, I could simply turn back now, and Lu Baihu would no longer perceive my affection for Tang Jingrui. Lu Baihu, feeling particularly drained, chose not to engage further and simply pushed her into the secret passage. Once the entrance was secured, lanterns ignited one after another, illuminating the entire corridor. Concerned that the sights within the prison might frighten Mu Nanjin, Lu Baihu provided a preemptive warning. Mu Nanjin, the appearance of the prisoners in the dark prison and the accompanying stench of blood may cause you discomfort, but I assure you, they will not harm you. Oh, Mu Nanjin responded nonchalantly. Having encountered death more often than she had meals, would she truly be fazed by the scent of blood? After a brief interval, they finally reached the end of the subterranean passage. Anyone attempting to breach the prison would undoubtedly have to consider whether they possessed the strength to overpower the Jinui guards. After verifying Lu Baihu's identity, the guards at the door opened the prison gate, and an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses. A chorus of anguished groans and chilling screams echoed ominously through the air. Lu Baihu discreetly observed Mu Nanjin, relieved to see no hint of fear on her face. The most notorious criminals were confined at the lowest levels of the dark prison, requiring multiple identity verifications for access. By the time they reached the lowest tier, 2/4 of an hour had elapsed. Suddenly, voices of contention emerged from within. Deputy Regional Governor Deng Xingchao, struggling to contain his rage, declared, "As I said, apply the harshest torture. I refuse to believe he will not speak." Tang Jingrui countered, "This individual undoubtedly possesses significant stature. It is best not to resort to torture until the very end." Tang Jingrui, "My rank surpasses yours. You ought to heed my command." The left regional governor, Qin Chaoyan, spoke in a calm tone, "I believe Jingrui's assertion is valid." Does Tang Jingrui speak the truth? What use is it if he does? Has he pried open that man's lips? Let's not forget that the Emperor has granted us but a fleeting span of time. Failure to uncover the identity of the criminal will result in demotion, and I have no desire for such a fate. Chun Liangli, Zhang Buji, bring forth the instruments of torture. Understood. Deng Xingchao's men proceeded to unlock the prison door. Stop. Tang Jingrui stepped forward, interposing himself between Deng Xingchao and his men. Deng Xingchao, filled with ire, retorted, "Tang Jingrui, what do you mean by this?" With a composed demeanor, Tang Jingrui replied, "I do not wish for us to resort to torture at the slightest provocation. Such methods bear no distinction from coerced confessions. Ultimately, not only will it wrongfully accuse the innocent and lead to numerous miscarriages of justice, but in the long run, it shall tarnish the reputation of the Jinui." "You." Qin Chaoyan glanced outside. "They have arrived." Deng Xingchao's fury momentarily subsided. "Who has arrived?" "Lu Baihu and Mu Nanjin are here." Chapter 4. When men are flirtatious, women are irrelevant. Tang Jingrui and his companions turned their gaze toward the entrance as Lu Baihu approached with Mu Nanjin. Deng Xingchao and his subordinates immediately fell silent, retreating into the shadows with great haste to diminish their presence. Tang Jingrui, visibly displeased, inquired, "What brings you here?" With a hint of annoyance, Mu Nanjin replied, "Didn't you invite me for a tour and learning experience?" "It was I who summoned her," interjected Qin Chaoyan, his expression stern. "From this moment forth, no one is to speak without my command." Tang Jingrui and his deputies, Zhao Fuqianhu and Lu Fuqianhu, stepped aside, observing in astonishment as Deng Xingchao and his men obediently stood in silence within the corner. Qin Chaoyan, indeed a 9th-rank martial artist, commanded such authority that Deng Xingchao dared not utter a sound. Lord Qin exuded an imposing aura. Tang Jingrui, Zhao Fuqianhu and Lu Fuqianhu stared at her in disbelief. In the mere span of 2 weeks, while she had not gained weight, her audacity had evidently increased, daring to call Deng Xingchao timid in his presence. Remarkably, Deng Xingchao showed no signs of anger. Could he truly be so cowardly? Unbeknownst to them, Deng Xingqiao was seething, his teeth almost grinding in frustration, not out of fear of Qin Chaoyan, but rather of Mu Nanjin potentially exposing him. Qin Chaoyan cleared his throat. Tang Jingrui, Zhao Fuqianhu, and Lu Fuqianhu. Qin Chaoyan turned his attention to the prisoner, Gong Xiuyong. The man in the cell chuckled softly, his voice languid and enchanting, as if a feather were teasing the hearts of those present. Have you all conspired to pry open my lips? Mu Nanjin then noticed a strikingly handsome man clad in red, imprisoned within the dim confines of the cell. His presence transformed the gloomy surroundings into something resplendent, as if the cell were a gilded cage. If the National Master was akin to a pristine snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, then this red-clad man was a bewitching nine-tailed fox from the mountains. Wow, yet another stunning beauty. His allure leaves me at a loss for words. Tang Jingrui seems overshadowed by him. What a feast for the eyes today. First Feng Xinan, and now what was his name again? What did Qin Chaoyan call him? Gong Xiuyong? Tang Jingrui noticed that Mu Nanjin maintained an icy demeanor, her lips unmoving, yet he could still hear her voice. Was he imagining things? Gong Xiuyong? Who is this captivating man, and why is he confined in the secret prison of the Jinui? What crime could he have committed? Surely it isn't for seducing the emperor. With such beauty, he could enchant the women of the harem to the point of madness, even leading them to betray the emperor. Everyone was immensely grateful the emperor was not present. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. Mu Nanjin activated her system. Let me see who Gong Xiuyong truly is. I got it. Qin Chaoyan's lips curled slightly, his expression stern. You are mistaken. We need not pry open your mouth to ascertain your true identity. Oh. Gong Xiuyong reclined on the straw, his fingers idly toying with the strands of hair that fell across his chest. I await your revelations with bated breath. Gong Xiuyong, the premier courtesan of the Laughing Tower in the capital. I can't believe he is a gigolo, a sheer waste of such beauty. This exquisite man is a midnight paramour. Thankfully, he only sells his art and not himself. Yet, I feel a pang of regret that he was captured before I could visit the Laughing Tower. I never had the chance to indulge. Qin Chaoyan and Lu Baihu wore expressions of exasperation. Mu Nanjin inspected her empty coin purse. Alas! With my meager 2 taels of silver a month, I can scarcely afford such indulgences at a brothel. However, why did the Jinui apprehend a gigolo? Did he defraud someone? Oh, I see. They suspect him of being an agent from another nation, which is why he was captured. Yet, the Jinui has erred. He is actually the 3rd prince of the ancient Dongzhou kingdom, the offspring of its emperor and a princess from the Beihan kingdom. He fled to the Dacian kingdom to escape the power struggle, opening a male brothel merely to gather intelligence from various nations. Qin Chaoyan and the others gasped in shock. The ancient kingdoms were formidable powers. Their might and resources far surpassed those of the Dacian kingdom. They could easily crush Dacian, as one would an ant. Fortunately, these ancient nations were distant and deemed Dacian beneath their notice, unwilling to waste military force and resources on such a minor realm. Wow, this little gigolo is actually a master-level martial artist, implying that even Qin Chaoyan is not his match. He was intentionally captured by the Jinui, demonstrating remarkable self-control to avoid being found by his family. Such resolve is astonishing. As Mu Nanjin's thoughts concluded, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Gong Xiuyong, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned that besides the girl who had just entered, the others regarded him with trepidation. What the hell? Mu Nanjin suddenly exclaimed, causing Lu Baihu and the others to tense, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Is the overtime not compensated? If there is no overtime pay, I refuse to work extra hours. Everyone. Lu Baihu shot her an irritated glare, having thought Gong Xiuyong might attack them, nearly drawing his weapon in response. Mu Nanjin, bewildered by the glare, retorted, Aren't we here to interrogate the prisoner? Why has the conversation ceased after just a few exchanges? Are we merely to stare blankly? What can be gleaned from that? Old Ken, you are lacking. Unless you demonstrate genuine skill in interrogating prisoners, I shall learn nothing. Qin Chaoyan cleared his throat. That will be all for today. We shall bring the young lady back for further learning another time. Understood. Lu Baihu addressed Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin, we shall take our leave. Remember my face. When I visit the Laughing Tower in search of a courtesan, Please let me indulge without charge, in light of my generosity with buns. Hee, my foresight is indeed remarkable. Everyone. Gong Xiaoyong glanced at the bun smeared with fingerprints, his lips curling into an alluring smile as he took a casual bite. Thank you. Ah. When men are flirtatious, women become irrelevant. With a cheerful demeanor, Mu Nanjin departed. As the door closed, silence returned to the cell. Can Chaoyan poured a cup of water for Gong Xiaoyong. Gong Xiaoyong did not accept it. Are you attempting to drug me because you cannot extract anything through interrogation? The third prince need not worry. There is no drug in the water. Gong Xiaoyong's expression shifted slightly. Though subtle, Can Chaoyan noticed. Yes. Deputy Fu opened the cell door. Gong Xiaoyong swallowed the bun. How did you ascertain my identity? Mere moments ago, you were perplexed, yet now you seem to know everything. Tang Jingrui regarded Gong Xiaoyong with curiosity. Hadn't Mu Nanjin just revealed so much about him? Had he truly not heard? That is classified information, Can Chaoyan replied, leading Tang Jingrui and the others away. Deng Xingqiao, anxious about Gong Xiaoyong seeking retribution, hastily followed behind. Upon exiting the dark prison, Tang Jingrui urgently inquired, Commander, are we really just letting Gong Xiaoyong go? Can Chaoyan responded, we must not involve ourselves in matters concerning the ancient kingdoms. Let today's events be forgotten. As though we do not know of Gong Xiaoyong's true identity. Deng Xingqiao did not object. Ancient kingdoms? Tang Jingrui recalled Mu Nanjin's words in the cell. Just now in the dungeon, Mu Nanjin, Can Chaoyan, aware of his unasked questions, patted his shoulder. I understand you have many inquiries. You may seek answers from Liu Baihu. Tang Jingrui, Chapter 5. Trouble looms. The wives of the officials express their displeasure. We have yet to bid farewell to Lord Tang and the others. No need for farewells. Lord Tang will surely understand us. Lord Tang Wenzong's smile froze upon his face. This is bad. Something is about to go awry. Why are they all fleeing so quickly? Do they not wish to form a familial bond with the Tang family? Although Tang Wenzong is merely a fifth-rank official, he possesses commendable character. His wife, Jiang Jinru, may speak harshly, but her heart is kind. She is an exceedingly protective mother. Any daughter wed into their family would undoubtedly be well cared for. Mu Nanjin witnessed the carriage of the Shaoqing from the Dali Temple hastily depart from the Tang residence and thought to herself, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple is quite the coward, but perhaps it's for the best. He is known to shy away from trouble. And if the Tang family encounters any issues, they would be the first to shut their doors. Furthermore, the Shaoqing occupies a position prone to trouble, and the modest Tang household would be ill-equipped to handle such matters. Additionally, the Shaoqing's wife is notoriously harsh, tormenting her daughters-in-law mercilessly. Just look at her eldest daughter-in-law, who bears the marks of her cruelty daily. It is only a matter of time before any daughter from another family suffers the same fate. It is best to avoid an alliance with them. Tang Wenzong and Jiang Jinru possess poor judgment in choosing a match. Take the minister of the Imperial Academy, for instance. While his lineage is respectable and his character commendable, his strict upbringing creates an atmosphere of sternness at home. Would Tang Zhiyu's vivacious spirit truly thrive in such a household? In my opinion, the children of Dr. Miao, a sixth-rank official, would be the most suitable match. Not only are their temperaments gentle, but they also come from a long line of physicians, ensuring that any minor ailments can be treated at home. Should an injury occur, there would be an abundance of medicinal supplies, and in the event of a difficult childbirth, a female doctor would be on hand to assist. In these times, what is of utmost importance? Certainly, the preservation of life is paramount. Having a physician as a relative could extend one's lifespan. The reasoning resonated with the officials present, who instinctively nodded in agreement. The officials' wives inquired, "What are you all nodding about?" An official cleared his throat and replied, "It is nothing." Once all had departed, Mu Nanjin approached the Tang residence, greeting Lord Tang, Lady Tang. Tang Wenzong regarded her with a complex expression. Over the past few years, he had not been particularly kind to her, assuming she would harbor resentment toward him, yet he was taken aback by her high regard for him. Coughing, Tang Wenzong nearly choked on his own saliva. Jiang Jinru patted his back, asking, "Are you all right?" Tang Wenzong waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Jinru turned to Mu Nanjin and scoffed, "What an audacious face you have. making so many people wait for your meal. Mu Nanjin agreed. You speak truthfully, lady. Tang Jingrui's ego seems to surpass even mine, expecting us to wait for him. Jiang Jinru, exasperated, retorted. I was speaking of you. What does Jingrui have to do with this? Are you suggesting we should not wait for Tang Jingrui? Let him eat cold food, then. Why should my son have to eat cold food? Jiang Jinru glared at Mu Nanjin's retreating figure, reproaching, My lord, why did you allow her to leave? In the past, Tang Wenzong would have joined her in reprimanding Mu Nanjin, waiting until his own frustrations subsided before releasing her. However, today, he not only refrained from scolding her but also stopped Jiang Jinru from doing so, displaying unusual behavior. She is now a 9th-rank official, personally appointed by the emperor. You, a woman of no rank, reprimanding her in front of so many, would be akin to disrespecting the emperor. If this matter reaches his ears, what do you think our fates would be? Tang Wenzong could not divulge the truth, and instead sought to intimidate her into ceasing her troubles with Mu Nanjin, lest she bear resentment and expose their family affairs. Jiang Jinru, merely a woman, was easily intimidated and turned pale. I can speak to my son, a 5th-rank official. Yet how is it that I cannot address Mu Nanjin, a mere 9th-rank official? Tang Wenzong maintained a stern silence. Seeing her husband's serious demeanor, Jiang Jinru was instantly cowed and, fearing that her husband and son might lose their positions because of her, conceded, I understand. I shall refrain from speaking ill of her in the future. Jiang Jinru fell silent. The elder Tang was even more displeased. She is merely a 9th-rank official. What business could she possibly be too busy with? Must we, her elders, wait for her to dine? Does she not regard us as elders? The elder lady added, If she does not regard us as elders, let others take that role. She is 15 and of age to seek a husband. That is a sound idea. Once she is married, she will no longer cling to Jingrui. This was suggested by Tang Jingrui's elder brother. The elder lady turned to her silent daughter. Zhao, what is your opinion? Tang Lu Zhao did not oppose. He will not agree. The elder Tang scoffed. This family does not belong to him. He must acquiesce regardless of his feelings. The elder lady spoke calmly. A woman must eventually marry. He cannot keep Mu Nanjin forever. It is decided. Jinru, you must keep an eye on this matter. With her status, she cannot marry into a high family. Find her a suitable match among commoners. Jiang Jinru glanced at her husband. Tang Wenzong opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Jiang Jinru interpreted his silence as agreement with the elder lady's plan. Very well. Tang Jiyu, witnessing the family's unilateral decision regarding Mu Nanjin's marriage, murmured, If they do not wish to wait for Mu Nanjin to dine, they can simply eat separately. Why must they involve marriage? Did they truly believe the elder Tang and others did not want to wait for Mu Nanjin? Their intention was to marry her off quickly to avoid tarnishing Tang Jingrui's reputation. Before long, Mu Nanjin reappeared in the hall, dressed in a new gown. Tang Lu Zhao's icy gaze swept over Mu Nanjin as she coolly stated, There is none. Let us dine. The elder Tang, lacking the patience to continue this discussion, commanded the servants to serve the food. However, after waking from her slumber, Mu Nanjin found herself unable to return to sleep and resorted to watching dramas via the system. Chapter 6, A Ghost. Wow, a ghost. At the third watch, a piercing scream echoed through the Tang residence. To be precise, the scream reached only the ears of Tang Wenzong and Tang Jingrui. Startled from their dreams, the two men sat up abruptly, terrified. A ghost? Where? Tang Wenzong was drenched in cold sweat, the pitch-black room rendering him weak. It's right beside you. Hurry and hide. Tang Wenzong swiftly turned to see a disheveled female ghost in white. Ah, a ghost. He hastily threw a punch. Ah! The ghost shrieked, tumbling to the floor. Tang Wenzong scrambled out of the room. There is a ghost. Help! The guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the courtyard. Tang Wenzong, stumbling toward them, pointed back at his room, exclaiming, There is a ghost. There is a ghost inside. The guards glanced at his chamber and a woman emerged, covering her eyes. My lord. It is I. There is no ghost inside. The guards exchanged glances. My lord. It is the lady. Tang Wenzong paused, and upon recognizing Jiang Jinru, he angrily asked, Who just claimed there was a ghost? The guards looked at each other in confusion. We did not hear anyone shout about a ghost. At that moment, Tang Wenzong heard Mu Nanjin's voice. What are you keeping those ghost-repelling talismans for? You should have used them. I was nearly frantic. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenzong realized what had transpired and nearly choked. Just then, Tang Jingrui appeared in the courtyard. Father, mother, are you both unharmed? Jiang Jinru complained to her son. Your father nearly blinded me with a punch. Tang Wenzong, noticing the bruise around her eye, offered an awkward smile. Tang Jingrui instructed the guards, fetch a doctor.
Yes.
Seated upon a stone bench, Emperor Tang Wenzong expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, It is all that wretched girl, Mu Nanjin, whose incessant cries in the dead of night have nearly cost me my sanity. Tang Jingrui, equally disturbed by Mu Nanjin's outbursts, pondered. Is it possible that her voice carries so far? Even from such a distance, we can hear her thoughts. How far can her sentiments truly extend? Upon learning that even the ministers could discern Mu Nanjin's innermost feelings, he was taken aback. Even more astonishing was the fact that she possessed knowledge that eluded them. From my observations, the more agitated she becomes, the farther her voice travels. Surely, her loud calling just now will not lead to any misfortune? Tang Jingrui decided to approach her courtyard. With a hint of irritation, Tang Wenzong remarked, Do you truly believe that her robust voice suggests something amiss? The commotion stirred by Mu Nanjin had robbed everyone of their sleep. After applying her medicine, Jiang Jinru draped an official robe over Tang Wenzong's shoulders and suggested, My lord, based on my observations yesterday, I believe the son of the Minister of Justice and the scholar from the Imperial Academy would make suitable matches. Could you inquire about their willingness to unite with us after court? Contemplating Mu Nanjin's words, Tang Wenzong shook his head. Yuer is not suited to marry into their families. Not suited? Which families do you deem appropriate for her? Jiang Jinru pressed. Let me consider it further. Tang Wenzong replied as he donned his official hat and exited the chamber. Outside the main gate, Tang Jingrui and the coachman awaited his return. Tang Wenzong approached the carriage, saying, Wait for Mu Nanjin. Just then, Mu Nanjin emerged leisurely from the rear courtyard. Despite being a cultivator familiar with all manner of supernatural beings, she still harbored a fear of ghosts, particularly the ghastly apparitions depicted in films. Thankfully, her training in the path of emotional detachment had prevented her from screaming during such films. Maintaining a stoic facade allows others to remain unaware of my thoughts, she mused. As Mu Nanjin stepped out of the Tang residence, she noticed the father and son, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, gazing at her with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Did you not sleep well last night? She inquired. Neither did I. Tang Wenzong, irritated by her nonchalance, commanded, Board the carriage. He turned to enter, but Mu Nanjin did not follow. Lifting the curtain, he asked, Are you not coming aboard? Surprised, she raised an eyebrow. You expect me to share a carriage with you? Tang Wenzong retorted, Do you wish to walk? Of course, one would not be foolish enough to refuse a ride, especially when she is in dire need of rest. With a swift motion, she stepped onto the wheel and effortlessly climbed atop the carriage, lying down with such agility that it left onlookers astounded. Tang Jingrui furrowed his brow, perceiving a stark transformation in her demeanor, one that seemed foreign to him. What had transpired during his absence that had so fundamentally altered Mu Nanjin? Are we not departing? She urged the coachman. If we delay, we shall miss the morning court. The coachman, glancing at the irate Tang Wenzong, cracked the whip, and with a sharp sound, they departed from the Tang estate. After a considerable time, Tang Wenzong arrived at the court, where a throng of ministers surrounded Physician Miao. Physician Miao, I have been feeling quite unwell lately. Might you examine my health? One minister implored. I initiated the inquiry first. You cannot interject, another protested. Physician Miao, I feel dreadful. Do attend to me first, yet another chimed in. Physician Miao, exasperated, responded, Please, one at a time. I see all of you appearing quite radiant, which hardly suggests illness. Do not frighten yourselves unnecessarily. The deputy censor chuckled. Physician Miao. To be candid, I am in good health. However, it is my family members who are unwell. Would it be feasible for you to visit my residence or yours for a consultation? Other officials echoed similar sentiments, asserting, Indeed, We are fine, but our families are not. Realizing their true intentions, Physician Miao recognized they were not seeking treatment, but rather wishing to forge matrimonial alliances. How curious that the once overlooked Miao family had suddenly become the object of such interest. Recalling Mu Nanjin's praises for the Miao family during her vocalizations, he couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps the ability to hear her thoughts might not be entirely disadvantageous after all. Chapter 7. It is you who makes it so frightening at the hour of Qin. The grand hall resonated with the voice of the chief eunuch announcing, "The court is adjourned." The emperor and the ministers collectively exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Nanjin had sought refuge in a corner of the hall to catch up on much-needed sleep after a restless night. "Mu Nanjin, how dare you doze off during duty? Do you wish to be dismissed?" Lu Baihu was incensed upon discovering her slumber. Roused from her dreams, Mu Nanjin yawned. "Is it time to leave?" Lu Baihu shot her an irritable glare, handing her 3 documents. "Deliver these to the national master." "Isn't this the duty of a eunuch? Why must a Jinui run errands?" she retorted, casually flipping through the documents. Suddenly, Lu Baihu slammed his hand down on hers, exclaiming, "These are classified materials. How dare you open them, you foolish Jinui?" "Then I shan't look," Mu Nanjin huffed, rolling her eyes. "As if I couldn't guess the contents. Monthly salary?" Her eyes sparkled with delight. "I haven't even completed a month of service, and I'm already entitled to a salary? You were recognized for your valor last month. The emperor has decreed a reward for you and the other Jinui," Lu Baihu explained. "This is for Feng Xinan. You should have mentioned that sooner. In the future, be sure to inform me of such delightful news," she said cheerfully as she jogged toward the stargazing pavilion. "I can see the handsome man again," Lu Baihu scoffed. "See a handsome man? More likely, the handsome man is the one looking at you. Why are we finishing court so early today?" Mu Nanjin noticed other ministers exiting the palace and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Typically, the left and right prime ministers present so many petitions that they could overwhelm the emperor, yet today they seem to be racing out. "Oh, I see. The emperor is hastily departing to catch a wayward consort." The emperor's gossip is always welcome," the officials murmured, quickening their pace to accompany Mu Nanjin. Enraptured by the scandal, she failed to notice the ministers trailing behind her. Lo and behold, the emperor has been cuckolded by Song Kairan, who, unable to bear the solitude, took to consorting with the patrolling guards, inviting them to her palace for clandestine rendezvous during the emperor's morning court, cleverly disguised as eunuchs. Thanks to the cover provided by Su Zhaorong, the revelation of Song Kairan's infidelity sent shockwaves through the officials. "The Song family is doomed. We must distance ourselves from them, lest we be implicated," they whispered, casting wary glances at the pale-faced minister of the Imperial clan, father to Song Kairan. Once promoted from a 9th to a 5th-ranked official due to his daughter's favor, he now faced the catastrophic fallout of her betrayal. Su Zhaorong too has played the emperor false. No wonder she aided Song Kairan. She sought to drag others down with her, they mused. The emperor certainly deserves this. Marrying such women while leaving them to endure a solitary existence is bound to lead to discontent. The officials collectively pondered the frightful implications of Mu Nanjin's presence. "Why are you all here?" Mu Nanjin inquired, noticing the ministers following her. They could not reveal that they had been entranced by her thoughts and followed unconsciously. Chapter 8. The young lady sets out for adventure. The ministers dispersed, each crafting their own excuse. After their departure, Mu Nanjin entered the stargazing pavilion, only to be intercepted by Xuan. "The master is currently in a meeting and cannot receive visitors. You may share any important matters with me, and I shall relay them to my master or transfer items on your behalf." Mu Nanjin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for not having encountered the handsome man. This is a confidential document that must be delivered personally to the national master. Xuan glanced at the note in her hand. "Then you must wait." "For how long?" "Uncertain." Mu Nanjin observed the sun in the sky, internally comparing the national master to the moon's salary, concluding that the handsome man pales in comparison. "Alas, I shall have to wait for another opportunity to meet the handsome man." She presented the note to Xuan, and shortly thereafter, a detached voice from the upper floor called out, "Xuan, allow her to come up." Feng Xinan, with an expressionless demeanor, commanded, "You Xia, see her out." Yu Xia gestured politely to Princess Shuiyu. Your Highness, please. Very well, Brother Feng. I shall take my leave now, and I will return to see you tomorrow. Princess Shuiyu understood that prolonging the matter would only irritate Feng Xinan and reluctantly turned to ascend the stairs, encountering Mu Nanjin descending from below. Upon seeing Mu Nanjin clad in the attire of the Jinui, she smirked. Are you the shameless girl who begged Tang Qian to let you join the Jinui? Feng Xinan sternly rebuked. Princess Shuiyu, do not be unreasonable. Princess Shuiyu, displeased by his defense of Mu Nanjin, retorted. Everything I said is the truth. How is that unreasonable? Mu Nanjin nodded. The princess speaks truly. Princess Shuiyu smiled triumphantly. See, even she agrees with me. Feng Xinan, Mu Nanjin countered Princess Shuiyu. I heard the national master refer to you as Princess Shuiyu. So you must be the one who has passed the age of marriage, yet clings to the national master with brazen audacity. The smile on Princess Shuiyu's face instantly froze. Feng Xinan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Mu Nanjin's audacity towards the princess. Princess Shuiyu, in a fit of rage, declared, How dare you insult me? Mu Nanjin blinked her innocent eyes and retorted with her earlier words, I merely speak the truth. Why should I refrain from saying it? You. Princess Shuiyu found herself at a loss for words, exasperatedly stamping her foot. Summon someone. Your Highness, have you had enough of this commotion? Feng Xinan cast her a disapproving glance. This is the Dengxing Pavilion, not your Yunyang Palace. Princess Shuiyu dared not act out in his presence, glaring at Mu Nanjin as she declared, You will pay for this. Mu Nanjin nonchalantly watched her leave, and then handed the note back to Feng Xinan. Feng Xinan accepted the note. You were quite disrespectful to the princess. Do you not fear her retaliation? Of course. Mu Nanjin feigned a nod. Feng Xinan's complexion was remarkably smooth, akin to that of a woman. His skin so refined that not a single pore was visible. Feng Xinan, you still have the presence of mind to admire his complexion. It hardly appears as though you are afraid. Then you should take a closer look. Reluctantly, Mu Nanjin picked up a pastry from the table and took a bite, as if she were at home, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Yu Xia frowned slightly, noticing that her master did not chastise Mu Nanjin, thus refraining from intervening. Indeed, these pastries were far superior to those made by Tang's family. Mu Nanjin munched, while surveying her surroundings. The national master is rather impoverished. The room is devoid of luxury items, with even the table and chairs being of inferior quality. I feel too embarrassed to request a reward. It seems I must seek other means to earn money. Feng Xinan, Mu Nanjin found a spot to sit, continuing to eat while glancing at Feng Xinan. He is undeniably handsome. If I were to serve him a meal, I am certain it would taste far better, though he does seem a bit cold. However, one cannot blame him. He practices the path of detachment and must not display emotions. By the way, earlier, Princess Shuiyu seemed to call him Brother Feng. How amusing. Feng Xinan is over 200 years old. He could easily be her great-grandfather. Feng Xinan suddenly clenched the note tightly, only loosening his grip after a considerable time, and handed the note to Mu Nanjin. Deliver this to the emperor. Oh. Mu Nanjin, having thoroughly admired the handsome man, waved goodbye to Feng Xinan as she departed. Yu Xia approached Feng Xinan. Master, she truly lacks manners. It matters not. Feng Xinan was unfazed by Mu Nanjin's demeanor and moved to the window to watch her leave. In the future, she need not be stopped. Understood. The official responsible for distributing the monthly stipend presented 2 silver taels and 10 100-tael banknotes before her. 2 taels is your monthly stipend, while the additional 1,000 taels is a reward for your contribution in saving the emperor. Although it is termed a reward for saving the emperor, it is, in fact, a reward for Mu Nanjin's assistance in revealing the identity of Gong Xiaorong, cleverly disguised as a rescue reward. So much? Mu Nanjin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the banknotes. As long as you perform well, the rewards will only increase. The official did not linger, turning to attend to other matters. Tang Jingrui, feeling uneasy, inquired, Where are you headed? Tang Jingrui and Ken Xiaoyan. Chapter 9 The Plague God arrives. Mu Nanjin left the Duwei Fu and headed straight for the direction of Shaoqinglu, moving so swiftly that by the time Tang Jingrui pursued her, she had vanished from sight. Had I known I would have given the reward to my master instead of her. Let us see how she continues to indulge. Tang Jingrui felt a pang of regret, never anticipating that Mu Nanjin would become so audacious as to venture into a brothel. However, it was not yet the operating hours for Xiao Qinglu. The entrance was deserted, and the interior was eerily quiet. Mu Nanjin stood outside, glaring at the door for what felt like an eternity. Yet no one came to open it. How disappointing. She turned on her heel and headed to the apothecary across the street, spending 2 hours inside purchasing a plethora of medicinal herbs, leaving her with only a single tael of silver. Yet her mood soured further. First, she wished to visit the brothel, but it was closed, and now that it was open, she found herself lacking funds. How frustrating. Shopkeeper, please deliver these herbs to the official Tang Wenzong's residence, stating they are purchased by Mu Nanjin. With a toss of the single tael in her hand, she departed the apothecary and stood outside Xiao Qinglu, noticing someone entering and stopped to offer a tael in exchange for entry. She was not adamant about entering but sought some amusement in the boredom of ancient times. Perhaps she could visit a gambling house and turn a single tael into 10,000? Mu Nanjin is outside. The moment her companions, who had been laughing heartily just moments before, heard her name, they instantly became flustered and hurriedly jumped up. Where is she? Did she come in? Why has this plague god arrived? We must hide quickly, or the entire court will know we visited Xiao Qinglu tomorrow. I cannot afford to lose face. The attendants serving them were left in confusion. My lord, what troubles you? The deputy minister of rights exclaimed urgently. We need a private room. Quickly take us to the second floor. The attendants, seeing their urgency, did not dare delay and hastily led them upstairs. The deputy minister and his party shielded their heads and faces with their sleeves, resembling thieves as they scurried upstairs. Observing this scene from the topmost room, Gong Xiaorong inquired of the turtle man, why do these officials appear as if they have seen a mouse in the presence of a cat? Could it be that a superior officer has arrived? The turtle man was equally uncertain. I merely heard them say that Mu Nanjin has come. I do not know who she is. Mu Nanjin? Gong Xiaorong found the name particularly familiar, as it seemed to belong to the female Jinui who visited the dark prison yesterday. He rose and approached the opposite window, opening it to look down, and indeed spotted a young girl clad in Jinui attire. From her appearance, she appeared to be merely a 9th-rank Jinui, yet she evoked fear in those of 3rd-rank officials. Piquing his curiosity regarding her identity, Gong Xiaorong instructed the turtle man, go and invite her in, stating that I wish to see her. Understood. The turtle man hurried downstairs to summon Mu Nanjin. Miss Mu, our young master Gong Xiaorong wishes to meet you. Indeed. The turtle man grinned as he looked up. Mu Nanjin followed his gaze. Above, Gong Xiaorong raised his wine cup in salute. How delightful. It seems my offering has served its purpose. The officials hiding on the second floor perked up their ears to eavesdrop. Mu Nanjin entered Xiao Qinglu alongside the turtle man. The servants in the building were still engaged in cleaning. Yet this did not hinder the guests from entering to seek amusement. The guests, both male and female, occupied the main hall for merriment, while those of affluent backgrounds reserved private rooms to indulge in their pleasures. Among them, one gentleman whispered to the madam, how could there be a young lady among the Jinui? I have heard from high-ranking officials seeking entertainment that a young girl has been accepted into their ranks. Surely, she must be the one. Yet, I wonder what brings her here. The gentleman scoffed, dressed in official attire. What else could she be here for but to investigate matters and apprehend individuals? It truly is a stroke of bad luck that she comes here to trouble us so frequently. The madam, swaying her waist, approached Mu Nanjing with a coy voice. Sir, your presence graces our Qingshao Tower, truly elevating our humble establishment. The gentleman accompanying Mu Nanjing said, young Master Xiaoyong wishes to see her. The madam was taken aback and promptly stepped aside to allow them passage. Chapter 10. Then let me indulge in you. Young Master Xiaoyong, I have arrived. As the servant of Qingshao Tower opened the door to young Master Xiaoyong's chamber, Mu Nanjing's heart leaped with excitement. To meet young Master Xiaoyong without spending a single coin would surely incite envy among all the servants here. I wonder if anyone will be so jealous as to wish me harm once I leave his room. Miss Mu, please. The servant gestured for her to enter, closing the door behind her to stand guard outside. Upon entering, Mu Nanjing beheld young Master Xiaoyong reclined on the bed, his splendid garments draped loosely over his shoulders, revealing his well-defined and muscular chest. Young Master Xiaoyong is indeed the king of courtesans. Not only is his face handsome, but his figure is also enchanting. No wonder the Vice Minister of Rights and others would abandon their beautiful wives and concubines to seek pleasure here. I've made up my mind. I shall cultivate good relations with the Vice Minister and others, so they might bring me along when they visit Qingxiao Tower. A burst of laughter erupted from the Vice Minister of Rights hidden on the second floor, causing his colleagues to recoil in distaste. Apologies, he said, wiping the wine from his lips. If she knows we are here, is there still a need for us to hide? One colleague suggested, since we are already here, let us see what she is up to with that gentleman. The others nodded in agreement, curiosity piqued. The courtesans exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the cryptic conversation. Meanwhile, young Master Xiaoyong rose to pour Mu Nanjing a glass of water, saying, Miss Mu, it is a pleasure to see you again. I wish to express my gratitude for your generous gift of buns yesterday. A man who knows gratitude is a good man. Mu Nanjing sipped her water. It was merely a bun. No need to dwell on it. If you truly wish to thank me, then let me indulge in you. The officials below remarked on the audacity of the young lady's words. She appeared demure, yet possessed an audacious spirit within. To her, such matters were trivial, yet to me, they represent a lifeline. Young Master Xiaoyong, wishing to divert the conversation, inquired, May I ask, which noble family do you hail from? How did you come to be a 9th grade member of the Jinui? Is it not customary for women to be excluded from such ranks? Had she been an unranked Jinui, his curiosity would not have been so piqued, but to possess rank equates to holding an official position. How could the emperor and the officials permit a woman to assume such authority? I am merely a homeless orphan, Mu Nanjing contemplated. Perhaps it is because I once saved the emperor. Why say perhaps? The reason lay in the fact that her previous self had never intended to save anyone nor possess the capability. She merely stepped in front of the emperor when pushed. The emperor was aware of this, yet still bestowed upon her the title of 9th grade Jinui. This left her suspicious of underlying motives, though such details were absent from any gossip columns. You saved the emperor? Young Master Xiaoyong doubted her ability to have done so. Forgive me, Miss Mu, but you hardly appear to be a martial artist. How could someone with such slender arms and legs have saved the emperor? Mu Nanjing, half seriously, replied, Do not be deceived by my appearance. I could easily fell 10 masters with a single punch. Young Master Xiaoyong was taken aback. 10 masters with a single punch? Does she even understand what a master is? Does she know that ascending from an ordinary person to the level of a master requires overcoming numerous challenges, with a significant portion of individuals failing to progress beyond the 5th rank? And even among those who reach the 9th rank, only a fraction ascend to mastery? In the current Qian Empire, there are no more than 30 masters. Thus, becoming a master is not something to be trifled with. Young Master Xiaoyong chuckled, Miss Mu. Your words are quite entertaining. Mu Nanjing nodded. Indeed, I am rather amusing and quite capable in a fight. Should you encounter trouble, feel free to seek my assistance. I can help you resolve it. However, such assistance would require a considerable price, such as allowing me to indulge in you 10 times. The officials upstairs noted the young lady's unwavering pursuit of free indulgence at Qingxiao Tower's leading courtesan. Young Master Xiaoyong laughed heartily. I thank you in advance. However, as a mere courtesan, I am unlikely to encounter trouble. Should I can resolve it myself without burdening you. Mu Nanjing asserted, You cannot handle it. Young Master Xiaoyong's expression faltered, his smile gradually fading. What did she mean by that? Did she possess knowledge of something? Just as Mu Nanjing was about to speak, a commotion arose outside the window. Chapter 11. I shall come to indulge in you again. What a magnificent black horse. In all my years, I have never seen such a beautiful creature. Is this the legendary blood-sweating steed? It is not a blood-sweating steed, they are chestnut-colored. Based on my years of experience in selling horses, even if this horse is not a blood-sweating steed, its worth surpasses it, valued at no less than 100,000 taels of gold. Hearing the discussion outside, Mu Nanjing rose and approached the window to gaze below. Under the sunlight, a pure black horse gleamed with a lustrous sheen. It was tall and well-proportioned, with a slender head and long neck, its limbs elegant and its movements light and graceful, exuding an air of nobility that rendered all surrounding horses dull by comparison. What a beautiful horse! Even young Master Xiaoyong, accustomed to seeing expensive things,
could not help but admire.
Yet, Mu Nanjing's gaze was not on the horse, but on the figure leading it. The man, appearing around 27 or 28 years of age, donned a black robe, his long black hair cascading down his back, adorned with a black headband. His features were chiseled, his gaze stern, and his presence formidable, causing those nearby to keep their distance. Young Master Xiaoyong also recognized the horse's handler, feeling a sense of familiarity and squinting slightly. Young Master Xiaoyong, I suddenly have urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay longer. I shall come to indulge in you again, or rather, to visit you. Mu Nanjing quickly exited his chamber. Indulge in me? Young Master Xiaoyong mused over the phrase, unable to suppress a chuckle. You dare to say such a thing? The officials downstairs were also flustered. She must be acquainted with someone here. No matter. It is best to leave swiftly. We shall exit through the back door. The Vice Minister of Rights and his colleagues, under the bewildered gazes of the courtesans, hastily dropped coins and hurriedly donned their robes to flee. Suddenly, the Vice Minister of Rights halted. Who is Mu Qin? A colleague uncertainly replied, It seems to be her uncle, a minor officer from the Six Doors. The others exchanged glances, pondering the absurdity of a group of high-ranking officials fearing a lowly officer. Having completed the task, Tang Jingrui scoffed. You certainly handled your affairs quite swiftly. Mu Nanjing nodded. Indeed, it was accomplished rather quickly. Tang Jingrui, upon hearing her thoughts, nearly choked on his breath. He previously found Mu Nanjing both clingy and bothersome, never realizing how adept she was at provoking irritation. The sound of hooves approached, growing nearer. Nanjing. Mu Nanjing raised an eyebrow. Is this for me? Of course it is for you. Mu Qin, feeling the darkness of the night, remarked. Our dear Nan deserves nothing but the finest of things. The horse before him was truly magnificent. Tang Jingrui, with envy in his eyes, glanced at the black steed and asked, Master, what about my gift? Mu Qin cast him a disdainful glance and replied, Have you ascended to the 8th rank of martial artist yet? Tang Jingrui, feeling embarrassed, admitted no. Mu Qin coldly scoffed. And you still dare to ask for a gift without achieving the 8th rank? Tang Jingrui remained silent. Mu Qin then affectionately tousled Mu Nanjing's bangs and said, I am quite hungry. Let us enter and dine while we converse. At that moment, Tang Luzhao darted from the hall like a gust of wind, diving into Mu Qin's embrace. Unbeknownst to Mu Qin, she subtly raised her head to gaze at Mu Nanjing, her eyes conveying a silent message to not take away what was rightfully hers. Tang Luzhao shot me a look filled with rivalry. What are you staring at? I am merely Mu Qin's niece, not his beloved. This jealousy is utterly ridiculous. Tang Jingrui turned to his aunt, her gaze seemingly capable of devouring Mu Nanjing, instilling a sense of dread within him. However, he dismissed the thought, attributing her jealousy to her lack of children, feeling envious of her husband's kindness towards his niece. Noticing his wife's lack of joy, Mu Qin gently pushed Tang Luzhao aside and presented her with a box from his bundle. This is a gift for you.
Thank you, A.E.
Tang Luzhao opened the box to reveal a golden hairpin intricately crafted from gold. She adorned herself with it, beaming with pride as she flashed a smile at Mu Nanjing. Just then, Tang Wenzong emerged, calling out, Do not linger outside chatting. Everyone is waiting for you to join them for a meal. A.E. Let us go dine. Tang Luzhao took Mu Qin's hand, leading him into the hall. The elder Tang and his wife had long since grown impatient, yet upon seeing Mu Qin, even their greatest ire was quelled. It was peculiar. Mu Qin, merely a son-in-law and not a prominent official, somehow commanded an imposing presence that intimidated them all. Jiang Zhenru, initially intent on presenting a marriage album for Mu Nanjing to select a suitor, quickly concealed it away from Mu Qin's sight. Mu Qin stated, Let us eat. Others dared not contradict him. Such a person was undoubtedly destined for greatness, yet he remained just a minor official. Mu Nanjing obediently nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qin added, Tang Jingrui is unworthy of you. Your uncle will assist you in finding a more suitable husband. Mu Nanjin replied, "Is it truly so disdainful to regard your own disciple in such a manner? You must ensure that the horse I gifted you stays close by every day. Do you understand?" Chapter 12. Women can also hold up half the sky. The herbs may not be precious, yet they possessed a spirit undetectable by ordinary folk, which is precisely why they were not included in the storerooms of the elder Tang. She gathered several different herbs in her palm, channeling her spiritual energy into them. Under her guidance, the herbs began to levitate and spin rapidly, gradually condensing into 3 beauty elixirs. The absence of a pill furnace posed an inconvenience. Fortunately, this world did have cultivators. Although she had only encountered the national master thus far, acquiring a pill furnace for alchemical purposes was still feasible. Mu Nanjin continued to refine several types of elixirs until she finally succumbed to slumber. Less than 3 hours later, she was summoned by the household to partake in breakfast. Mu Nanjin wore a look of resentment. She truly wished to resign from her position in the genie way, yet it was likely tied to the tasks mentioned by the system, leaving her no choice but to endure. After breakfast, Mu Qini announced to everyone that he would be departing the capital for another assignment. Tang Lu Zhao remained silent. Seeing her lack of opposition, Tang Wenzong did not pursue the matter further and rose to accompany Tang Lu Zhao in seeing Mu Qini off. The servants had long since brought the horse and carriage to the front gate. Upon seeing the black steed, Mu Qini inquired of Mu Nanjin, "Have you decided on a name for the black horse?" Without hesitation, Mu Nanjin replied, "Black Charcoal." Tang Wenzong and Tang Jingrui exchanged glances, exclaiming, "That name sounds more suited for a dog, utterly unworthy of such a grand and beautiful horse." Black Charcoal? A fine name indeed. Mu Qini laughed heartily. It is indeed as black as charcoal. Before others, he often bore a serious expression, yet with Mu Nanjin, he readily laughed and gifted her a horse worth over 50,000 gold. No wonder Tang Lu Zhao felt a twinge of jealousy. Mu Qini mounted his horse and, gazing ahead, instructed, "Take good care of her." The black horse neighed in response. Tang Jingrui nodded, "I will." Tang Wenzong wished to offer consolation but, aware of the imminent court assembly, refrained. Mu Nanjin positioned herself atop Black Charcoal, patting its neck, to the palace. With a swift command, the black horse galloped toward the palace. "Wait, Mu Nanjin can ride?" thought Tang Wenzong, dismayed. His carriage hastened to catch up. "Mu Nanjin, you must heed my words. Your horse is too conspicuous. It would be wise not to ride this one to the palace, as it may bring you trouble." Ignoring his warning, Mu Nanjin drifted into slumber, her steed racing swiftly, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, Tang Wenzong thumped his seat, lamenting, "The Tang family will inevitably face calamity at her hands." As the appointed hour arrived, the monarch and ministers convened for court. The emperor wasted no time, directly addressing them. "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts on my proposal to establish a women's national academy?" The ministers exchanged discreet glances. The left chancellor stepped forth, extending his hands. "Your Majesty, there is an ancient saying, a woman with no talent is virtue. Since time immemorial, women have been tasked with maintaining propriety, kindness, and virtue, remaining dutiful in the home, serving their husbands, and nurturing their children. With such virtuous wives, families thrive in harmony." The right chancellor followed suit. "Your Majesty, our Qian nation has no examinations for women. Thus, founding a women's academy would be an exercise in futility, exposing women to public scrutiny, which could tarnish their reputation." The other ministers engaged in hushed discussions. Setting aside the left and right chancellor's arguments, the only girls who could attend the academy would be from wealthy families, as commoners could neither afford the tuition nor spare the time for studies. Wealthy and powerful families preferred to hire tutors for their daughters at home, rather than sending them to a school. Moreover, girls were only expected to learn skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and needlework, with anything beyond that deemed unnecessary and impractical. Indeed. The emperor observed the lack of support from any minister, his countenance darkening, and spoke in a deep voice. "What if I were to not only establish a women's academy, but also introduce examinations for women? In that case, the academy would no longer be meaningless." The ministers hastily knelt, urging him to reconsider. The emperor, enraged, rose from his dragon throne. nearly throwing down his sleeves in frustration. How absurd! A bunch of antiquated old fools. The minister's expressions shifted dramatically. The emperor's anger began to subside as he raised an eyebrow. Have you not heard the saying, women can hold up half the sky? If you have not, then all the knowledge you have amassed is for naught. The ministers flushed with embarrassment. They yearned to refute Mu Nanjin's words, but could not allow her to know they could hear her thoughts. You simply cannot bear to lose, fearing women surpass you. Hence you proclaim that a woman's lack of talent is virtue. Take the left chancellor's ferocious wife, who made him kneel on an abacus last night for drinking too much. Such a punishment is lenient. Had it been me, I would have made him kneel on nail boards and then see if he would still dare to claim that a woman's lack of talent is virtue. The ministers struggled to suppress their laughter as they glanced towards the left chancellor. I suddenly recalled the numerous bruises that adorned the left chancellor's body, which he always attributed to accidents. Now it seemed clear that they were inflicted by his wife. No wonder he seldom invited us to his home. Perhaps he feared we would discover the truth about his formidable partner. The left chancellor's face was particularly grim, wishing to bury his head in the ground to escape the shame. The emperor, amused, thought to himself, let us see how he will respond. In a household with a formidable matriarch, it is no wonder that the left chancellor opposes the establishment of a women's academy. A woman, even if illiterate, can be fiercely dominant. Imagine her once she acquires knowledge and skills. Surely she would rise above him. Although the right chancellor does not contend with a fierce matron, he is nonetheless a devoted son, obedient to his mother's every word. He harbors resentment, feeling stifled by his inability to resist her. And when he hears of the emperor's plan to open a women's academy, he instinctively recoils, fearing that women might become as controlling as his mother. It is baffling how such a man can hold the position of right chancellor. Then there is the general of the Western expedition, whose imposing stature instills fear in scholars. Yet he finds himself cowed before his wife. The general, initially absorbed in a performance, startled the audience, including the emperor, with a sudden shout upon hearing his name mentioned by Mu Nanjin. Interrupting her internal musings, he rushed to kneel beside the left chancellor, declaring, I have something to say. The emperor raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is it? The general articulated his belief that both the left and right chancellors were mistaken in their views. While women may appear physically weaker, their courage, ingenuity, and perseverance rival those of men. He boldly claimed that if women were ever to take the battlefield, their valor would match that of their male counterparts. The emperor, suppressing a smile, encouraged him to continue. The general expressed his conviction that establishing a women's academy was a wise decision, advocating not only for literary education but also for martial training. He envisioned a future where women could fight valiantly, thus strengthening the military and elevating the nation of Deqian above all others. Mu Nanjin nodded in satisfaction at the general's words, recognizing the invaluable contributions of his wife, who had played a crucial role in his victories. Most of his strategies and numerous rescues of soldiers were attributed to her. It would be a disservice to neglect the emperor's initiative to create a women's academy and to grant his wife a military title. The other officials looked on in astonishment as the general met the emperor's inquisitive gaze, nodding in agreement with Mu Nanjin's assertions. Without his wife's support, he mused, he would likely hold a much lesser rank, far removed from his current esteemed position. Eager to meet this remarkable woman, the emperor expressed his willingness to promote her to the rank of general if she lived up to the general's commendations. Addressing Zheng Ai Qing, he commanded him to visit the Imperial study after court. The general acquiesced. The emperor then turned to the other ministers, asking, Is there anyone else who supports my proposal? Before anyone could respond, Mu Nanjin's thoughts resurfaced, evoking memories of the tragic fates of concubines and princes lost in the palace, sending shivers down the spines of the officials. Though the day appeared calm, the families of Song and Su had already faced secret executions. Mu Nanjin internally fumed. When women are resolute, even men find them fearsome. When they are clever, they render men superfluous. Frustration welled up within her, wishing to storm into the court and berate the officials until they were thoroughly embarrassed. The ministers, sensing her fervor, thought, there's no need to storm in. We are already left speechless by her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Mu Nanjin acknowledged the emperor's wisdom in not underestimating women. The future of De Qian's women appeared bright, and though the emperor could not live for a millennium, perhaps a longevity elixir could extend his life. The mere mention of this elixir caused the emperor and his ministers to widen their eyes in astonishment. The prospect of a longevity elixir was indeed astonishing. Unbeknownst to Mu Nanjin, her thoughts revealed a potentially alarming revelation. Why has the Golden Hall fallen silent again? Why is there such reluctance to support the education of women, a clearly beneficial endeavor? Do you not consider your own daughters, especially those who are without sons, and how their success could bring honor to your families? If you fear they might marry, why not arrange suitable matches? Surely many would be eager to join your households. The Minister of Justice, who had 10 daughters, suddenly brightened with excitement, stepping forward to declare, I support the Emperor's initiative to establish women-s academies and the creation of a women-s examination system. Soon, many other ministers joined in support. Even the initially reluctant left and right chancellors were compelled to stand in favor, fearing the repercussions of remaining silent. Seeing the overwhelming support from his ministers, the emperor felt immense joy and waved his hand, signaling the end of court. The ministers, lacking further petitions, departed the Golden Hall in succession. As Mu Nanjin took her leave, she was called by Liu Baihu. Mu Nanjin. Surely this can't bode well. He must want me for some tiresome task, she thought. Liu Baihu, visibly exasperated, pressed Mu Nanjin. Feigning ignorance, she replied, I cannot hear you. I choose to ignore you. Liu Baihu, forehead creased with frustration, approached and grasped her shoulder firmly, stating, I need to speak with you. Do you truly need me? Is the Jingyi Guard so reliant on my presence? She retorted, I am but a mere individual, unskilled in anything beyond collecting my monthly stipend. Liu Baihu's temper flared. He pondered who was responsible for assigning her to his command. It was clear that someone harbored animosity towards him, seeking revenge through her. I have a matter of importance. He finally managed to say, if you handle it well, your reward will exceed what you received yesterday. Mu Nanjin's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. How much? Liu Baihu cryptically replied, that depends on how adeptly you navigate the situation. Navigate? I do not quite grasp your meaning. This is not the place for discussion. Let us find a more private setting. Her thoughts could easily become public knowledge, and Liu Baihu was wary of speaking openly. Where do you intend to go? She asked, intrigued.
Follow me.
As Liu Baihu turned, he encountered the Chief Eunuch Shou, who served in the Empress Dowager's court. Greetings, Chief Eunuch Shou. Upon realizing the Empress Dowager sought Mu Nanjin, Liu Baihu quickly slipped a silver ingot into Shou's hand, inquiring, May I ask why the Empress Dowager wishes to see Mu Nanjin? Liu Baihu glanced at Mu Nanjin, who remained silent. Resorting to elders for support after failing to best me yesterday, the status of a princess is hardly formidable. Liu Baihu, oblivious to the backstory, was in a state of distress, whispering, What did you do to Princess Shuiyu? I merely spoke the truth, Mu Nanjin reassured him, patting his shoulder. Fear not. I shall be fine. Fortune seems to smile upon me. I was just contemplating ways to earn money, and now an opportunity presents itself. Liu Baihu remarked. Chapter 14. Truly a remarkable person. With joy in her heart, Mu Nanjin followed Chief Eunuch Shou to the Yongshou Palace. Along the way, Shou discreetly observed her every move. Throughout the journey, Mu Nanjin maintained a serious demeanor, leaving him unable to discern her thoughts. However, her buoyant stride suggested she felt no trepidation about meeting the Empress Dowager. Upon arrival, Shou paused outside the palace doors. Mu Guard, please wait here for a moment while I report your arrival. Mu Nanjin nodded as Shou entered the palace. Princess Shuiyu, who was massaging the Empress Dowager's temples, inquired eagerly, Has she arrived? Princess Shuiyu smiled with satisfaction and instructed to let her wait outside until she was fully satisfied before allowing her to enter. Eunuch Shou glanced at the Empress Dowager, his loyalty firmly aligned with her will. The Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, and before she could speak, a woman's voice echoed from outside. In her youth, the Empress Dowager was a humble farmer's child, having experienced the hardships of common folk. After marrying the previous emperor, she witnessed countless soldiers perish in battles, while those who survived were often scarred by near-death experiences. Therefore, she held great respect for the meritorious. treating court officials and her servants with kindness, understanding that everyone faced their own struggles. As long as no one crossed her bottom line, she remained approachable and refrained from arbitrary punishment. The sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted Princess Xiuyu sought the Empress Dowager's assistance precisely because she understood her character, intending to frighten me using the most respected woman in the empire rather than imposing severe punishment. Otherwise, she would have summoned the Empress to deal with me. After all, the Empress, born into a prestigious family, emphasized propriety and would not tolerate any disrespect towards the royal family. If she knew someone had insulted the princess, she would surely punish them. Since Princess Xiuyu was not genuinely intent on punishing me, I pondered whether to feign fear to make her believe I was intimidated. However, how could I pretend if I truly could not?
What a predicament.
The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, finding amusement in the situation. A fortnight ago, when she heard Mu Nanjin's heartfelt words, she found it intriguing. Since then, without further encounters, she had not given it much thought. But now she understood why the Emperor kept her close. She made life far more enjoyable. Princess Xiuyu curiously asked Grandmother, "What makes you smile?" The Empress Dowager shook her head, suppressing her amusement, and replied, "Let her wait a little longer, as you wish." Outside the hall, Mu Nanjin, having waited for quite some time without a summons, leaned against a nearby pillar and dozed off. A palace maid stationed at the entrance noticed and hurried inside to report. Upon hearing that Mu Nanjin had fallen asleep outside, Princess Xiuyu stormed out in exasperation. "Mu Nanjin, how can you sleep while waiting to see the Empress Dowager?" Mu Nanjin, not truly asleep, opened her eyes upon hearing Princess Xiuyu's voice. "I apologize, I must have dozed off from fear." Princess Xiuyu was infuriated, nearly bursting with rage. Who could possibly be so frightened as to fall asleep? "I could," Mu Nanjin replied. "Xiuyu, let her in." The Empress Dowager's voice echoed from within the hall. Princess Xiuyu glared at Mu Nanjin, saying, "Grandmother has summoned you." As Mu Nanjin entered the grand hall, she saw the Empress Dowager seated gracefully on the phoenix chair and bowed. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager feigned a stern expression and asked, "Do you know why I summoned you to Yongshou Palace?" "Yes," Mu Nanjin replied, producing a jade bottle. "This is a token of apology for Princess Xiuyu." Intrigued, Princess Xiuyu took the jade bottle and inquired, "What is this?" "Yuyandan," Mu Nanjin replied. "Yuyandan? Is it a medicine?" Princess Xiuyu had never heard of such a remedy. "What effects does it have?" "If Princess Xiuyu consumes it, her skin will become even more delicate and fair, akin to that of an infant. If the Empress Dowager takes it, it will reduce wrinkles and white hair, restoring her to the appearance of 30. Princess Xiuyu's eyes sparkled with interest. Does it truly have such miraculous effects? The Empress Dowager was also intrigued. Being a woman, she too longed for eternal youth and to stave off aging, but her wrinkles and white hair seemed to multiply daily, impossible to conceal. "The elixir I concocted will undoubtedly astonish you both," Mu Nanjin assured. "Princess may taste one to ascertain its authenticity," she suggested. Princess Xiuyu, skeptical, questioned, "What if you have given me poison?" Mu Nanjin retorted, "I have no enmity with the princess, so why would I risk my family's lives to poison you?" After some contemplation, Princess Xiuyu conceded, "How did you come by this elixir?" "I cannot disclose that. It was reasonable that such a miraculous remedy could not be shared with just anyone. I find your gift satisfactory, but you must not treat me with such disrespect in the future. Now you may leave." Princess Xiuyu could hardly contain her eagerness to try the elixir. "I take my leave," Mu Nanjin said, exiting the grand hall with grace. Princess Xiuyu approached the Empress Dowager. "Grandmother, do you believe her Yuandan is genuine?" "It should be," the Empress Dowager replied, having sensed from Mu Nanjin's heart that she was not deceiving them. Yet, she remained cautious and instructed Eunuch Shou, "Quickly summon the head of the medical department." "Understood." Without awaiting the head's formal greeting, Princess Xiuyu urged him, "Hurry, examine this medicine for any toxins." The head of the medical department took the elixir, sniffed it carefully, and after a moment, declared, "I detect 5 herbs beneficial for the skin. But the remaining components are indistinguishable due to their mixture. However, I can assure you it contains no poison." Princess Shuiyu continued, "Do you know what effects this elixir has?" "Yu Yandan," he replied.
Yu Yandan?
The head shook his head. "I have never heard of it. I cannot ascertain its properties." The Empress Dowager recognized his genuine ignorance and waved him off. Anxiously, Princess Shuiyu implored, "Grandmother, what if the head does not know the effects of the elixir?" The Empress Dowager contemplated Mu Nanjin's sentiments and mused, "Take the elixir to the National Master for identification. If he is also unaware, we shall find someone to taste it." Mu Nanjin's bottle contained 3 pills, perfect for testing. If all went well, both she and Princess Shuiyu could each have one. "I shall seek the National Master," Princess Shuiyu declared, overjoyed at the prospect of seeing Feng Xinan, racing out of the Yongshou Palace before the Empress Dowager could respond. The Empress Dowager shook her head in resignation. Chapter 15. Money can make the devil turn the mill at the Star Ascension Pavilion. Princess Shuiyu rushed to the top floor and found Feng Xinan, who was divining on the Sun Terrace. "Brother Feng, I have something to discuss with you." Feng Xinan stepped inside and asked, "What is it?" Princess Shuiyu presented the jade bottle to him. "My grandmother wishes for you to help identify the contents of this medicine." Feng Xinan studied her intently, suspecting she had sought him out under false pretenses. "It is true. It is my grandmother who sent me to find you," she insisted, anxiously uncapping the bottle. A faint aura wafted from within. Feng Xinan paused, took the bottle, and poured out a pill to sniff. "It is a rejuvenating elixir." Princess Shuiyu inquired, "Is it called rejuvenating elixir? I thought it was Yuyandan." "It has several names, but the effect remains the same. It restores youth." Princess Shuiyu exclaimed with delight, "It truly can restore youth? It was given to me by Mu Nanjin as an apology for the affront by the Imperial guards yesterday." Mu Nanjin. Feng Xinan was taken aback. "She possesses an elixir? Where did she acquire it? How could she part with something so precious?" Princess Shuiyu nodded eagerly. "Brother Feng, can you confirm if it is safe to consume?" "It is safe, but as you are still young, the effects may not be markedly noticeable. Moreover, given its rarity, you may wish to save it for later." Princess Shuiyu, filled with anticipation to experience the elixir's effects, refrained from lingering at the Star Ascension Pavilion as she usually would. Mu Nanjin, curious, inquired, "What is so urgent that we must retreat to the secret chamber to discuss?" Lu Baihu silently thought, "It is not so much a matter of secrecy as it is concern for others overhearing your sentiments. Do you know of the 4 princes?" "The 4 princes?" Mu Nanjin shook her head. "I have only heard of the Holy Prince, the Respectful Prince, the Imperial Prince, and the Royal Prince, never the 4 princes." "Does the Great Qian Kingdom have 4 princes?" Lu Baihu grimaced slightly. "The 4 princes I refer to are indeed the Holy Prince, the Respectful Prince, the Imperial Prince, and the Royal Prince. The 4 princes once aided the late emperor in establishing the dynasty. However, after the ascension of the new emperor, they departed."
Oh.
"Why do you mention them? Have you discovered their intention to revolt?" Lu Baihu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly hushed, Shoo. "We cannot speak of such matters without evidence. Could you lower your voice? If someone hears us, it could cost us our heads." Mu Nanjin rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Are we not in a secret chamber? Who could possibly overhear us? Besides, I have not spoken falsely. They indeed harbor rebellious intentions. Once a person acquires power, they invariably crave greater authority." Lu Baihu. Not hearing a response from him, Mu Nanjin pressed, "If they are not plotting rebellion, why do you bring them up? Do you not wish to investigate them?" Lu Baihu inhaled deeply. "We need to ascertain whether they are indeed planning a revolt." Mu Nanjin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you implying that you wish for me to investigate them?" Lu Baihu nodded. "Yes, you are a young lady. They will not suspect you as much, making you the most suitable candidate. However, the task may prove perilous. Are you willing to undertake it?" In truth, the Jinui had already conducted discreet investigations on the 4 princes, albeit with scant evidence. Thus, in desperation, Lord Kan and others resorted to enlisting Mu Nanjin to glean further information. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Nanjin agreed, "I am willing. I fear no danger." "This is splendid. At last, I can embark on an official assignment. I shall find a place to hide and indulge in slumber during the assignment. Once the investigation concludes, I will report the gossip I have gathered. Not only will I evade danger, but I shall also earn several months of vacation while receiving generous rewards, truly a win-win situation. Hooray! I adore official assignments. Lu Baihu, reluctant to shatter her delightful fantasy, nonetheless stated, in a month's time, it will be the emperor's birthday. The four princes will gather with their families to celebrate, providing a prime opportunity for you to investigate. Nanjin's enthusiasm waned. My vacation is gone. I am unhappy. I do not wish to continue this. I have lost my motivation. May the four princes rebel swiftly. And may the Jinui be eliminated, so I need not toil from dawn until dusk. Lu Baihu felt utterly exhausted. If we successfully eliminate them, a wealth of rewards awaits us. Nanjin's eyes brightened once more. What rewards? You should be aware that when the Jinui raid the homes of officials, they uncover vast treasures, correct? Nanjin nodded. Even if she had not witnessed it firsthand, she had seen plenty on television. Lu Baihu, sensing the efficacy of his persuasion, continued to entice her. Those who participate in the raids will discreetly claim some valuables for themselves, provided no one outside the Jinui discovers it. It then depends on your skill in how much wealth you can carry away. Nanjin inquired, so the claiming you speak of refers to stealing, does it not?
Indeed.
If you were to covertly take an emerald necklace, you could exchange it for tens of thousands of taels. Surely, that is more than your reward from yesterday? Nanjin nodded thoughtfully. Let me see how much wealth the four princes possess. Wow, that is a great deal. Lu Baihu perked up his ears. The Holy Prince alone possesses 1,000,000 taels of gold and 5,000,000 taels of silver, with jewels so abundant that even he is unaware of their quantity. His financial might alone equates to 1/3 of the national treasury. Combined with the other princes, their wealth surpasses that of the treasury itself. What a tremendous fortune! Lu Baihu. They have discovered the four princes possess vast riches, yet they never anticipated it would be to such an extent. No wonder they can afford so many soldiers. To think I am only allowed to take one emerald necklace from such a fortune. Do they believe me to be a fool or a simpleton? No, I must devise a plan to acquire more. I need to contemplate how to stealthily obtain them without anyone noticing. Ha! Lu Baihu suddenly let out a cold laugh. To think you could acquire more treasures by merely divulging your thoughts?
Dream on.
Lu Baihu cleared his throat. Once we raid the homes of the four princes, we shall strike it rich. Just envision the joy it brings. Do you not agree? Nanjin nodded. I will strive to uncover evidence. This is a secret mission. No one must know, including Tang Qianhu. Understood? Why must you constantly mention Tang Jingrui in my presence? Do I appear to be so fond of him? No. I must find an opportunity to clarify my stance. Lu Baihu, Nanjin asked, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall go eat. Nothing else. Lu Baihu escorted her out of the secret chamber. As Nanjin exited the document office, Can Chaoyan and Tang Jingrui emerged one after another. Can Chaoyan inquired, did she agree? Lu Baihu replied irritably, money can move mountains. Did you bribe her? Of course not. She agreed upon hearing that raiding homes could yield valuable items. A silence ensued. Lu Baihu questioned Tang Jingrui, is Nanjin truly in such dire need of money? No wonder. Can Chaoyan remarked, as long as she has consented, that is sufficient. We can breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Duzan rushed in, not good. Nanjin has been apprehended by the Imperial guards. Chapter 16, a fortune hard to seek. Just as Nanjin had finished serving herself a meal in the cafeteria, she was suddenly seized by the Imperial guards and dragged out of the way residence to a prison cart. No one explained the reason for her capture, leaving her utterly bewildered. Surrounded by stern-faced Imperial guards, it was impossible to extract any information from them. I shall eat something to calm my nerves. Lu Baihu and the others, who had chased after her, nearly stumbled in disbelief. How could she remain so composed at such a time? We are eager to learn how you managed this. Tang Jingrui steadied his breath and approached the leader of the Imperial Guards, Lord Qi. May I inquire what charges have been brought against Nanjin? The leader of the Imperial Guards, unwilling to offend the Jinui, dismounted and replied, Lord Tang. We are merely following orders and are unaware of the specifics. I sincerely apologize. Tang Jingrui furrowed his brow, discreetly offering him a pouch of silver. Nanjin is but a young girl. I implore you, Lord Qi, to look after her. Thank you in advance. Tang Jingrui approached Mu Nanjin and quietly asked, "Do you know what offense you have committed before the emperor?" "I have committed no offense," Mu Nanjin replied innocently. "What if I am imprisoned and unable to eat?" Tang Jingrui, that is a compelling argument, difficult to dispute. Ken Chaoyan approached and patted Tang Jingrui on the shoulder. "Do not worry. I will have someone in the palace inquire about the situation. If Mu Nanjin has truly committed a grave offense, the Tang family will not escape unscathed either." The Wei residence is not far from the palace, and no sooner had Mu Nanjin finished her meal than she was ushered off the prison cart to Yongshou Palace. The courtyard of Yongshou Palace was filled with people. Apart from eunuchs, palace maids, and guards, the other masters covered their noses to shield themselves from the overwhelming stench. The leader of the Imperial Guards reported, "Your Majesty, Mu Nanjin has been brought in." Upon hearing of Mu Nanjin's arrival, Princess Xiuyu rushed forward. Seizing her clothing and shaking her violently, "Mu Nanjin, what kind of medicine did you give to the Empress Dowager? Why does she suffer from continuous abdominal pain and diarrhea? With even the Imperial physicians at a loss? Her body is covered in filth that cannot be washed clean. It is because of your medicine that she has become this way. If anything happens to her, I will ensure you and the Tang family pay the price." Mu Nanjin pondered for a moment. "Did I not inform you of the potential side effects after taking the medicine?" "You did not," Princess Xiuyu asserted. "No wonder I felt something was amiss. It turns out I failed to remind them of that detail. It is not my fault." I had not finished speaking when Princess Xiuyu urgently asked me to leave. Mu Nanjin inquired, "How long has it been since taking the medicine?" Eunuch Shou quickly replied, "It has been over half an hour." "Oh, that's about right. We should wait a little longer." At that moment, a eunuch outside the courtyard announced, "The National Master has arrived. Brother Feng." Princess Xiuyu cried as she rushed towards Feng Xinan. Feng Xinan slightly shifted his form, allowing Princess Xiuyu to run past him, while the maid behind him caught her securely. Feng Xinan glanced at Mu Nanjin and approached the emperor, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor, anxious, asked, "National Master, what of mother?" Feng Xinan reassured him, "Rest assured, your majesty, the Empress Dowager is unharmed. We shall patiently await the outcome." The emperor felt somewhat relieved. After approximately 2/4 of an hour, the sounds of the Empress Dowager's pain gradually ceased. Following this, the eunuchs and maidens from Yongshou Palace entered the room, carrying buckets of hot water, and removed the dirty, foul-smelling water. Then, a series of gasps erupted from within. "What on earth is happening?" Princess Xiuyu anxiously ran towards the door, but was stopped by the empress. "Mother, why are you holding me back?" The empress comforted her. "Listen to the sounds. They do not seem ominous. Let us wait a little longer." At that moment, the door swung open, and Granny Hui emerged with a look of delight. The emperor hastily inquired, "Granny, what transpired within?" "Good news, splendid news. You won't believe it, your majesty, the Empress Dowager." Granny Hui began, but was interrupted by the empress.
Yes.
As others learned that the Empress Dowager was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Should I contemplate the price for each pill now?" The emperor and the national master exchanged glances with Mu Nanjin. After another 2/4 of an hour, the door opened once more, revealing a foot adorned with exquisite phoenix shoes stepping out. Following that, a youthful and dignified visage, both familiar and somewhat foreign to the onlookers, appeared before them. Heavens! Gasps and sharp intakes of breath filled the air. Princess Xiuyu stared in shock at the young woman clad in a phoenix robe. "Is this my grandmother?" The emperor, in disbelief, gazed at the visage that appeared over a decade younger than his own. You are mother? Who else could I be? Have you forgotten what I looked like in my youth?" The Empress Dowager smiled at the physicians kneeling on the ground. "I am well. You may rise." "Thank you. Thank you, Empress Dowager." The physicians hurriedly got to their feet. The Empress Dowager turned to Mu Nanjin, who stood among the crowd, and waved her hand with a smile. "Mu girl, come here." Mu Nanjin approached her. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager grasped her hand, saying, "The efficacy of the pill is remarkable. Although it caused me considerable discomfort initially, after changing clothes, I felt entirely rejuvenated. It seems not only has my visage regained its youth, but my body has also been revitalized." Mu Nanjin explained, What you are experiencing is due to the pill expelling impurities and ailments from your body, rejuvenating you. Otherwise, if only your face were youthful while your body remained frail. What would be the significance? Is this truly the effect of the Yuan pill? Princess Xiuyu circled around the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, "This is astonishing. Grandmother, you now appear even younger than my mother." The Empress Dowager chuckled. "Moo girl, I have one more question. Now that I have regained my youth, when will I age again? How long will the effects of the medicine last?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, you will not age rapidly. You will age gradually, just as before. However, if your lifespan is predetermined, becoming youthful will not alter that." "I see." The others were all intrigued, especially the Empress and concubines, who were eager to regain their youth. One concubine eagerly asked Mugard, "Do you have any more Yuan pills?" Mu Nanjin glanced at them, noticing their hopeful expressions,
And smirked, "Yes."
The crowd's eyes brightened, only to hear her add, "Each pill costs a fortune."
"What? So expensive?"
The price caused many to recoil in shock. "My pills are rare treasures. Naturally, they come at a premium." Chapter 17. It turns out to be a marriage proposal, with the misunderstanding resolved. Mu Nanjin was released without charges. She happily departed Yongshou Palace with the Empress Dowager's rewards. Upon learning she was unharmed, Tang Jingrui and Liu Baihu had been waiting for her outside the palace gates for quite some time. They must be worried I implicated the Tang family. Mu Nanjin thought as she rode towards the Tang residence, with Tang Jingrui following closely behind. Jiang Jinru warmly ushered Mu Nanjin into the main hall, where old Master Tang and his wife greeted her with smiles. Remarkably, no one in the Tang family reproached her for bringing trouble. Mu Nanjin was taken aback, while Tang Jingrui felt equally astonished. "I was taken away by the Imperial guards, and they are all so cheerful. Have they lost their minds? Or do they know I received rewards and are scheming to take advantage of the Empress Dowager's gifts?" Tang Jingrui and Tang Wenzong. "Yes, let us have tea." Jiang Jinru commanded a servant. "Why haven't you poured tea for our cousin yet?" A young maid stepped forward with a cup of tea for Mu Nanjin. She eyed the cup suspiciously. "The Tang family's attitude is truly questionable. Are they attempting to poison me in the tea to rid themselves of this calamity? Let me see what they are truly up to." A cough. Tang Wenzong, worried she might be lost to her thoughts again, coughed lightly. Jiang Jinru immediately seized the cue and proceeded with the topic. She smiled at Mu Nanjin, saying, Nan, you have reached the age of adulthood. It is time for you to consider marriage. Your uncle is a big man, often away, and it is not convenient for him to discuss such matters with you. Therefore, your aunt has taken the liberty of selecting a few suitable families for you." She added, concerned that Mu Nanjin might be upset. "Rest assured. The families we have chosen are worthy of your status as a 9th-rank Imperial Guard. You will not be wronged. Would you like to take a look?" Tang Jingrui, realizing his mother was discussing marriage for Mu Nanjin in his uncle's absence, felt anger rising. Tang Wenzong understood his son's sense of justice. Although he did not harbor affection for Mu Nanjin, he could not allow her to be bullied. He quickly placed a hand on his son's shoulder, leading him out of the hall. "Your aunt acted only with your uncle's consent." "Your aunt had your uncle's consent?" Tang Jingrui was skeptical. From what he knew of Mu Qinyi, he believed she would handle everything regarding Mu Nanjin herself and never delegate such an important matter. Hearing the latter part of the statement eased his mind. "So it's a marriage proposal in the hall." Mu Nanjin calmly sipped her tea. "Which families did Madam select for me?" "I have chosen 5 families for you." Jiang Jinru, fearful she might change her mind, quickly presented an illustrated album. Mu Nanjin opened the first page and was immediately struck by the ancient portraits. Despite the artist's best efforts to portray the subjects as handsome, they still bore the unmistakable traits of round faces, narrow eyes, large ears, and thick lips. Jiang Jinru introduced, "This is the young master of the inspectorate, who has just come of age. He is not only a scholar but also a teacher at the National Academy, distinguished in both talent and character." Mu Nanjin nodded. "He does seem commendable, but he spends his days drinking and is quite generous with his tips, so he will surely squander his entire salary within half a month. How could such a man support a family? Haha, what a splendid match you have introduced me to." Jiang Jinru beamed with pride. "Of course. The people I selected for you are remarkable. Tang Wenzong and Tang Jingrui, Mu Nanjin turned to the next page. The portraits were only slightly different from the previous ones, with the figures being a bit heavier and the hairpins looking different. He is the magistrate of Chongqing County, a few years older than the previous scholar. Though he was once married, his wife sadly passed away during childbirth, leaving him alone in the household. Should you marry him, you would assume the role of the lady of the house, and no one in Chongqing County would dare to bully you or speak ill of you. Indeed, no one would dare bully me, except for the magistrate, right? Did not the last magistrate's wife suffer a beating that led to her premature labor and eventual death? The magistrate of Chongqing County is a monster. His previous wives have met untimely ends at his hands. But he is the magistrate, and no one dares to investigate. Everyone simply assumes his wives died by accident. Tang Wenzong and Tang Jingrui expressed their astonishment. Previous wives? How many spouses did the magistrate of Chongqing County have before? Why did Jiang Zhenru not clarify this? Mu Nanjin closed the painting album. Did your aunt select the individuals in this album?
Yes.
The people your aunt chose for you are undoubtedly exceptional. It seems Tang Luzhao truly cannot tolerate my presence. Mu Nanjin glanced at the box gifted by the Empress Dowager. It is time to leave the Tang family. She refrained from confronting Tang Luzhao, as Mu Qin and the original owner owed too much to her. Tang Wenzong and Tang Jingrui exchanged puzzled glances. Mu Nanjin rose and declared, "My uncle promised before his departure that he would find a man even better than Tang Jingrui to be my husband. Madam, do you truly believe these men surpass your son?" Jiang Zhenru blurted out. "How could they compare to my son? Then why introduce them to me?" Jiang Zhenru replied. The old matriarch of the Tang family snorted in displeasure. "You should consider your own status. How dare you dream of marrying a man superior to Jingrui? Dream on." In her heart, no one could surpass her grandson. Mu Nanjin scoffed. Although she remained silent, her countenance conveyed that she would indeed seek a husband superior to Tang Jingrui. She did not waste further words, taking the Empress Dowager's gift and leaving the hall. Jiang Zhenru hurried after her. The old matriarch of the Tang family, angered, said, "Let her go. I wish to see how well she can find a suitable husband." Tang Wenzong grasped Jiang Zhenru's arm and whispered, "None of those men are worthy. Do not introduce them." Jiang Zhenru responded with irritation. "What makes them unworthy? We painstakingly selected them for you and Lu Zhao. Do you know how much effort we invested?" Tang Wenzong sighed. "Let it be." Jiang Zhenru was bewildered. It is best not to meddle in adult matters. Chapter 18. Leaving the Tang family as the emperor had not ordered anyone to conceal the news of the Empress Dowager's rejuvenation. The information spread throughout the palace within a day. The following morning, officials discussed the matter in the court. Upon entering the palace, I overheard palace maids and eunuchs speaking of the Empress Dowager consuming a magical elixir to regain her youthful appearance. Is this true? This is absolutely true, my daughter. The noble consort witnessed the Empress Dowager's transformation firsthand. Early this morning, a palace maid was dispatched to inform me that the Dowager not only regained her youth, but also recovered her health. The maid mentioned that the elixir was presented to the Dowager and the princess by Mu Nanjin, and now all the concubines in the palace wish to acquire it. Yet one elixir costs 10,000 gold. The officials gasped in disbelief. 10,000 gold. That amounts to 100,000 taels of silver. Many present were deterred by such a price. They could not even gather 10,000 gold without losing everything. As Tang Wenzong arrived at the court, he heard the words 10,000 gold echoing in his ears. He inquired of his colleagues, "What is this about 10,000 gold?" His companions suddenly lit up, exclaiming, "Tang Darren has arrived." In an instant, all eyes in the court turned to him. Tang Wenzong felt a chill run down his spine under their eager gazes. Cautiously, he asked, "Why do all of you look at me? Has something happened?" The Minister of Personnel approached with a smile, placing an arm around his shoulder. "Xian Weilang." Tang Wenzong was taken aback. "Yao Darren, what brings you to seek me?" Recently, the minister had been cold towards him due to Mu Nanjin's sentiments. So this sudden warmth unsettled him. The minister chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Now that all the officials are aware of this matter, why pretend to be in the dark?" Tang Wenzong, bewildered, replied, "Forgive my ignorance. I truly do not understand what you are referring to." An official interjected, "Yao Darren. Tang Darren has just entered the court and likely is unaware of our discussion." The minister nodded. In that case, I shall be direct. Can your family's elixir for the dowager be offered at a lower price? What elixir? Tang Wenzong was drenched in sweat, perplexed as to when his family had ever sold an elixir to the dowager. The minister grew displeased, withdrawing his arm. I have made it clear. Yet you still feign ignorance? If you do not wish to sell it to us at a lower price, just say so. Tang Wenzong felt wronged and anxiously explained, Yao Darren, I truly do not know about any elixir. When has my family ever sold an elixir to the dowager? If I had such a treasure, I would not still be merely a fifth-rank official. The left chancellor stood up. It appears Tang Darren genuinely does not know about the elixir. Let us not press him further. A kind official clarified for Tang Wenzong. After hearing this, Tang Wenzong was left dumbfounded. Mu Nanjin gifted the dowager an elixir that restored her youthful appearance, and it is priced at 10,000 gold? 10,000 gold, a sum that could not be matched even by selling the entire Tang family. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tang Wenzong quickly clarified, I genuinely did not know Mu Nanjin possessed an elixir for rejuvenation. Had I known, I would have sought her out immediately for my elders. They're suffering from aging and illness. Having only heard that Mu Nanjin was taken into the palace and soon released without charges, he had not learned more, and thus was unaware of the elixir. Officials who had seen Tang Wenzong's parents spoke on his behalf. We have met Tang Darren's parents, who have long surpassed their prime. Then we must ask Tang Darren for assistance. She is taking a break today to seek a new residence. You are moving out of the Tang family? The old patriarch and matriarch of the Tang family looked at her in shock. Is this true? Tang Luzhao remained silent, showing no inclination to stop her. Of course it is true. I have already found a place, and I shall leave now. Mu Nanjin rose and walked toward the hall's entrance. Jiang Zhenru quickly called out to her, Mu Nanjin, do not act impulsively. It is unsafe for a young woman to stay outside alone. Mu Nanjin waved her hand dismissively. Tang Wenzong interjected, Mu Nanjin. She interrupted him. I am in a good mood now, and do not wish to hear your words. Tang Wenzong, isn't it only when one is in a bad mood that they do not wish to listen to others? How had she turned the tables? Mu Nanjin quickened her pace and exited the Tang household. By the time Tang Wenzong chased after her, she had vanished. Frustrated, he turned to the servants. Why did you not stop her? The servants looked innocent. Did you not wish for her to leave the Tang family? Why would we stop her? Tang Wenzong sent someone to pursue her, but unfortunately, they could not locate her. He strode back into the hall, angrily asking, Why did you all allow Mu Nanjin to leave? The old matriarch of the Tang family snorted. If we do not let her leave, does that mean we want her to continue clinging to Jingrui? Her departure is precisely what we desire. It spares us from worry, and if trouble arises in the future, we need not concern ourselves. Do you know that Mu Nanjin possesses a magical elixir? A magical elixir? Everyone was taken aback. Tang Wenzong recounted the elixir's details. Jiang Zhenru was left utterly stunned. The old matriarch of the Tang family stood up in a mix of anger and urgency, pounding her chest. That ungrateful girl possesses an elixir, yet hides it from us, watching us suffer from ailments. She does not consider us family. She is a thankless wolf raised by us. 10,000 gold coins would suffice for the entire household to live comfortably for a lifetime, let alone tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Tang Luzhao remained silent, his expression composed. Just as he set down his chopsticks and prepared to send someone to find Mu Nanjin, a sudden feminine voice broke the stillness. Hee. Tang Jingrui and Tang Wenzong paused, exchanging glances as they noted the lack of reaction from others. Was that the laughter of Mu Nanjin? Had she not left the Tang residence? How could they hear her voice? The people of the Tang family certainly do not suspect that I now reside in the house directly opposite their back door. Completely unaware of how close I am to them, hee. Tang Jingrui and Tang Wenzong. They may not have suspected, but they heard her nonetheless. Chapter 19. Bringing the emperor to your rescue. Mu Nanjin had taken a 3-day leave, entirely consumed by the affairs of her new residence. First, she had arranged for cleaning, then purchased furniture to furnish the rooms, and finally hired 3 servants to help manage the household. Once these tasks were complete, she felt that the residence truly belonged to her. Fortunately, her leave coincided with the official holiday for civil and military officials, allowing her to indulge in a long-awaited slumber. Yet, fate had other plans. Before the hour of the rabbit had fully arrived, a knock echoed at her door. "Miss, someone seeks your presence." Mu Nanjin groggily opened her eyes, noting the still dark sky outside, and replied irritably, "Who is it?" "He claims his name is Tang Jingrui." Upon hearing his name, Mu Nanjin felt a fleeting sense of being back at the Tang residence. She muttered, as expected of the Jinui, "How swiftly they have tracked me down." Furthermore, the maid added, "He insists you hurry, as there is a troop waiting for you outside." "A troop? Are we embarking on official business?" After freshening up, Mu Nanjin arrived at the entrance to find Qin Chaoyan awaiting her with a battalion of 200 men. Each Jinui was ranked above the 6th grade, clad in either deep blue or dark purple flying fish robes, all mounted on imposing black steeds, exuding an air of formidable authority. Whether commoners or officials, all would tremble in their presence. Goodness, so many high-ranking Jinui have come to escort me, a mere 9th grade officer. I am truly honored. I want to hold it against you for waking me early. The Jinui were divided into 9 ranks, with the highest being the 1st grade commander, followed by various ranks descending in prestige. Currently, she had only encountered the highest-ranking Jinui, Qin Chaoyan, who held the 4th rank, along with Deng Xingqiao. The Jinui, mounted and aligned, turned their gaze toward her in unison. "Mu girl, you finally emerged. We have been waiting for you for quite some time," Qin Chaoyan remarked cheerfully. "Is it not natural for men to wait for women?" "No patience at all. No wonder 7 out of 10 Jinui are still single," the crowd chimed in. Mu Nanjin inquired, "Why have you all come so early to find me?" Liu Baihu replied, "Today, the Emperor and Empress Dowager are visiting the Jingtu Temple outside the city to pay their respects, and they require protection." To pay respects? Rising so early just for that? The Emperor truly has too much time on his hands. Instead of enjoying a leisurely rest in the palace, he insists on venturing out. With such vitality, he might as well spend more time with the ladies in the harem to avoid any potential scandals. The Jinui wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiments. Mu Nanjin frowned. "I am but a weak woman. If you do not protect me, how can I be expected to protect others? Am I not the only female guard among the Jinui and the Imperial guards? Surely, I can only be there to keep the Empress Dowager entertained." This was, of course, to placate Mu Nanjin. In truth, the Empress Dowager believed that bringing Mu Nanjin along would alleviate any boredom on the journey. At that moment, the maid, Jinju, arrived leading a horse to Mu Nanjin. "They have already left the city gate. We must hurry to catch up." With a command, Qin Chaoyan urged his steed forward, followed closely by the others. Let us consider this an outing." Mu Nanjin resigned herself to following. Once outside the city, they chased for 10 miles before finally catching up to the grand procession. As Mu Nanjin observed the throng of over 1,000 people, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Such a grand display. Are they afraid no one would recognize the emperor among them? Or do they wish to draw attention, leading everyone to believe the emperor is here, while he has long since disguised himself and left for Jingtu Temple? Having little desire to ponder further, Mu Nanjin shifted her thoughts. "Never mind, I shan't concern myself with such matters. I'll see if there are any fresh gossip to entertain myself. It has been 3 days since I last indulged in gossip. I wonder how much has been updated." As Mu Nanjin activated the gossip system, those around her felt an immediate tension, their bodies rigid as if anticipating disaster. Everyone is selling their possessions just to purchase my medicine. I knew my concoctions would be in high demand, but alas, what? The crowd perked up their ears. "I do not sell to the righteous. I only sell to the corrupt." Why only the corrupt? Curiosity flickered in their eyes. As they awaited further elaboration, the sound of a carriage approached from behind. The group immediately became alert. "Is that guard Mu ahead?" Hearing Gong Xiaorong's voice, Mu Nanjin's eyes brightened, and she turned her horse to ride alongside his carriage. "Xiaorong." Tang Jingrui frowned. "Xiaorong, you have keen eyesight. Even in this dim light, you recognized Mu Nanjin at once. Your Jinui are all tall men. She is slender, making her easy to identify." Gong Xiaorong casually inquired, "Where are you headed?" "Jingtu Temple," Mu Nanjin replied. Tang Jingrui admonished Mu Nanjin, "How can you carelessly disclose our whereabouts to others? Do I need to reveal anything?" With such a grand procession, It is practically announced that the emperor is heading to Jingta Temple. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know. The Jinui exchanged glances. Ignoring Tang Jingrui, Mu Nanjin turned to Gong Xiurong. Where are you going? Today is the 15th. I am also going to pay my respects at Jingta Temple. Mu Nanjin raised an eyebrow. Just for that? Gong Xiurong chuckled. What else would it be? To secretly rendezvous with a monk? Mu Nanjin glanced at the unclosed gossip system, noticing an intriguing headline. Interesting. The three words hung in the air, leaving the Jinui in suspense. What is so interesting? Please, elaborate. Their impatience was palpable. Mu Nanjin stated. With so many people attending the temple, if anything arises, just call for Mu Nanjin. Gong Xiurong smiled. If I call, will you truly come? Indeed, I shall come. And I shall bring the emperor to your rescue. The crowd. He had not been this cheerful in quite some time. Chapter 20. A curious peculiarity on the official road. Aside from the sounds of hoofbeats and wheels, only Gong Xiurong's laughter filled the air. As the sun rose, the number of horse-drawn carriages and ox carts following them increased, with some travelers heading to distant lands while others sought the Jingta Temple for reverence. In the past, the Imperial guards and Jinui would have been on high alert, ensuring the emperor's safety. However, this time, no matter how hard they focused, their minds inevitably wandered, eavesdropping on Mu Nanjin's musings. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards has a peculiar fondness for the scent of sweat emanating from his soldiers. Once training concludes, he often finds excuses to reprimand them or inspect their bodies, seizing the opportunity to inhale their sweat, and finds it particularly delightful. Truly an odd quirk. The commander of the Imperial Guards and 5 subordinate leaders exchanged bewildered glances at the perpetually stern-faced deputy commander. They had always perceived the vice commander as an exceedingly strict leader, unaware that his actions were merely to satisfy his own desires.
Ah.
Who would have thought that Deng Xingqiao, known for his penchant to oppose the left courtyard at every turn, would actually fear his wife? TSK, quite surprising indeed. Can Chaoyan and the other Imperial Guards quickly perked up their ears to eavesdrop, but unfortunately, Mu Nanjin did not continue her discourse. Nonetheless, the knowledge that Deng Xingqiao was so cowardly was enough for them to mock him for a lifetime, leaving him to ponder whether he would dare to defy the left courtyard again. Can Chaoyan, upon hearing his name mentioned by Mu Nanjin, Can Chaoyan immediately raised his voice, calling out, Mu girl, we have arrived at Jingtua Temple. Mu Nanjin's thoughts were interrupted, causing her to murmur in annoyance. So, what if we have arrived? Why the need to remind me? Lu Baihu turned his horse around and approached Mu Nanjin, lowering his voice to remind her. Mu Nanjin, your duty is to protect the emperor and the empress, not Lord Xiurong.
Oh.
Mu Nanjin then realized she had been walking alongside Lord Xiurong's carriage. Lord Xiurong, I have official business to attend to, so I cannot accompany you any longer. Lord Xiurong, glancing at her serious demeanor, recalled her earlier words and could not help but chuckle. You must be ever ready, for I eagerly await your promise to bring the emperor to rescue me. Subsequently, a man clad in a dragon robe descended from the Imperial sedan chair. Although he bore a resemblance to the emperor, anyone familiar with the emperor would instantly recognize that he was not the same person. Mu Nanjin muttered to herself. As expected, the emperor is not in the carriage. Even the person seated in the Phoenix carriage was not the empress. The Imperial guards responsible for their protection displayed no signs of panic, clearly already aware that the emperor and empress were disguised as other individuals. Ascending the mountain, the Imperial guards cleared the path, with the emperor and empress walking in the middle, followed by the Imperial guards. Ordinary citizens dared not approach them too closely, and only when they reached the halfway point of the mountain did others begin to ascend. Although Jingtua Temple was situated at the peak, a long staircase led directly to its entrance, comprising a total of 1,320 steps. Apart from martial artists, others found themselves gasping for breath upon reaching the summit. Those in poor health would struggle to ascend Jingtua Temple. Tang Jingrui was concerned that Mu Nanjin might faint midway due to exhaustion, yet to his astonishment, she showed no signs of fatigue upon reaching the top. Appearing as if she were a seasoned martial artist, her breath steady and unwavering, which left him utterly astonished. Finally, they had reached the summit. Mu Nanjin stretched lazily, glancing at the temple's grand entrance with a slight smile. Assassin, just as she thought of the two words, a sudden rustle erupted, and hundreds of Imperial guards unsheathed their swords. Chapter 21. We absolutely believe the leaders of the Imperial guards bellowed, "Protect the Emperor and the Empress." Over 1,000 Imperial guards swiftly surrounded the Emperor and the Empress, their swords poised outward. The Imperial guards formed a protective perimeter around them, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The pilgrims had never witnessed such a frightening display and were frightened into retreating to the corners. Nanjin was bewildered by the flurry of activity from the Imperial guards and the Imperial guards. What are they doing? Did they discover an assassin? Where is the assassin? The leaders of the Imperial guards and the Imperial guards thought they would eventually be frightened to death by Nanjin. Among the Imperial guards, only the leaders could hear Nanjin's thoughts due to their higher ranks. The Imperial guards, on the other hand, were all of the 6th rank or above, each possessing an official seal, meaning they could all hear Nanjin's inner musings, which was why Qin Chaoyan did not bring any Imperial guards below the 6th rank. Confirming that there was no danger in the vicinity, Qin Chaoyan sheathed his sword and cleared his throat. There is no danger around. The vice commander of the Imperial guards approached Qin Chaoyan with a stern expression, suppressing his anger as he whispered, "Deputy Commander Qin, our duty today is to ensure the safety of the Emperor and the others, yet you brought her along?"
Yes, this nota jest.
If it were anyone else, it would be one thing, but she possesses the ability to reveal secrets through her thoughts. He was at a loss for how to reprimand her, his frustration boiling within. Qin Chaoyan felt equally helpless. It was the Empress's request for her to come. The vice commander of the Imperial guards. At that moment, the abbot emerged with a group of monks to welcome them, leading the Emperor and Empress into the largest hall of the temple. The Imperial guards swiftly conducted a thorough inspection of the hall, ensuring its safety before taking their positions at the entrance. Liu Baihu approached Nanjin. "You have no business here. You may wander around." Staying close to the Emperor was perilous, and he did not wish to be distracted by protecting her in case an assassin appeared. Nanjin inquired, "Was I not meant to stay beside the Empress?" Liu Baihu replied, exasperatedly lowering his voice, "I refuse to believe you cannot discern that the people within the hall are impostors. Where did the real ones go?" They were disguised as common citizens mingling among the pilgrims, and at present, he had no idea where they were, leaving it up to her to find them. This prompted Nanjin to recall the common folk who had been following the royal procession to Jingtuo Temple. The Emperor and Empress should be among them. Heh. So I am to accompany them and also search for others? Very well, I shall pretend to look for people while exploring other areas of the temple, lest I feel I have wasted my early morning venture to Jingtuo Temple, hee. As for the Emperor and the others, they can wait patiently. Once an assassin causes a stir, I will know where they are. She contemplated as she walked towards the back hall. Wait. The Emperor and the others are disguised as common citizens. Having me, a guard in a flying fish robe, accompany them would surely expose their identities, rendering their disguise meaningless. This implies they do not genuinely wish for me to accompany them. What then? Do they want from me? Do they find me too idle? TSK, truly inconsiderate. The Emperor and Empress, concealed among the common folk, found her mutterings both amusing and vexing. Can you believe the audacity of her words? We called her out. And yet it seems we have erred. Bringing her along has only dampened our spirits. The Emperor fumed, his head practically steaming. She might very well drive me to madness. The Empress could not help but chuckle. Having her with us is not entirely detrimental. At the very least, she has kept our spirits high throughout the journey, allowing us to unwind and fulfilling our purpose of seeking solace outside. Their carriage had been closely trailing the royal procession, thus they were fully aware of Nanjin's thoughts. Indeed, the Emperor, recalling the secrets he had gleaned from Nanjin regarding the ministers, could not help but smile. What a delightful yet infuriating girl. Since the Emperor is inconsiderate, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Do not blame me for not informing you that the monks in the temple are all assassins in disguise. The Emperor and the others were taken aback.
What?
The monks are all assassins in disguise? But the abbot was still the same one they had previously known. Could it be that the assassins have undergone transformations? Damn it, why not say something sooner? Is it too late to mention it now that we are here? No, if you say it, we will absolutely believe you. The Imperial guards roared in their hearts. Hee hee, I wonder who will recognize the other first, the Emperor or the assassins. Chapter 22. The love of revealing secrets. It goes without saying, it would undoubtedly be they who recognized the other first. Can Chaoyan approached the leader of the Imperial guards and spoke in the softest voice. If we were to withdraw immediately, it would raise the assassin's suspicions and lead to the suffering of the temple's citizens, potentially endangering the Emperor. What shall we do? After considering, Can Chaoyan proposed. The Emperor and the others must have heard Mu Nanjin's words. They will seek an opportunity to leave Jingtua Temple. Moreover, the National Master is secretly protecting the Emperor, so they should remain safe. The leader of the Imperial Guards concurred with his assessment. Then let us maintain the status quo for now. The Emperor and the others did not leave Jingtua Temple immediately. Departing at this moment would undoubtedly attract attention, so they planned to first pay their respects, waiting for some pilgrims to leave before following suit. Currently, the most relaxed individual was none other than Mu Nanjin. With no responsibilities for the Emperor's safety or the company of the Empress Dowager, she aimlessly wandered about. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager deliberately paraded in front of her, yet she feigned ignorance and turned away to other pursuits. Where are you, Emperor and Empress Dowager? I can't find you. What should I do? The Empress Dowager found the Emperor's childish demeanor at that moment rather amusing, eliciting both laughter and tears. After evading the Emperor, Mu Nanjin noticed Gong Xiaorong accompanied by his subordinates, entering the monks' quarters with a middle-aged man. Gong Xiaorong, the other party intends to kill you. How can you trust them so easily? Though they are merely a 9th-grade martial artist, inferior to your mastery, they are backed by a 9th-grade martial king assassin and another assassin of an unknown rank. Entering there is tantamount to a death sentence. A martial king. The presence of a martial king here was startling. Those who heard Mu Nanjin's thoughts were taken aback. A martial king was of a significantly higher caliber than a master. Within the entirety of the Deqian kingdom, there were only 2 martial kings. One, a 1st-grade martial king, secretly protected the Emperor, leaving the identity of the assassin targeting Gong Xiaorong uncertain, as well as whether they were connected to the plot against the Emperor. Soon enough, Mu Nanjin's thoughts provided the answer, prompting derisive laughter from those present. Oh, not much to say. You may be reticent, yet your inner thoughts are plentiful and keen to expose others' shortcomings. Were it not for the Emperor's protection, you would have perished countless times. Wait, did she just say that the one intending to kill Gong Xiaorong also aimed for the Emperor? Is that Emperor their sovereign? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. If a 9th-grade martial king sought the Emperor's life, none could stand in their way. The Emperor finally felt a twinge of fear. The Empress Dowager nodded, departing Jingtua Temple alongside the incense burners who had finished their offerings. The Jinui were anxious too, to prevent the monks from noticing any disturbances. Can Chaoyan took the excuse of needing to relieve himself to exit the Buddhist hall, then stealthily scaled the wall to leave the temple grounds. Chapter 23. It seems we cannot leave Mu Nanjin, upon realizing the Emperor had departed, instinctively followed. Oh, why did the Emperor leave? I promised to help him rescue Gong Xiaorong. I cannot go back on my word. The Jinui seethed in their minds. We can barely ensure our own safety. And yet you are preoccupied with saving others? You should be contemplating how to survive today. Sounds of combat echoed from the mountainside, and as she approached, she witnessed an elderly man in purple combat attire clashing with the Emperor's martial king guard. The assassins have discovered the Emperor's identity so swiftly? How did they find out? Can Chaoyan, rushing to her side, urgently pulled Mu Nanjin aside. What are you doing here? This place is perilous. When the fighting breaks out, no one will be able to protect you. Quickly, find a hiding spot. Just then, over 20 monks from Jingtua Temple charged in. All 8th and 9th grade martial artists, their faces ablaze with murderous intent as they surged towards the Emperor. Can Chaoyan hastily shoved Mu Nanjin into the shrubbery by the staircase and drew his sword to confront the enemies. Old Ken, this is not going to end well. Hearing this, Can Chaoyan hesitated slightly, nearly losing his head as a result. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he was drenched in cold sweat. That reckless girl couldn't remain quiet even in such a perilous moment? I nearly met the King of Hell, ready to serve him. Mu Nanjin, too, felt a shiver of anxiety for him. If your cultivation is lacking, you can make do with swordplay. Crouch down, raise your blade to strike at their feet, then retract it and stab behind you. Can Chao Yen instinctively followed her instructions and found his movements had accelerated. As if he could predict his opponent's next actions, swiftly dispatching 2 ninth-grade martial artist assassins. Was this mere coincidence, or, old Ken's swordplay has improved significantly, exuding the aura of a master. Well done, continue. Can Chao Yen thought. Did she not realize he was executing her thoughts with his blade? Mu Nanjin truly did not notice, as half her attention remained on the Emperor's martial king guard. The elder attacking the Emperor was a 9th-grade martial king, and the Emperor's guard was clearly outmatched. After a few exchanges, he was forced into a defensive stance. If this continued, the Emperor's martial king guard would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, an icy arrow shot in from a distance. The elder's expression changed, and he quickly retreated 2 steps. The ice arrow struck the ground, instantly freezing the earth beneath. Then, Feng Xinan descended from the sky, landing before the Emperor. The Emperor, filled with joy, exclaimed, "National Master." Feng Xinan spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, take the Empress Dowager and leave this place at once." "Very well, but you must also be cautious." The Emperor assisted the Empress Dowager down 2 steps when he heard Mu Nanjin's voice. "It seems we cannot leave." Mu Nanjin looked towards Jingtuo Temple, where a disheveled Gong Xiaorong was swiftly emerging from the temple. Following closely was a man clad in black robes, his face obscured by a black cloth, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, his phoenix-like eyes, visible beyond the mask, were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. A mere glance from him could freeze one to death. He followed Gong Xiaorong with an air of calm, his sword emanating a dark aura akin to a grim reaper's soul-snatching hook. Even Mu Nanjin felt the oppressive force radiating from him. He must be the individual mentioned in the gossip columns, whose cultivation level remained unreported. Chapter 24. We meet again as they sensed a formidable aura approaching. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jingtuo Temple. The elder's lips curled into a wicked grin as he leaped back onto a large tree, declaring, "He has arrived. None of you shall escape." Feng Xinan retreated to stand protectively before the Emperor, urging, "Hurry." The 1st-grade martial king swiftly lifted the Emperor and his entourage. Soaring down the mountain, Can Chao Yen lifted Mu Nanjin by her waistband. "You cannot outrun him." Can Chao Yen glanced down at her. Her expression was devoid of emotion, not a hint of fear. How could this girl remain so composed in the face of assassination? The elder called out to the man pursuing Gong Xiaorong, "Senior, if you do not act soon, they will escape." The man, hearing this, cast a nonchalant glance towards the fleeing direction of Mu Nanjin and the others, then, with deliberate slowness, raised his sword and swept it towards Gong Xiaorong. A fierce wave of sword energy shot forth from the blade's tip. Just as it was about to strike Gong Xiaorong, the necklace around his neck emitted a red light, countering the formidable force.
Boom.
The collision of powers resounded with a thunderous roar, and the resulting shockwave sent Gong Xiaorong hurtling towards Mu Nanjin and Can Chao Yen. Can Chao Yen had no time to evade. Thus, Gong Xiaorong's body crashed into both Can Chao Yen and Mu Nanjin, sending them plummeting from the heights. Can Chao Yen quickly harnessed his internal energy to cushion the fall, bracing himself against a nearby tree trunk to mitigate the impact, executing several somersaults in midair before landing safely. Phew! He exhaled in relief. Had he fallen directly, he might not have survived unscathed.
Run.
Can Chao Yen hurriedly reached for Mu Nanjin's hand. However, he grasped only a handful of her hair. Turning to look, he discovered she was holding on to Gong Xiaorong, who had just flown in, clutching his hair. He was both exasperated and speechless. How did he end up here? Mu Nanjin replied, "I caught him when he flew over." Her clear, innocent eyes only served to infuriate Can Chao Yen further. Gong Xiaorong weakly remarked, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Yes, though our reunion comes in a rather unusual manner. Mu Nanjin glanced at the necklace around his neck. Had it not been for its protection, he would have met his demise long ago. Gong Xiaorong had initially believed he could resolve his troubles solely due to that necklace. With a pained smile, he said, "I didn't call for your help. How did you appear?" "I didn't wish to either. You didn't ask for my assistance, yet I saved you. This is quite unbecoming. Hee hee, cough cough. Gong Xiaoyong was amused by her words, and the pain in his chest intensified with his laughter, causing him to frown. How could you still find humor at such a time? Ken Chaoyan was nearly infuriated. Hurry and run. Mu Nanjin declared. No need to run. He is here. The Emperor. He hurriedly approached the Emperor, saying, Your humble servant has failed to protect you and has caused you suffering. I will summon the Imperial guards to safeguard you now. The Emperor shook his head. Even if they come, they cannot save me. Why sacrifice them? At least the Emperor has a conscience. Mu Nanjin lowered her head and asked Gong Xiaoyong, Does this mean I have brought the Emperor to rescue you? The Emperor and others. Chapter 25. Perhaps she can truly accomplish it. Let us assume so. Gong Xiaoyong, bewildered, stepped down from Mu Nanjin's embrace and addressed the men pursuing him. You seek to kill me. Come at me directly and spare the innocent. He then lowered his voice to the Emperor and the others. I can buy you half a moment. Take this chance to escape. Ken Chaoyan remarked. They intend to kill the Emperor as well. They will not let us leave. Gong Xiaoyong replied. They want to kill me too. Mu Nanjin murmured. Gong Xiaoyong reassured her. Do not worry. If the Emperor and I perish, they should let you go. Mu Nanjin reiterated. I am also among those they wish to kill. Gong Xiaoyong finally comprehended his meaning. Why do they want to kill you? You are merely a 9th-rank Imperial Guard. Why pursue a lowly official? Mu Nanjin shook her head, indicating she did not know. I also wish to know the reason. I will capture them later for questioning. The Emperor and others. Are you joking? If they survive, it is already remarkable. How could we capture them? Gong Xiaoyong furrowed his brow. It seems we will all find it difficult to leave here alive today. Yet we cannot abandon our chance to escape. As I previously suggested, I will hold them off for a moment. You should flee as far as you can. Ken Chaoyan inquired. And you? What will you do? If they leave, he will surely die. I cannot leave. The others responded. Staying here is tantamount to death. We might as well follow his lead. This statement came from Feng Xinan. He observed the man approaching slowly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Unable to fathom why such a powerful figure would emerge from a small nation, Mu Nanjin nudged the Emperor. Hurry and go. The Emperor hesitated for a moment before quickly leading the Empress Dowager and the others to flee in another direction. Gong Xiaoyong, noticing Mu Nanjin standing still, anxiously furrowed his brow. Why are you still here? Mu Nanjin glanced at the Emperor and his entourage that had vanished into the woods and said, I will stay here with you. Without the Emperor here, I can finally take action. Take action? The Emperor and his group, perplexed, sprinted ahead. They have all fled. How can I demonstrate my prowess against the enemy? No one can bear witness to my actions. Where would my rewards come from? What a blunder. I should not have let them go. I should have kept someone behind as a witness. If someone were to vouch for me, if they knew I was so capable in combat, that would be troublesome. Wouldn't they then always call on me to be at the forefront? Where is Mu Nanjin? Ken Chaoyan's forehead creased with concern. She did not follow. The Empress Dowager worried. Wouldn't truly confront that man? Would she? It is highly likely. The Emperor, while running, vented his frustration. What chaos this little girl has caused. Ken Chaoyan, your servant is here, the Emperor asked. Can she repel that man? I secretly checked her pulse earlier. She possesses no internal strength. Then she is doomed? The more the Emperor thought, the angrier he became. How dare she even think of rewards? Should I grant her a golden coffin? Fine, I shall grant her that. The ever-silent Feng Xinan interjected. Perhaps she can truly accomplish it. The absence of internal strength does not equate to a lack of spiritual power. He is a prime example. Despite lacking internal power, he can still contend with a 9th-rank martial king. The Emperor asked, Accomplish what? A tremendous explosion echoed from a distance, precisely where they had previously departed. Chapter 26. The depravity of women is born from men's actions. The men pursuing Gong Xiaoyong, seeing the Emperor's escape, leapt into the air, launching another strike at Gong Xiaoyong and the others. A terrifying sword energy surged forth from the blade once more. Gong Xiaoyong hurriedly attempted to shield Mu Nanjin by pulling her behind him, but she took a step forward, raising her hand to meet the sword energy. At the moment the energy approached, A protective talisman shield suddenly manifested before them, and the sword energy struck the shield with a resounding bang. Gong Xiaoyong stared in shock at the scene. Could the person before him truly be just a young girl? Moreover, a ninth-rank Imperial guard had managed to withstand an attack more powerful than that of a martial king. The eyes of the men pursuing Gong Xiaoyong also revealed a flicker of disbelief. Subsequently, Mu Nanjin harnessed her spiritual energy to conjure a long sword of white light, launching herself at the man. As they clashed, it was as though a tempest had descended, a whirlwind sweeping through the forest. The two figures flashing like lightning in an unyielding battle. The deafening sounds of their strikes sent chills down the spines of those who heard them. Gong Xiaoyong suddenly recalled Mu Nanjin had once claimed she could defeat 10 masters with a single punch. At the time, he had thought she was jesting. How foolish he had been. In the skies, Mu Nanjin and the man were evenly matched in swordsmanship and cultivation, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Yet the terrifying sword energy flew in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the forest beneath them was leveled. Fortunately, the Emperor and his group were protected by Feng Xinan as they navigated various dangers, though they were sufficiently shaken by the incoming sword energy. The surroundings were filled with explosive sounds and flying debris. The Empress Dowager nearly lost her life from fright. Fortunately, having consumed the Yuyan pill, her body remained robust as that of a young person, preventing her from slowing down the Emperor and the others. On the other side, Mu Nanjin was pleasantly surprised by the opponent's ability to match her. It was her first encounter with such a formidable enemy since her arrival in this world. Unfortunately, she was not one to seek combat. The thoughts of defeating her opponent or engaging in a protracted battle were non-existent for her. Seeing that victory was elusive, she swiftly retrieved a pill from her waist and tossed it forward. The man, noticing this, quickly held his breath and reduced the pill to powder. However, the situation did not end there. As the powder fell upon him, his robes were instantly reduced to ashes, and his vision blurred. Suddenly, Mu Nanjin multiplied into hundreds of her own figures, and the surrounding space warped. The man sensed something was amiss, coldly cursing her as despicable before turning to flee. The depravity of women is born from men's actions. What is wrong? Gong Xiaoyong quickly supported her arm. Are you hurt? The Emperor, approaching them cautiously, scanned the surroundings. Where are the assassins? Gong Xiaoyong was about to respond when Mu Nanjin pinched her waist firmly, then said, We teamed up with an unexpectedly emerging expert to drive him away. Gong Xiaoyong, is she trying to conceal her strength? Feng Xinan surveyed the area. Where is that expert? Gong Xiaoyong replied. Pursuing the assassin? The Emperor inquired. Do you know who that expert is? The person was masked, leaving them in the dark. Feng Xinan was unconvinced by his words. Dear brothers, with so many pairs of eyes around, did you not see me injured? Although it was feigned, could you at least show some concern for me? Had I not driven off the assassin, would you be here chatting? The Emperor and others turned their gazes toward Mu Nanjin, who was being supported by Gong Xiaoyong. It was not that they could not discern her condition. It was simply that her act was far too convincing. To them, she appeared as though she had not slept enough. Chapter 27. The Emperor is about to bestow rewards again. The Empress Dowager stepped forward with concern. Mu girl, you seem quite weak. Are you injured? Quickly reward me. Bestow upon me some nourishing medicine to restore my strength. The assembly murmured. A millennium-old ginseng? Is it 1,000 years, or 2,000? Ginseng younger than 5,000 years is hardly worthy of my attention. The Empress Dowager added. Ah. And 1,000-year-old Lingji that is excellent for one's health will also be sent to your residence. I thought, what I desire comes to fruition. The Empress Dowager is indeed perceptive. I shall reluctantly accept her generous gifts. Mu Nanjin feigned modesty. Your Majesty's gifts are far too precious. The Empress Dowager, suppressing her amusement, replied, after such peril, your willingness to delay the assassin for our escape outweighs any sacrifice I could offer. Besides, you are still young. You mustn't let illness take root. Accept these gifts and nurture your health without worry. Then I shall express my gratitude to the Empress Dowager, Mu Nanjin said, casting an intentional glance at the Emperor.
Oh.
Your Majesty, even your mother has expressed her sentiments. Can't you, as her son, be a bit more astute and reward me as well? The Emperor cleared his throat. preparing to bestow a reward upon Mu Nanjin when he overheard her thoughts. Never mind, it's futile to expect a reward from the emperor. He has a penchant for promotions, and his approach will not succeed with me. As the saying goes, with greater rank comes greater responsibility, which is why I shun promotions. I prefer to live a life of leisure, receiving my monthly stipend without exertion. The Imperial Guard, in recognition of your valor in saving the emperor, I decree, if you dare mention a promotion, I shall immediately deal with the assassin for you. The corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched. Standing beside them, Gong Xiaoyong noticed the emperor's expressions fluctuating, one moment dark, the next struggling to suppress laughter, then appearing frustrated yet unable to express it. What was going on? The emperor coughed again. I decree you to the rank of a regular 9th grade Jinui, with a reward of 100 bolts of silk and 1,000 taels of gold. Regular 9th grade? There seems to be little distinction between 9th grade and regular 9th grade. Well, I can accept that. Fearing he might regret only promoting her to regular 9th grade, Mu Nanjin quickly expressed her thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just as her words fell, Feng Xinan and Mu Nanjin sensed a disturbance and simultaneously looked up to see the old man who had attempted to assassinate the emperor descending from the tree above them, his expression fierce as he charged towards them, gathering formidable internal energy in his palm. The others looked up, but before fear could register, a shadow appeared above the old man, followed by a whoosh. The old man instinctively raised his gaze, only to be forcefully kicked in the back the next moment. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood as his internal energy dissipated. Immediately, the shadow landed on him, trampling his back, and he rolled his eyes, lifeless. The crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing that the shadow which had kicked the old man was a large black horse. The horse, dissatisfied, stomped on the old man several more times before turning to face the emperor and others. Ken Chaoyan recognized the black horse and exclaimed in disbelief, Heighten. Heighten approached Mu Nanjin, nudging her gently with its head. I'm fine, she reassured it. Is he dead? Just like that, killed by a horse? The first-class Martial King stared at him in shock. Master, are you certain? Feng Xinan nodded. Absolutely certain. Moreover, the horse that delivered the fatal kick is no ordinary steed. Otherwise, the old man would have sensed its approach. The first-class Martial King mused. A 9th-grade Martial King was kicked to death by a horse. Who would believe such a tale? My horse has rendered meritorious service in saving the emperor. Surely, he ought to be rewarded, the emperor quipped with a grin. Chapter 28. Wanted to put me in a sack? Ken Chaoyan chuckled. Little Mu, you've arrived home. He continued, I will arrange for a royal physician to examine you. For the next 3 days, you should rest at home. 3 days? Mu Nanjin furrowed her brow slightly. Old Can, do you wish to be put in a sack by me? Do you need to be beaten to understand that a seriously injured person cannot recover in just 3 days? Ken Chaoyan replied, At least the emperor is understanding. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Nanjin cheerfully entered her residence. In the carriage, the emperor touched his face and asked the Empress Dowager, She keeps calling me old. Am I really that old? The Empress Dowager stifled a laugh. Not at all. You're not old in the slightest. However, compared to her youth, you are indeed no longer young. It was true. He was of an age to be her father. The emperor, no longer dwelling on the matter, turned to Feng Xinan, who sat across from him. Master, what is your assessment of today's assassin? Feng Xinan's expression grew grave. The assassin pursuing Gong Xiaoyong is a formidable presence, one of which few in this world could contend. He should not have appeared here. Should not have appeared here? What does that imply? Feng Xinan remained silent, unwilling to elaborate. The emperor, noticing his reluctance, inquired further. Was it Mu Nanjin who drove away the assassin pursuing Gong Xiaoyong? Most likely. In other words, her claims of collaborating with a master were mere fabrications. There was no master at all. How surprising it was that this young girl not only possessed martial prowess, but was also a master in her own right. The assassins he had previously sent to eliminate her had all been thwarted by her. Thankfully, she did not pursue the matter, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The emperor's emotions were complex as he rubbed his aching temples. I can hear her thoughts, yet I cannot fathom her true nature. She is truly inscrutable. Feng Xinan concurred. The Empress Dowager chuckled lightly. I perceive no ill intentions in her. Otherwise, she would not have intervened to save us today. As long as we do not become her adversaries, she will not trouble us. The emperor, buoyed by her words, responded with a smile. Mother is quite right. However, the monks of Jingta Temple had all been slain by assassins, and after their departure, the once bustling temple had become desolate, leaving the citizens of the capital without a place to offer their prayers. The emperor had no choice but to decree the recruitment of eminent monks to preside over Jingta Temple. As the monks received word and made their way to the capital, Mu Nanjin lounged in a sunlit chair in her courtyard, engrossed in a drama from her system, savoring the tranquility of her life. Since her cultivation commenced, she had not experienced such leisure. Previously, her days were filled with either training or sword practice, rendering her existence rather monotonous. Had it not been for her aspiration for immortality and to avoid being oppressed, she might not have persevered. Now, with wealth, a home, a carriage, and a stable job, she was gradually integrating into ancient life, and she ought to feel content. Yet, there remained an inexplicable void within her. Miss, our young lady is recuperating. Please wait until she has recovered before visiting. Upon hearing Jinju's voice, Mu Nanjin looked up to see Princess Xueyu barging in, aware that her peaceful days were coming to an end. Chapter 29. So, dazzling Mu Nanjin, I have come to guide you in matchmaking. Princess Xueyu rushed to Mu Nanjin's side. My lady, I apologize. I could not stop her. Jinju's eyes reddened with worry that Mu Nanjin would dismiss her over this. It's not your fault. You may leave, Mu Nanjin said, dismissing Jinju before asking, Princess, what do you mean by matchmaking? I have heard that the Tang family is seeking a husband for you. Worry not. With me around, I shall ensure you do not marry someone you do not wish to marry, nor shall I allow you to wed any unsavory characters. Princess Xueyu pledged. I will take you to meet someone you like, someone who also likes you, then have my father bestow the marriage. Mu Nanjin declined her kind offer. Thank you, Princess. But I am currently injured and wish to stay put. The conservative and backward mindset of ancient people meant that married women had little hope of a comfortable life. Beyond serving their in-laws, they often faced bullying from their mothers-in-law. If they bore no sons, their status at home diminished, or they were expected to continuously bear children. She would be foolish to marry into such an era. Princess Xueyu, exasperated, stomped her foot. You look rosy and full of spirit. You hardly seem injured. You simply do not want to accompany me. Mu Nanjin remarked. It's enough to know. There is no need to voice it. Princess Xueyu, undeterred, responded. I merely wish to take a look. It's not as if I expect you to marry immediately. What are you afraid of? Even if there is no romantic destiny, it can merely be a pleasant outing. An outing? Mu Nanjin's spirits were instantly lifted. Where shall we go? I have organized an event at Baodian Lake, inviting the young ladies and talented youths from various estates to enjoy the lake together. Moreover, I have summoned all the renowned entertainers in the capital to ensure that you have a delightful time and one tea wish to leave. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Mu Nanjin exclaimed, quickly rising to take Princess Xueyu's hand and lead her outside. Wait, Princess Xueyu called, halting her. I have something for you. What is it? A gift from Father Emperor. With a clap of her hands, 10 guards entered, carrying a tray covered with red cloth. The concealed items remained a mystery to Mu Nanjin, who wore a puzzled expression. Hasn't the Emperor already bestowed gifts? This is a reward for your horse. Princess Xueyu clapped her hands again, and the guards unveiled the tray, revealing an array of equestrian equipment, saddles, saddle pads, bridles, bits, water bridles, reins, stirrups, belly bands, breastplates, girths, brow bands, headstalls, leg guards, bandages, bandage pads, hoof cups, horse earrings, bitless bridles, and tail guards, everything imaginable for a horse, all crafted from gold, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. How dazzling! Mu Nanjin quickly turned her head away. Additionally, Princess Xueyu presented a decree, placing it in Mu Nanjin's hands. This is a royal edict rewarding your horse the title of first-class horse king. I cannot be bothered to read it. You may peruse it yourself. Is there a rank for horses? Must I take it to court? An amusing image of a horse attending court flashed in Mu Nanjin's mind, prompting a stifled laugh. Of course, it need not attend court, Princess Xueyu replied with irritation. However, anyone who dares to harm or disrespect your horse shall face severe consequences. Can we leave now? Indeed. As they exited, Mu Nanjin observed the streets transformed into a festive spectacle. Chapter 30. The annoyance arrives. The streets of the capital were adorned with colorful lanterns, and even the stalls were draped in red cloth or entwined with red ribbons, exuding a celebratory atmosphere akin to the New Year. As Mu Nanjin strolled to the center of the street, she noticed that, aside from her residence, all others had hung red lanterns and replaced their couplets. Princess Shuiyu, seated in her carriage, raised the curtain and said, "Surely you are aware that in half a month's time, it will be Father Emperor's birthday?" Mu Nanjin acknowledged, "I know, though I had momentarily forgotten amidst these leisurely days." Initially, Father Emperor wished to avoid extravagance, but this year, not only would the 4 royal uncles be attending, but emissaries from neighboring nations would also come to celebrate. To showcase the prosperity and strength of the great Qian nation to these emissaries and thereby intimidate others, Father Emperor ordered the common folk to hang lanterns, as if for the new year. Mu Nanjin, uninterested in the emissaries, inquired, "Have the 4 princes arrived in the capital? I heard from grandmother that the 4 royal uncles will not arrive for another couple of days." Since they had yet to arrive, Mu Nanjin saw no reason to concern herself with them and boarded the carriage with Princess Shuiyu, heading towards Baodian Lake. The area around Baodian Lake was filled with carriages and magnificent steeds. Even before disembarking, the soft whispers of young ladies and the hearty laughter of young men could be heard. As soon as the carriage arrived, all chatter ceased, and the crowd gathered around the carriage. Upon Princess Shuiyu's descent, everyone promptly bowed, greeting, "We pay our respects to Princess Shuiyu." "There is no need for formalities. Disperse," she instructed. Turning to Mu Nanjin, still inside the carriage, she urged, "Why haven't you come down yet?" Curiosity piqued. The onlookers turned their gaze toward the carriage, and a young woman clad in a fitted white attire emerged. Her beauty was striking, her attire simple, with only a white ribbon binding her high ponytail. Despite lacking any valuable adornments, she sat in the princess's luxurious carriage, leaving the crowd intrigued about her identity. Mu Nanjin glanced at the eunuch kneeling beside the carriage as a step, then leapt down, pointing at a 3-story pleasure boat anchored by the lake. "That boat looks splendid. Naturally, my boat is the finest. Come, I shall take you to enjoy the lake," Princess Shuiyu said, leading the way toward Baodian Lake. As they distanced themselves, the men and women behind began to whisper among themselves. "Which noble family does the girl accompanying the princess belong to? Have you seen her before? She seems to be the only female member of the Jinhui. Is she the one who fancies Tang Qianhu? She already has someone she likes. Why is she here causing a stir? Besides, with her humble background, which noble would take an interest in her, unless she is willing to become a concubine?" Such words should not be spoken so freely. "Regarding the Yuyan Dan, do you know who presented it to the Empress Dowager? Could it be her?" "Indeed, it is her." Expressions of shock spread among the crowd. Everyone present was aware of the Yuyan Dan and desired it, yet each pill was worth a fortune, and they could scarcely afford it. However, if they befriended her, perhaps the Yuyan Dan would become more accessible, or even gifted to them without charge. The thought excited them, but their previous disdain for Mu Nanjin left them feeling awkward. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, the capital's most beautiful lady has arrived." Everyone turned to see a breathtakingly beautiful woman approaching with graceful steps, surrounded by a group of noble ladies and admirers, all of whom held esteemed positions in society. These admirers, while not holding high ranks, were from influential families, and under their family's protection, they could easily attain official positions. Naturally, someone capable of attracting such esteemed company would not be of lowly origin. She was none other than the current Grand Princess's daughter, bestowed the title of Princess Rongyue by the Emperor. Noticing the commotion, Princess Shuiyu furrowed her brows at the arrival of Princess Rongyue. "The annoyance has come." Mu Nanjin inquired, "Who is she?" "Princess Rongyue." Understanding dawned on Mu Nanjin, who nodded. "Ah, the one who has always vied with you since childhood?" "Yes. I despise her for competing with me for Brother Ge." Princess Shuiyu glared at Princess Rongyue. "How did you learn of our affairs?" "Of course, from the gossip circulating." The young men accompanying Princess Rongyue halted, casting glances around. Upon spotting Mu Nanjin beside Princess Shuiyu, their expressions darkened. "What is she doing here?" one murmured. The others shook their heads. Had they known Mu Nanjin would attend, they would have never come. Seeing the young men stop in their tracks, Princess Shuiyu questioned, "Am I truly that intimidating? Why do you all hesitate?" Mu Nanjin thought, "Why do I feel as if they are more afraid of me? What am I? Just a mere Jinui? Even with Tang Jingrui backing me, they have no reason to fear me. It must be my imagination." The young nobles thought otherwise. "No, it is not your imagination. We genuinely fear you, afraid you might expose our secrets." As they hesitated to board the boat, a crowd of noble ladies and gentlemen surged forward, pushing them beneath the pleasure boat. "The entertainers have arrived. The entertainers are here." A two-story pleasure boat approached, its deck adorned with stunning entertainers, both male and female, all dressed flamboyantly, smiling at the noble ladies. Soon, music began to play, and the entertainers began to dance gracefully. Mu Nanjin's eyes sparkled upon spotting Gong Xiaorong playing the piano on the second level. Gong Xiaorong is here. Today I can finally enjoy his presence openly. Chapter 31. The tossing of the embroidered ball in their daily lives. Noble ladies and gentlemen place great importance on their status, and it is utterly inconceivable for them to venture into the debased quarters of the brothel, let alone encounter the renowned beauty. Thus, they can only hear tales of his appearance, leaving them with an insurmountable sense of regret. Now that the opportunity has arisen to behold him in person, they are determined not to let it slip away, resulting in their uncharacteristic behavior moments ago. Standing somewhat neglected at the back of the crowd, Princess Romue wore a stern expression as she stepped onto Princess Shuiyu's ornate boat. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Princess Shuiyu turned her gaze slightly and deliberately asked Mu Nanjin, "Which do you find more beautiful, Princess Romue or the renowned beauty?" With a chuckle, Princess Shuiyu replied, "I too believe the renowned beauty surpasses. How infuriating it is that she, of esteemed lineage, is being compared to a mere courtesan in terms of beauty. This is an affront indeed." The anger within Princess Romue flared even more, and her footsteps grew heavier as she ascended the stairs. "Princess Shuiyu, if the Empress were to learn that you are mingling with such disreputable company, how do you suppose she would punish you?" Princess Shuiyu scoffed. "Princess Romue, apart from wielding your mother's authority over me, what else can you do? And you accuse me of consorting with disreputable individuals, yet here you are, present on my boat. Is that not the same?" Princess Romue's chest rose and fell, clearly agitated. "I shall not converse with you." Her gaze shifted to Mu Nanjin. "Who is she? Why does she not know to greet me? Is it because I allow her to forego the customary greetings with everyone here?" Princess Shuiyu interjected, stepping in front of Mu Nanjin to block Princess Romue's line of sight. "What is it? Do you wish to defy my command, Princess Romue?" Princess Romue loathed the fact that, despite being of the same generation and a few months older than Princess Shuiyu, her status forced her to bow to Shuiyu's superiority. Whenever they clashed, Shuiyu would leverage her status against her, which only fueled Romue's desire to oppose her at every turn. Yet, aside from her greater beauty, she found herself lacking in every other regard compared to Princess Shuiyu, which was maddening. At that moment, Princess Romue's personal maid approached and said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." Hearing this, Mu Nanjin cast a glance at Princess Romue. "Cousin is here. Let us go to him." Princess Romue descended the stairs with delight. Finally, that nuisance has departed. Princess Shuiyu let out a light snort. But how peculiar. Why would the Crown Prince come here? Mu Nanjin turned her gaze toward another boat moored by the lakeside, equally grand but more imposing than Princess Shuiyu's vessel. Once on the ground, Princess Romue regained her usual dignified demeanor and inquired of those accompanying her to Baodian Lake, "The Crown Prince has arrived. Shall we go to greet him together?" "Of course. When the Crown Prince arrives, we must pay our respects." No sooner had she spoken than the noble gentleman once again heard Mu Nanjin's voice. "The Crown Prince is vying for the position of Crown Prince. Do you dare to approach him? Do you wish for your demise or the loss of your family? Regardless, the Crown Prince cannot bestow upon you wealth and glory. Moreover, what good can one expect from a prince who resorts to using women to gather supporters? Such a man will surely retreat like a turtle when faced with adversity. Princess Romue is not a suitable bride for you, for her aspiration is to marry a prince and become a queen. It is rather amusing that her desire for the throne is merely to overshadow Princess Shuiyu. And do bear in mind, The emperor has no intention of favoring the crown prince as the heir, for although he is the eldest brother, he is not the legitimate son. The emperor would never appoint a bastard as the crown prince. Anyone who associates closely with the crown prince or assists him will surely incur the emperor's displeasure. Upon hearing these words, the noble gentleman turned pale, instantly regretting their agreement to Princess Rongyue's invitation. Moreover, they had not anticipated that the lady they idolized harbored ambitions of ruling the realm. Such a woman was beyond their reach. Suddenly, one noble gentleman clutched his abdomen. "Oh dear, I am feeling unwell. Princess, forgive me, but I fear I cannot accompany you to meet the crown prince." Princess Rongyue, concerned, asked, "Shall I fetch a physician for you?" No, I must take my leave." The gentleman fled as if pursued by a ghost. Following him, another nobleman announced, "Princess, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. I cannot accompany you today." Before Princess Rongyue could respond, he too hurried away from Baodian Lake. Soon, several other gentlemen claimed they had urgent business and departed, leaving only those without official titles and the noble ladies behind. Although Princess Rongyue sensed something amiss, she could not pinpoint the issue. The crown prince, witnessing the gentlemen leave one by one, grew increasingly displeased, which diminished his interest in hosting Princess Rongyue and her companions. At that moment, the music ceased. A voice from the renowned beauty's boat called out, "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the game of tossing the embroidered ball. Whoever catches the ball shall be granted the opportunity to enjoy our hospitality aboard our vessel." How curious, Princess Shuiyu mused. I do not recall calling for this game of tossing the embroidered ball, however, it sounds quite entertaining. I wonder who will manage to catch it. That person shall undoubtedly be me, Nanjin declared with determination. Princess Shuiyu chuckled. Are you so eager to board the renowned beauty's boat? Nanjin did not deny it, indeed. Princess Shuiyu disapproved, but you are a young lady. If you go aboard, it will tarnish your reputation, and the number of suitors will dwindle. Those noble gentlemen will no longer look your way. Nanjin remained unfazed. Those who wish to marry me would do so regardless of my actions, even if I were to commit heinous acts. Those who would not marry me, no matter how I plead, would still turn a blind eye. Princess Shuiyu's eyes flickered with surprise. Moments later, the embroidered ball was cast from the renowned beauty's boat, soaring towards Princess Shuiyu's vessel. The guards aboard attempted to intercept it, but the energy imbued within the ball was formidable. As soon as the guards touched it, they were sent tumbling into the water. A nearby maid cried out, "Princess, be cautious." However, the ball did not strike Princess Shuiyu. Instead, it gently landed in Nanjin's hands. With a light laugh, Gong Xiaorong said, "Congratulations to this esteemed lady for catching the ball." The renowned beauty's boat glided next to Princess Shuiyu's, and numerous attendants stood at the bow, inviting Nanjin aboard. Chapter 32. I wish to see you dance. Once aboard, Nanjin was promptly escorted to the second floor, to Gong Xiaorong's chamber, while the renowned beauty's boat swiftly departed from the lakeside, making its way to the center of the lake. Gong Xiaorong raised a small wine cup. "This drink is to express my gratitude for Miss Mu's life-saving intervention. I intended to thank you in person the following day, but the steward of the Mu residence informed me that you were unwell and unable to receive guests, so I refrained from intruding. I did not expect to encounter you today at Baodian Lake, hence my eager invitation aboard." Nanjin sipped her drink while admiring the dancers. "At that time, the assassin also sought to kill me. By driving him away, I was merely saving myself. There is no need for you to thank me." In truth, her closeness to him and her act of saving him stemmed not only from his good looks, but also from her ulterior motives. She had seen a hint of their connection in gossip columns and felt an instinctive urge that this man must not perish, as it likely related to the task the system had indicated. If that were the case, what harm was there in saving someone? That too counts as saving me. Gong Xiaorong poured her another cup of wine. "This invitation to you, Miss Mu, is not only to express my gratitude, but also to bid farewell." "Farewell?" Nanjin furrowed her brow. Did this mean there would be no more handsome men to behold? At this, Gong Xiaorong's gaze dimmed. The person he had trusted had betrayed him, causing him great sorrow, and it was evident that something significant was amiss at home, prompting such an unusual act from someone he had relied upon. Oh, Mu Nanjin perceived his unspoken concerns. If you have something to say, please do so. The journey is long, and we may encounter. Gong Xiurong nodded. Mu Nanjin shook her head firmly, declaring, I cannot possibly leave the great Qian kingdom. At least not for now. Gong Xiuyong anticipated her reluctance and smiled gently, acknowledging, I have been rather presumptuous. Mu Nanjin's gaze fell upon the red necklace around his neck. Please hand me your necklace, she requested. Without hesitation, Gong Xiuyong removed it and offered it to her. Infusing the necklace with her spiritual energy, Mu Nanjin watched as the shattered beads restored themselves at an astonishing speed, leaving Gong Xiuyong in awe. She returned the necklace, assuring him, with this charm, even if you encounter the assassin from that fateful day, he will be unable to harm you. Thank you so much, Miss Mu. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, he responded, genuinely appreciative of her generosity. You are truly a kind-hearted and understanding individual. She giggled. From now on, I can freely visit the pleasure houses. Having saved his life, Mu Nanjin regarded herself as akin to his reborn parents and accepted his gift without a hint of reluctance. Please write down the names of those close to you, as well as your enemies, she instructed. Certainly, Gong Xiuyong complied, unaware of her intentions. From the list, Mu Nanjin pointed out several individuals he should be wary of. These names prompted Gong Xiuyong to ponder deeply. Although he was curious about how she knew these people posed a threat to him, he refrained from asking. Miss Mu, why do you wish to assist me? He inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, because you are handsome. Gong Xiuyong paused, then chuckled. Is that truly heartfelt? Mu Nanjin nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is heartfelt. His laughter grew more joyful, drawing the attention of the maidens outside who peeked in. Once their laughter subsided, he posed another question. Miss Mu, I am about to depart from the great Qian kingdom. Before I leave, is there anything you wish for me to do? I shall fulfill any request within my means. Mu Nanjin's eyes brightened. I wish to see you perform a striptease. Chapter 33. Have I offended him? True to his promise, Gong Xiuyong obliged Mu Nanjin's request, albeit behind a sheer veiled screen. His muscular form, partially obscured, nearly caused her to lose her composure, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. Ultimately, he extended his foot beyond the screen, revealing a long, furry leg before her eyes. In that moment, Mu Nanjin felt a rush of exhilaration. She knew she would never again witness a man perform a striptease in her lifetime. After disembarking in the afternoon, Mu Nanjin's mind remained fixated on the sight of that magnificent leg. She glared at Gong Xiuyong, accusing, You did that on purpose. He, aware of her implication, chuckled softly. I merely wish to remind you that some things are not as beautiful as they appear. Displeased, Mu Nanjin snatched the reins from his hand, mounted her horse, and rode away. Gong Xiuyong regarded her retreating figure with a smile, remarking, What an intriguing young lady. I wonder if we shall ever meet again. She quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes, addressing the steward. Su Bo, what is that? It's black charcoal, he replied. Mu Nanjin furrowed her brow. The once black horse now gleamed with a golden sheen, blindingly bright. Black charcoal trotted into the shadows, lifted his head, and whinnied. He leaped, whinnying again, striking various imposing poses like a model. Finally, he excitedly circled around Mu Nanjin as if to ask, Am I not handsome? Praise me, quickly. Suppressing her laughter, Mu Nanjin patted his head. You do enjoy your sparkling attire, don't you? Black charcoal tugged at her sleeve, urging her to mount. He then led her away from the Mu residence and into the bustling streets. The crowd was captivated by Black Charcoal's golden armor. Some praised the horse's strength and beauty, while others greedily eyed its gilded adornments. Coincidentally, Gong Xiuyong had sent someone to deliver the deed and contract for her entertainment establishment. After his departure from the great Qian kingdom, Mu Nanjin would not need to manage affairs personally, as an experienced matron would oversee the brothel, allowing her to sit back and enjoy the profits. Half a month of holiday passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu Nanjin returned to her position at the Genie Wei. No sooner had she entered the left courtyard than she encountered Deng Xingqiao, who approached with a scowl, glaring at her repeatedly. What does old Deng want? Have I offended him? That shouldn't be the case. I spent my half-month leave at home, with no opportunity to offend him. Perhaps he was reprimanded by his wife at home, and now he takes it out on women? There he goes again, glaring. It won't do him any good. Does he think his glares will prevent his wife from punishing him? Keep glaring, and I might just inform your wife that you were drinking at a pleasure house. Let us see if you're afraid of that punishment. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter. Deng Xingqiao, unable to contain himself, bellowed, "Mu Nanjin." Quickly, she greeted him, "Greetings, Lord Deng. Come with me to the right courtyard," he commanded, leading the way. Chapter 34. Nonsense. Mu Nanjin followed Deng Xingqiao into the right courtyard, perplexed. The Jin Yiwei there were either overwhelmed with work or utterly idle. Their main duties involved ensuring the capital's safety, addressing troublesome cases, or apprehending thieves, along with various ceremonial tasks. Although the right courtyard had more responsibilities than the left, there was still time for leisure. Have you heard the rumors in the left courtyard about Lord Deng's fear of his wife? Of course. They say our lord holds a particularly low position at home, trembling at the sight of his wife and enduring punishments like kneeling for mistakes, not being fed, and having to tell stories to lull her to sleep. Can such a valiant man truly fear his wife? In the past, I would have dismissed it, but hearing it from that individual makes it hard to doubt. How could a man fear his wife? That's absurd. Deng Xingqiao's countenance darkened as he overheard his subordinates discussing him. Though he usually commanded respect in the right courtyard, since the rumors emerged, his subordinates felt emboldened to gossip behind his back. Just as he prepared to reprimand them, an unexpected voice rang out. Nonsense. The three guards gossiping about Deng Xingqiao were startled by Mu Nanjin's interjection and quickly glanced around. Upon seeing Deng Xingqiao and Mu Nanjin approaching from the corridor, their faces turned pale. Men with long hair often lack insight. Who says fearing one's wife is a sign of weakness? Old Deng is a near 9th-tier warrior and a 4th-tier pacification officer. It is others who should fear him, not the other way around. His so-called fear of his wife stems from respect. He knows she manages the household efficiently, allowing him to focus on his work without distraction. It is only in a harmonious home that he can successfully fulfill his duties outside and ascend to his position as pacification officer. Old Deng is simply grateful, you know? This sentiment reached not only the three guards but also all Jin Yiwei of 6th rank and above in the right courtyard. The three guards' expressions shifted between shades of green and red, their heads drooping in shame. Deng Xingqiao's mood brightened instantly, and he entered his room with a broad smile, accompanied by Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin was the first to inquire. "May I ask why you summoned me to the right courtyard, Lord Deng?" Deng Xingqiao hesitated. He initially intended to reprimand her for her loose tongue. However, her heartfelt words had pleased him, leading him to decide to let her off for the moment, though he was uncertain how to explain her summons. Just then, his subordinate, Lang Qianwei, entered the room. "My dear, the envoy from the Kingdom of David and the Kingdom of Chen is less than 50 miles from the capital. Should we not proceed to the city gate to greet them? Just moments ago, I pondered how to articulate our reception, and now the opportunity presents itself." Deng Xingqiao nodded. "Indeed, you may go and make the necessary arrangements. I shall follow shortly." "Yes," Lang Qianwei replied, turning to depart. Deng Xingqiao then addressed Mu Nanjin. "You shall accompany me to welcome the envoys." Mu Nanjin, thinking to herself, mused, "Has comrade old Deng forgotten that I am not affiliated with the right court?" Deng Xingqiao disregarded her silent protest as he left the study. In the left court, Lu Baihu paced outside the study, awaiting Mu Nanjin's return to duty. Has a prolonged holiday rendered her indolent? It is nearly the appointed hour, and yet she has not reported back. When she arrives, a stern reprimand shall be in order. "Lu Darren." Lu Baihu's subordinate rushed into the courtyard with urgency. Lu Baihu, in an irritable tone, inquired, "What is it?" Mu Nanjin has been taken by Lord Deng to greet the envoys. At this, Lu Baihu felt a surge of fury. Has she forgotten her allegiance to the left court after a mere fortnight at home? Outside the capital city gate, the Minister of Rights, accompanied by all officials of the ministry, along with palace guards and the Imperial guards, awaited the arrival of the envoys. Mu Nanjin and Deng Xingqiao arrived rather late. Upon seeing Mu Nanjin's presence, the officials of the ministry fixed their glares on Deng Xingqiao, seemingly irked that he had brought her along. Could it be that he wishes for her to overhear others' confidential matters and then greet the envoys with a scowl? Deng Xingqiao, unfazed by the scrutiny, dismounted and approached the ranks of the Imperial Guards. As Mu Nanjin passed by the officials, she deliberately greeted the Deputy Minister of Rights, Lord Zhou. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the Deputy Minister. He buried his face in his hands, wishing for a hole to hide within. The Minister of Rights, intrigued, asked, Lord Zhou, since when have you become so well acquainted with the guard? He felt utterly embarrassed to confess that Mu Nanjin had sought to cultivate a rapport with him merely to enjoy drinks at the Laughing Tilt Pavilion. The crowd was incredulous. This was the first instance of Mu Nanjin, since her appointment to the Imperial Guards, initiating conversation with any official. How could she possibly engage with someone she barely knows? Then Mu Nanjin's thoughts echoed in their minds. It was merely a greeting. Surely he can remember me? The Minister of Rights lowered his voice. Why must you be remembered by him? The Deputy Minister, his expression darkening, replied, I truly do not know. It matters not if he forgets. I shall simply increase my presence before him until he does remember me. When our relationship deepens, she thought. The Minister of Rights wore a peculiar expression. You too. The Deputy Minister gazed at the heavens in despair. Mu Nanjin, I beseech you, refrain from uttering anything that could be misconstrued. Ahem. Deng Xingqiao cleared his throat and inquired, Mu Nanjin, are you well acquainted with the Deputy Minister of Rights? Mu Nanjin responded, not at all. Deng Xingqiao then remarked, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the distant sound of hooves and wheels echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. Everyone quickly turned their attention toward the source. A cloud of yellow dust rose from beyond the horizon, and after a considerable while, a contingent of soldiers on war horses emerged into view. Suddenly, Mu Nanjin recalled a matter. Lord Deng, has the fourth prince entered the capital?
No.
Deng Xingqiao turned to look at her. Why do you ask? Mu Nanjin shook her head, choosing silence. No wonder Liu Baihu has not come to see me. Upon hearing Liu Baihu's name, Deng Xingqiao immediately surmised that the left court was investigating the fourth prince's affairs. After all, the left court primarily oversees the monitoring of officials against corruption, intelligence gathering, apprehending and interrogating designated criminals, and surveilling the feudal lords. Thus, it was likely that they were investigating the fourth prince and, finding no evidence, sought to target Mu Nanjin instead. Deng Xingqiao, concerned that Mu Nanjin might inadvertently disclose sensitive information, hastily interrupted. The fourth prince has not arrived. However, his son has. Oh. Mu Nanjin did not pursue the matter further. Her attention swiftly drawn back to the approaching procession. The leader of the contingent was a robust general clad in silver armor, accompanied by a general of the Iron Cavalry donned in black armor. Behind them followed thousands of elite soldiers. And thereafter came the carriages of the envoys dispatched by the Emperor of the Kingdom of Chun and the Emperor of the Kingdom of David. Behind the carriages trailed a group of elite guards clad in light armor, each formidable, with martial prowess exceeding the 5th rank. They halted 100 meters from the gate. The soldiers in front then parted to form an avenue for the carriages to proceed. The Minister of Rights hurriedly advanced with his officials to greet them. We welcome the 4th Prince of the Kingdom of Chun and the 5th Prince of the Kingdom of David to our great Qian Kingdom. We have prepared food and drink for your refreshment at the state residence. Upon hearing Mu Nanjin exclaim, Oh, the officials of the great Qian Kingdom perked up their ears. What was that? The officials of the great Qian Kingdom quickly strained to listen. The 5th Prince of the Kingdom of David is disguised as a shadow guard beside the Emperor, while the true 5th Prince is the young attendant behind the shadow guard. The officials swiftly glanced at the young attendant behind the 5th Prince, averting their gazes with utmost speed before being detected. Wow. The shadow guard is a 5th rank master, and also a master of poison. They intend to poison the Emperor and the National Master.
What?
A master of poison? They wish to harm the Emperor and the National Master? A sense of dread enveloped the officials. The 5th Prince of the Kingdom of David sensed the gaze of the great Qian officials upon him and looked up. The officials quickly donned welcoming smiles, and the Minister of Rights gestured for them to enter. 4th Prince, 5th Prince, please. Though the 4th Prince of the Kingdom of Chun is not disguised, he has brought with him the most beautiful princess of the Kingdom of Chun for a marriage alliance. This princess is extraordinary. She possesses an enchanting physique, and a mere glance at her captivates all. Those who unite with her will find themselves enchanted, unable to resist her allure, ultimately becoming addicted to her presence.
Goodness.
The emperor is risking his life to celebrate his birthday. Thankfully, the emperor is not swayed by beauty. The emperor of the kingdom of Chun has miscalculated. The officials of the great Qian kingdom wiped the sweat from their brows. The attention of the kingdom of Chun and the kingdom of David was entirely absorbed by the bustling streets, oblivious to the changing expressions of the great Qian officials. Unbeknownst to them, throughout the journey, Mu Nanjin had unveiled the schemes of both the kingdom of Chun and the kingdom of David. After absorbing Mu Nanjin's thoughts, Deng Xingqiao suddenly felt that bringing her to receive the envoys from foreign nations might not be such a detrimental decision. The state residence, where various lords and envoys from other nations stay when visiting the capital to pay their respects, is resplendent in its size, layout, and decoration, surpassing even the royal residences in the capital. The palace maids and guards are rigorously trained, rivaling those in the emperor's palace in every aspect. As the Minister of Rites welcomed the envoys into the residence, he simultaneously introduced them to its scenic features. Although Mu Nanjin, trailing behind the procession, maintained a stoic expression, her heart brimmed with envy. When I acquire wealth, I too shall construct a mansion more magnificent than the state residence, and procure 100 men to attend to my every whim, one to massage me, another to bathe me, and yet another to amuse me. Hee hee. The officials collectively thought, what a fanciful notion. The Minister of Rites instructed the head steward of the residence to escort the envoys to their designated quarters for rest before leading them to the grand hall for a meal. Mu Nanjin's attention was captivated by the exquisite dishes being served. Seeing the palace maids bringing the food into the hall, she yearned to join them. It is already noon. I am so famished and wish to dine with them. If I were to propose that I assist them in tasting for poison, I wonder if they would welcome me. I need only take a bite of each dish. They should have no objections, right? The officials responded, we have significant objections. Must I stand here and watch them dine until they finish? That would be inhumane. Oh, why is the fifth prince of the kingdom of David looking at me? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? I must express my apologies. While you possess commendable features, you have yet to pique my interest. Deng Xingqiao glanced at the disguised guard of the fifth prince of the kingdom of David, who had been intently observing them. Whether his gaze was directed at Mu Nanjin, however, remained uncertain. At that moment, Jin Beiyun, the fifth prince, approached them. Chapter 37. The time for praise has come. The members of the Jinui straightened their postures upon noticing the guards of the kingdom of David advancing toward them. Jin Beiyun inquired of Deng Xingqiao, is this young lady also part of the Jinui? Does your Qian kingdom have female guards? Indeed, Deng Xingqiao replied succinctly. Refraining from further elaboration, Jin Beiyun appeared skeptical, stating, yet I have never heard of female guards in Qian. Our emperor is preparing to establish a female academy and a women's civil service examination, and she is the first to become a female official. Oh? Jin Beiyun scrutinized Mu Nanjin from head to toe. So, the academy and examination are yet to be established. Since she has already become an official, she must possess exceptional qualities. Deng Xingqiao responded, is revealing others' secrets on a daily basis considered exceptional? Old Deng, it is time to extol my virtues. Why do you hesitate to praise me? Just say that I can grace the halls, manage the kitchen, earn substantial wealth, acquire grand estates, and even stand on the battlefield to vanquish foes. As long as I remain alive, Qian will not perish. Such a paragon as I would surely instill fear in them. The kingdom of David would not dare to invade Qian. Deng Xingqiao replied, while I may extol your virtues, it is essential that others are convinced. Jin Beiyun, sensing his prolonged silence, questioned, why do you not speak? Deng Xingqiao cleared his throat and said, she has once saved the emperor. Intrigued, Jin Beiyun remarked, is that so? Then her martial prowess must be considerable. You should tell him that my rank surpasses that of a martial deity. I assure you that upon hearing this, their poison master would not dare to act against the emperor. The martial deity is the highest rank among martial artists, a rarity in a modest nation like Qian. Nonetheless, Deng Xingqiao wished not to belittle Mu Nanjin and the Jinui in front of Jin Beiyun, offering an apologetic smile. As a fellow martial artist, you must understand the taboo of revealing one's rank. I hope you can forgive my reticence. Jin Beiyun nodded in understanding. Might I inquire about her name? Deng Xingqiao looked at Mu Nanjin, and upon receiving her consent, replied, "Her name is Mu Nanjin." Jin Beiyun turned to Mu Nanjin and asked, "Miss Mu, might we spar together?" This request put Mu Nanjin in a predicament. Should I accept the challenge? What if I injure him? Would it spark a war between our nations? Unaware of her previous rescue of the emperor, Deng Xingqiao reassured her, "Young lady, you are overthinking it. It would be fortunate if you emerge unscathed. Perhaps I could feign defeat, but that would bring disgrace to the Qian and to myself. What if we were to reach a stalemate? But would a draw hold any significance? It might be better to not engage at all." Jin Beiyun inquired. "What troubles you, young lady?" Deng Xingqiao interjected. "The envoys have traveled a great distance and have yet to rest. To engage in a sparring match would seem overly burdensome. If our emperor were to learn of this, he would surely deem us remiss in our hospitality and impose penalties." Jin Beiyun found his reasoning sound and, not wishing to rush, nodded. "Let us postpone the sparring for a few days." Deng Xingqiao responded on behalf of Mu Nanjin, "Very well. When the time comes, we shall devise an excuse to defer it." Chapter 38. Let the Jinui bring about their own downfall. Feeling famished, Mu Nanjin hurried to the mess hall, only to find yet another serving of stir-fried meat with shredded radish, which incited her ire. Again, it is stir-fried meat with shredded radish. I must lodge a complaint against the chef. He must be embezzling funds, for he serves this dish daily, using neither oil nor adequate salt. The meat is pitifully scant, and what little there is so minuscule it barely fills the gaps between my teeth. He embezzles thousands of taels daily, over a month. That amounts to tens of thousands, and over a year, hundreds of thousands, a considerable sum indeed. How is it that in the Jinui manner, an embezzlement case occurring right under your noses is overlooked? It is as if you turn a blind eye to shield the chef as superiors. You may think this a trivial matter, yet one who cannot satisfy their hunger may resort to betrayal. They may accept bribes to divulge secrets or inform others, which elucidates why some of your cases remain unsolved. As the number of unresolved cases grows, the emperor will begin to question the competence of the Jinui. Disbandment will become inevitable. Perhaps disbandment of the Jinui would not be so bad. I would no longer need to serve, nor would I have to leave home early and return late. Splendid! Hee. I have decided not to file a complaint. Let the Jinui bring about their own demise. Mu Nanjin's fervent exclamations echoed throughout the entire Jinui manor, reaching the ears of all sixth rank and above. Ken Chaoyan furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in her words. The emperor had begun to doubt the efficacy of the left court. If this continued, a new cohort would soon replace them. Seated at the lower left was Captain Jiang, who disagreed with Mu Nanjin's sentiment. Humans are inherently greedy. Even if we provide ample sustenance and comfort to all Jinui, there will always be those willing to betray. Such occurrences cannot be entirely eradicated. However, ensuring that those under our command are well-fed may mitigate the frequency of such betrayals. Captain Jiang still harbored reservations. While it would be easy to investigate the chef, his superiors may be difficult to confront. Ken Chaoyan remained silent for a moment before declaring, "I will handle this matter. Lu Baihu, go to the mess hall and find Miss Mu, then feign discovering that the food here is subpar." Understood. Lu Baihu entered the mess hall and pretended to be angry. "Mu Nanjin, I thought you had forgotten to return to the manor today." Mu Nanjin calmly glanced at him and picked up a piece of radish to eat. The other Jinui members stood and saluted, "Greetings, my lord." Lu Baihu nodded at them before approaching Mu Nanjin. "It's already past noon. Why did you not eat at home before coming here? Why did you come to eat here?" Mu Nanjin feigned, "The food at home is too rich. I wish to sample something lighter." Lu Baihu glanced at her plate, which contained nothing but radish, devoid of meat. "Radish again? Is this all you are eating? Do you not enjoy meat? We all eat this." Lu Baihu surveyed the room. Everyone's meal consisted solely of shredded radish. Some, too hungry, found the food palatable, while others, not as famished, merely picked at their plates. "Why is there no meat for lunch today?" Mu Nanjin replied, "There hasn't been meat every day." Lu Baihu inquired of one Jinui officer, "Is what she says true?" The questioned officer, fearing repercussions, remained silent. Lu Baihu's expression darkened as he strode purposefully toward the serving counter. Chapter 39. A decisive moment. The cook responsible for serving the meals, upon seeing Lu Baihu, quickly bowed, "Greetings, my lord." Lu Baihu paid him no mind, directing his gaze toward the large basin of radish and meat before the cook, where not a single piece of meat was visible, nor was there even a drop of oil. Furious, he seized the spoon from the cook's hand and forcefully stirred the contents, revealing only a few thumb-sized scraps of meat. "Is this what the Jinui are being served?" Lu Baihu angrily tossed the spoon aside. "I recall that the monthly allocation to the mess hall exceeds 50,000 taels, sufficient to ensure that everyone receives 2 portions of meat and a vegetable. Look at what you are serving." Although he had anticipated that the Jinui were not receiving proper sustenance, witnessing it firsthand ignited his rage. The 5 cooks hastily knelt in fear. Lu Baihu, aware that they were not in charge, demanded, "Where is the head chef?" "Where is he?" "In the back courtyard." "Fetch him to see me." "Yes, yes." One of the chefs hurriedly rose and dashed towards the backyard. Shortly thereafter, the head chef rushed into the dining hall, and upon seeing Lu Baihu, he let out a sigh of relief. "Master Lu," the head chef said with a smile, glancing around at the others before lowering his voice. "Are you not aware of the situation? Who in the entire commander's residence does not know that he has embezzled the dining hall's funds, which were then handed over to his superior, the deputy commander of the Jinui, an official of the 2nd rank, several ranks above Qin Chaoyan and the others?" Lu Baihu felt a lump in his throat, but since Qin Chaoyan had assured him that he would handle it before he came, he deemed it unnecessary to be overly concerned. The more the head chef spoke, the more resolute Lu Baihu became, instructing the Jinui, "Throw him out of the commander's residence." The Jinui hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to act, fearing the repercussions of offending the deputy commander. The head chef, seeing their reluctance, smirked. "My connections are with the deputy commander. They dare not lay a finger on me." Suddenly, the chef's collar was seized, and everyone was taken aback as Mu Nanjing expressionlessly dragged the head chef out of the dining hall. "You brat, what are you doing?" the head chef exclaimed in frustration. Mu Nanjing did not bother to respond, and upon reaching the entrance, she unceremoniously tossed him onto the street. "Finally, I won't have to eat slop tomorrow," Lu Baihu remarked as he approached her. "Aren't you afraid of offending the deputy commander?" Mu Nanjing retorted, "Are you afraid? If it weren't for Qin Chaoyan backing me, would you, a mere 6th rank official, dare to provoke someone of the 2nd rank?" Seeing Lu Baihu silent, she added, "If you are afraid, we can report the deputy commander to the emperor for his collusion with the 4th prince. Just based on his embezzlement, he could be executed along with his entire family."
What?
Lu Baihu could not contain his voice, incredulous that the deputy commander was actually colluding with the 4th prince. The very thought that the Jinui were oblivious to this was terrifying. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that only 9th-ranked Jinui were on guard, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I have other tasks for you. Wait here for a moment. I will return shortly." Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyan quickly led Lu Baihu and Mu Nanjing into the palace. Chapter 40. You are my reborn parents. Upon arriving at the palace, Qin Chaoyan headed straight for the Imperial study. The emperor summoned only Qin Chaoyan for an audience, leaving Lu Baihu and Mu Nanjing waiting in the outer courtyard. Suddenly, Mu Nanjing interjected. "Is it not going smoothly?"
What?
Lu Baihu did not grasp her meaning. "What do you mean by not smoothly?" "The 4th prince has not come to the capital. They cannot proceed with their plans."
Oh.
Mu Nanjing did not voice her thoughts but could not suppress her inner musings. The 4th prince must have realized that the emperor is aware of their rebellion, which is why he dares not come to the capital. Lu Baihu believed Mu Nanjing's thoughts were misguided. After all, very few knew of the emperor's intention to investigate the 4th prince, making it unlikely that someone would warn him. The emperor and the 4th prince had always maintained a fade of closeness, and for the time being, the 4th prince likely had not deduced that the emperor had discovered their rebellious intentions. The reason for the 4th prince's absence from the capital was more likely due to Mu Nanjing. She was capable of revealing many unknown secrets, and the 4th prince must have feared that upon arriving in the capital, she would expose their plans. In truth, whether the 4th prince came to the capital was of little consequence to them. What they truly sought was evidence of the 4th prince's intentions for rebellion gleaned from Mu Nanjing's inner thoughts. After a brief while, Qin Chaoyan emerged from the Imperial study. "Mu girl, I have a task for you." "What task?" Mu Nanjing inquired. Assist the emperor in selecting a few loyal and reliable shadow guards. Can Chaoyan intended to use Mu Nanjing to discern which shadow guards were truly devoted to the emperor.
Me?
Select shadow guards? Mu Nanjing was bewildered. How could such an important task be entrusted to her, a mere 9th-rank Jinui? Lu Baihu explained, there are many tasks for the Jinui, but few that you can handle. Whether it is capturing criminals or protecting individuals, you are incapable. So I can only assign you lighter duties. If you cannot even manage the selection of shadow guards, you might as well be relegated to manual labor in the sewers. Mu Nanjing was speechless. Manual labor in the sewers? Does the Jinui even do that? It was indeed the work of the Ministry of Works. But they often lacked manpower and would request assistance from the Jinui. Ken Chaoyan led them to the training grounds, bellowing to the shadow guards who were currently training. All of you, come here. The shadow guards promptly halted their training and lined up in front of Ken Chaoyan. Wow, so many muscular men, Mu Nanjing thought, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the shirtless men, with chiseled chests, well-defined abs, and muscles bursting with power. They would surely be the object of admiration for many women. Old Ken, you are truly like a reborn parent to me. Next time, remember to bring me along for such delightful tasks. Ken Chaoyan cleared his throat. The emperor wishes to select new shadow guards. Whether you stay or leave depends on whether you can pass Mu's scrutiny. All the shadow guards turned their gazes toward Mu Nanjing, who also scrutinized them. Quite impressive. The shadow guards are all handsome, with strong features and piercing eyes. Lu Baihu's mouth twitched. This was a selection of shadow guards, not a beauty contest. Unable to contain himself, he interrupted her musings. Mu Nanjing, you must select the shadow guards carefully. If you choose incorrectly, your life could be at stake. Chapter 41. Daydreaming. Mu Nanjing absent-mindedly nodded. Understood. Lu Baihu rolled his eyes and shouted, first row, leftmost, step forward and state your name. The first shadow guard stepped forward, confidently announcing, Wei Jinju. Wei Jinju, Mu Nanjing repeated, examining him closely. Estimated height 181 centimeters, neck circumference 40 centimeters, chest circumference 95 centimeters, upper arm 28 centimeters, shoulder width 44 centimeters, waist 80 centimeters. Quite a well-built physique, but unfortunately, wearing pants obscures my view of his lower body. The others exchanged glances. Do you want to see his lower half? Lu Baihu face-bombed. Wei Jinju, under the intense gaze of the young girl, felt increasingly embarrassed. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Mu Nanjing's thoughts again. Wei Jinju, an 8th-rank martial artist, has an elderly mother and an unmarried sister at home. Currently, his mother is gravely ill, and his sister is caring for her. The monthly salary of 50 taels is insufficient for his mother's treatment, and most of it goes to the doctor's fees, with the cost of medicine being exorbitant. What about the palace physicians? Are they all dead? What on earth does the emperor keep so many physicians for if they only attend to the concubines who merely feign illness? And the medicinal herbs in the palace are so plentiful they might as well be rotting. Instead of discarding them, why not distribute them to those in need? Such a lack of virtue. Ken Chaoyan made a mental note of everything she said. Lu Baihu interjected, Mu Nanjing, have you made your selection? Mu Nanjing nodded. I've made my choice. Wei Jinju can stay by the emperor's side. He is honest and dutiful, and in times of crisis, he would risk his life to protect the emperor. Such a person is the most reassuring to have by the emperor's side. Ken Chaoyan addressed Wei Jinju. Wei Jinju, change into appropriate attire and await in the Imperial garden. Yes, Wei Jinju replied and departed. Subsequently, the remaining shadow guards reported their names. Since most were orphans trained from a young age, they were all utterly loyal to the emperor, and thus all were retained to await in the Imperial garden. As Mu Nanjing watched the shadow guards leave, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. All the muscular men are gone, leaving only 2 elderly men wrapped up tightly. How boring. Lu Baihu felt an acute headache coming on, and he particularly wanted to vent his frustrations. Kong Chaoyan disregarded Mu Nanjin's heartfelt sentiments and said, Mu girl, there's another group waiting for your selection.
Where are they?
Mu Nanjin scanned her surroundings. Are they sending in another batch of muscular men? How delightful. I have already sent someone to invite them. They will arrive shortly. Mu Nanjin silently prayed, I hope a few handsome and charming shadow guards will come. Lu Baihu let out a cold laugh. Daydreaming. Soon after, a group of middle-aged individuals and elderly folks gradually entered the training grounds. Among them were both men and women, all possessing strength above the 5th rank of master. Kong Chaoyan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I have summoned you here for the final assessment. Once you pass, you shall be awarded with titles and riches." Following the assassination attempt at the Jingtua Temple, the emperor felt a lingering unease, believing that he lacked skilled protectors. Thus, he discreetly sought capable individuals from the martial world to serve him. However, the people before him were all above the 5th rank of master, and he believed none could surpass them, leading to their haughty demeanor, which made it difficult to manage them. Hence, he sought Mu Nanjin as assistance in selection. Yet, Mu Nanjin's gaze was fixated not on them, but on the strikingly handsome youth who entered last. Chapter 42. A sense of choosing a male consort. The youth's appearance and demeanor were exceptionally distinguished. Resembling a pure white shore amidst a dark lake, his ethereal beauty evoking a sense of reverence. Yet, there was an aura about him that made one willing to sacrifice themselves for his allure, his slender form appearing fragile, as if a gust of wind could sweep him away. Mu Nanjin inquired of Lu Baihu, "Lord Lu, what is that young man's name?" Lu Baihu feigned ignorance. "Who are you referring to?" Mu Nanjin shot him a glance. "You can see him right there. Don't pretend." Lu Baihu responded grumpily, "I don't know him." Mu Nanjin turned to Kong Chaoyan, who replied, "His name is Tian Yuan, with Tian meaning heaven and Yuan meaning resentment." He admitted that this was all he knew. As Mu Nanjin softly repeated the name, the young man seemed to sense her calling, and their eyes met. Mu Nanjin winked at him. "He truly lives up to his name. He is indeed the envy of heaven and the ire of mankind." Kong Chaoyan and Lu Baihu exchanged bewildered glances. "What? Is that possible? What's not possible?" Kong Chaoyan and Lu Baihu leaned in with curiosity. "He is the assassin who attempted to kill us at the Jingtua Temple." "What? An assassin? Who? Tian Yuan?" Both Kong Chaoyan and Lu Baihu felt a surge of turmoil within but maintained a facade of calm. "Oh, I see. Tian Yuan's benefactor was trampled to death by a black charcoal. Without his benefactor, he has come to the palace seeking a position as a martial officer. Wow. The emperor has struck gold. If Tian Yuan protects him in the future, few in this world could kill the emperor. Fear not, your majesty. I will ensure he stays by your side." Kong Chaoyan and Lu Baihu. Can someone who has previously attempted to assassinate the emperor truly be retained? How can one be certain he will protect the emperor rather than turn against him? Can one who only recognizes wealth be trusted? I'll get to see that captivating face every day now. Damn it. Lu Baihu cursed inwardly, knowing that Mu Nanjin had ulterior motives. At that moment, an elder spoke up, "Lord Kong, what kind of assessment do you speak of?" Kong Chaoyan pointed at Mu Nanjin and smiled. "You simply need to gain her approval." Everyone turned to Mu Nanjin. Some scoffed. "We are all master-level warriors. Why must we seek the acknowledgement of a little girl? How do we earn her approval? Through martial prowess? Is her strength greater than all present?" The court's selection process seemed too arbitrary. They felt disrespected and began to leave the training grounds. Lu Baihu wished to retain them but was stopped by Kong Chaoyan. In Kong Chaoyan's view, those departing were prideful, and even if they were kept, persuading them to act would require groveling, which was unacceptable for the emperor. Mu Nanjin calmly stated, "Anyone who has an issue with me may leave." The crowd exchanged glances, and gradually more individuals departed, leaving only 9. Among these remained those who either sought to ally with the court or harbored ill intentions towards the emperor. Mu Nanjin declared, "Tian Yuan may stay. I feel as though I am choosing a male consort." Kong Chaoyan Lu Baihu. Chapter 43. You are truly intrusive after selecting Tian Yuan. Mu Nanjin also chose a middle-aged woman of the 8th rank, named Song Longzhu, who had lost all her family members and joined the court seeking protection. Mu Nanjin selected her precisely because she was alone and had a need for the court, making her less likely to betray them. Those who were not selected would still receive rewards from the court, ensuring that their trip was not in vain. Once the selections were complete, Mu Nanjin wished to accompany Kong Chaoyan to present Tian Yuan to the emperor, but Lu Baihu intercepted her. "I need to take you somewhere. You are truly intrusive." Lu Baihu. Mu Nanjin felt quite displeased. What is it? Just follow me. Just as she prepared to sit down, two masked figures leapt down from the roof beside her, brandishing knives aimed at her. In an instant, Black Charcoal, who was behind her, tugged at her collar with his mouth, pulling her back just in time to evade the attackers. The two masked figures were momentarily stunned, not expecting a horse to save Mu Nanjin. Seizing the opportunity, Black Charcoal swiftly kicked one of the assailants, sending him flying 50 meters away. With a loud crash, the flung figure smashed into a vendor stall. Realizing they were facing a captain of the Jinui, the remaining assailants hastily fled into a nearby alley. Tang Jingrui, concerned there might be more hidden enemies, chose not to pursue them. Mu Nanjin, are you alright? Mu Nanjin calmly picked up a piece of food from the table and took a bite. I'm fine. Tang Jingrui inquired further. Who were they? Why did they want to kill you? Could it be that those worried about her revealing sensitive information sought her life? I don't know. Even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. Tang Jingrui frowned. You truly have no idea? If I were to say it was your aunt who wanted me dead, would you believe me? Tang Jingrui. That, indeed, is hard to believe. Having distanced herself from the Tang family, why would her aunt still not spare Mu Nanjin? Did she truly harbor such hatred for her? Tang Jingrui, filled with doubt, approached the fallen masked figure, hoping to extract some information, but found him already lifeless. He had no choice but to compensate the vendor for the damaged stall and arrange for the body to be removed. After hearing the account, Tang Wenzong could scarcely believe that his sister would resort to hiring an assassin. Are you certain it was truly your aunt? Mu Nanjin's inner voice posed the question. Tang Wenzong furrowed his brow. So there is no evidence proving it was your aunt? Then I cannot confront her about the truth. And her nature would prevent her from admitting it, which would only create discord between us siblings. After some thought, Tang Jingrui suggested, I wish to send someone to monitor Aunt Tang. What do you think, father? Tang Wenzong remained silent for a while before nodding in agreement. We must provide your uncle with an explanation. Chapter 44. I have made an error in judgment while Tang Jingrui dispatched individuals to keep an eye on Tang Luzhao. The emperor was troubled about whether to bestow a title upon Tian Yuan. After all, the young man had previously sought his life, and retaining him nearby was indeed concerning. Moreover, if he were to grant him a high office, what if he rebelled? However, the opposing forces' martial prowess far exceeded that of the national master. If they truly wished to eliminate him, they could simply storm the Imperial palace, rendering the pretense of disguising themselves as his shadow guards unnecessary. Upon realizing this, the emperor promptly appointed Tian Yuan and Song Longzhu as first-rank Imperial shadow guards, granting them the authority to summon the Imperial Guard, the palace attendants, and the Jinui at will. Furthermore, he bestowed upon them a residence within the inner city, along with 10 servants and 1,000 taels of gold. In addition, their monthly salary amounted to 100 taels of gold, which was 5 times the monthly pay of the first-rank left and right chancellors of the realm. For Tian Yuan and Song Longzhu, the essentials of food, shelter, and wealth sufficed. The rank of their official titles was of little consequence. Subsequently, the emperor found himself in a quandary. After bestowing the official titles, he was obligated to provide them with seals of office, which would allow them to hear Mu Nanjin's innermost thoughts, thereby exposing many previously concealed matters. However, without the seals, their status as first-rank Imperial Shadow Guards would become a laughingstock, and neither the Imperial Guard nor the Jinui would heed their commands unless the Emperor granted them access to his own command token. The Emperor's command token held far greater significance than the seals of office. He could not afford to be foolish enough to treat it lightly. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to grant them the seals of office and instructed Ken Chaoyan to inform them about Mu Nanjin's situation, cautioning them not to disclose this matter to her. Upon hearing Ken Chaoyan mention that the officials could hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts, Tian Yuan felt incredulous, even suspecting that Ken Chaoyan was deceiving him. It was not until the following morning, just as the emperor was preparing to attend court, that he suddenly heard a delicate voice exclaim, Tian Yuan, I'm here. Tian Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion. Logically, as it was his first day on duty at the palace, few should recognize him. How could someone be calling his name? Or was there perhaps another person in the palace named Tian Yuan? Tian Yuan, where are you? Mu Nanjin continued to call out. Listening carefully, Tian Yuan noted that the voice bore some resemblance to Mu Nanjin's, yet the speaker was a young girl who typically maintained a stern demeanor. Speaking coldly without a hint of emotion, such a melodious tone could not possibly belong to her. Strange, is no one else around? Could it be that he hasn't come to court today? Mu Nanjin, unable to locate Tian Yuan, assumed it was due to the emperor's absence from court. However, as the court assembly time approached and she still did not see Tian Yuan, she suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot that the emperor selected shadow guards, who must remain hidden to protect him, making it impossible for others to discover their existence. Does this mean I will never see him again? I was foolish. Mu Nanjin lamented, wishing to strike her own chest in regret. Is it too late for me to reconsider? Concealed in the shadows, Tian Yuan observed her expressionless face and the complete lack of reaction from the officials, leaving him to question whether he was hallucinating, or if indeed the entire court could hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts. Or perhaps this was not merely a thought but a form of communication, transmitting her inner musings to others. However, such communication typically carried spiritual energy, and the voice he had just heard bore no trace of such fluctuations. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Yuan decided to test her. He stepped from the shadows and approached Mu Nanjin. Her eyes brightened. It is Tian Yuan. He inquired softly. Mu Nanjin, do you recognize who I am? You are Tian Yuan. Mu Nanjin replied flatly, as if she were a puppet, her demeanor cold and detached. Yet, even without her speaking, Tian Yuan still heard her thoughts. Of course, I recognized you. I appointed you as my shadow guard. How could I not know who you are? Tian Yuan focused intently on her lips. I do not refer to your name, but to your identity. When Mu Nanjin had winked at him the previous day, he had felt she had already guessed his true identity. Identity? What identity? Could he be referring to the assassin matter? If so, should I admit that I've recognized him? Tian Yuan concluded that she indeed knew who he was. It is already pitiful enough that I must rise before dawn to attend court with that group of balding old men in the Taijin Hall. I had hoped to enjoy the sight of handsome men to refresh my eyes. If he resigns because I recognized him, would I not lose much enjoyment? I cannot admit it. I absolutely cannot. The officials murmured in disbelief. Little girl, that is rather unethical. We are diligently attending court and have not provoked you. Why would you suddenly stab us in the heart? Pretending to be oblivious, Mu Nanjin feigned a frown. We only met yesterday. How could I possibly know your identity? Tian Yuan's test concluded. He determined that she genuinely possessed the ability to project her thoughts outward. He felt a tinge of sympathy for her, as she could not hide a single concern. Is he staring at me in silence because he does not believe my words, or does he harbor feelings for me? Tian Yuan, not wishing for her to misconstrue his intentions, promptly turned to leave. Is he leaving just like that? Has he come to believe my words? Will he still attempt to assassinate me tonight? Mu Nanjin, having seen in gossip columns that the individuals who had hired him to assassinate the emperor and those who wished to kill her were not the same benefactor, surmised that Tian Yuan would no longer target the emperor. However, she remained uncertain who among the benefactors had sought her demise. Tian Yuan hesitated for a moment. Did she truly know he intended to kill her? Was this what Can Chaoyan had meant when he said Mu Nanjin would be privy to certain secrets? But how did she come to know? And why, knowing he intended to kill her, did she keep him nearby? Was she seeking to monitor him under her very nose? If he does not come to kill me, then the traps I set last night in my room and courtyard would be rendered useless. This thought reminded Tian Yuan of the pill Mu Nanjin had given him at Jingta Temple, though it was merely a common hallucinogen. He had struggled for several days to rid himself of its effects, yet she still dared to set traps? That was simply courting death. I had initially intended to capture him to substitute for Gong Xiaoyong at the Laughing Building, to draw in customers for a day. Now it seems that plan will come to naught. Since Gong Xiaoyong's departure, the Laughing Building's revenue had dwindled by 30%. Mu Nanjin, now in charge of the establishment, felt an acute sense of loss and was eager to find someone to fill Gong Xiaoyong's role to revive its fortunes. Tian Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Had he not sworn never to reveal the truth of his ability to project thoughts, he would have drawn his sword and slain her. Someone who would humiliate him by employing courtesans was simply unworthy of existence. The officials in the Taijin Hall were thoroughly impressed by Mu Nanjin. They had initially believed her traps were intended to eliminate Tianyuan, only to discover her intentions were to have him serve at the brothel. It must be said, the girl's ideas were rather unconventional. The emperor, seated upon the throne, was drenched in sweat. He remained haunted by the events at Jingta Temple, genuinely fearing that Mu Nanjin might provoke Tianyuan, leading to another violent confrontation between them. In the end, it would be them who suffered the consequences. The destruction of Jingta Temple served as ample evidence. He did not wish for the palace to meet a similar fate. The emperor decisively rose and announced, "Court dismissed." The officials quickly bowed in unison. "We humbly send off your majesty." Mu Nanjin was taken aback. This was the quickest court dismissal she had ever experienced since beginning her duties.
Huh?
Didn't we just convene? We barely exchanged a few words before adjourning. Is court so trivial? The commander of the Imperial Forest Army thought to himself. It was surely your doing that frightened him. As the emperor exited the Taijin Hall, Tang Wenzong hurriedly rushed out to find Mu Nanjin. "Mu Nanjin,"
he called.
"Hey?" Tang Wenzong, taken aback, found that Mu Nanjin had already walked far away. And no matter how he chased after her, he could not catch up to her pace. He sighed heavily and remarked to his passing colleagues, "You all saw it. She would not sell me the pill simply because I am her relative." The others had witnessed Mu Nanjin's demeanor towards Tang Wenzong and could not dare to claim otherwise, resolving instead to find a time to quietly approach Mu Nanjin. She had just realized that during the meal delivery, 2 prison guards accompanied her. Their primary task was to push the cart laden with food and distribute it to each inmate, while she merely needed to observe. As Mu Nanjin pondered the absurdity of needing to supervise even the delivery of meals, the 2 guards suddenly halted, looking at her with evident trepidation. "My lady, that place is not for us to enter. We shall not accompany you further." Noticing their palpable fear, Mu Nanjin nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 guards, seemingly pursued by a phantom, fled in haste. Mu Nanjin turned her gaze towards the path ahead. The darkness within was impenetrable, so dense that one could not see their hand in front of their face, and it was filled with unsettling sounds, cackling whispers, hissing noises, and the echoes of collisions. The entire dungeon exuded an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Anyone with even a modicum of timidity would be frightened to death merely standing outside. Pushing the cart inside, illuminated by the lantern dangling from it, she observed that the walls were plastered with talismans, and the prison door was not like the barred gates outside, which allowed a clear view inside. This door was a hefty iron barrier, inscribed with various mystical symbols, with a small hole at the bottom through which a bowl could be inserted. Mu Nanjin placed 6 bowls of food through the door, and just as she reached the last cell, something soft unexpectedly licked her hand, followed by a sinister giggle from within. "Hee," disgusted. She shook her hand and departed with the cart. Upon her exit, Liu Baihu, who had been waiting for her, hurriedly inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "What could possibly happen while delivering a meal?" Mu Nanjin replied, wiping her hand on his robe. Liu Baihu retorted with annoyance, "What are you doing?" "Someone just licked my hand," she replied. Liu Baihu exclaimed, "So you're using my robe as a napkin? If he dares to take advantage of me, just wait until I find a way to deal with him. Of course, if he happens to be handsome, I might spare his life and make him responsible for me." Liu Baihu rolled his eyes, realizing his concern had been in vain. "Oh," Mu Nanjin mused, "who sent me to deliver meals to the prisoners?" "Lord Ken," Liu Baihu answered. Mu Nanjin nodded. "You should go find Lord Kansas," Liu Baihu asked in confusion. "What do you need to find Lord Ken for?" "You will understand once you seek him out." Liu Baihu, bewildered, made his way to Qin Chao Yan's study. Without looking up, Qin Chao Yan asked, "What is it?" "Mu Nanjin sent me to find you." Chapter 47. All because of her anger, my official robe is on fire. Liu Baihu exclaimed as he noticed a small purple flame igniting beneath his robe, gradually consuming his attire. He hurriedly removed the robe, throwing it along with his jade belt to the ground. Alarmingly, the purple flame not only engulfed his robe, but also reduced the embedded jade in the belt to ashes. And, even more terrifyingly, it spread to the carpet. Qin Chao Yan quickly grabbed a teapot and doused the flames, but instead of extinguishing them, the fire intensified and spread more rapidly. Liu Baihu rushed outside, scooping dirt to throw on the purple flames, yet it proved futile. "Quickly, find the national teacher," he shouted. Just as Can Chao Yen finished speaking, the purple flames suddenly vanished without a trace. The two men were left speechless. They searched the entire study to confirm the fire had indeed disappeared before they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Bai, who, still perplexed, remarked, "I have no idea why it appeared on me. Have you come into contact with anything strange?" Can Chao Yen asked, puzzled. Why would she use your official robe to wipe her hands? Lu Bai, who recounted the earlier events. Are you saying Mu Nanjin was licked by someone in the cell? Can Chao Yen's brow furrowed even deeper. Yes, Lu Bai, who confirmed. Can Chao Yen pondered, narrowing his eyes. It must be something that clung to her hand that is causing this trouble. But why is Mu Nanjin unharmed? And why did she send you to find me? Her being unharmed indicates she is not an ordinary person. As for why she asked you to seek me out, Can Chao Yen chuckled. Perhaps it is because she is irritated that I assigned such a perilous task to a young girl, and she wanted me to witness the outcome of her delivering meals to the dungeon. Lu Bai, who grumbled, that little girl is quite ruthless. She doesn't fear the purple flames that could have consumed me entirely. She likely has confidence that she won't be harmed, Can Chao Yen replied. Lu Bai, who, curious, asked, Lord Can, who exactly was the one that licked Mu Nanjin's hand? Why was there such a terrifying flame? If they possess such power, we could never keep them confined, and it makes no sense for them to be obediently locked in a dungeon. Can Chao Yen shook his head. All I know is that there are 6 dangerous individuals imprisoned in the dungeon, and guards often meet their demise while delivering meals to them. I wanted to avoid seeing anyone else perish inside, so I thought to let Mu Nanjin give it a try. I believe that if she can handle those whom even the national teacher cannot, then she should be able to manage the 6 peculiar prisoners. Moreover, she possesses knowledge that we do not, making her the perfect candidate for this task. In hindsight, my decision to send her was indeed correct. He sighed helplessly. It's a pity that she only delivered meals once before being borrowed by the right courtyard. I am uneasy about her being with Deng Xingchao. You must keep an eye on her tomorrow. I feel that just by being with her for a day, your life will be shortened by half a year. Lu Bai, who grumbled. Can Chao Yen chuckled softly. Mu Nanjin's thoughts indeed have a way of riling one up. Chapter 48. I will spare their lives. The following morning, Mu Nanjin arrived at the entrance of the Du Wei mansion, where she spotted Lu Bai, who and Deng Xingchao waiting on horseback, instantly furrowing her brow. Why is Lu Bai, who everywhere I go? He truly is an unshakable specter. I have a premonition that with him around, trouble is bound to multiply. Deng Xingchao and his 2 capable subordinates, Chen Liangli and Jiang Buji, exchanged glances at Lu Bai, whose suddenly darkening expression. Lu Bai, who continuously reassured himself internally, do not be angry. If I get upset, won't that play into Mu Nanjin's hands? With everyone gathered, they set off. Deng Xingchao led his group to the national residence, casually mentioning, yesterday, envoys from the Great Liao and Great Zhou arrived. With the envoys from 4 nations present, we shall take them to meet the emperor this afternoon. 2 more countries harboring ill intentions, Deng Xingchao and his companions quickly perked up their ears, but Mu Nanjin did not elaborate further. All right, strike him.
Hit him hard.
Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from the courtyard. Deng Xingchao, concerned about potential trouble, hurriedly led his men to the back courtyard. The chief steward of the national residence greeted him respectfully. Greetings, esteemed lords. With a slight smile, the steward added, the envoys from the 4 nations are engaged in martial arts competitions. Martial arts competitions? Deng Xingchao was immediately filled with an unsettling premonition. Before he could instruct Lu Bai who to take Mu Nanjin away, he heard Jin Beiyan call out loudly, Deng Darren, you've arrived. Deng Xingchao, with an air of reluctance, approached Jin Beiyan along with Mu Nanjin and the others. Jin Beiyan announced, we are currently competing. Would you like to join us? I would love to see how skilled Miss Mu is. His persistent interest in Mu Nanjin stemmed from his belief that since she had saved the emperor and received exceptional favor, she must possess remarkable abilities, prompting him to wish to spar with her. Deng Xingchao thought to himself, had he known there would be a competition, he would have refrained from bringing Mu Nanjin along. Furthermore, having already declined an invitation once, it was inappropriate to refuse a second time. Not wanting to speak on Mu Nanjin's behalf, he turned to her. Are you willing to spar with them? Weren't you claiming to be even more skilled than martial gods? I am eager to see if you dare accept. Mu Nanjin glanced at Liu Baihu. Am I allowed to? I hope it's fine if I injure them, she added. Liu Baihu smirked inwardly. Wasn't she disdainful of me earlier? Now she seeks my counsel? Liu Baihu replied, and Jin Beiyan looked at him in confusion. Why are you asking him? Deng Xingqiao elucidated to him. Lord Liu is the commander of the Wooden Guard. Any actions must first receive his consent. I see. Liu Baihu lightly coughed and addressed Jin Beiyun. My lord, the Wood Guard is a valued minister to our emperor. I dare not make any decisions without his approval. The emperor values his ministers? Humph. What a grand boast. If he truly valued me, he wouldn't have bestowed upon me only a 9th grade title. Liu Baihu internally retorted. It was your own refusal of rewards. How dare you mention the emperor? Jin Beiyun discerned that both Deng Xingqiao and Liu Baihu were protective of Mu Nanjin, indicating her esteemed status in the emperor's eyes. Then, I must trouble both of you to inquire if your emperor consents to our duel. With such a statement, Deng Xingqiao found it difficult to decline. He recognized that Jin Beiyun would not be satisfied unless he faced Mu Nanjin in battle. So, he reluctantly sent someone to consult the emperor. Expecting a refusal, he was taken aback when the emperor actually granted permission. This is dire. Deng Xingqiao whispered to Liu Baihu, Mu Nanjin is doomed. He even suspected that the emperor might want to eliminate her through the hands of foreign envoys to prevent her from divulging further secrets. Liu Baihu replied, You should be more concerned about the envoys from the other 4 nations. If Mu Nanjin were to defeat them, they would have an excuse to trouble the great Qian. Mu Nanjin inquired, How shall we fight? Will it be a victory, a loss, or a draw? Liu Baihu found himself in a difficult position as well. Deng Xingqiao advised, Just preserve your life. Mu Nanjin nodded, Very well. I shall spare their lives. Liu Baihu and Deng Xingqiao both responded, That is not my intention. I mean for you to ensure your own safety. At that moment, Jin Beiyun stepped forward. Chapter 49, Untitled. Jin Beiyun respectfully gestured towards Mu Nanjin, stating, I am Beiyun, and I would like to invite Miss Mu to engage in a duel. The crowd, upon learning that a lady would be participating, expressed their curiosity. Miss Mu?
Who is she?
A match between a man and a young lady lacks honor, especially if the man were to lose. Mu Nanjin turned to Liu Baihu and declared, I shall take the stage. Liu Baihu nodded. Remember to hold back. Deng Xingqiao shot him a glare. Is that not the opposite of what you should say? You know nothing. Were it not for Deng Xingqiao's higher rank, Liu Baihu would have retorted sharply. Deng Xingqiao patted her shoulder reassuringly. Little girl, do not worry. I have already sent for the Imperial physician. There will be no harm done. Although Mu Nanjin often revealed other secrets, inciting a desire to silence her, it was understood that she did not do so intentionally. Moreover, being a young girl, it was hard to bear the thought of her lying bedridden for life or dying young. Mu Nanjin nodded. Instruct the physician to bring plenty of internal injury medicine. I have already done so. I also sent someone to deliver the ginseng and reisure awarded to you by the Empress Dowager. With these remedies, you will certainly survive. Mu Nanjin queried. Shouldn't these remedies be provided by the emperor? Must I also supply the medicine? That seems rather unfair. Deng Xingqiao replied sternly, When lives are at stake, what are you hesitating for? Is a life more important than medicine? Mu Nanjin responded, I. Liu Baihu found their banter amusing yet exhausting. As they continued to converse in circles. Enough, do not keep our esteemed guests from the great David waiting. Mu Nanjin nodded and stepped onto the stage. Liu Baihu remarked, Of course, there are feelings involved. It is a particularly strong desire to throttle her. Deng Xingqiao rubbed his forehead. This is all so sudden. What? Liu Baihu momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of his words. Deng Xingqiao, feeling particularly guilty, lamented, The duel came upon us unexpectedly. When the guards from the Great David first mentioned it, I should have arranged for someone to disguise themselves as Mu Nanjin to handle the Great David's envoy, while having Mu Nanjin present herself as a man.
Now,
it has come to this. Let us simply observe the contest. Liu Baihu was particularly eager to witness Mu Nanjin in action. He had heard Ken Chaoyan speak of her exceptional skills, yet he remained unaware of her true capabilities. On the stage, Mu Nanjin approached Jin Beiyun, while the representatives from the other 3 nations gazed in astonishment at her attire. So this is Miss Mu? But why is she donned in the official robes of the Great Qian's Imperial Guard? Is she an official as well? Does the Great Qian even have female officials? Upon arriving in the Great Qian, I had heard tales of an emperor who appointed a young girl as an official, albeit of low rank. I suppose that must be her. I have also heard that the emperor's decision to recruit women into the court was inspired by her. It seems the emperor was enamored with her beauty, leading to such absurdities. Just look at her slender arms and legs. She hardly resembles a martial artist. I would wager she would collapse after just 3 moves. She is merely a young girl. Even if she knows how to fight, it is likely just some rudimentary skills. The guards of the Great David could easily defeat her. However, one should not underestimate a young girl. She may very well be a master like those legendary heroines of the martial world. Haha. Jin Beiyun, casting a glance at the one who spoke audibly, declared, Miss Mu. Let us keep it light. Mu Nanjin hesitated, but nodded. Keeping it light is quite the challenge. Deng Xingqiao turned to Lu Baihu, saying, for the young girl, it is indeed difficult to hold back. Merely avoiding her opponent's strikes would be an impressive feat I can hardly bear to watch. Based on Lu Baihu's understanding of Mu Nanjin, her intentions were undoubtedly not as Deng Xingqiao imagined. He patted Deng Xingqiao's shoulder reassuringly. Perhaps things are not as you believe. You should listen to her words before deciding whether to watch. Given her lack of skill, it is likely that I will not need to exert much effort for her to fall. They say swords are blind. What if I lose control of my strength? I believe it would be easier to incapacitate or eliminate them outright. Lu Baihu. Indeed, there is more to this. Deng Xingqiao's initial reluctance vanished, replaced by a look of incredulity as he queried Lu Baihu if she had always been so self-assured. Did she not possess an understanding of her own capabilities? How could she dare to think of seriously wounding or killing others without weighing her own strength? Lu Baihu speculated, I believe she is merely comforting herself. This is the only way she can quell her fears. Jiang Buji raised an eyebrow. She must have been overly protected by Tang Qianhu and his men, unaware of true danger, which emboldens her. How shall I fight without causing harm? As Mu Nanjin pondered this, she heard Jin Beiyun graciously say, Miss Mu, as a lady, you may make the first move.
Ah.
Given that her opponent invited her to strike, Mu Nanjin decided to take full advantage. Eager to test just how much strength she would need to exert to subdue him, she unsheathed the Imperial Guard saber, twirling it in her hand until she was accustomed to its weight, then swung it casually towards Jin Beiyun. Instantly, a fierce wave of blade energy transformed into a streak of white light, shooting forth. Deng Xingqiao's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Lu Baihu kindly explained, blade energy. Deng Xingqiao retorted, of course I know it is blade energy. What I meant was how could Mu Nanjin unleash blade energy? Lu Baihu replied, that is difficult to explain, as I do not know either. On the stage, Jin Beiyun's expression changed dramatically as he hastily raised his sword to block the blade energy. The blade energy struck the sword, producing a sharp, grating sound. Fortunately, his sword was a treasured blade, otherwise, it would have been severed. However, his inner strength and might could not withstand the ferocity of the blade energy, forcing him to retreat 2 paces. As the blade energy gradually diminished over time, Jin Beiyun bellowed, mustering his strength to redirect the energy towards an empty space. With a resounding crash, the distant wall shattered into splinters. The audience stood in stunned silence. The young lady is indeed formidable. It is clear now that the guards of the Great David cannot hope to prevail against her. The Great David is destined to lose. Deng Xingqiao gazed incredulously at Lu Baihu. Mu Nanjin possesses martial prowess? Chen Liangli and Jiang Buji were equally astonished. Lu Baihu nodded. I too did not anticipate that Mu Nanjin is a master of internal energy. Deng Xingqiao, filled with anger, retorted. Since you were aware of her abilities, why did you not inform me? I worried for nothing. He continued. No wonder Mu Nanjin dared to engage in a contest with others without fear. My lord, are you unscathed? 2 guards from the Great David Kingdom hurried to Jin Beiyun's side. Jin Beiyun discreetly shook his tingling hands. I am fine. You may leave. Understood. The guards complied and retreated. Jin Beiyun turned to Mu Nanjin. Indeed, the skills of one who has saved the emperor are remarkable. No wonder the emperor made an exception to appoint a young lady to a position of authority. Liu Baihu and Deng Xingqiao interjected. The emperor's decision to elevate Mu Nanjin was not for that reason. Mu Nanjin addressed Jin Beiyun. You are not my match. It would be wise to concede. I have warned you. Should you persist, do not blame me if I inadvertently injure you. How can we ascertain that I am not your match when we have not yet truly engaged? Jin Beiyun lifted his sword. From this point onward, I shall not hold back. Oh, Mu Nanjin replied nonchalantly. To Jin Beiyun's eyes, she appeared dismissive. Indeed, Mu Nanjin regarded him with indifference, preoccupied with calculating the force necessary to defeat him. I merely exerted minimal effort to force him back 6 meters, she mused. Deng Xingqiao and the others exchanged incredulous glances. That ferocious move could likely overwhelm even an 8th-tier warrior, yet she claimed she had not exerted herself? What would happen if she truly did? Deng Xingqiao dared not imagine. If I were to apply just a modicum of force, he would surely be unable to withstand it, perhaps even left incapacitated, but I would ensure he retains his breath. Thus concluding the contest, and providing a satisfactory account to old Deng. Upon hearing this, Deng Xingqiao panicked. Mu. But before he could finish, Jin Beiyun had already lunged at Mu Nanjin with his sword. Mu Nanjin wielded her blade with slightly more force, unleashing an even more potent surge of energy. Deng Xingqiao's forehead dripped with cold sweat. He sensed the terrifying blade aura was beyond what a martial artist below the master level could withstand. If Jin Beiyun dared to confront it directly, he would either perish or be gravely injured. Should the 5th prince of the Great David Kingdom be harmed, war would inevitably ensue. Just as the blade aura threatened to strike Jin Beiyun, unexpectedly, the 5th prince descended from above, sweeping his sleeve to disperse Mu Nanjin's blade energy. Jin Beiyun was momentarily stunned. 5th prince. Deng Xingqiao rushed forward, shielding Mu Nanjin. It is a draw. This contest ends in a tie.
Mu Nanjin, puzzled,
inquired. I have yet to even touch him. How is it a draw? Silence. Deng Xingqiao said, his head throbbing. The 5th prince of the Great David Kingdom coldly regarded Mu Nanjin. This young lady is indeed ruthless. Had I not intervened, Jin Beiyun's life would have been irrevocably ruined at her hands. Mu Nanjin retorted, the people of the Great David Kingdom are utterly unreasonable. They dictate the terms of the contest and then claim it is over. I even warned Jin Beiyun that he could not best me, yet he ignored my counsel. Can I be blamed for Jin Beiyun's incompetence? I feel most aggrieved. Deng Xingqiao cleared his throat. This young lady lacks an understanding of restraint. I hope the 5th prince can overlook this. Why should we lower our voices when they are in the wrong? Old Deng, you must not falter. If you do, you shall be looked down upon. Deng Xingqiao replied. He is not faltering. He seeks to maintain goodwill between our nations. If a conflict erupts, it would only benefit other countries. The 5th prince of the Great David Kingdom maintained his icy demeanor. I demand an apology from her. Before Deng Xingqiao could finish his sentence, Mu Nanjin had already pulled him behind her. You wish for me to apologize? Only if you crawl through my legs will I consider it. Mu Nanjin declared coldly. Apologizing is out of the question. Liu Baihu and the others showed no intent to intervene, eager for her to speak further. However, after her declaration, she fell silent. Deng Xingqiao face-bombed. She charged forward only to utter that one line. Surely, she had more to express. The 5th prince narrowed his cold eyes, attempting to intimidate her. Any other youth would have retreated in fright, yet Mu Nanjin remained undeterred. You think you can intimidate me with your glare? You are still inexperienced. Liu Baihu and Deng Xingqiao were astonished. She is not the least bit afraid of the sinister gaze of a master poisoner? At that moment, the 4th prince of the Great Qin Kingdom stepped forward to mediate. Since this is merely a contest, we should face the outcome calmly. Besides, neither party has been harmed, so why escalate matters? I implore you to grant this prince a favor. Let us conclude the matter of the duel here and join me in my courtyard to savor the exquisite cuisine of the Great Qin Kingdom. Jin Beiyun subtly tugged at the 5th prince's robe, signaling him to let go of the matter concerning a young girl. The 5th prince snorted coldly and followed the 4th prince of the Great Qin Kingdom to his courtyard. Jin Beiyun hastily trailed behind. The 5th prince, in a hushed tone, admonished, had I not intervened, you might have been rendered useless. Jin Beiyun, of course, understood, and felt a wave of regret wash over him. Truth be told, it was his fault. He had been urged to surrender, yet he insisted on continuing the fight, nearly facing ruin. The fifth prince continued, "You need not be angry. I have already avenged you." Humph. As I deflected her blade energy, I directed a small poison towards her. By tomorrow, we shall hear news of her demise. This young girl, possessing formidable strength at such a tender age, might become an obstacle in our plans to assassinate the emperor of the great Qian kingdom. She cannot be allowed to live. However, the poison he spoke of was diligently gnawing at Mu Nanjin's skin, yet her flesh was too resilient. Even the serpent's teeth had failed to pierce her skin. Mu Nanjin grasped the minuscule green snake, inspecting it closely. Lu Baihu casually inquired, "When did you dig up a ground dragon?" "This is a small venomous serpent," Mu Nanjin clarified. Then added, "It was secretly placed upon me by the fifth prince." Deng Xingqiao questioned, "Are you referring to the poison master disguised as the fifth prince?" Mu Nanjin nodded. Lu Baihu, alarmed, exclaimed, "He intends to kill you. You must dispose of that snake immediately." Mu Nanjin retracted the small serpent, narrowing her eyes. "I have made a decision." Deng Xingqiao asked, "What have you decided?" "I shall capture the poison master and deliver him to Xiangqing Tower to serve as a warning to others. With him around, few would dare cause trouble." Lu Baihu and Deng Xingqiao, "We merely wish to inquire what else you dare to contemplate." Chapter 50. I command you to kneel before me. Jin Beiyun and the fifth prince waited an entire day. And not only did they not receive news of Mu Nanjin's demise, but on the following day, they witnessed her lively presence, bounding about before them. Jin Beiyun quietly asked the fifth prince, "Did you not say she would perish within a day? How is she unharmed? Are you certain you placed the poison on her?" The fifth prince took a deep breath, observed the item on her right middle finger. Jin Beiyun discreetly glanced and saw a small green ring adorning Mu Nanjin's finger. "It is a ring. Look more closely." Jin Beiyun stole another glance, only to realize the ring was in fact moving. Upon his third examination, he discerned that it was not a ring but a minuscule green snake, persistently attempting to bite Mu Nanjin's skin. Jin Beiyun was taken aback and quickly inquired of the fifth prince, "Is that your poison?" The fifth prince nodded. Mu Nanjin must have cultivated an indestructible technique, rendering her immune to the serpent's bite. However, fret not. I shall find another opportunity to administer a different poison. Jin Beiyun, while they deliberated on the poisoning of the precious wood, officials from the Ministry of Rites escorted envoys from 4 nations to the 10,000 Beasts Garden. Chen Liangli proudly declared, "We have visited several times already. Every year, when envoys arrive or princes from the vassal states enter the capital, they come to tour the 10,000 Beasts Garden, with the Imperial guards ensuring their safety, allowing us the fortune to accompany them." Lu Baihu gazed with envy. The duties in the right court were undeniably less strenuous than those in the left court, which seemed to lurk in the shadows, hidden in dark corners. Chen Liangli patted Lu Baihu's back, saying, "I will introduce you to the divine bird shortly." "Good," Lu Baihu replied joyfully. Mu Nanjin, curious, inquired, "What is the purpose of the 10,000 Beasts Garden?" Deng Xingqiao elucidated, "It is a sanctuary for the emperor's exotic birds and beasts." "Oh, so it is a zoo," she mused. Chen Liangli and Zhang Buji exchanged glances. "Mu Nanjin, you don't appear the least bit pleased. Have you visited the 10,000 Beasts Garden before?" Chen Liangli and Zhang Buji continued, while Lu Baihu, brimming with excitement, asked Chen Liangli, "Where is the divine bird?"
Please take me to see it.
Chen Liangli nodded. Upon entering, they encountered a courtyard adorned with an array of peculiar grasses, at the back of which stood an exquisite pavilion for receiving guests. Eager to view the rare creatures, they bypassed resting in the pavilion and headed directly to the towering walls at the back. The walls were not only high, but also exceptionally thick, akin to city walls. Although the main gate was wooden, it was both heavy and robust, impervious to the charge of any large beast. The guards of the 10,000 Beasts Garden exerted great effort to push open the heavy door, revealing an ancient tree standing tall, adorned with over a dozen colorful birds.
Wow.
The envoys from various nations were entranced by the beautiful birds. One of the birds chirped, "Welcome, welcome." The envoys were astonished. "It can speak?" The Minister of Rites, suppressing his pride, explained, "This is the divine bird of our great Qian nation. It understands human language. Is this truly the divine bird? Lu Baihu exclaimed with excitement. I had heard tales of a bird that could speak, but I never believed it until now. Just then Mu Nanjin interjected. Isn't that merely a parrot? Parrots possess unique vocal organs, with a developed tongue that is long, soft, and flexible, allowing them to produce clear and accurate tones. And they have strong mimicking abilities and memory. With enough interaction and training, they can learn to speak human language. In essence, it is just an ordinary bird, albeit one that can utter a few phrases. I expected to see a phoenix. How disappointing. The Minister of Rites, explaining to the envoys, nearly choked on his pride at her mundane remarks, feeling as if his dignity had been trampled. Lu Baihu's earlier excitement dissipated. Deng Xingqiao silently rejoiced that the envoys could not hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts, lest the great Qian nation be the subject of their ridicule. Unaware of her sentiments, the envoys scattered to amuse the divine bird. At that moment, a parrot flew before Mu Nanjin. She raised her hand, inviting it to perch on her wrist. Say, may you sail smoothly, 2 dragons soar, 3 goats usher prosperity, 4 seasons bring peace, 5 blessings arrive, 6 success be with you, 7 stars shine bright, wealth come from all directions, 9 hearts united, and perfection in all things. The parrot. It can't even say that. What a novice. The officials of the great Qian nation remarked, Miss, we have summoned you to protect, not to undermine. Chan Liangli, in a soothing tone, reassured Lu Baihu, soon. I will show you the giant beasts. They stand over 2 zhang tall, and I assure you, you will not dare approach them. Lu Baihu's eyes widened. So tall? Indeed. As the envoys had seen enough, the Minister of Rites led them to the next attraction. Before they could approach, a rumbling sound resonated from the ground. The envoys' guards immediately encircled their masters, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The Minister of Rites smiled. Do not be alarmed. That is the sound produced by the giants as they walk. Their enormous size causes the ground to tremble beneath them. One envoy remarked, Giants? They must be quite large to be called giants. Indeed, they stand over 2 zhang tall. Trophies we acquired during our campaign against the Great Western Nation. The envoys had heard of the giants in the Great Western Nation, but had never witnessed them. The fact that the Great Qian nation could claim giants as trophies indicated their formidable military strength, instilling a deeper sense of apprehension within the envoys. The Minister of Rites observed their expressions with satisfaction. Upon reaching the habitat of the giants, they were astonished to see creatures towering over 2 zhang high. One step from them could crush several of us. I wonder if they would eat humans? Mu Nanjin gazed at the long-eared, long-nosed beasts. Is it? Before she could finish her thought, Lu Baihu, concerned about her speaking out of turn, swiftly grabbed a pear from a nearby maid and shoved it into her mouth. Mu Nanjin removed the pear, frowning. What are you doing? Lu Baihu feigned concern, saying, After such a long journey, you must be thirsty. Have some fruit to quench your thirst. Oh, Mu Nanjin admitted, feeling somewhat parched. Thank you. A miracle. Lu Baihu has become so considerate and caring towards this young lady. Chan Liangli and Zhang Buji discreetly gave Lu Baihu a thumbs up. Lu Baihu thought to himself, he had deceived Mu Nanjin more than once. His skill in this regard had reached an extraordinary level. The truth was, Mu Nanjin was simply too lazy to think deeply about others' actions, making her easy to deceive. The primary reason for her lack of contemplation stemmed from the life principle instilled in her by her master since childhood. Use your fist for what can be solved with it. No need for thought. Mu Nanjin took a bite of the pear while observing the giants. Though I have seen elephants before, I have never encountered such towering elephants. Currently, elephants are the largest land animals. Calling them giants is not an exaggeration. Elephants are herbivores and do not eat humans. Fortunately, these envoys are unsophisticated and have not seen elephants. Deceiving them is still possible. Cough cough. The Minister of Rites could not suppress his laughter. One envoy glanced at him. Sir, what troubles you? I apologize. I caught a slight chill last night, the Minister of Rites fibbed. Lu Baihu gazed at Mu Nanjin with irritation. His earlier excitement had waned due to her unremarkable tone. If they continued to tour, he would struggle to maintain his enthusiasm. Why doesn't the Minister of Rites take the envoys to a brothel? It would be far more entertaining than this. The Minister of Rites replied, Who would bring envoys to such a sordid place for amusement? Not only would we be looked down upon, but it would also give the impression that the great Qian nation knows only frivolity. Should I offer some silver to the Minister of Rights as a bribe, urging him to take the envoys to a brothel tomorrow? The officials responded. Mu Nanjin nodded. That would be splendid. Mu Nanjin obediently followed the guards away.
What?
The envoy from the great David nation intends to poison the giants. The officials gasped in shock. The Minister of Rights urgently shouted, the fifth prince of the great David nation. Hearing his name called abruptly, the prince nearly dropped the poison from his sleeve in shock. His expression darkened. Sir, why did you suddenly call for me? Our emperor learned that an official offended you yesterday. He specially sent me with some precious gifts as an apology. The Minister of Rights explained, patting his forehead, I am getting old, and my memory fails me. I completely forgot about this matter until now. Would the fifth prince like to see the gifts from our emperor in the pavilion? The fifth prince, feeling the eyes of everyone upon him, found himself unable to act, and could only nod, lead the way. The Minister of Rights instructed the Deputy Minister of Rights, Lord Zhou, please guide the way. The Deputy Minister gestured for the fifth prince to follow him. Please, Your Highness, come with me. The Deputy Minister smirked slightly, Guard Mu. If we're bored, let us go drink. The Deputy Minister of Rights hastily glanced at the distant ministers, seeing their lack of response, indicating that they had not heard the heartfelt sentiments of Mu Nanjin. With a sidelong glance, Mu Nanjin acknowledged the fifth prince's presence. Oh, the fifth prince is here too. The fifth prince, infuriated, retorted, I have always been here. The Deputy Minister of Rights chose not to engage further, remaining silent for the rest of the journey. Why has Lord Zhou stopped speaking? I still wanted to inquire when he would visit the Laughing Tower, but it seems that question will remain unanswered. The Deputy Minister of Rights directed his attention back to Mu Nanjin, but the fifth prince offered no acknowledgement. You may ignore me now, but in the future, I will make you kneel before me. Humph, she mused. The Deputy Minister hastened to the pavilion, instructing the steward of the Wanshan Garden to bring forth the most precious items from the garden. The fifth prince, being a renowned poison master well-versed in various plants, recognized the value of what was presented and accepted it without hesitation. He then turned his gaze toward Mu Nanjin, who was staring intently at the entrance of the Wanshan Garden. If that tree cannot withstand this trial, it will perish. If it survives, it likely won't remain here for long. The divine birds will lose their nests. What trial? The Deputy Minister's curiosity was piqued by her thoughts, and he stood to glance outside, just in time to see the grand tree he had noticed upon entering. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the tree to sway and shedding numerous leaves. One leaf was carried by the wind and landed on the pavilion. Mu Nanjin caught the leaf and tucked it into her bosom. The tree rustled, producing a sound reminiscent of waves, which to the Deputy Minister's ears almost echoed laughter. The Minister of Rights inquired of the fifth prince, Are you satisfied with the gift from our emperor? The fifth prince nodded in affirmation. That is splendid, splendid indeed. The Minister of Rights remarked with a smile to the assembly. Tomorrow afternoon at the hour of the monkey, I shall escort you all to meet the emperor. The Deputy Minister instructed the steward of Wanshan Garden to prepare the meal. As noon approached, it was the perfect time for a shift change. Deng Xingqiao took Mu Nanjin and the others away from the garden. Lu Baihu expressed his longing for Wanshan Garden. I have never seen a deer with such a long neck. Did something happen at birth for it to grow like that? Chun Liangli laughed. No one knows why its neck is so long.
Mu Nanjin frowned.
Isn't Lu Baihu referring to a giraffe?
How ignorant.
It's simply born that way. Lu Baihu was instantly silenced, his enthusiasm dampened by her remarks. Deng Xingqiao informed Mu Nanjin. You are to report to the Due mansion tomorrow at the hour of the pig. All right, she replied, parting ways with them and swiftly leaving on horseback. Chapter 51. The power of fists in matters concerning her finances. Mu Nanjin swiftly changed into her everyday attire and made her way to the Laughing Tower. The doors were wide open, but a throng of guards stood outside, preventing anyone from entering. Inside, tables, chairs, wine jars, and food lay in disarray, with over 100 courtesans, male entertainers, singers, and musicians being brutally subdued and whipped by a group of guards. Their bodies bore numerous bruises. Cries of agony resonating throughout the Laughing Tower, causing passers-by to retreat in fear. Please, my lord, I implore you to stop. If this continues, someone will perish. The madam pleaded, kneeling before four elegantly dressed men. One young man in white attire leaned back in his chair, regarding her with disdain. If you beg us in the most degrading manner from your Laughing Tower, we might consider sparing you. The madam was bewildered by what constituted the most degrading manner. We are not from the Laughing Tower. How can we know what pleases you? She retorted, aware that he sought to humiliate her. Gritting her teeth, she rose and began to undress, swaying her body provocatively. The four young men instinctively frowned, and the young man in white, enraged, hurled a fruit platter at her face. Who would be interested in a body like yours? Spare us the disgust. The madam cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, her face bruised and blood trickling from her nose. The other three men looked on mockingly. Nanjin, who usually wore a cold expression, felt her demeanor grow even more frigid upon witnessing this spectacle. Those who obstruct my livelihood shall perish. She approached the entrance of the Laughing Tower, but the guards swiftly moved to block her path. However, before they could reach her, a force akin to inner strength swept them 3 paces away. The guards inside, alerted by the commotion, turned to see a young girl stride in, demanding, "Who are you?" "Miss." The madam, seeing her as a savior, joyfully covered her nose and hurried to Nanjin. We were not yet open for business, but they forcefully barged in, demanding we receive guests. Fearing their wrath, I called the gentlemen to welcome them. Yet, after indulging in our hospitality and consuming our fine wines, they attempted to leave without paying. Our guards tried to restrain them but were instead captured by their guards. This is the situation you see before you. Having sensed trouble before the guards intruded, she had stealthily slipped out the back to seek Nanjin. She did not expect this young girl to come to her aid, nor did she believe that a mere 9th-rank Jinui could contend with these noble gentlemen. Yet, as Lord Gong had instructed her to seek Nanjin in times of need, she took a gamble. Surround them, the head of the guards commanded, enclosing Nanjin. It seems they are dining and dashing. Nanjin scrutinized the silver armor of the guards, realizing it was neither military nor royal palace attire, nor that of the envoys from the 4 nations. She grasped the wrist of one guard, fixing him with a cold stare. "You dare to lay a hand on my master?" The young man in white burst into laughter. "Why should I not? Even if I take over the Laughing Tower, your master can only submit." "And what of the authorities?" Nanjin inquired. "The authorities?" The young man in white laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. The madam turned pale, trembling, realizing they were of royal descent. "Now I understand." Liang Xiaochu attempted to shake off Nanjin's grip, but her hold tightened. "Little girl, you best release me at once, or I will ensure you suffer the same fate as them." He continued, "As for your so-called authorities, they cannot touch us, nor dare to. That is the essence of power. Power is supreme, none can defy it. If you do not release me, I shall claim the Laughing Tower and reduce you to mere plaything." Nanjin nodded thoughtfully. "Your words seem quite reasonable. I have learned much." The madam, confused, asked, "Which side are you on, dear girl?" Suddenly regretting calling Nanjin, she realized the girl had not come to assist, but to create chaos. Liang Xiaochu chuckled. "Little girl, you are utterly delightful. I have decided." Before he could finish, Nanjin struck him squarely in the mouth.
Ah!
Liang Xiaochu nearly lost consciousness from the blow. "Xiaochu!" The other 3 young men sprang to their feet, and the guards hastily drew their swords, directing them at Nanjin. The madam was left in shock, never anticipating that Nanjin would dare to strike a royal. "You," Liang Xiaochu began, only to lose several teeth. His lips were swollen, and blood streamed from his mouth. He stared wide-eyed in terror, his teeth gone. "You little wretch, let Xiaochu go." The young man in blue attire shouted angrily. Nanjin seized Liang Xiaochu, wielding him like a whip, casting the surrounding guards aside with force. Gripping Liang Xiaochu by the throat, she demanded, "Release the songstress and her companions." The man clad in azure garments replied, "First, you must let Xiaochu go." Nanjin coldly laughed at Liang Xiaochu. "It seems your life is worth less than that of the courtesans in the building." Enduring immense pain, Liang Xiaochu retorted, You all better release them at once. The guards promptly sheathed their whips, allowing the courtesans to rise. The courtesans scrambled to hide behind Mu Nanjin. She whispered a few instructions to the matron, who nodded and hurriedly led the courtesans away from the laughing building. The man in azure attire, irate, demanded, "Now that they have left, can you release Xiao Chu?" Mu Nanjin pushed Liang Xiao Chu into a nearby chair and, clenching her fist, remarked, "You spoke a truth. Might is supreme." The onlookers murmured in confusion. Liang Xiao Chu thought to himself, is she misunderstanding something? He referred to power, not might. The man in azure, fuming, questioned, "Now that we've released everyone, why do you still hold on to Xiao Chu?" Mu Nanjin replied, "Just wait a moment." Wait for what? Surely to summon the Jinui. Mu Nanjin understood the gravity of striking a member of the royal family and did not wish to implicate others, especially since she intended to keep the laughing building operational. When the matron found Liu Baihu, he was preparing to end his shift. Upon hearing that the matron from the laughing building sought him, he thought he must have misheard. He had never set foot in the laughing building and had no connection to it. Why would the matron seek him? Liu Baihu approached the gates of the Due's residence, perplexed. "Who seeks me? Are you Liu Baihu?" The matron quickly clarified her purpose. "Miss Mu sent me to find you." "Miss Mu?" Liu Baihu momentarily faltered.
Who is that?
Mu Nanjin. Liu Baihu was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What does she want with me? Surely she doesn't owe you money?" It was not unreasonable for him to think so. Mu Nanjin often expressed her desire to see handsome men and frequently sang about visiting brothels. Now that the matron had come to him, it could only be a matter of debt. The matron grimaced and quietly recounted the events that had just transpired. She struck a member of the royal family? Liu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is she courting death? The matron agreed. Mu Nanjin was indeed reckless. He, a mere sixth-rank official, could hardly withstand the wrath of the royals. "Wait here for me. I shall return shortly." Tang Jingrui interjected. "She struck a member of the royal family? Which prince did she hit?" "I do not know." Can Chao Yen rubbed his aching temples. "I will go to the palace. You all hold them off." Liu Baihu and Tang Jingrui quickly gathered 100 Jinui and headed for the laughing building. The matron was taken aback by such a large contingent of Jinui. Was Mu Nanjin not merely a lowly Jinui? How could she command so many to assist her? However, no matter how swift the Jinui, they could not outpace the Jing Zhaoyin. How audacious to have captured the grandson of the Liang family. Did they seek annihilation? Upon receiving news of Liang Xiaochu's predicament, the Jing Zhaoyin hurried over. Upon entering the laughing building and seeing Mu Nanjin, he paused, recognizing her as a familiar face. Previously, she had donned the attire of a Jinui, and now dressed in common clothing, he momentarily failed to recognize her. Then, he heard a familiar female voice. "Jing Zhaoyin? Isn't he that third-rank official who enjoys climbing the social ladder? He rushes here with his subordinates to curry favor with the Liang grandson. Who is Liang Xiaochu? Why have I never heard of him? Oh, right. The emperor's surname is Liang. Could he be the emperor's grandson? But the emperor's eldest son is of a similar age to Liang Xiaochu. It is unlikely he would have a grandson this old." The man in azure called him Liang Xiaochu, which means his name might indeed be Liang Xiaochu. "I know Liang Xiaochu. He is the grandson of the holy prince." No wonder the Jing Zhaoyin hurried here. It seems he seeks to ingratiate himself with the holy prince. Hearing the familiar voices, the Jing Zhaoyin could scarcely be unaware of Mu Nanjin's identity. Before he could utter another word, the sound of galloping hooves echoed outside, the ground trembling beneath the weight of many approaching horses. The guard stationed outside rushed in, exclaiming, "Sir, the Jinui have arrived." Liang Xiaochu sneered, "The Jinui come to rescue me. I suggest you release me quickly, or your life will be forfeit." The Jing Zhaoyin thought to himself that the Jinui seemed to be coming to Mu Nanjin's aid. Outside, Liu Baihu dismounted his horse and shouted, "Mu Nanjin!" Tang Jingrui suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Liu Baihu. Upon entering the building and seeing Liang Xiaochu, bloodied and battered, Liu Baihu nearly fainted from shock. "Mu Nanjin, release Liang Xiaochu at once." Mu Nanjin feigned innocence. "I did not capture him." How could I release him? She had not captured him. She had merely sat apart from Liang Xiaochu, who could have fled at any moment but chose not to. Everyone fell silent. Lu Bai, who took a deep breath, Mu Nanjin, do you know whom you have struck? Mu Nanjin earnestly inquired. Is he not the grandson of the Holy Prince? Do you understand the repercussions of striking him? Lu Bai, who was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood. By the heavens, it truly is the grandson of the Holy Prince. What a twist of fate. With such wealth, how dare he owe me money for services rendered? Does he have no shame? Lu Bai Hu and the others exchanged glances. Mu Nanjin thought of the man's wealth and felt a tightness in her chest. He spoke of might being supreme. Why should I fear him? Lu Bai Hu retorted, what power do you possess? Mu Nanjin raised her fist. Did he not just receive a blow from me and become quite compliant? The onlookers gasped. Lu Bai Hu quickly clutched his chest, feeling the pain of indignation. Before bringing Mu Nanjin along, he had felt confident in living to a ripe old age. Now, he questioned whether he would see 40. Liang Xiaoqiu, agitated, pointed at Mu Nanjin. I will kill her. I will have her entire family executed.
Thud.
His eye was struck again by Mu Nanjin. You dare strike me publicly? Is there no law? Liang Xiaoqiu cried. She hit me. Why do you not seize her? Mu Nanjin coldly replied. It is the emperor who has the right to speak of executions. Liang Xiaoqiu, a single blow silences you. Might truly reign supreme. Lu Bai Hu and the others exchanged glances. At that moment, the sharp voice of a eunuch rang out from outside. Everyone turned their gaze to the entrance as the head eunuch hurried in, proclaiming, the emperor's edict. Long live our emperor! Everyone immediately knelt upon hearing the decree. Even for an edict, they knelt. Mu Nanjin muttered as she sank to her knees. The head eunuch continued, the emperor's edict. Summon Mu Nanjin and the others to the palace for an audience. The emperor, unaware of whom Mu Nanjin had struck, could only substitute others in his summons. The man in azure turned to the two men beside him and asked, who exactly is Mu Nanjin? Why does the emperor wish to summon her? The two men shook their heads. We have never heard of her. The head eunuch, grinning, addressed Mu Nanjin and the others, Miss Mu and the esteemed Liang Xiaoqiu. Please accompany this servant to the palace.
Oh.
Mu Nanjin approached Lu Bai Hu and inquired, will the emperor punish me? Lu Bai Hu replied gruffly, now you fear? Did you not consider the consequences before? I am not afraid. I merely ponder whether, should the emperor punish me, I might also let him experience the supremacy of might. Lu Bai Hu thought he might not survive until morning. Chapter 52. Might or Authority. Upon arriving at the Imperial Palace, Lu Bai Hu and Tang Jingrui discreetly pulled Mu Nanjin to the back of the crowd and inquired softly, Mu Nanjin, before you meet the emperor, could you enlighten us as to why you are aiding Xiao Qinglu? This will help us speak on your behalf before His Majesty. Mu Nanjin replied, it was Liang Shi's son and his cohorts who assaulted my people. Lu Bai Hu's eyes widened in surprise. Does Xiao Qinglu have a liaison with you? Tang Jingrui added. Mu Nanjin cast a sidelong glance at Lu Bai Hu, declaring, Xiao Qinglu is mine. Both men were taken aback. Yours? Isn't Xiao Qinglu the favorite of Gongxirong? Before he departed, he bestowed upon me Xiao Qinglu and 2 other courtesans, she stated. Lu Bai Hu and Tang Jingrui exchanged glances. How generous. Yet Mu Nanjin has saved Gongxirong's life. It is said that the debt of saving a life is greater than the heavens. Thus, gifting 3 courtesans to a savior seems reasonable. Mu Nanjin continued. Not only did Liang Shi's son and his men harm my people, but they also feasted in my establishment and refused to pay after engaging in debauchery. Lu Bai Hu sighed. I understand. They approached the Imperial study, where he relayed the information to Ken Chaoyan. Ken Chaoyan then conveyed the matter to the emperor. The emperor's countenance darkened with fury as he scolded the kneeling Liang Xiaoqiu and his companions as members of the royal family. You disgrace the imperial dignity by resorting to debauchery and brothels, and further, you failed to pay your debts, injuring the common folk. You have brought shame upon the royal house. The 4 young lords bowed their heads in utter shame. Even royal princes are held to account for their misdeeds. As mere scions, you shall each receive 10 strokes of the cane.
Do you acquiesce?
We do. They dared not protest before the emperor. 10 strokes that barely break the skin. The punishment is too lenient. I do not acquiesce. Their debts to me are as grievous as the murder of my parents. Your Majesty, please compel them to settle their debts promptly. The emperor cleared his throat, and you shall settle your debts without delay. Do not allow this matter to tarnish our reputation. Liang Xiaochu, covering his mouth, lamented with reddened eyes. Uncle, what of my injuries? Look, all my teeth are gone. He lowered his hand to reveal a bloodied mouth, with only a few molars remaining, an utterly pitiful sight. The emperor furrowed his brow. Nanjin shot him a cold glance. I struck but one person, yet you harmed all of Xiao Qingluo's patrons. Liang Xiaochu retorted. You think you have the right to complain? Do you not realize that striking a royal kin is a capital offense? Nanjin countered. Did you not assert that martial strength is supreme? How then could it be a capital offense? I speak of the power of governance, not mere physical strength. Nanjin replied coolly in my eyes. My might surpasses your authority. You are being unreasonable. Am I? Tell me, when emperors of two nations meet, who wields greater power? Do they bow as subjects do? Liang Xiaochu hesitated. Their powers are equal. They do not require such formalities. In the midst of equal power, how might they assert superiority over one another? The thought of war flickered in their minds. Only through conflict could one emerge victorious. And such victories are wrought by human hands. Nanjin discerned their understanding, curling her lip in disdain. They do not even grasp the principle of the strong commanding respect. A bunch of fools. The emperor's entourage remarked, We are not the ones arguing with you, yet you include us in your ridicule. Yet that does not erase the fact of your assault on a royal kin. Uncle, if you do not punish her, where lies the majesty of the royal family? People will think us easy prey. Liang Xiaochu winced at the pain and instinctively covered his mouth. The emperor glared at him. You were in the wrong first. She acted in self-defense. This matter ends here. Never speak of it again. It cannot be left at that. They still owe me money and must settle it now. Liang Xiaochu attempted to voice further protest, but a companion discreetly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. At that moment, the chief eunuch entered, announcing, Your Majesty, the Imperial physician has arrived. The emperor took a seat. Let him examine the young lord's injuries. Yes. Liang Xiaochu exclaimed anxiously. What shall I do now? How can I face others? The emperor glared at Nanjin. Why must you strike my teeth? What shall we do now? If they cannot be repaired, the young lords will not relent. If they do not grow back, we can consult the national scholar. He will surely restore Liang Xiaochu's teeth. Such a capable scholar should be utilized properly, rather than squandered while he receives such a generous salary. The emperor assured Liang Xiaochu. I shall enlist the national scholar's aid to restore your teeth. Liang Xiaochu felt reassured. Why does the emperor always seem to think in alignment with me?
Could it be?
The emperor's entourage felt a wave of tension. Could it be that His Majesty and I share a profound connection? Nanjin shivered at the thought. I have no desire to share a connection with the emperor. The emperor, feeling slighted, was inwardly furious. Nanjin addressed Liang Xiaochu. Since your injuries are not severe, I kindly request the settlement of the 200,000 taels you owe me. 200,000 taels. Liang Xiaochu gasped, inadvertently aggravating his injury and bringing tears to his eyes. Liang Xiaoping, the grandson of Prince Sun, exclaimed in anger, You are simply extorting us. If not now, then when? Moreover, your family is wealthy enough. You must part with some of your riches. The emperor's entourage observed with dismay. Nanjin disregarded his ire. You indulged in the finest wine at my establishment, priced at 1,000 taels per jug. Can you not tally how many jugs you consumed? If you cannot calculate, I shall assume 50 jugs, amounting to 50,000 taels. The emperor interjected, I have never consumed such expensive wine. The four young lords protested. Moreover, I have 200 patrons in my establishment. You harmed my people, and each must be compensated at least 100 taels, totaling 20,000 taels, plus compensation for lost earnings. Liang Xiaoping demanded, What do you mean by lost earnings? My people were injured and will require at least half a month to recover. Do you comprehend the financial losses I will incur during this time? Should this not be compensated? Their claim for lost earnings amounted to 50,000 taels, along with damages for emotional distress. What is emotional distress? Liang Xiaoping retorted, Do not think you can impose arbitrary charges because we are unfamiliar with such matters. Had the emperor not been present, Liang Xiaoping would have been tempted to strike back. My people suffered considerable fright. You must also compensate for that. 100 taels for each, totaling 20,000 taels. The remaining sum is for the damages inflicted upon my Xiao Qinglu. It cannot be restored without at least 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels could buy a small residence in the outer city, Mu Nanjin countered. But could you acquire a residence adorned with exquisite paintings? My Xiao Qinglu was crafted with the finest materials. Otherwise, how could it attract so many esteemed patrons? Liang Xiaoping could only stare in silence. The emperor inquired, "Do you have any further objections? If not, settle the debts quickly." Liang Xiaoping and the others exchanged glances before each produced 50,000 taels in banknotes. The emperor, witnessing their ability to produce such wealth with ease, felt his anger surge. Though his princes lived in comfort, surrounded by luxury, they could not summon such sums without hesitation, revealing the vast wealth of the four princes. Mu Nanjin accepted the banknotes. "You may go and receive your punishment now." Liang Xiaoping and the others glared at her with intense animosity, as if they wished her dead. The emperor waved his hand. "Enough, you may all leave." Mu Nanjin had no intention of lingering in the palace, happily pocketing her 200,000 taels as she exited the Imperial study. Lu Baihu and the others followed closely behind. Can Chaoyan asked, "Are you pleased with your earnings of 200,000? "Indeed," Mu Nanjin replied, clutching her chest. "Do you wish to visit Xiao Qinglu? I can offer you a discount of 10%. Lu Baihu and Tang Jingrui exchanged glances. Ken Chaoyan chuckled. "This young girl has taken business acumen to a new level, even outshining us." At that moment, Lu Baihu leaned in to whisper to him, "Lord Can, they are 4 young lords." As Ken Chaoyan raised his head, he observed 4 middle-aged men clad in the attire of noble heirs approaching them. He led Lu Baihu and the others in a respectful greeting. "We pay our respects to the 4 noble heirs." The heirs, eager to meet their son, paid no heed to Ken Chaoyan, a mere 4th-rank official, and hurriedly passed by. Once they had moved on, Lu Baihu remarked, "I doubt this matter will conclude so easily. They will certainly return to cause trouble." Mu Nanjin remained unfazed. "Should they dare to sever my means of income, I shall cut off their avenues as well. Let us see who prevails." Upon reaching the Imperial study, the 4 noble heirs found their sons having just completed their punishment of 10 strikes, as Mu Nanjin had indicated, without a single scratch upon them. Relieved to see their sons unscathed, they greeted the emperor and then departed with their children. Liang Xiaoping recounted the events in detail. "Father, I have observed that the emperor holds a particular fondness for that young lady, consistently favoring her." The heir of the Zun prince's estate inquired, "What is the name of that lady?" After a moment's thought, Liang Xiaoping replied, "It seems to be Mu Nanjin." The heir of the Yu prince's estate, Liang Xiaoxin, nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, it is Mu Nanjin." "Mu Nanjin?" exclaimed the heir of the Zun prince, his voice rising involuntarily. The expressions of the other heirs also darkened. What a twist of fate. Why must you provoke her? They had made every effort to avoid encountering Mu Nanjin since arriving in the capital, wishing to remain anonymous lest she glean their secrets through her perceptive abilities. However, their sons had unwittingly crossed paths with her. Liang Xiaoping, curious, asked, "Father, who is she? Why do you fear her so?" Chapter 53. I am in a good mood upon returning to the royal residence. Liang Xiaoping again pressed the heir of the Zun prince's estate for information about Mu Nanjin's background. The Zun prince's estate led them to the study, instructing the guards to stand guard outside to prevent eavesdroppers. "What I am about to reveal is astonishing. You must remain silent and refrain from asking further questions." The 4 heirs, sensing the Zun prince's serious demeanor, swallowed nervously and nodded in compliance. "Before our arrival, your grandfather summoned us for a private discussion regarding Mu Nanjin. Her lineage is rather simple. She is the niece of the Minister of Personnel's sister's husband and currently serves as a 9th-rank member of the Jinui." The eyes of the 4 heirs widened in astonishment. They had certainly heard of the female Jinui during their stay in the capital, but they had not anticipated that she was Mu Nanjin herself. Yet this was not the most astounding revelation. The truly incredible aspect was that any official in the capital bearing an official seal, including the emperor, the empress dowager, and several concubines, could hear her innermost thoughts, essentially, what resided in her heart. While it was remarkable that they could perceive her thoughts, It was even more extraordinary that she could unearth many secrets known only to herself. This was simply unfathomable. The four heirs were left in shocked silence. Liang Xiaoping muttered, "Why did you not disclose this sooner?" The heir of the Zun prince's estate shot him an irritated glance. The fewer individuals who know of this, the better. The emperor wishes to keep the ability to hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts a secret. Furthermore, if you cannot control your tongue and inadvertently reveal this information, the emperor will soon discover our connections to certain officials in the capital, which could jeopardize our plans. Liang Xiaoping remained contemplative. The heir of the Zun prince's estate felt a headache coming on as he wondered whether she had revealed their affairs to the emperor. The heir of the Yu prince's estate speculated, the emperor likely remains unaware of our situation. Otherwise, we would have been imprisoned long ago. The depths of the emperor's mind are inscrutable. How can one predict his thoughts? Liang Xiaoxin inquired, "Can we speak freely now?" The heir of the Yu prince's estate nodded. "What is on your mind?" "Grandfather fears that the emperor will learn of their rebellion and subsequently imprison them. Do they not worry for our safety? Why did he not send others or bar us from coming?" Liang Xiaoxin felt an indescribable discomfort, sensing that his grandfather regarded them as expendable. Your grandfathers initially intended to come alone. However, the majority of the soldiers do not heed our commands, only responding to your grandfathers. Moreover, they have unfinished business that necessitated sending us heirs to placate the emperor. Additionally, it was not your grandfather who selected you for this trip. You insisted vehemently on coming to celebrate the emperor's birthday, and by chance, you were drawn in the selection. Liang Xiaoxin lamented, had he known that our purpose in the capital was not for leisure, he would not have so eagerly recommended me to celebrate the emperor's birthday. The heir of the Shang prince's estate remarked coldly, since our arrival in the capital, we have restricted your outings, yet you persist in disobeying. The hardships you have endured today are of your own making. Had you not encountered Mu Nanjin, perhaps the emperor would not have favored her. The four heirs hung their heads in silence. The heir of the Shang prince's estate turned to his son, Liang Xiaochu. "Since we collected you from the palace, you have not ventured outside. Do you harbor grievances against the emperor or against us?" All eyes turned to him. Liang Xiaochu replied, "How could I dare express discontent?" The heir of the Shang prince's estate scowled. "Speak." Liang Xiaochu reluctantly opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of toothless gaps. The heirs gasped in shock. They had heard that Liang Xiaochu had lost his teeth, but they had not anticipated the severity of the situation. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "Esteemed heirs, the national master has arrived." The heir of the Shang prince's estate frowned. "We have no business with him. What brings him here?" Liang Xiaochu, with a toothless mouth, quipped, "He has come to fix my teeth." Everyone reacted in disbelief. Feng Xinan was ushered into the hall, glanced at Liang Xiaochu's teeth, produced a pill for him to consume, and then departed without uttering a word. "Is that all?" Liang Xiaochu felt as though the national master was mocking him. Liang Xiaoping scoffed. "I have never heard of teeth that have been knocked out growing back. I suspect that individual merely sought to placate us by bringing the national master." Suddenly, Liang Xiaochu felt an intense itch in his gums. He could not resist probing the gap in his mouth, faintly feeling a sharp object inside.
Huh.
Liang Xiaochu examined the hole in his mouth closely, and the hard object became increasingly distinct and prominent. He exclaimed, "I believe I am growing teeth." Everyone froze in astonishment. "Is this true?" Liang Xiaoping approached Liang Xiaochu and witnessed his teeth emerging at an astonishing rate. "They are truly growing back." The others turned their gazes to Liang Xiaochu's mouth, which had sprouted 2 rows of fresh white teeth, eliciting expressions of disbelief. The heir of the Shang prince's estate marveled. "I have heard my father speak of the national master as a person of extraordinary abilities, capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I was skeptical at the time, but witnessing this firsthand is still astonishing." The heir of the Yu prince's estate remarked, "If only the national master could be of service to us, or if we could find extraordinary individuals to aid us." The heir of the Yu prince's estate scoffed. "Instead of contemplating such impractical matters, it would be wiser to devise a strategy to deal with Mu Nanjin. With her presence, we shall never find peace." The heir of the Shang prince's estate suggested, "This matter is better discussed in the study." While they deliberated on how to confront Mu Nanjin, She was in the apothecary selecting medicinal herbs, instructing the attendant to deliver them to the laughing tilted tower. At that moment, the atmosphere in the laughing tilted tower was rife with moans. Everyone bore the marks of the whip, and there was no one to care for the injured. The physician, after examining them, left a pile of medicinal remedies and departed without further assistance. The occupants of the tower had to tend to their own wounds, but even the slightest movement would exacerbate their injuries, leaving them gasping for breath. When Nanjin arrived at the laughing tilted tower, she found the floor strewn with bodies. Her heart ached at the sight of the delicate young men, bruised and battered, unable to articulate their suffering. The descendants are truly heartless, showing no mercy towards such a beautiful boy. How is everyone faring? How can one possibly recover from such grievous injuries? The madam, both furious and heartbroken, lamented, "I intended to hire someone to care for the residents of the building, but upon learning that we have offended a member of the Imperial family, none dare to work here. Now, even basic sustenance has become a challenge. And you, my dear girl? You have not incurred the Emperor's wrath, have you?" He did not blame me. Nanjin ascended the stairs with 5 large medicine packages sent from the apothecary. "I will concoct some medicine upstairs and will come down shortly." The madam had hoped for her assistance in finding help, but seeing her urgency, she refrained. No one knew what she was busy with in the room she occupied before meeting Gong Xiaorong. They could only see the flickering light from outside. Approximately half an hour passed. Nanjin emerged from the room holding the basin Gong Xiaorong had once used for facial cleansing, filled with a dark medicinal paste. "I have prepared a basin of healing ointment. Apply it to your wounds." "Healing ointment?" The madam approached, detecting a bitter odor, and quickly covered her nose. "My dear girl, why is your medicine so bitter? Just the smell makes my stomach churn. Can your medicine truly be effective?" Without further ado, Nanjin wiped away the medicine previously applied to a young man's face, then gently applied the ointment to the scars. In mere moments, the paste gradually diminished, and the scars vanished. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the young man's face. It was nothing short of miraculous. "I no longer feel pain." The young man cautiously lifted his hand to touch his face, astonished to find it smooth again. "My wounds have vanished?" The madam nodded. "Indeed, they have." Immediately, everyone clamored to seize the ointment from the basin. Nanjin calmly remarked, "There is no need to fight. There is plenty more upstairs." After applying the medicine, the residents appeared as they had before their injuries. Even those who had suffered high fevers were now well. Elated, they all expressed their gratitude to Nanjin. She produced several silver notes and placed them in the madam's hands. "Here are 150,000 taels. First, see to the repairs of the interior and exterior of the Xiaoqing building and distribute the remainder to ease everyone's worries." "My dear girl, you are truly generous." The madam suddenly felt fortunate to have such a benevolent mistress and was grateful to Gong Xiaorong for entrusting the Xiaoqing building to Nanjin. This money had been cunningly acquired from the 4 descendants, so there was no remorse in spending it. The madam chuckled. "I will ensure the Xiaoqing building becomes the finest brothel in the capital, attracting numerous patrons to fill your coffers." This was precisely the outcome Nanjin desired, and she nodded in satisfaction. However, the madam wore a troubled expression. "What troubles you?" Nanjin inquired.
Today,
"With the ruckus caused by the descendants, we fear that many will avoid our Xiaoqing building to evade trouble. This indeed poses a dilemma." Nanjin pondered. "I shall devise a means to address this issue." The following afternoon, as she was to meet the envoy in the palace, she did not linger at the Xiaoqing building. Fortunately, the envoys caused no further disturbances in the days that followed, allowing her a few days of respite. The Deputy Minister of Rights, however, was in distress. Wherever he went, he found Nanjin's gaze fixed upon him, her thoughts seemingly escaping her lips one after another. "I long to speak privately with Lord Zhou, yet opportunities evade me. He is either accompanying the envoy or engaged in discussions, and it feels as though he is avoiding me. But I have done nothing to warrant such behavior. Am I merely being overly sensitive? This avoidance is untenable. Perhaps I should visit him at home for a conversation? It is all the envoy's fault for keeping him so busy. Lord Zhou, Lord Zhou, Lord Zhou." The deputy minister's lips twitched. The Minister of Rights regarded him with suspicion. "What exactly have you done to her?" "I assure you, I have done nothing at all." the deputy minister protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Nothing at all? Then why do you avoid her? The minister could sense the deputy minister's evasion as clearly as Mu Nanjin could. The deputy minister suffered in silence. I believe you should find a chance to feign an encounter with her to ascertain her intentions. Otherwise, it is not feasible for us to endure her grievances all day long. Moreover, even the emperor has taken notice of you. It would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. The deputy minister replied, this matter may be difficult to resolve. Yet, to divert attention from himself, he could only pretend to pass by her. Ah, it is Lord Zhou. Without hesitation, Mu Nanjin approached the deputy minister. Deng Xingqiao and Liu Baihu, aware of her pursuit of the deputy minister, refrained from intervening, preferring not to hear her incessant calls for Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou. Mu Nanjin neared him. Mu bodyguard. The deputy minister feigned ignorance of her intentions and greeted her before continuing on his way. Mu Nanjin hurriedly called out, Lord Zhou, may I have a moment of your time? The deputy minister surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a pavilion by the lake. Let us converse there. It is distanced from the crowd, ensuring no one overhears us. However, he underestimated those with inner strength. Deng Xingqiao and Liu Baihu stealthily hid in the nearest thicket, intrigued by what Mu Nanjin wished to discuss with Lord Zhou. Mu Nanjin noticed their presence but paid them no mind. There were matters she did not wish for them to overhear. Indeed, after she cast a barrier in the pavilion, they could hear nothing. Upon exiting the pavilion, it was evident from her demeanor that she walked with a lighter step, seemingly in high spirits. The deputy minister, on the other hand, wore a bemused expression, unsure of what to say. Liu Baihu observed the upward curve of her eyes. I shall treat you all today, after your shifts. Invite Lord Can and the captains from the left and right courts to join us for dinner. Liu Baihu raised his eyebrows in surprise. You are so generous as to invite so many? Having earned 200,000 taels recently, her generosity was indeed warranted. So, he decided not to be overly polite this time. Deng Xingqiao dispatched Chen Liangli to notify the captains from the left and right courts to gather at the entrance after their shifts. Upon hearing of the invitation, the captains were elated. After their shifts, they all rode alongside Mu Nanjin to dinner. The combined numbers from both courts exceeded 1,000, forming an impressive procession that drew attention. Onlookers might have thought they were embarking on a mission to apprehend bandits or undertake some grand endeavor. Subsequently, the townsfolk observed the procession halting at the Xiaoqing building. Chapter 54. Drunk Mu Nanjin. The Jing Yiwei looked at the characters Xiaoqing building in confusion, as they understood it to be an establishment of male companionship. Can Chao Yen and Deng Xiaoxing's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that Mu Nanjin would invite them to dine at such a place. Mu Nanjin, oblivious to their discontent, cheerfully entered the building to seek the madam's assistance for her guests, leaving Can Chao Yen and Deng Xiaoxing exchanging glances. Tang Jingrui furrowed his brow and inquired of Liu Baihu, did she specify where we would be dining? Liu Baihu felt a headache coming on. We assumed dining meant a tavern, so we did not ask. Who would expect her to boldly bring us to a brothel? The last two words were almost too shameful to utter. Tang Jingrui was infuriated. We are all in official attire, with so many townsfolk watching. How shall we explain our actions? Should we tell them we are here to shut down a brothel? He feared that if he suggested such a course of action, Mu Nanjin would certainly become hostile, and who knows what dreadful repercussions would follow. Liu Baihu rubbed his face. Should we turn back? Tang Jingrui remained silent. Can Chao Yen disagreed. No, doing so would tarnish Mu's reputation. This is not permissible, nor is that. What shall we do? Can Chao Yen, Deng Xingqiao, with a hand on his forehead. Had I known, I would not have consented to her request. Should they enter the Laughing Tower tonight, he dares assert that by dawn, the censorate will bring this matter before the emperor. At that time, the entire court will be aware that the Imperial guards visited the Laughing Tower for illicit pleasures. Just then, the distant sound of hoofbeats and the rumble of wheels echoed as hundreds of carriages approached them, halting at the entrance of the Laughing Tower. Subsequently, a group of officials clad in formal attire descended from the carriages. The Imperial guards squinted to discern that these officials were from the Ministry of Rights, followed by several officers from the Supreme Court and the censorate. Upon seeing over 1,000 Imperial guards, the Minister of Rights was momentarily taken aback. Can Chaoyan chuckled. The Minister of Rights has arrived as well. The minister approached and inquired, "Are you, Lords Can and Deng, here to investigate?" Can Chaoyan cast a meaningful glance at the Laughing Tower. "We have come to dine as well." The Minister of Rights stared at him in astonishment. "This, so many? You too have brought a multitude. It appears the entire Ministry of Rights is present." The minister nodded. "Indeed, they have all come." The Deputy Minister of Rights insisted on treating them to a meal. Would they dare refuse? Of course, their attendance is not merely for dining. They are exceedingly curious as to why Nanjin summoned the Deputy Minister of Rights. The Deputy Minister of Rights insisted on waiting until mealtime to explain, thus compelling their attendance. Can Chaoyan smiled cheerfully. "With your presence, we can eat with greater peace of mind. Tomorrow, with someone accompanying them to bear the brunt of the Emperor's ire, how could they not feel at ease?" Deng Xingqiao chuckled. "At ease?" The Minister of Rights was puzzled. Then someone tugged at the minister's sleeve. "Minister, look over there." The assistant pointed towards the Laughing Tower. The minister turned to gaze, taking a long moment to realize they were at a brothel. He immediately erupted in fury. "Zhou Shering." The Deputy Minister of Rights approached with trepidation. Before the minister could unleash his wrath, the Madam of the Laughing Tower emerged, beaming, accompanied by 6 courtesans. "Your Excellencies, thank you for your patience." Upon seeing such a crowd outside, she and the courtesans were momentarily struck dumb. Earlier that morning, she had been informed merely that a group of officials would be visiting. But never had she anticipated such a throng. No wonder she had been instructed to prepare provisions for over 1,000 guests, even enlisting the help of other brothels and chefs. The Minister of Rights attempted to turn away, but was halted by the Deputy Minister's grasp on his sleeve, who whispered urgently in his ear, "Nanjin has threatened that if we do not enter, she will publicly expose the indiscretions of the entire ministry, including our private misdeeds." In truth, Nanjin had said no such thing. She merely claimed that if he could trick everyone from the ministry into the Laughing Tower, he would receive a monthly complimentary visit to one of 3 brothels, all expenses covered, albeit limited to 3 companions. For one who merely subsisted on a monthly stipend, yet relished visiting brothels, this was a splendid opportunity, compelling him to deceive them into coming. The Minister of Rights' face darkened. How dare she threaten us? The Deputy Minister remained silent, aware that the minister would indeed enter, for he had once committed a grievous error that he would prefer to keep concealed. The minister looked towards Can Chaoyan, at last understanding why Can had earlier suggested their presence would bring comfort. Now, he sought to return the sentiment. With the Imperial Guards present, they too could feel secure. The Minister of Rights snorted angrily and strode into the Laughing Tower. Liu Baihu gaped in astonishment. The people from the ministry truly entered? Should we follow suit? Chun Liangli retorted. If the ministry dares to enter, can we, the Imperial Guards, afford to falter? Liu Baihu, Deng Xingqiao inquired. What is the plan? To intoxicate Nanjin. Tang Jingrui. With our numbers, if each of us takes a cup, we will surely bring her down, and then extract information. Deng Xingqiao gave Can Chaoyan a thumbs up. You are truly cunning. No wonder the commander favors you. Can Chaoyan shot him a glance. Liu Baihu hesitated. Given her formidable strength, what if she can withstand 1,000 cups? Can Chaoyan replied, if 1 cup is insufficient, then let it be 2 or 3. We shall surely render her inebriated. Liu Baihu, that is rather ruthless. Can Chaoyan dismounted. Everyone, dismount and proceed inside to dine. Yes. All the Imperial Guards dismounted and entered the Laughing Tower alongside Can Chaoyan. Welcome, welcome, esteemed officials. We are honored by your presence, the madam exclaimed, a shrewd tactician. Aware that Nanjin's invitation of such a high-ranking assembly was intended to convey that the Laughing Tower had powerful backing, and that the matter of the air had not tarnished their reputation. Thus, she deliberately raised her voice to ensure the surrounding crowd could hear. Bystanders stood bewildered, under the impression that the Imperial Guards had come to shut down the Laughing Tower. Chapter 55. A good news and a bad news. The main hall of the Laughing Tower had been entirely cleared, replaced with rows of tables and benches. 15 square tables were aligned in a row, with long benches seating over 100 individuals if they squeezed together slightly. The hall contained 4 rows of tables, with a central aisle left open for the dancers to perform. The deputy minister of rights surveyed the surroundings in astonishment. I did not expect the brothel to be so spacious. The deputy minister of rights scoffed. Would the largest pleasure house in the capital not be grand? He had heard that when young Master Xiaorong purchased this place, it cost a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, and that was merely for the land. The exorbitant price was due to its location in the inner city, one of the most bustling and lively areas, attracting a high volume of clientele. The madam arranged their seating, placing the lower-ranked officials in the hall, the mid-ranking officials upstairs, while the remaining officials were accommodated in the rear courtyard. The courtyard housed a building where the courtesans could entertain overnight guests. She assigned the officials to the rooms of the courtesans, where they could easily catch sight of the dancing maidens in the courtyard. The Minister of Rights snorted. Quite a thoughtful arrangement. Not bad. Can Chaoyan glanced at her face. Deng Xingqiao, understanding the unspoken communication, raised his cup towards Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin, I thank you for your assistance to our right courtyard these days. This cup is for you. Young lady, you have come at the right moment. Please sit beside me. Can Chaoyan filled her cup again. The third cup is to wish you prosperity in the days to come. The other 4 commanders present each found an excuse to toast Mu Nanjin. Can Chaoyan pointed at Deng Xingqiao. For instance, how did you know he fears his wife? Mu Nanjin drank another cup. Nearby, Can Chaoyan asked the bewildered Deng Xingqiao, did you not notice the officials from the ministry have been ensnared? The Minister of Rights, quite composed, took a sip of his drink. With so many Imperial guards present, what is there to fear? We cannot be deterred. They are here as well. While they can only serve in the inner palace and cannot partake in governance, you, on the other hand, if promoted, may confer with the Minister of Rights in the Grand Hall to deliberate matters with the Emperor. That is true authority. Indeed, that is quite serious. The Chief Justice pondered. From tomorrow onward, you should keep your distance from him. The Minister of Rights and the others were nearly petrified, their chopsticks and cups trembling in their grasp. Mu Nanjin downed her drink. However, after consuming more than 10 cups, she remained remarkably spirited, while the others found it increasingly difficult to concoct excuses for further toasting her. Deng Xingqiao grumbled. Nonsense. Can self-study be so effective? Mu Nanjin suddenly felt a slight dizziness, the figures before her swaying and multiplying. After downing 1,000 cups, she abruptly stood. I have yet to toast the Minister of Rights. The nearby Minister of Rights and his entourage. Deng Xingqiao observed her steady gait, perplexed. After consuming so much, how she not succumbed to inebriation? After Mu Nanjin downed her drink, Jiang Buji lifted his cup as well. Mu Nanjin, you are like my little sister. I toast to you. He claimed he learned this from a secret manual. Mu Nanjin retorted unhappily. You don't believe me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The Minister of Justice, Anfu, reassured her. She was referring to the left deputy, not you. What do you have to fear? I usually associate closely with the left deputy. I worry the Emperor might think I am in league with him, he replied. Deng Xingqiao curiously asked, how did you come to believe she was drunk? The brothel madam stepped outside to summon food and drink, then remarked to Mu Nanjin, Miss. It's impressive how you managed to invite so many esteemed guests to our laughing tower. No one will underestimate us henceforth. Indeed, that is a positive development. Can Chaoyan filled her glass. We toast to your potential rise as a lady official. Tang Jingrui exited the room. Downstairs, the right censor, who was dining, heard Mu Nanjin's thoughts, causing him to drop his chopsticks onto the table.
What?
We've all been fooled. And you speak of good news? Mu Nanjin, what do you mean? Can Chaoyan playfully kicked Tang Jingrui under the table, chuckling. Jingrui, shouldn't you also raise a glass to your cousin? The Minister of Rights, irritated, interjected, choose your words wisely. I would rather lead a leisurely life than toil away like a dog, and certainly, I do not wish to be bald by middle age like the Minister of Rights, Can Chaoyan jested. Chun Liangli's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? No need to thank me. She tossed her head, propping her chin with her hand. Mu Nanjin added, aren't there ranked lady officials in the harem? Congratulations on being the first lady official of this dynasty. It is not easy for a woman to hold such a position. The Emperor has yet to formalize this. So cherish this hard-won role. The Deputy Minister of Rights sighed in relief. What is the bad news then? Did you not say you would refrain from drinking? How can you still be so composed after 3 cups? Deng Xingqiao discreetly nudged Chun Liangli with his foot. Fortunately, It was not long before Liu Baihu arrived with his entourage, followed by a procession of Imperial guards coming to toast. Upstairs, after Mu Nanjin spoke about the left deputy, she began discussing the next individual. She looked at him in confusion. Why not? The Holy Prince promised the left deputy that if his rebellion succeeded, he would grant him the favored consort as a wife. He was tempted and agreed to be the Holy Prince's lackey. The Minister of Rites wore an expression akin to having consumed something foul. He fretted that she might still be sober and had poured her a few extra cups. Deng Xingqiao chuckled. Let her continue. I am intrigued by your scandals. Ken Chaoyan's grin widened. The less she drank, the better. When Lord Zhou dined with the officials from the censorate, someone overheard it was I who invited you all, and upon discovering my presence here, they intended to send someone to assassinate me. I wish to remain inactive. My safety relies on you. Mu Nanjin took a small sip. She clinked glasses with them. Deng Xingqiao felt increasingly vexed. She has been fixated on Lord Zhou for days and has not mentioned anything else. Deng Xingqiao and the other 1,000 households stood. Mu Nanjin, we toast to you. Strangely, after consuming hundreds of cups, Mu Nanjin showed no signs of intoxication, not even a hint of urgency to relieve herself. Deng Xingqiao rose. That girl must be drunk. Otherwise, she wouldn't divulge so much. I will bring her over for questioning. Ken Chaoyan did not intervene. It had to be done. The others looked on as Mu Nanjin tilted her head. What do you know? Fortunately, everyone in the Laughing Tower was dressed appropriately and had not behaved inappropriately, allowing him to stay. You must drink. You are to work alongside us, gentlemen. How can you abstain? Right? Mu Nanjin finished her business and joined Ken Chaoyan and the others for a meal. Chen Liangli stood. Mu Nanjin, it is a pleasure working with you. I raise a glass to you. Also, inform the proprietors of the other 2 establishments that Lord Zhou of the Ministry of Rites will visit our brothel monthly, and we shall waive the fee for 1 visit. The Undersecretary of the Ministry of Rites urgently exclaimed, How can we withstand that? Come sit closer. Let us drink a few more cups together. Chen Liangli encouraged, Exactly, we have all toasted her. You must as well. Ken Chaoyan pointed to the next table. Didn't you hear her mention this matter in her thoughts? Ken Chaoyan stroked his chin. Perhaps she is merely concealing her inebriation. Some individuals appear unchanged when intoxicated, and Mu Nanjin is likely one of them. Mu Nanjin took a sip of her drink. Isn't it good news that you are all alive? What else is there to share? Tang Jingrui, observing Mu Nanjin consume several cups, could not help but inquire, Mu Nanjin, are you all right? Mu Nanjin raised her cup again and drained it. They were pleased to have someone treat them to a meal, yet the feeling of being threatened was quite unpleasant. Ken Chaoyan asked with a smile, Mu girl, are you intoxicated? Under the gaze of the others, Tang Jingrui reluctantly raised his glass to Mu Nanjin. Are you happy? Your expression seems quite grim. Ken Chaoyan inquired further, who taught you your swordsmanship? Ken Chaoyan almost choked as she diverted the conversation. You should first explain how you know all this. The officials of the Ministry of Rites chuckled. I'll tell you about Ken Chaoyan. Mu Nanjin shook her head. No one taught me. I am self-taught. Not dizzy. That evening, the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate were all his friends and frequent companions in the brothel. Thus he felt no need to conceal that Mu Nanjin had invited them for dinner. Mu Nanjin frowned slightly. I do not drink. Although she was intoxicated, her usual demeanor remained unchanged as she quickly revealed gossip from the system. I also know about the left deputy of the censorate. Would you like to hear? The deputy minister of rites inquired. Mu Nanjin closed her eyes. Although she had not completed her sentence, her thoughts resurfaced. Ken Chaoyan still believed Mu Nanjin was too sober and had her drink several more cups. When the time felt right, he set down his cup and cautiously asked, Mu girl, I see your skills are impressive. Who did you study under? It was uncommon for her to proactively toast the officials of the Ministry of Rites. Deng Xingqiao found his reasoning rather plausible. Ken Chaoyan and others could not contain their laughter. Quickly, another drink. Ken Chaoyan beckoned Mu Nanjin to sit beside him and placed a cup of wine before her. Mu Nanjin instructed, with so many horses outside, find someone to keep watch, or we might have trouble during the meal. The brothel madam was meticulous, and she would certainly handle such matters deftly. Deng Xingqiao remarked. Isn't it because you were angered that your face turned dark? Chen Liangli scoffed. It's all Liu Baihu's fault. Come, Let us raise another cup to you. The officials were eager to ensure their guests enjoyed their meal and had a delightful time.
Oh.
He nudged his cup. You should first taste the flavor. Mu Nanjin's serious and aloof demeanor was indeed disarming. Those unaware might genuinely think she was sober. But a closer look would reveal a hint of daze in her eyes. We certainly believe what you say. Ken Chaoyan probed, Mu girl, how do you know so much? In the adjacent room, Mu Nanjin raised her glass. I toast to all the esteemed officials of the Ministry of Rights. She downed another cup of wine. Suddenly, Mu Nanjin felt her entire body grow slack, disinclined to move, and sank into a chair behind her. The Minister of Rights next door was furious enough to explode. It was not that he had never consumed alcohol. He typically only sipped lightly before stopping. Mu Nanjin disregarded his words and continued. The left deputy of the censorate has harbored feelings for someone since childhood, namely the favored consort in the emperor's palace. Ken Chaoyan immediately responded, let us drink to that. The well-meaning individual seems to have thought that only they were dining with Mu Nanjin, unaware that she had summoned so many members of the Jinui. She leaned over the table, playing with the chopsticks. Indeed, Deng Xingqiao remarked unhappily, you inquire about so many matters, yet you choose to speak of mine. I not only know that he fears his wife, but I also know that Mu Nanjin pointed at them. It is the fifth prince of the Dawei kingdom who has laid a poison trap for you. Tang Jingrui responded, while Mu Nanjin added, the vice minister of rights is quite frightened. Does that mean we are nearing death? Could it be that those who drink do not blush? The neighboring Ken Chaoyan told Tang Jingrui to give the order for everyone to be vigilant. The officials of the rights department reluctantly picked up their cups. When men wish to drink, they can always find excuses. Rest assured, my dear, the people in the building will secure everything, and I have specifically arranged for a few individuals to guard and tend to the horses. Mu Nanjin found this reasonable and immediately raised her cup to toast Tang Jingrui 3 times. Aren't you feeling dizzy? Ken Chaoyan stood up. Come, everyone. Let us toast the girl Mu, to thank her for treating us to dinner today. After downing a cup of wine, Mu Nanjin addressed them. I have both good news and bad news to share. Which would you prefer to hear first? She took her cup and wine jug to the adjacent room. Hearing her mention him, Ken Chaoyan hurriedly shook his head at Mu Nanjin. Stop, stop. Don't think about it any further. From whom did I learn? Mu Nanjin pondered for a long time. From whom did I learn? Have I practiced martial arts? I have not, right? I have only practiced swordsmanship. Deng Xingqiao whispered, you've had too much to drink. Look at her. She has gone silly. Mu Nanjin approached and patted his shoulder. As long as I am here, you will not perish. Ken Chaoyan remarked. Zhang Buji again said, Mu Nanjin, if it were not for Tang Jingrui bringing you into the Jinui, you would not have become a female official. Without becoming a female official, you would not have had the chance to meet us. Shouldn't you toast him 3 times to express your gratitude? Deng Xingqiao grimaced. How can I possibly keep an eye on so many people? I cannot follow them every moment, and the 5th prince is disguised as a poison master. He can strike while eluding my gaze. Ken Chaoyan shot a glance at Deng Xingqiao. How does it taste? Ken Chaoyan shouted to Mu Nanjin. Mu girl, wake up. However, Mu Nanjin was already quite intoxicated. Chapter 56. The ancestor of the Mu clan, when Ken Chaoyan was 20. He was so frightened on a mission that he wet his pants, haha. Deng Xingqiao and the others looked at Ken Chaoyan with wide eyes. Is that true? Were you really so scared that you wet your pants? They could not fathom such a scenario. Nor could they believe that someone who typically acted so composed could be that cowardly. Ken Chaoyan gritted his teeth. It's false. He would never admit to such an embarrassing incident. It cannot be false. She would never speak untruths. Deng Xingqiao laughed heartily. Haha, Ken Chaoyan. You too have had such cowardly moments? I always thought you were capable and unflappable. Haha, you actually got scared to the point of wetting your pants? The others bit their lips desperately to suppress their laughter, fearing punishment for laughing out loud. Ken Chaoyan shot a menacing glance at Deng Xingqiao. If you laugh again, I'll ensure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Upon hearing that the lives of their family were at stake, the left minister's wife immediately released her grip and looked at him, half convinced. Really? Suddenly, a large knife shot toward them, striking the vital point of the assassin standing in front. Good idea. Ken Chaoyan and the others changed their expressions, each preparing an ambush. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha, oh, it's really nothing, and besides, it cannot be disclosed. It concerns the lives of our family. It cannot be spoken of. Lu Baihu remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. The most frustrating part was that they merely went out for a meal, yet were accused of visiting a brothel. Such an unpleasant remark. By the way, there's an inspector named Pu Mingzhi who accepted a bribe of 20,000 taels to cover for the Wu Prefecture Governor's embezzlement in repairing the dam. We could inform the emperor about this matter. Humph. Let them see if they dare to report us again. We must let them know that the Jinui are not to be trifled with. The officials dining in their own residence were startled by Mu Nanjin's voice. Jumping up in alarm and cautiously looking around. Having eaten breakfast, Mu Nanjin rode to the Dowei mansion. Left Dowei, right Dowei, do you realize your mistakes? Jinui. Officials from the rights department. Mu Nanjin stood up and dashed outside. Ken Chaoyan hastily inquired, where are you going again? Mu Nanjin arrived at the grand square outside the Taijin Hall of the palace, immediately spotting the Jinui and officials from the rights department punished and standing in the square. Mu girl. Mu Nanjin turned to him. Old comrade Deng. What are you doing again? No need to file a report. The emperor already knows. Pan Baihu, sitting beside Lu Baihu, took a sip of wine, saying, how did she manage to convey her thoughts so far? Everyone, I have decided to suspend your positions, allowing you 1 month to investigate this matter thoroughly before determining your future. The Jinui immediately parted to the sides. Hearing you say this, I seem to feel quite bloated. Deng Xingchao exclaimed in frustration, it's all your rotten idea. We couldn't extract any information, yet you've exposed the emperor's private matters. Fortunately, the emperor is not here, otherwise, we would all be in trouble. The leader of the assassins whispered. It was her. When the assassins infiltrated the back courtyard of the Laughing Tower, they heard someone shout loudly, Lord Mu, the dishes you wanted have arrived. Following the sound, a servant pushed open one of the rooms and entered, and from their hidden position, they could see a woman dressed in Jinui attire sitting alongside officials from the rights department. The left minister's wife curiously asked, whose voice did you hear? The chief eunuch quickly replied, Your Majesty, Lord Mu did not enter the palace. After exiting the Mu residence, Ken Chaoyan wiped the sweat from his forehead. I will never make her drink again. Our Jinui in the left courtyard is specifically tasked with gathering intelligence and covertly monitoring officials. I refuse to believe the Jinui are unaware of the inspector's situations. Mu Nanjin looked up at Ken Chaoyan. Old comrade Ken, what are you doing? The son of the Grand Princess is again brazenly abducting innocent women. Let us go eliminate him together. The officials throughout the capital, while still reviewing memorials, the emperor's hand trembled, and he struck a large black line across the memorial, rendering it null. Other officials had nothing further to report, and the chief eunuch called for the court to be dismissed. Had they known Mu Nanjin would counter-report against them, they would have reported the Jinui early that morning. The assassins were bewildered.
Oh.
Tang Jingrui. Ha ha ha. Before leaving, they specifically glanced at the sign on the door, confirming it was the Laughing Tower before hastening their departure. The two Dowei did not dare to speak. The left minister's wife nodded. I believe you wouldn't dare.
Yes.
Let us go capture the son of the Grand Princess. Deng Xingchao casually fabricated an excuse. You are drunk. I wish to give you a massage to help you sober up. Her ordinary thoughts were quite simple. She never liked to overthink matters. Upon waking, she likely would not reflect deeply on the events of the night. Otherwise, she would not have dared to be so bold in making her drink. Ken Chaoyan shouted. You are no match for him. All of you, step aside. Deng Xingchao knew he was serious and quickly retreated. I do not wish to laugh, but I truly cannot help it. Why do I have no recollection at all? Ken Chaoyan and Deng Xingchao exchanged glances. The emperor, suddenly furious, slammed the table and stood up. Mu Nanjin, where is she? Ken Chaoyan, curious about how the voice could travel so far, thought such skills were of no use to him. Lu Baihu sneered. An official reported to the emperor that we went together to the Laughing Tower for dinner. Deng Xingchao directly raised his hand to strike at the back of Mu Nanjin's neck. If inspectors can file complaints, can't we, the Jinui, do the same? How could the news reach the officials so swiftly? Not good. There's an ambush. We must withdraw. The other assassins were startled and swiftly turned to flee with their deceased comrade. Haha. Old Ken has wet his pants. What a shame for a grown man. Upon reaching the entrance, they were informed by the guards that the Jean Iwei who had drunk at the Laughing Tower last night had all been summoned to the palace. And she too was required to visit the Imperial court. The opposing party met their end on the spot. Ken Chaoyan pointed towards Mu Nanjin's acupoint. The other officials watched the scene unfold with amusement. Mu Nanjin, interrupted while indulging in gossip, pondered for a long moment before stating, "It seems I only drank wine and did not partake in any food." Ken Chaoyan rubbed his aching temples. "What mischief are you up to now?" Mu Nanjin, perplexed, replied, "Is it a problem that we went to Laughing Tower for a meal?" A faint voice from above uttered, "She dined at the Laughing Tower within the inner city." The emperor trembled with rage, pacing before his throne. "You are unaware even when your own are in trouble. How can I trust you to oversee other officials? How dare you present accusations against others?" Immediately, he heard Liu Baihu assert, "Dining is not the issue. The Laughing Tower is. In our minds, it is merely a brothel. And our appearance in official attire there tarnishes the court's reputation." The leader of the assassins swiftly fled the Laughing Tower. The left chancellor rubbed his sore ears, cursing Mu Nanjin internally.
Haha.
The emperor last night favored the concubine, and it ended in less than half a cup of time. Haha. Emperor, your vitality is waning. Hurry and summon the physician for a remedy. At this rate, you shall be impotent within 6 months. They stealthily approached as the waitstaff exited with dishes, kicking open the door, only to find the room filled with Jean Iwei of the Qianhu rank and above. The emperor was nearly driven to madness. The Jean Iwei drinking in the front hall paused at the laughter. Chan Liangli remarked that Mu Nanjin's thoughts indeed traveled throughout the capital. Can Chaoyan sheathe his blade? We are already aware of their identities. There is no need to pursue a deadly confrontation, and now is not the time to sever ties. Deng Xingqiao shrugged. This time, it's not about me mocking you. If you wish to strike someone, let it be Mu Nanjin. There should not have been any further incidents, right? Deng Xingqiao continued. Let us go after the governor of Wuzhou. He took a deep breath and stepped outside the grand hall, inquiring, Young Master Tianyuan, do you know where Mu Nanjin is? She likely invited the Jean Iwei for a meal. I shall clear the way, and you can take the chance to escape. Ken Chaoyan remarked. I am merely pressing your acupoint. Mu Nanjin approached them and asked, Why do you stand here? Shortly after, the Empress Dowager sent a servant from her palace to deliver a bowl of lotus seed and lamb bone soup to the emperor. You have eaten. And quite a lot too, if you don't believe me, asked Tang Jingrui. He wouldn't deceive you. Ken Chaoyan was on the verge of tears. Ancestor Mu, could you cease your wild imaginings? I implore you. Ken Chaoyan continued, the officials reporting to the emperor in Taijin Hall, upon hearing Mu Nanjin's inner thoughts, turned pale and red, unable to continue their discourse with the emperor. She had scarcely settled into her chair before she excitedly stood up again. Ken Chaoyan quickly grasped her arm. Where are you off to, girl? Ken Chaoyan's expression darkened. Soon, the emperor's voice echoed with fury throughout the palace. Deng Xingqiao turned to the others. All right, let us continue to eat and drink. Deng Xingqiao queried. Do you think she will remember tonight's events when she wakes tomorrow and realize we can hear her innermost thoughts? Mu Nanjin glanced at Tang Jingrui, who nodded stiffly in reply. Little did they know, the intoxicated Mu Nanjin was particularly gullible. She nodded. Your strength is insufficient. Your tickling does not suffice. She had not reached her limit. She could endure more. Liu Baihu retorted, perhaps it will echo throughout the entire capital. He was truly striking himself with a stone. The left chancellor was in agony, tears streaming down his face. It's done. It has already been done. Was Mu Nanjin only dining with the Ministry of Rights? How come there are so many Jean Iwei? One of the assassins remarked. The inner city? The emperor could hardly believe it. The inner city is so far from the Imperial city, and yet I can hear her thoughts. With a thud, both of the Imperial officials hastily knelt. Their memories only retained Liu Baihu bringing wine, with no recollection of the events that followed. Can Chaoyan scoffed. What a flimsy excuse. Who would believe that? Not wearing official attire would not tarnish the reputation? The Jean Iwei. The officials of the Ministry of Rights. The assassin leader raised his sword and charged at the Jean Iwei before him. Drinking truly causes trouble. What audacity, to deceive you. The left chancellor grimaced. Meanwhile, at the Laughing Tower, the assassins are coming. Qian Chaoyan and Deng Xingqiao nearly bowed to Mu Nanjin. The governor of Wuzhou embezzled half of the funds allocated by the court. This year's dam repairs will surely fail, and the common folk will suffer again. Darn it! I shall head to Wuzhou and deal with him myself. Had they not confirmed beforehand that this was the Laughing Tower, they might have thought they had stumbled into the commander's office. Pressing acupoints? Mu Nanjin's eyes flickered with confusion. Are you pressing my acupoints? After a deep slumber until the hour of the rabbit, she awoke feeling neither dizzy nor fatigued, quite the opposite, invigorated. A grand procession of over 1,000 officials in official attire rode together, a sight too conspicuous to escape the ears of the Imperial officials. The emperor gazed at the steaming, nourishing soup, his expression darkening. Unbeknownst to him, more Jin Iwei awaited them in the courtyard, at least over 300, both in the courtyard and on the rooftop, all of them Jin Iwei. After consuming so much wine, how could one not feel bloated? They formed 5 neat rows, drawing the attention of passing eunuchs and palace maids. She did not enter the palace? If she did not enter the palace, how can I hear her? Qian Chaoyan deceived her. I have already sent someone to capture her. You should remain here quietly. In the back courtyard of the Laughing Tower, Deng Xingqiao asked, Shall we not pursue? She was at a loss. Tang Jingrui frowned. Perhaps we should press her acupoint. That way, she won't overthink. Why did the emperor leave? Does he not remember we are still standing here? Fortunately, I had breakfast before coming, so I am not starving. As the officials exited Taijin Hall, Mu Nanjin suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching from behind. Chapter 57. Terrifying. A man clad in a red robe embroidered with golden flying fish stood tall. His black eyes sharp. A single glance from him felt as if one's ancestors had been unearthed and interrogated 100 times, leaving no sense of privacy. His imposing presence surpassed even that of the emperor, as if he were the true sovereign of the realm. Another man, dressed in a red robe adorned with white flying fish, appeared scholarly and amiable, his face beaming with a warm smile. Is that the governor? The deputy governor? Mu Nanjin recognized their identities by their attire. Previously, all officials above the rank of Jin Iwei had been dispatched on official duties to distant locales.
Indeed.
It is the governor and the deputy governor. They are quite young. I had thought they would be at least 60 to hold such high positions. The governor's gaze swept over Mu Nanjin with indifference. Lu Baihu, seeing Mu Nanjin still standing, hurriedly tugged at her skirt. Mu Nanjin looked down at him, whispering, What is it? Lu Baihu urged in a hushed tone, Kneel. Why should I kneel to anyone other than the emperor and the empress dowager? Reluctantly, Mu Nanjin knelt on the ground. In ancient times, it was said that a man's knee is worth gold. Never did they consider that a woman's knee is also adorned with gold and jade. Kneeling before others daily is devaluing my knees. I must clarify to everyone that apart from bowing to heaven, earth, my parents, and my master, I only bow to deceased elders. Those whom I bow to should prepare themselves psychologically, for I fear that one day they may not withstand my reverence. The crowd. What? The true appearance? Is it possible that their current visage is not genuine? The Jin Iwei are equally incredulous, particularly the deputy commander, who has worked alongside the commander for many years, completely unaware of the other's use of disguise. The commander narrowed his eyes at Mu Nanjing, a chilling glint flashing in his gaze. Mu Nanjing's expression stiffened, sensing the murderous intent. Without waiting for Mu Nanjing to raise her head, the Jin Iwei swiftly stood, drawing their swords and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The officials of the Ministry of Rites hurriedly sought refuge behind the Jin Iwei for protection. Mu Nanjing rose, leisurely. So, the Jin Iwei have also detected the murderous aura? This implies that the previous hostility was not directed at me. The Jin Iwei. The deputy commander smiled amiably. Your swift reactions reveal that you have not neglected your training. The Jin Iwei. It should be noted that they were trained by Mu Nanjing. The deputy commander is a smiling tiger, outwardly friendly, yet calculating behind the scenes. This is how old comrade Ken has been led astray. The deputy commander, Qian Chaoyan. The deputy commander turned to Mu Nanjing with a gentle smile. Is this young lady the female Jin Iwei summoned by the emperor? The commander inquired softly. What brings you here? Everyone shared a tacit silence, as they found it embarrassing to speak. Was it merely a meal? Why is it so difficult to articulate? The crowd, indeed. They watched as the commander and deputy commander departed, their path crossing with the officials emerging from the Taijin Hall. Mu Nanjing noticed the left and right guards glaring at her, leaving her puzzled. Why are the guards glaring at me? Surely, they are directing their ire towards me? Is it such a grievous offense to invite everyone to a meal? The crowd. They might soon lose their positions. Is that not serious? The officials from the Ministry of Rights regard me with strange expressions, as if they have something to say, but cannot. Could it be they wish to request something regarding the charming Xiao Qingtian? Officials of the Ministry of Rights. Could you not think of something more positive? Deng Xingqiao cleared his throat. Mu Nanjing, do you recall last night's events? Mu Nanjing nodded. I remember a small portion. Did I not drunkenly misbehave with the officials of the Ministry of Rights, and now they seek my accountability? The officials are mostly older men. Do I indiscriminately pursue both young and old? That would be utterly deranged. Officials of the Ministry of Rights. Were it not for our need of her, we would wish to silence her. Deng Xingqiao and Can Chaoyan, seeing that Mu Nanjing's recollection was limited, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Deng Xingqiao stated, You mentioned at dinner that the officials of the Ministry of Rights had been cursed, and that you would help them. Mu Nanjing furrowed her brow. Did I say such things? The assembly chorused. Indeed, you did. I unwittingly spoke the truth when intoxicated. How terrifying. Did I not reveal my secrets? The crowd. You did not disclose your secrets, but you certainly revealed others. Mu Nanjing inquired. What else did I say? Deng Xingqiao shook his head, nothing further. Then that is a relief. Mu Nanjing addressed the officials of the Ministry of Rights. The Dawei Kingdom has cursed you to manipulate you into assassinating the emperor. If I were to lift the curse now, it would attract the attention of Dawei, potentially leading to a second curse, one far deadlier than mere manipulation. The officials gasped in horror. The Minister of Rights asked, But if we do not lift the curse, we will remain under their control. Each of you, please give me a strand of hair. I shall resolve the remaining matters. The officials exchanged glances before each offering a hair. Mu Nanjing carefully wrapped their hair in a handkerchief and tucked it away as she walked towards the palace gates. Once she had departed, the Minister of Rights turned to Can Chaoyan. Can she truly lift the curse? Can Chaoyan replied, They say alcohol brings forth the truth. Since she asserted with such conviction that she could lift the curse, there should be no issue. If you remain uneasy, I can ask the National Master to keep watch. The Minister of Rights nodded. We appreciate your assistance, Kansas. We must prepare for the Emperor's birthday, so we shall take our leave. Deng Xingqiao also needed to arrange patrols at the national residence and departed alongside the Minister of Rights. Can Chaoyan informed his subordinates, Today, you shall have a day of rest. Tomorrow is the Emperor's birthday, so be alert and diligent. As he exited the Imperial city, he witnessed Mu Nanjing's black steed kicking down two assassins clad in black. Tang Jingrui hurried to assist, but the remaining assassins had fled. He brought the fallen to his study, where the Jin Yiwei immediately produced 2 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, left by the assassins hired by his aunt, with her signature pressed upon them. Tang Jingrui recognized his aunt's handwriting, his expression grave. Did you witness my aunt hiring assassins? The Jin Yiwei affirmed. We saw and heard her instruct her trusted maid to hire assassins to kill Mu Nanjing. Understood. You have worked hard these days. Here is your reward. Please keep this matter confidential. Tang Jingrui placed 2 ingots of silver on the table. Thank you, my lord. The Jin Yiwei hesitated before taking the silver. Tang Jingrui exited the study to find his father, Tang Wenzong, and informed him of the events. Upon learning this, Tang Wenzong deliberated before taking Jiang Jinru to Tang Lu Zhao's courtyard. Tang Lu Zhao was taken aback by their visit. Elder brother, sister-in-law. What brings you to my courtyard today? Jiang Jinru smiled. With Yi away and Mu Nanjing moved out of the Tang family, you are alone in the courtyard. Your brother and I were concerned you might fall ill from loneliness, so we came to check on you. Tang Lu Zhao did not believe her elder brother had the leisure to visit her before the emperor's birthday. She turned to Tang Wenzong. Elder brother, do you have something to say? Tang Wenzong, knowing he could not deceive her, sighed and placed 2,000 tael banknotes before her. Upon seeing the banknotes bearing her handwriting, Tang Lu Zhao realized her plot to assassinate Mu Nanjing had been uncovered. Tang Wenzong frowned. Zhao, will you not explain why you sought to hire an assassin against Mu Nanjing?
What?
Zhao hired an assassin against Mu Nanjing? Jiang Zhenru was unaware of this matter when summoned to speak with Tang Lu Zhao. Jiang Zhenru nodded. Tang Lu Zhao sipped her tea in silence. Tang Wenzong continued. Zhao, do you understand the consequences of being discovered for hiring an assassin? Without delving into the grave repercussions, you should be able to imagine the consequences. On a smaller scale, your relationship with E will certainly be irreparably damaged. You cherish E dearly. Surely, you do not wish to part ways? Partners? Tang Lu Zhao scoffed. Elder brother, do we resemble a true couple? Tang Wenzong replied, I have been married to him for 15 years. Yet he has spent less than 5 years at home. Tang Wenzong tentatively asked, thus you harbor resentment towards him, and consequently, towards Mu Nanjing as well.
No.
I do not resent him at all. In fact, I truly adore him, to the point of sacrificing my life. However, Tang Lu Zhao's eyes burned with a fierce hatred. But Mu Nanjing seeks to take him from me. How could I not despise her? Mu Nanjing is the only relative of Mu Qin-yi, being her nephew, and it is only natural for Mu Qin-yi to care for and cherish her. As Mu Nanjin's aunt, it is expected that you would love her as if she were your own child, fostering a harmonious relationship with Mu Qin-yi that leads to a lifelong bond. Tang Wenzong believes that his sister's affection for Mu Qin-yi has become distorted, allowing no room for anyone else between them. This may stem from her lack of children, pouring all her emotions into Mu Qin-yi.
Nephew?
As her own child? Tang Lu Zhao scoffed bitterly, laughter quickly turning to tears as she cried out, I once thought to treat her as my own child, but I realized I could not do it. Tang Wenzong attempted to speak, but was halted by Jiang Zhenru's gaze. Jiang Zhenru grasped Tang Lu Zhao's hand. Zhao, do not cry. If you are in trouble, share it with us. We are family, and regardless of whether you are right or wrong, we will stand by your side to support you and protect you from harm. However, if you remain silent, we can only watch helplessly, wanting to help but not knowing how. Zhao, I know you must have your reasons for being driven to this point. Speak to your sister-in-law. She can offer you advice. I truly do not know how to express this to you. I fear that if I do, my relationship with you will come to an end. Tang Wenzong, filled with anxiety, paced before them. This revelation struck a chord in Tang Lu Zhao's heart. Her sobs gradually quieted as she took a handkerchief to wipe her tears, instructing a maid to guard the entrance. I hope after sharing this, my elder brother and sister-in-law can truly assist me. Tang Wenzong sat down. You are my dear sister. Who else should I help if not you? Even if you are in the wrong, I will stand by you till the end. He was eager to understand the extent of his sister's grievances that led her to contemplate such drastic actions. As she spoke, anger flickered in her eyes once more. Chapter 58. What Seems Amiss. Tang Wenzong, noticing Tang Lu Zhao's hesitation, grew increasingly anxious. Speak quickly of what A.E. did before Mu Nanjin's bed. Tang Lu Zhao's face burned with indignation. I saw A.E. cover her with a quilt and kiss her forehead. How could he? Tang Wenzong slammed the table in fury. How could he commit such a beastly act against his own niece? Jiang Zhenru, more composed, interjected. 5 years ago, Mu Nanjin was merely a 10-year-old child. A Yi's kiss might have stemmed from a sense of familial affection. Although it may defy propriety, it exists within the bounds of familial love. She said this as a mother, recalling how she had often kissed her sons' foreheads in maternal affection before they turned 10. Thus, she believed Tang Lu Zhao was overthinking. Tang Lu Zhao replied solemnly, I initially thought the same, believing A.E. was simply a man unable to express his emotions, which is why he had always been so cold towards me. However, upon witnessing him show such tenderness to Mu Nanjin, I realized A.E. possesses a gentle side he has never displayed towards me, not even holding my hand. Therefore, the image of him tenderly kissing Mu Nanjin lingered in my heart. I once attempted to draw closer to him, but he coldly rebuffed me. I naively thought he disliked intimacy outside the bedroom, but these thoughts accumulated over time, leading me to question A.E. Once doubt arises, one becomes guarded, and vigilance makes one acutely aware of the unusual. Tang Wenzong quickly inquired, What have you discovered? A flicker of discomfort crossed Tang Lu Zhao's face, yet, having resolved to reveal the truth, she persevered. I noticed that before we shared a bed, he always insisted I look into his eyes first. At first, I found it odd, but after overhearing my sister-in-law discussing intimate matters with her younger sister, I began to sense something was amiss. Tang Wenzong felt embarrassed to press further. As he was, after all, a grown man, his sister's willingness to discuss such matters was already courageous. Jiang Jinru recalled a similar incident from 4 years prior when her sister-in-law, newly married, visited their home and shyly spoke of intimacy, mentioning how her husband would engage with her several times each night, leaving her sore all over. Tang Lu Zhao remembered asking, "You wake each day feeling sore all over? And is your lower body uncomfortable, making it hard to walk?" Upon hearing this, Tang Lu Zhao's face paled. Jiang Jinru asked, "What seems amiss?" I discovered that a Yi's gaze could be entrancing. When I looked into his eyes, I would enter a false reality. Thus, my intimate encounters with him may have been mere figments of my imagination. Tang Lu Zhao clenched her teeth. They were illusions, entirely fabricated by me. Jiang Jinru and Tang Wenzong gasped in shock. "We cannot draw conclusions solely from your words, as every individual's circumstances differ. What makes you believe your intimate experiences were mere fantasies?" I too thought I was overthinking, yet each encounter left me feeling unfulfilled. And the doctor confirmed that there were no physical issues between A.E. and me. However, I have never been able to conceive, leading me to increasingly believe my suspicions were valid. Later, I learned that the madams in brothels could discern whether a girl was still a virgin, so I spent a significant sum to hire one to examine me. Tang Lu Zhao's eyes reddened once more. The result was that the madam told me I was still a virgin. After more than a decade of marriage to A.E., I was still untouched. How could I accept this? I could bear children, yet I was made to treat another as my own. How could I possibly do that?
How? How could this be?
Tang Wenzong found it hard to believe what he was hearing. Jiang Jinru was equally stunned. Tang Wenzong exclaimed, "If he was unwilling to touch you, why did he marry you in the first place? I never pressured him to marry you. He could have easily asked me for silver to live elsewhere, yet after marriage, he treated you so cruelly." Tang Lu Zhao remained silent. Tang Wenzong felt she must know more than she was revealing. After a moment of silence, Tang Lu Zhao added, "Brother, do you remember what our parents said about a Yi's appearance?" Tang Wenzong was uncertain. I believe they mentioned something of the sort. I recall our parents saying that A.E. resembled his father as a child, yet as he grew, he bore no resemblance to him at all. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after having doubts about him, I had to consider it more closely. I spent a substantial amount to investigate A.E. and Mu Nanjin's backgrounds, only to discover that the true Mu family had perished 15 years prior. The entire Mu family perished? Tang Wenzong and Jiang Jinru stared at her in disbelief. Who are Mu Qin-yi and Mu Nanjin now? And why do they possess a token from our Tang family? Once, the Tang family was impoverished, and it was the Mu family that lent a significant sum to aid Tang Wenzong in going to the capital for the Imperial examination. Thus, a betrothal was arranged, along with a token for future recognition. Tang Wenzong's fortune turned, not only passing the examination but also securing an official position, transforming the Tang family's fortunes.
Consequently,
the Mu family has always been seen as a benefactor by the Tang family. This is why Mu Qin-yi was still accepted by our parents despite his current predicament, allowing him to reside in the Tang family's courtyard after marriage. Yet, it turns out he is not a Mu by blood. Had it not been for the Tang family losing contact with their hometown, I would have immediately sent a letter to clarify this matter. I do not know who they are, nor do I dare to ask. Tang Lu Zhao was in great distress. I am terrified that once their true identities are revealed, A.E. will leave me. The Tang family is well aware of her deep affection for Mu Qin-yi. Asking her to part ways with him would be akin to taking her life. Tang Wenzong, unable to bear the pain of Tang Lu Zhao, remarked, "Though Mu Qin-yi may not be a true member of the Mu family, he is nonetheless your husband, having undergone the sacred rites with you. He cannot deny this fact, so there is no need for you to live in perpetual anxiety." Tang Wenzong furrowed his brow and continued, "If you care for him so deeply, why then hire an assassin to kill Mu Nanjin? Do you not realize this will only drive him further away? Perhaps even make him see you as an enemy? Surely, that is not the outcome you desire." I am consumed by jealousy, an overwhelming jealousy toward Mu Nanjin. Tang Lu Zhao seethed, her face twisting with hatred at the mere mention of the name. I wish to eliminate Mu Nanjin, For only then would a Yi's gaze turn toward me. Jiang Zhenru cautiously inquired, "A Zhao, do you feel jealousy toward Mu Nanjin because you suspect Yi harbors feelings for her?" Tang Lu Zhao remained silent, indicating her tacit agreement. "Absurd," Tang Wenzong exclaimed, rising in agitation. "Mu Nanjin is the nephew of Mu Qinyi. How could Mu Qinyi harbor such sentiments?" Tang Lu Zhao scoffed. "He may not even be a true nephew." Tang Wenzong, contemplating, said, "A Zhao, I believe you might be mistaken. If Mu Qinyi truly held affection for Mu Nanjin, his character would never allow her to pursue Jing Rui so relentlessly. He would keep the woman he loves close, ensuring no one else could touch her."
Tang Lu Zhao said.
Pondering this perspective, which seemed to hold merit, Tang Wenzong sighed in relief. As long as Mu Qinyi does not love Mu Nanjin, it is fine.
"A Zhao.
Cease the endeavor to hire assassins against Mu Nanjin. It will only push Yi further from you." Tang Liu Zhao's gaze darkened. "I cannot shake the feeling that a Yi's next departure may herald our separation. He seems to undertake every task with Mu Nanjin in mind. Perhaps only in her absence will he find solace and remain in one place." Tang Wenzong frowned. "Is he not merely attending to official duties? How could this involve Mu Nanjin? Have you inquired of the officers where Yi has gone?" "I did not ask, but one can infer from their words that they are unaware of his whereabouts." Tang Wenzong pressed further. "Have you confronted Yi directly about where he has been?" Jiang Zhenru, feeling for Tang Lu Zhao, said, "Why did you not share these concerns with us earlier? It is this bottled-up frustration that drives one to contemplate violence. Had someone guided you, you may not have resorted to such dreadful acts. I have often wished to confide in you, but I did not know how to begin. And many matters are difficult to articulate," Tang Lu Zhao replied, wiping her tears with a silk handkerchief. Tang Wenzong, feeling a pang of sympathy, instructed Jiang Zhenru, "I must attend to some matters. Please stay here and keep her company." Chapter 59. Tonight, I shall feast my eyes. While Tang Wenzong claimed to have affairs to attend to, he was actually seeking his son, Tang Jing Rui. Upon entering his son's quarters, he vented all that Tang Lu Zhao had shared, expressing his frustration, anger, and sorrow, feeling utterly helpless afterward. "If we expose your uncle's true identity, he may abandon your aunt without hesitation. Yet, if we do not reveal his secret, your aunt and uncle will continue to live a life devoid of authenticity. What shall we do?" Tang Jing Rui was incredulous. His master was not the true uncle meant to wed his aunt, but had assumed the role nonetheless. Why must the truth be so cruel? Tang Wenzong, exasperated, urged, "Speak your mind." Tang Jing Rui pinched the bridge of his nose. "I need a moment to think." Tang Wenzong paced the room, hands clasped behind his back. "When I first learned of Mu Qinyi's martial prowess, I found it odd. How could a child of a small merchant family possess such skill? I later dismissed it, believing it was taught by an elder from the neighboring household. Now I regret not investigating further when I had doubts." Ignoring his father, Tang Jing Rui continued to ponder. "This means our uncle must possess some hidden talents. Mu Nanjin likely concealed her true self, explaining her sudden temperament shift and newfound skills. But why hide herself before, and what has prompted her revelation now?"
Tang Wenzong Flowen.
"What are you muttering about?" Tang Jing Rui replied, "Father, I believe we need to investigate our uncle's background further before reaching a conclusion. For instance, did everyone in the Mu family truly perish? If he is not a Mu family member, how does he possess the Tang family's token? And who is he truly? We cannot assign guilt without evidence, and if he denies it, we are powerless." Tang Wenzong considered this. "You shall handle this matter. Your genie guards are adept at investigations." Tang Jing Rui nodded, and once his father departed, he slumped into a chair. He felt his aunt's claims held a significant truth. Otherwise, Mu Nanjin would not remain indifferent despite knowing she had sent an assassin against her. Given her abilities, her lack of retaliation suggested she might be aware of the truth and felt culpable, thus enduring his aunt's actions. The more Tang Jing Rui contemplated, the more his head throbbed. He resolved to cease his musings and went out to seek assistance in uncovering the matter. The following day marked the emperor's birthday, celebrated throughout the capital. Before dawn, the streets buzzed with activity, the festive atmosphere spreading as the sun rose. Mu Nanjin's primary duty was to observe the envoys from the four nations, allowing her a brief respite to rest before arriving at the national residence in time for their audience. Upon her tardy arrival, Lu Baihu, waiting at the entrance, scowled. "Why are you so late?" Mu Nanjin, employing yesterday's excuse, replied, "I had to resolve matters with the Minister of Rights first. Only a fool would divulge that I was sleeping in." Lu Baihu almost believed her. He exhaled in frustration. "Let us proceed." At this moment, the envoys from various nations were prepared, yet the officials from the Great Qian Kingdom hesitated in announcing their entry into the palace. As their impatience grew, they spotted Mu Nanjin entering. Then, they heard Deng Xingqiao declare, "Before entering the palace, all envoys must comply with one condition: no weapons shall be brought within." The envoy from the Great Zhou Kingdom replied, "We are aware of this rule and have instructed our guards to leave their weapons at the national residence." The other envoys echoed similar sentiments. Such pleasant words. Just because you left your weapons behind does not mean you are unarmed. For instance, the dancers from the Great Qin Kingdom have golden threads in their skirts, easily detachable to become numerous sharp golden needles for assassination. Moreover, the thick-soled boots of the Great Liao Kingdom's guards conceal daggers, while the wrist guards of the Great Zhou Kingdom's guards can be assembled into a large blade. The belt of the Great Wei Kingdom's guards is a chain whip. If these do not count as weapons, then what does? Humph. This was the reason for the delay in announcing the envoy's entry into the palace. Deng Xingqiao sought to ascertain the weaponry status of the four nations through Mu Nanjin. He exchanged a glance with Chen Liangli. Chen Liangli bowed to the envoys, saying, "Esteemed envoys, for the safety of our emperor, we must search you. We hope for your understanding." Of course, the envoy from the Great Qin Kingdom responded generously, confident that the Great Qian officials would find no weapons on them. The other envoys had no objections. Deng Xingqiao's men swiftly approached to search the guard's armor, feigning initial failure before gradually discovering the concealed weapons Mu Nanjin had mentioned. The expressions of the envoys darkened considerably. They had not anticipated the keen eyes of the Great Qian guards, who could uncover hidden weapons even in the most discreet places. Wow, the sharp eyes of old Deng's subordinates are remarkable. After how much time has such a sharp gaze been cultivated? Upon hearing Mu Nanjin's inner thoughts, the envoys could not bear to look at her. Deng Xingqiao announced, "We shall enter the palace." The envoys, led by Deng Xingqiao, made their way into the Imperial palace. The palace was adorned with red lanterns and festive fabrics, with a red carpet laid along the palace path. This carpet extended from outside the palace to the Taijin Hall, where the envoys, each harboring their own intentions, tread softly upon its plush surface. Following Deng Xingqiao to the Taijin Hall, the eunuchs arranged their seating in the closest position to the emperor on the right side, facing the princes and princesses of the Qian Kingdom, with the heirs and descendants of the four princes and officials of the Qian Kingdom seated behind them. All officials were of the third rank or higher, and with the emperor's permission, they brought their wives to attend the emperor's birthday banquet. After Mu Nanjin watched the envoys from various nations enter the Grand Hall, she intended to explore the surroundings but was seized by Lu Baihu by the sleeve.
"Come in with me."
Mu Nanjin, bewildered, responded, "Am I to enter as well? We must go in and keep watch." "You expect me to go in and watch them dine? Are you even human?" Lu Baihu disregarded her thoughts and led her into the Grand Hall. Inside, Liang Xiaoqiu, noticing the new arrivals, promptly informed his father, "Father, look at the entrance. The female guard in the Jin Yiwei attire is Mu Nanjin." The heirs and descendants of the four princes could not brazenly glance over and could only steal furtive looks towards the entrance. The heir of the Zun prince's estate, upon spotting Mu Nanjin, felt as though his teeth would shatter. This yellow-haired girl is Mu Nanjin? He had assumed she was in her prime, not realizing she was merely a young girl still naive, who had frightened their father into avoiding the capital. The heir of the Huang prince's estate remarked in a low voice, "She has cost us a 9th-grade guard." The previous night, their guard not only failed to eliminate Mu Nanjin but had also lost one of their own. The heir of the Sheng prince's estate expressed indifference. "It is futile to discuss this now. We must try not to draw her attention tonight." The heir of the Yu prince's estate said, "If only we could hear her thoughts." The other heirs shared this sentiment, though it was regrettable that the emperor would never permit it. Mu Nanjin, harboring resentment, had no inclination to observe those seated in the grand hall. Once all the guests had arrived, the emperor, accompanied by the empress, the favored consort, and the 4 concubines. Along with the national master and Tian Yuan, entered the Taijin hall. Your Majesty, the empress has arrived. All present from the Deqian kingdom knelt, exclaiming, Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! The envoys from the other 4 nations performed their own respective salutations to the emperor. Ah, 2 handsome men have arrived. I shall feast my eyes tonight. The emperor's smile faltered slightly as he glanced at Mu Nanjin in the corner, raising a hand to signal everyone to rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. May you enjoy longevity as boundless as the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountain. The people of the Deqian kingdom rose only after offering their congratulations. Very well, the emperor joyfully seated himself upon the dragon throne. Others waited for the empress and favored consort to take their seats before daring to sit. The head eunuch announced loudly, Serve the dishes. Before the food arrived, the palace's songstresses entered the Taijin hall's dance floor, performing gracefully, captivating everyone's attention. Before long, beautiful palace maids, carrying dishes and wine, entered the grand hall, placing each offering upon the tables. After the guests had sampled a few bites, an envoy from the Deqian kingdom stepped forward to salute the emperor. Great Emperor of the Deqian kingdom, my sovereign has a special gift to present to you.
Oh?
What gift does your emperor wish to bestow upon me? The emperor feigned great interest, already aware of the gift. The envoy from the Deqian kingdom clapped his hands. Soon, a melodious tinkling resonated from outside the grand hall, reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in the breeze, soothing to the spirit. The songstresses performing in the dance hall noticed an elegant figure clad in white entering the grand hall and discreetly stepped back to make way for the newcomer. The person entering was a young woman adorned in a white dress, her head crowned with silver ornaments, her face veiled, revealing captivating eyes that were both large and alluring. Her graceful figure, wrapped in luxurious fabric, swayed like a white serpent as she moved. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of the Deqian emperor and his officials. Men, since ancient times, have been unable to alter their lecherous nature. A bunch of lecherous fools. The left minister's wife glared, her eyes nearly glowing with fury. The left minister felt a tremor in his heart and hastily whispered, How dare the Deqian people use beauty to entice the emperor? Truly shameless. If such a lascivious woman were to become a consort, the Deqian kingdom would surely perish. My wife is virtuous and gracious, capable of managing the household and educating children. A woman of such virtue is impossible to find even with a lantern. The left minister's wife huffed in discontent, but felt pleased internally. The left minister sighed in relief. If he continued to watch, he feared he might not rise from bed the following day. Your Majesty, if you continue to gaze, you will soon exhaust yourself. With a virtuous empress at home, why yearn for the allure of outsiders? Remember this. Do not pick wildflowers by the roadside, for you will regret it. The empress slightly curled her lips. He exhaled, relieved that he had not completely lost himself. The national master and Tian Yuan are indeed men I admire, unaffected by beauty. Just look at their indifferent gazes. As if regarding a toothpick without distinction. Ha! Feng Si Nan and Tian Yuan. When enamored by the white-clad woman, they are deemed lecherous. When disinterested, they are labeled as effeminate. What is her intention? Fortunately, there remains another general who is not swayed by feminine charms. I wonder if he is a wife. For I have no interest in married men. Let me see if he is indeed unmarried. Wow, 40 years old and still single. Surely he cannot be uninterested in women? Did the general just cast a glance my way? How captivating his fierce gaze is, filled with a potent masculinity that assures me he is not inclined towards the same sex. Seated at a distance, the general spoke coldly to the accompanying deputy general, instructing, She is too loud. Throw her out. The deputy general, smiling, inquired, Her voice can echo throughout the capital. Ponder where would be the best place to dispose of her? The general, the Deqian envoys, observing the men present, who seemed entranced by their princess, smirked in satisfaction. Gentlemen, you must regain your senses. If you do not, you will become the subject of ridicule. Although everyone could hear her thoughts, it did not mean they could be awakened by her call. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Nanjin discreetly reached out to Lu Bai who beside her and twisted his waist sharply.
Ah!
A cry of pain reverberated throughout the grand hall. Chapter 60. My brothel will never fall. The envoys from the Daichin kingdom wore expressions of discontent, for someone dared to thwart their intentions. Their aim extended beyond merely enchanting the emperor of the Daichin kingdom. They sought to incite conflict among the envoys of other nations as well. What just happened? The wives of the ministers wore dark expressions, silent. The envoys from the other three nations cast cold glances at the Daichin envoys. The Daichin envoys remained composed, raising their cups in a silent toast. The princess of the Daichin kingdom remained calm, and noticing everyone had regained their senses, stepped closer to the emperor, raising her delicate hand to remove her veil, revealing an exquisite beauty that could captivate a nation. Her face possessed a lethal allure far surpassing any other aspect of her being. A mere glance would ensnare one in the charm radiating from her visage, even drawing the attention of women unwittingly. The princess of the Great Qin Kingdom performed a graceful bow before the emperor, then gently parted her exquisite lips to release the most melodious and delicate voice in existence. I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty. Wishing you boundless fortune and longevity. The emperor turned to the envoy from the Great Qin Kingdom and inquired, Is this the birthday gift that your emperor has presented to me? The envoy, noticing the emperor's alert expression and a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, remained oblivious to the fact that the emperor's hands were clenched into fists within his sleeves, his nails digging into his palms. Using the pain to awaken his senses and prevent himself from being entranced by the alluring presence of the princess. Indeed, she is the most beautiful woman in our land, a princess of the Great Qin Kingdom. Our emperor believes that the emperor of the Great Qin Kingdom, being the most esteemed man, deserves to be accompanied by the fairest maiden, and thus entrusted us with this princess to present to you. The emperor chuckled lightly. Your emperor has shown great thoughtfulness. He had previously been overly confident, believing he was impervious to the charms of beauty, but now he was wary, determined not to fall under her spell. Yet, he knew he could not remain on guard forever. One could only stave off temptation temporarily. Moreover, it was futile for him to be the only shield against her allure, as the princess could enchant others, causing turmoil in the Great Qin Kingdom. The fact that even the women were susceptible to her charm was a clear indication that as long as the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom was present, tranquility would be a distant dream. Your Majesty, you must not refuse her, they whispered among themselves. To let such a stunning beauty slip away would be our loss. I assure you, if we place her in a brothel, she will become our fortune. The emperor, Feng Xinan, and the others mused. How clever of her to suggest putting the princess in a brothel. I even have a name for her. Fortune, or perhaps Gold Seeker. The former sounds too kitsch. Let's go with Gold Seeker. It suits her perfectly. I have a premonition that she will undoubtedly become the star attraction of our brothel, perhaps even the most renowned figure in the Great Qin Kingdom. The treasury is not overflowing, yet fear not, with Gold Seeker. I can guarantee she will earn you 500,000 taels of silver each year. 500,000 taels? That could sustain countless soldiers. With a robust military, what concerns would we have about conquering other nations? In that case, Gold Seeker would become a great benefactor. Hee. The Great Qin Kingdom will surely regret their decision. Perhaps even wish to harm themselves. What foolishness it was to gift such a lucrative asset to the Great Qin Kingdom. They will have their regrets. The emperor found himself quite taken with their words. After a moment of elation, Nanjin paused, wondering, why am I so pleased? The emperor cannot hear my thoughts. I hope he does not foolishly cast away such a treasure. The envoy from the Great Qin Kingdom bowed again. Our emperor wishes you eternal prosperity. May your joys be everlasting, and may the friendship between our two nations endure. The emperor nodded, declaring, I hereby bestow the title of Qin concubine upon the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom, allowing her residence in the Xian Palace. The princess joyfully bowed. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. I am more than willing. With a shy smile, she added, Tonight, I shall await your esteemed presence. The emperor laughed heartily. Very well, Nanjin, you shall escort the Qin concubine to the Xian Palace and ensure she is well settled. He emphasized the last part. With so many palace maids and eunuchs, why must it be me? I forgot they are all captivated by Gold Seeker and momentarily incapacitated. Nanjin stepped forward. Addressing the princess, Chun, concubine, please. The envoy from the Great Qin Kingdom observed her assertiveness, with a glimmer of surprise in their eyes. They could resist the princess's allure due to the talismans bestowed by their national master, but why was Mu Nanjin unaffected? Their national master had claimed that only warriors of the king level and above were immune to her charms. Could it be that Mu Nanjin possessed such strength? The princess of the Great Qin Kingdom smiled at Mu Nanjin. Ignoring her, Mu Nanjin turned and walked towards the main hall's entrance. Is there an Exian palace in the Imperial Palace? Where is Exian Palace? Why does the name Exian Palace sound so familiar? Have I heard it before? Ah, right. The brothel I know is named Exian Courtyard. How curious that the palace bears the same name. The emperor, overhearing her thoughts, took a sip of wine nonchalantly. After the departure of the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom, the hall returned to its usual atmosphere, leaving everyone bewildered. What just happened? I feel as though I was momentarily frozen. Me too, it feels strange. I have no memory of what just transpired. How about you? Liu Baihu rubbed his aching waist. Why is my waist so sore? It's swollen. What exactly happened? Where did Mu Nanjin go? At that moment, Mu Nanjin had already led the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom to the rear palace. The princess sought opportunities to converse with her, but Mu Nanjin remained indifferent. She was in a foul mood, having asked several palace maids and eunuchs about the location of Exian Palace, only to be met with blank stares. Some even claimed they had been in the palace for years without ever hearing of Exian Palace. If there was no Exian Palace, could it be that the emperor had misspoken? The princess of the Great Qin Kingdom mentioned this because her father often forgot the names of the palaces when bestowing them, relying on the head eunuch to remind him. Mu Nanjin shared this thought. She turned around but had not taken many steps before stopping abruptly. Suddenly, she recalled the emperor's last words. Ensure she is well settled when you arrive at the courtyard. Why did he say courtyard instead of palace? Mu Nanjin's eyes brightened. Could it be that the emperor had a similar thought? Everyone knew she owned 3 brothels, and there was no way the emperor was unaware. This meant he had no intention of keeping the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom in the palace. Rather, he intended for her to be taken to the brothel. Mu Nanjin turned and seized the back of the princess's attire, not waiting for her to react before leaping out of the Imperial Palace. Princess of the Great Qin Kingdom gasped in shock. Mu guard, we have already left the palace. Where are you taking me? In less than the span of 2 tea breaks, they arrived at the back courtyard of the Laughing Tilted building. The brothel keeper, upon seeing her, quickly summoned the madam. The madam approached with a cheerful demeanor. Welcome, my lady. Her eyes fell upon the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom, and she gasped, what a stunning beauty. She is truly the epitome of a brothel's charm. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the madam became entranced by the princess's allure. Mu Nanjin touched the madam's forehead, and the spell was broken. Madam, please inform her of her surroundings. This is a brothel, the madam replied succinctly. The princess's expression changed drastically. Mu guard, I am the emperor's concubine. How dare you bring me to a brothel? Do you not fear the emperor's wrath? The emperor's concubine? The madam stammered in fear.
Mu Nanjin replied.
It was the emperor who instructed me to bring her here.
Impossible.
The princess protested. I am the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom. How could the emperor wish for you to deliver me here? Does he not fear igniting conflict with my kingdom? Mu Nanjin raised an eyebrow. The circumstances of the Great Qin Kingdom are dire. Otherwise, you would not have been offered to the emperor. Your allure intended to manipulate him into conquering the Great Qin Kingdom. You think yourself clever, but our emperor is not so foolish as to be easily deceived. The princess's countenance paled. She recalled her time in the Great Qin Kingdom, her face reflecting deep dismay. What is the third option? The third option is to remain here to earn me money. I can grant you your freedom, and you may go anywhere you wish, as long as you do not attempt to escape. The princess of the Great Qin Kingdom, filled with indignation, retorted, earning your money still means selling my body. Not necessarily. The princess hesitated. Not necessarily? You need only assist me in attracting male patrons to my establishment. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself with anything else. If you wish, I can even help you temper your allure and blend in as an ordinary person. The princess of the Great Qin Kingdom could hardly believe her ears. You can make me an ordinary person? Mu Nanjin nodded, gently tapping her finger on the princess's brow, and then instructed the matron, "Remove your outer robe." The matron quickly complied. Mu Nanjin draped the robe over the great Qin princess's head, leaving only her eyes visible. "Matron, take her for a stroll outside." "Certainly," the matron said with a smile, gesturing for the princess to follow her. The great Qin princess hesitated, but then stepped out into the courtyard with her. Initially, she was quite fearful, for she had no one to protect her, and she dreaded that those outside might pounce upon her with ill intentions. She had encountered such predicaments before while fleeing the palace in her homeland, where all the guards could not restrain themselves from overwhelming her, and she had been utterly terrified. However, as the matron guided her through the hall, the patrons merely regarded her with curiosity. None harbored improper thoughts, nor were they enchanted by her allure. The great Chun princess boldly attempted to remove the matron's robe, instantly captivating the attention of those in the hall with her beauty. Yet none were so audacious as to leap upon her for kisses. A patron inquired with a chuckle, "Matron, who is this beautiful young lady?" The matron coyly replied, "I merely brought her to see the sights. I do not know who she is." "Matron, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you?" The great Qin princess rejoiced. "They are not bewitched by my allure. I can truly walk among ordinary people and explore the streets and mountains." Mu Nanjin nodded. "Indeed. I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate your decision. Whether to stay or leave is entirely up to you." The great Qin princess replied affirmatively. The matron watched Mu Nanjin depart before arranging a room for the great Qin princess. Cautiously, the princess asked, "Matron, may I go out for a stroll?" The matron hesitated, but upon hearing Mu Nanjin's voice instructing her to take the princess out, she nodded. "Very well, my lady. I shall change into proper attire before we go." The great Qin princess was elated. "Thank you, matron." The matron found her excitement reminiscent of a child and could not help but pat her head. "Come along with me." As they entered the grand golden hall, they encountered the envoy from the great Liao kingdom presenting gifts to the emperor. The great Liao had offered the traditional longevity wine, a significant gesture, which delighted the emperor immensely. Once the envoys from 4 kingdoms had completed their tributes, it was time for the ministers to present their gifts. The gaze of the 5th prince of the great David kingdom often flickered towards the minister of rights. The minister, noticing this attention, felt a shiver of fear, fearing that the prince might compel him to assassinate the emperor. He glanced towards Mu Nanjin, who was being chastised by Liu Baihu. "Where have you been?" Mu Nanjin replied, "The emperor asked me to escort concubine Chun to the Exian palace." Liu Baihu was aware of the great Qin princess's situation. Exian palace? Is there such a place in the palace? Foolish one. Exian palace is the same as Exian courtyard. With concubine Qin here, my establishment shall never falter. My goal is to ensure that every man in the capital willingly brings silver to Exian courtyard. As the chapter unfolded, the Minister of Left presented a white jade Buddha statue, while the Minister of Right offered a golden dragon-carved pearl necklace. The Minister of Rights presented a renowned painting. Mu Nanjin listened as the chief eunuch recited the gifts from the ministers, feeling a twinge of envy. What a remarkable array of precious gifts for a single birthday. How enviable indeed. These offerings must surely be destined for the emperor's private treasury, yes. If I ever find myself in dire straits, perhaps I could pilfer a few items from the emperor's treasury to sell. The emperor and the ministers observed the minister of rights, who appeared anxious. Why does he seem so fearful? He attempts to feign calmness, yet his trembling hands betray him. Ah, I see. He fears the 5th prince of the great David kingdom might control him to assassinate the emperor. Originally, no one had focused on the Minister of Rights, but upon hearing her thoughts, all eyes turned towards him. Desperate not to attract too much attention, the minister felt utterly hopeless. As he approached the emperor, he suddenly heard Mu Nanjin shout, "Watch out, the 5th prince of the great David kingdom is making a move." The minister's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. The crowd tensed, joining the 2 Imperial guards stationed behind the emperor in casting their gaze towards the 5th prince. The 5th prince, bewildered, wondered why everyone was suddenly staring at him. Had they discovered his intentions towards the emperor? It seemed tonight was not the right time to act. And with Xin and Feng so close to the emperor, any attempt to poison would likely be swiftly detected. Thus, he dared not take that risk. It appeared that the assassination of the emperor of the Great Qian Kingdom would not occur this night. The other envoys from the Great David Kingdom, already feeling guilty, broke into a cold sweat under the unyielding gaze of the Great Qian officials. They had not even made a move yet, so why were they being scrutinized? Haha. I merely frightened you. The fifth prince did not act at all. Rest easy, as long as I am here, he cannot control you. The officials of the Great Qian Kingdom, not only the Minister of Rights was frightened, even the civil officials were alarmed. Young lady, should there be no danger, please refrain from instilling fear in your thoughts. These old bones of ours are not accustomed to such fright. As for the military officials, they merely wished to silence Mu Nanjin. I believe I did not even shout aloud. How did the Minister of Rights end up kneeling in fear? Did he frighten himself? The Minister of Rights hastily gathered the gifts he had been holding and knelt, mentally cursing Mu Nanjin's entire ancestry. I wish the Emperor longevity, health, and peace, and may the establishment of women's education be successful, along with smooth river navigation. The latter sentiments struck a chord with the Emperor, who laughed heartily. Good. Next came the Minister of Works with his offerings. The flavor of the chicken is quite delightful. Liu Baihu, hearing this, turned sharply to see Mu Nanjin chewing on a piece of meat. He quickly lowered his voice and asked angrily, "Where did that food in your mouth come from?" Mu Nanjin glanced down at the Minister of Rights seated before them. Liu Baihu, the Minister of Rights, was equally distressed, having lost half of his meal to Mu Nanjin's stealthy snacking. While the Emperor and guards pretended not to notice, Liu Baihu surveyed the envoys from the Great Liao and Great Zhou kingdoms, pretending to chat with Mu Nanjin. The Great Qin Kingdom has sent a woman to entice the Emperor, while the Great David Kingdom attempts to control the Minister of Rights to assassinate him. What about the Great Liao and Great Zhou kingdoms? Why have they remained silent for so long? Do they not wish to assassinate the Emperor? The strength of these two kingdoms pales in comparison to the other three. To avoid being consumed by the others, they have come to the Great Qian Kingdom during the Emperor's birthday to negotiate alliances and also to witness the spectacle of how the Great Qin and Great David kingdoms fare against the Emperor, hoping to gain something from it. Liu Baihu, indeed, they are all up to no good. As night fell, the birthday banquet concluded amidst the well-wishes of the guests. Once the genie guards departed, the envoys from the Great Qin Kingdom scoffed. Having been in the Great Qian Kingdom for days without finding an opportunity to act, what a useless bunch. The envoys from the Great David Kingdom, overhearing their mockery, retorted with a cold laugh. You think relying on a woman to accomplish your goals is effective? The envoys from the Great Qin Kingdom glared at those from the Great David Kingdom. The latter responded, "We wish your princess success in her endeavors." They had come to realize that whether it was their assassination of the Emperor of the Great Qian Kingdom or the Great Qin Princess using her beauty to lure him, the ultimate outcome would be the same. Hence, why sacrifice their own men for the assassination? After 3 days, the envoys from the 4 kingdoms finally took their leave from the Great Qian Kingdom. The 4th prince of the Great Qin Kingdom intended to bid farewell to the princess at the palace, only to learn that she awaited him at the city gate. At that moment, the Great Qin princess stood with Mu Nanjin in a chamber atop the gate. Upon his arrival, the 4th prince ascended the stairs. The princess approached him with a heavy heart. The 4th prince, feeling a pang of reluctance to leave her alone, offered, "I shall leave you 2 guards and 2 maidservants for your convenience." The princess hesitated, then shook her head. "No need. Why not?" The 4th prince inquired, puzzled. The princess's countenance darkened. "Their presence reminds me of many unpleasant memories. Confined within the palace like a caged canary due to her frail constitution, she had little interaction with the outside world, confined to the company of merely 4 maidservants. Having finally escaped, she nearly lost herself in the process. Therefore, when she learned of her opportunity to attend the Great Qian Kingdom's birthday celebration, her heart soared with joy, yearning for the ability to exert control over her own fate. However, reality proved harsh. The Emperor of the Great Qian Kingdom was not swayed by her condition as she had hoped. Fortunately, the princess cast a glance at Mu Nanjin, who waited outside. The 4th prince furrowed his brow. "Without our people by your side, you will find it difficult to navigate the palace of the Great Qian. Communicating with us will also be exceedingly challenging." The princess, recognizing that further refusal would arouse suspicion, relented. "Then let them stay. After a moment's hesitation, the fourth prince asked, "What progress have you made with the emperor of the Great Qian?" The princess replied, "As you witnessed at the birthday banquet, he is not easily deceived by me. Other avenues must be pursued." The fourth prince lowered his voice. "This matter cannot be delayed. You must create turmoil within the Great Qian court swiftly." The princess nodded perfunctorily. As the hour grew late, the fourth prince deemed it inappropriate to linger. He cast a lingering gaze at her before descending to mount his horse and depart. The princess moved beside Mu Nanjin, watching them leave. Mu Nanjin asked, "Are you certain you wish to remain? Do you not regret discarding your identity as a princess? As for regret, it shall depend on whether you can fulfill your promise. If you succeed, I shall have no regrets." However, Mu Nanjin glanced at the four individuals below. "They will be dealt with by me." The Great Chun princess frowned. "You intend to kill them?" "Of course not," Mu Nanjin replied. Addressing them, "Look into my eyes." The fourth prince's men found it difficult to disobey her gaze. A glimmer of light flashed in Mu Nanjin's eyes, and the expressions of the fourth prince's men turned dazed. "The lady beside me is called Shijin. From today on, she shall be your mistress. You must obey her commands and protect her well. No one else may command you." The men replied blankly, "Understood." The princess stared at Mu Nanjin in astonishment. "What have you done to them?" "I employed a form of linguistic magic to seal their memories and implant new thoughts, ensuring they forget their past. From now on, you are their mistress, and no one can command them unless their linguistic magic surpasses mine." The princess scrutinized Mu Nanjin. "I cannot shake the feeling that you are more than just a ninth-rank guard." Mu Nanjin replied, "Have you forgotten? I am also the proprietor of 3 brothels." "That is not what I meant," the princess stated, deciding not to delve further into the matter. "Let us discuss my allure instead. I cannot control it. Once it is released, regardless of gender, they become like wild beasts, drawn to me." Mu Nanjin handed her 2 wooden bracelets. "These are crafted by my own hands. The runes on the bracelet for your right wrist will conceal half of your allure, ensuring that men are drawn to you without becoming frenzied. Should you wish to blend in as an ordinary person, simply reveal the bracelet on your left wrist. It will completely mask your allure." "How wonderful!" The Great Chun princess marveled at the bracelets. "How long will their effects last?" "Forever." Overjoyed, the princess exclaimed, "Thank you, Guardian Mu. In a few days, a grand selection event will take place in the capital. At that time, you can make your appearance. Until then, feel free to enjoy yourself. If you find yourself short on funds, simply ask the madam." "All right," the princess pondered before asking, "You referred to me as Shijin. Is that a name for use in the brothel? Which 11 and which Jin does it refer to?" "The 11 means to attract, and Jin refers to gold." Shijin, the Great Chun princess, found the name peculiar. "It is quite unique." Mu Nanjin nodded. "Its significance is profound." "Very well, I shall be known as Shijin from now on." Shijin smiled at her. "Catch?" Shijin momentarily misunderstood her meaning, but Mu Nanjin had already vanished from her sight. "No, gone?" She incredulously surveyed the room. "Guardian Mu?" Shijin was increasingly convinced that Mu Nanjin was no ordinary guard. Otherwise, the emperor would not have permitted her to escort the princess to the brothel. After leaving the Laughing Tower, Mu Nanjin hurried toward the Great David Kingdom. The envoy of the Great David Kingdom paused for a break in a small village at noon. The 5th prince was preparing to disembark for a meal when he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Alarmed, he found himself unable to move or speak. As if a malevolent spirit had descended upon him, and a pervasive fear gripped his heart. At that moment, a gust of wind swept in, and Mu Nanjin appeared before the 5th prince. "It is her, the 9th-rank guard of the Great Qian Kingdom." The 5th prince widened his eyes in disbelief. She had managed to infiltrate his carriage without a sound, indicating her prowess surpassed his own. Yet, she had not engaged him in combat before. Did she either conceal her strength or refrain from taking offense due to his status as an envoy? What was her purpose in coming here? To kill him? Mu Nanjin spoke calmly. "5th prince, we meet again. Do not worry. I am not here to kill you." The 5th prince breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it is not to kill me, that is fine." The 5th prince wondered if she intended for him to serve under her. Without further ado, Mu Nanjin took a piece of raw meat from the table and flung it outside toward the horses. Startled, The horses bolted at full speed out of the village. Jin Beiyun hurried to catch up. Senior, where are you going? Jin Beiyun halted his horse. Meanwhile, the fifth prince in the carriage noted, the other party can even mimic my voice. After approximately 2 hours, the fifth prince regained the ability to move. Where are we headed? He asked as the carriage came to a stop. Nanjin replied, we have arrived. The fifth prince disembarked and immediately recognized the Laughing Tower. His brows furrowed. Where is this? The fifth prince's frown deepened. Why have you brought me to a brothel? To be a turtle. Chapter 62. Simple and brutal that night. The Assistant Minister of Rights finally had the leisure to gather with friends and, as usual, returned to the familiar Laughing Tower. The establishment was bustling with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Ever since Nanjin invited the guards and the Ministry of Rights for a meal, everyone believed that the Laughing Tower had a powerful backing, making it safer to revel here than anywhere else. Consequently, patronage had surged significantly. The madam was overwhelmed, unable to attend to new guests immediately. So she called upon the leisurely turtle to assist. She shouted to the man drinking at the foot of the stairs, Beidou, guests have arrived. Quickly attend to them. Beidou's face darkened. He set down his cup and approached the entrance, coldly greeting the guests. The Assistant Minister of Rights, upon seeing Beidou's face, widened his eyes in astonishment. You are not. Beidou's expression grew even darker, and he gritted his teeth. I am not. The Deputy Minister of Rights scrutinized his face once more and said, You are not. The venomous Beidou glared fiercely at him. Aware of his own status, the Deputy Minister of Rights refrained from further argument, stating, We suddenly remembered we have urgent matters and shall not enter. He hurriedly departed from the laughing tilted building with his companions. The right censor was puzzled, Lord Zhou. Did you not say you were going to dine at the laughing tilted building? Why have you come out? The right censor widened his eyes in disbelief. The fifth prince of the Great David Kingdom? Did they not leave the Great Qian Kingdom already? How could he be working as a turtle keeper here? Have you made a mistake? The Deputy Minister of Rights replied, Whether he is indeed the fifth prince of the Great David Kingdom can be verified by the Imperial Guard. The following morning, Deng Xingqiao received news that the fifth prince of the Great David Kingdom was still in the Great Qian Kingdom, and he was indeed working as a turtle keeper in the laughing tilted building. Upon hearing this, he was utterly stunned. Nanjing actually captured him at the laughing tilted building. To confirm the truth of the matter, he sought out Nanjing for questioning. She vehemently denied it, saying, I did not capture him. He stayed voluntarily. Am I really lying? Hee hee. Deng Xingqiao was at a loss for words. Is he the genuine fifth prince or an impostor? He is undoubtedly an impostor. The genuine fifth prince possesses superior martial skills. What use would I have for him? If Jin Beiyun cannot defeat others, I must catch him myself. I am seeking a turtle keeper, not an ancestor. Deng Xingqiao pondered how the fifth prince would feel upon hearing her words. Then why is he helping you at the laughing tilted building while bearing the fade of a prince? He felt embarrassed working as a turtle keeper and feared old acquaintances would recognize him, leaving him with no face to show. Lacking any other disguises, he could only temporarily use the fifth prince's identity, saying he would switch to another face once he acquired one. Deng Xingqiao furrowed his brow. Have you seen his true appearance?
No.
Deng Xingqiao was both worried and angry. What if he changes his face and escapes, or disguises himself to commit heinous acts, or stealthily infiltrates the palace to assassinate the emperor? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Nanjing replied nonchalantly, You are making too many assumptions. As long as it is something I wish to do, I won't be overly concerned. If I constantly worry about this and that, I will achieve nothing. Instead of fretting about Beidou committing misdeeds, it would be better to consider how to make him too afraid to act. Humph. If he dares to do anything against my wishes, I shall beat him senseless, leaving him unaware of his own identity, simple and brutal, no need for excessive thought. Deng Xingqiao could only remain silent. Nanjing asked, Is there anything else? One last question. Is that person really named Beidou? Beidou is a name I gave him. Deng Xingqiao inquired curiously, Why did you choose Beidou? Because he harbors many poisons. This serves to warn those who incite trouble that Beidou is dangerous. Anyone who dares to disrupt the laughing tilted building deserves what they get. Deng Xingqiao remarked. It's merely a name. who would know you intended it as a warning. Enough of this conversation. He feared he would develop a headache. The commander has business with you. He is waiting in his study.
Oh.
Mu Nanjing turned to leave. Yay, the commander wants to see me. Surely he desires to be alone with me. Deng Xingqiao rolled his eyes. In the entire Imperial Guard, everyone was terrified of the commander, holding their breath, yet she was the only one who seemed delighted. He wondered if she would still be smiling when she met the commander. Upon arriving at the commander's study, Mu Nanjing found not only the commander, but also a man clad in an orange brocade robe embroidered with white flying fish. How disappointing! Why must there be others besides me? The occupants of the room turned to look at her. Indeed. The deputy commander turned to the door, casting a cold glance at Mu Nanjing as he passed by. Surely I did not misinterpret that. Did he just glare at me? Why would he glare at me? Do we know each other? The deputy commander quickened his pace and left. The commander, observing the deputy commander's retreating figure, pointed at the basin of water and cloth on the table, saying, "You are to clean this area within an hour." What? You called me here just to clean? Isn't this a task for the servants? Why summon me for cleaning? He can't possibly have concocted such a flimsy excuse just to see me more often, can he? The commander coughed, and a cough echoed from the adjacent room. His expression darkened. You better get to work. If you do not clean this area within an hour, you won't have any food.
Oh.
Mu Nanjing picked up the cloth and began wiping the tables and chairs. Wow, the commander looks so handsome when he is stern. His hand holding the brush is truly beautiful. The commander's handwriting is as imposing as he is. The commander's forehead twitched with suppressed anger, casting her a cold glare. However, she remained oblivious, focused on her task. Wow, the commander looked at me. He is definitely fond of me. I must perform well to show him my worth. Is my table cleaning motion elegant enough? Is my posture perfect? Mu Nanjing softened her movements, but suddenly, with a creak, the commander stood and left the study. Why did he leave? Does he prefer my rough actions? The deputy commander also quickly stood and followed him outside, joining him in the garden. He couldn't help but chuckle. I say, my lord, if you find her thoughts so noisy, why summon her to suffer? The commander furrowed his brow. Can Chaoyan and the others have been too indulgent with her? She needs to experience some hardship. She needs to experience hardship? The deputy commander laughed. I believe it's you who will face hardship. The commander replied calmly. My study is not easy to clean. The deputy commander paused momentarily, then chuckled again. You have a point. He recalled when he first became part of the Imperial Guard. He had cleaned the commander's study, which was filled with traps beyond counting. He had once been injured by one of them. For the safety of the servants, the commander would always disable the traps during cleaning. The commander had a slight obsession with cleanliness, refusing to allow even a speck of dust in his study. Therefore, after each cleaning, he would send someone to wipe it down with a white cloth. If the cloth showed even a hint of black, the cleaner would face dire consequences. The commander stated a harsh reality. She is unafraid of me because she possesses strength and does not need to fear me. The deputy commander was taken aback. Are you saying her martial prowess exceeds yours? It's hard to say. The commander had heard Ken Chao report that Mu Nanjing once fought to a standstill with Tian Yuan. Having encountered Tian Yuan himself, he knew the individual was indeed unfathomable. If Mu Nanjing could match him, her martial abilities must be formidable. The commander gazed toward the direction of their study. In an hour, we shall know. The basin of water, previously placed on the table, remained untouched, the cloth carelessly tossed into the water, yet the water remained as pristine as before. The commander surveyed the study. She has cleaned.
Cleaned.
The deputy commander exclaimed, but the basin is still here, and the water is clean. Could it be that she replaced the water before returning it here? He approached the window to examine the corners, finding not a speck of dust. No previous servant had ever accomplished such a feat. How did Mu Nanjing manage it? Did she encounter any of your traps? The commander shook his head. No. The deputy commander was even more astonished. The commander, however, fell into deep thought. There was only one way to clean the room thoroughly without triggering his traps: the use of cleaning techniques. Wow. 2 meats, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The Imperial Guard's meals have finally improved. It seems a bit wasteful to leave it at home. Better to keep it at the Laughing Tilted building, where I can enjoy delicious food and earn money. I am truly clever. The others murmured, with a princess from the Great Qin Kingdom as your headliner. And now having captured the Great David Kingdom's poison master as your bodyguard, yet still attempting to recruit their chefs, how shameless can one be?
Ah,
Mu Nanjing suddenly shouted in her heart. The esteemed members of the Jinui, of rank 6 and above, were taken aback by her presence. Lu Baihu, who was in the midst of his meal, inadvertently bit his tongue, grumbling to himself about the troublesome girl who always caused a stir, disrupting their peace during meals. He hoped she had something of significance to convey, otherwise, he would be compelled to reprimand her. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recalled encountering a person clad in an orange flying fish attire at the Dudu Wenshu Academy. Startled, Lu Baihu sprang to his feet and dashed out of the left academy with haste, using his internal energy to shout, "Mu Nanjing!" The vibrations from his voice caused the dining hall to tremble slightly. Mu Nanjing, startled, dropped her meat onto the table. Why shout so loudly? She muttered to herself, annoyed that he had interrupted her meal. Who was truly causing a disturbance during mealtime? Upon arriving at the dining hall, Lu Baihu inquired, "Mu Nanjing, do you remember you were supposed to deliver meals to the prison?" Indeed, he certainly has an abundance of trivial matters, she thought, responding nonchalantly. I'll deliver the meals after I finish eating. As she leisurely enjoyed her food, Lu Baihu attempted to interject her thoughts, but was interrupted by her musings.
oh,
I remember now. The Dudu possesses quite an impressive physique, she mused, leaving Lu Baihu momentarily speechless. Her thoughts were racing ahead of him, and he struggled to keep up. Even through his clothing, I can sense his muscles are more formidable than those of the Dark Guards. It's quite appetizing to think about, she continued, and his pert posterior is reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach. The bystanders exchanged glances, realizing they would never be able to look at peaches the same way again. Lu Baihu's expression darkened, prompting him to urge, it would be wise for you to deliver the meals now. He was considering her well-being. If she continued down this path of thought, she might not see her 16th birthday. If you want to let me eat, then I shall have my meal in the prison, Mu Nanjing declared, lifting her bowl and departing the dining hall. Lu Baihu sighed. I am only looking out for your best interests, yet you hold a grudge against me. One day, you will understand how much I care for you. As Mu Nanjing approached the prison, she ate while instructing the guards to deliver the meals. The guards, taken aback by her audacity, asked Miss, don't you find this place repulsive? Repulsive? In what way? She retorted. There's the smell of blood everywhere, not to mention the stench from the prisoners. Just the thought of it makes one want to regurgitate their last meal. Yet here you are bringing food to eat, they replied. Little did they know. Mu Nanjing had dulled her sense of smell, leaving only her sense of taste intact. The guards, as before, merely delivered the meal to the front, unwilling to accompany her further inside. Just as she finished her meal, she said, that will be all. I can manage from here. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from the innermost cell, sending chills down the spines of the guards.
Ah,
They exclaimed, fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. Mu Nanjing wheeled her cart to the door, announcing mealtime. From the final cell, a deep male voice called out, Little girl, it's you again. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Mu Nanjing pushed her cart to the last cell, leisurely serving a bowl of rice at the door. I haven't even seen your face. Why would I die? She challenged. Want to see me? Come inside, the voice taunted ominously.
come to the door, she insisted.
Enter if you dare, he replied, ignoring her request. If you don't come closer, you won't get any food. After a moment of silence, he finally approached the door. As she held up her lantern to illuminate the area, a shadow darted out unexpectedly, snatching the bowl from her hands. Mu Nanjing furrowed her brow, extending her consciousness to probe the situation. Though the Dudu was curious, he understood that curiosity could be perilous. Brother, the prisoner called out. If you didn't see me, then come and take a look. If you open the door with a key, the wall won't crack, she replied. If you had been in prison for so long, you would want to escape as well. I want to see your entire face, she insisted. Suddenly, the figure lunged at Mu Nanjing. The occupant of the sixth cell emitted strange sounds, his cheeks bulging, eyes bulging from their sockets, and his skin taking on a brownish hue, resembling a half-man, half-frog creature. The Dudu inspected the characters on the wall, checking each cell door. ultimately pausing outside the sixth cell, noting the fresh burn marks, clearly newly inscribed. The prisoner chuckled darkly. Little girl, you are quite clever. If you let me out, I will reveal to you a grand secret. Let you out? Absolutely not. At least not now. I will hear your secret at a later time, Nanjin replied, her ears suddenly perking up. Someone is coming. The occupant of the second cell was equally astonished. Can someone truly open a cell door with their bare hands? With a few resounding cracks, the blisters on his face burst, splattering thick blood. He suddenly felt it was rather pleasant to be overlooked. Seeing his determination to remain silent, the others ceased their inquiries. The figure in the sixth cell quickly adjusted himself and combed his hair. The half-man, half-frog felt his plight was dire. Believing he could suffer even greater harm, merely speaking could cost him half his life. With a swift motion, Nanjin dispelled the dark mist within the cell. Deng Xingqiao approached the Dudu, and before he could speak, the Dudu inquired, "Do you know whose undergarments these are? Did a prisoner escape? Are there not 6 strange individuals confined here?" Nanjing's pupils constricted, followed by an outburst that resonated throughout the Jinui. The prisoners questioned, "Little girl, do you wish to know a secret? Not one of ours?" The occupant of the fourth cell pondered, "Are you suggesting she isn't from the Dacian kingdom?" Upon leaving the prison, the Dudu expressed his curiosity once more. "Sir, what manner of individuals are confined within?" The Dudu replied calmly, "Nothing." The half-man, half-frog was left frustrated. The Dudu utilized lightness skills to leap towards the prison entrance, declaring, "Someone has escaped from the dungeon."
Who?
The busy Jinui halted their activities. The occupant of the third cell inquired, "Brother from the last cell, are you unharmed?" The questioner's voice was hoarse and heavy, evoking the tone of an elder. Nanjing glanced at the Dudu. "Did you come down here out of concern for me? Even in this state, you dare to take advantage of me. It's suicidal," she retorted. "They are beings that transform into humanoid forms after absorbing the demon cores of monsters. That's more or less the gist of it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've had my fill and require rest." The Dudu, maintaining a serious demeanor, opened the cell door, instantly recognizing the white undergarments in the courtyard as his own. Nanjing pulled slightly, and the Dudu scoffed, striding towards the cell. "Brother, you're quite inconsiderate. You left us hanging mid-sentence. Are you teasing us?" "I'm too far away to see," came the response from the occupants of the first, third, and fourth cells, who all claimed they could not see. Nanjing reassured them, "I'm fine. You've never seen them because they typically only appear in ancient kingdoms. And even the citizens there know little of their existence. The demons in the dungeon are those who fled to our small nation after committing crimes in the ancient kingdom. They are exceedingly fierce. They are not to be trifled with. If you ever encounter them, do not provoke them." With a sudden clash, the prison fell silent once more. The Dudu was left in a state of shock. Kong Chaoyan speculated casually, could it be that the Dudu left them here? Having broken several bones and sustained internal injuries, it would take at least a year or more to recover. Deng Xingqiao speculated, a servant? Upon stepping out halfway, she encountered the governor and his deputy entering from outside. With a resounding thud, the heavy iron door swung open. It belonged to him. The deputy could hardly contain his laughter. "Do you know who did the washing?" Even those far away in the palace could sense the tremors, let alone the Imperial guard stationed right above the dungeon. The frogman remained silent. A voice from the fifth cell inquired, "Brother, how are you injured?" Nanjin struck at the frogman's face with the lantern pole. The deputy remarked, "He has never heard of the demons." The occupant of the fourth cell added, "I am certain he is concealing something from us." The deputy continued, "Sir, do check if your undergarments are still in your wardrobe." A voice from the first cell laughed and scolded, "He deserves it for striking without discerning the identity of his opponent. This is not the first or second time. He has finally encountered formidable resistance. If he discovers who uttered such vile words, he would surely want to eliminate them." The people inside were dumbfounded, not expecting to be deceived. Just as 2 words were spoken, a familiar giggle echoed in everyone's ears. The deputy asked, "Is there something wrong here?" The frogman finally spoke, though weakly, giving a sense that he was nearing death. "I am in such misery. Please do not mock me." Observing the governor's serious demeanor, the deputy instinctively nodded. There is still one criminal. It does not matter if one is slightly unattractive, but harboring a malicious heart is unforgivable. Mu Nanjin swiftly exited the cell. The occupant of the sixth cell, undeterred, charged at Mu Nanjin again. Can Chaoyan asked, "Isn't that the governor?" The person inside grinned ominously. "Little girl, have you seen my appearance?" The fifth cell, diagonally across from the sixth, had a clear view of the events unfolding at the sixth cell's entrance. The little girl effortlessly pulled open the cell door. The occupant of the sixth cell did not engage with her and rushed toward the main door as quickly as possible. The governor shook his head. "Let us go." The deputy, in a hurry, rushed out of the office. The governor emerged with a solemn expression. The occupant of the second cell curiously remarked, "Was that little girl quite strong?" The first cell's occupant muttered, "Indeed, this world is filled with hidden talents." Another voice from the first cell whispered, "How is that possible?" However, there were prohibitions in place, preventing outsiders from peering in, so she only saw a pitch-black interior. Upon entering the dungeon, Mu Nanjin found it shrouded in dark mist, which contained a toxic essence. The ground trembled violently. The sixth cell's occupant feigned shyness. "Little girl, do you think I am handsome?" "Vile man, return my first kiss." Mu Nanjin pushed the cart away. While they were discussing the 6 individuals in the dungeon, the occupants of the first 5 cells were concerned about the frogman in the 6th cell. Mu Nanjin coldly warned, "If you dare to lick my hand again, it will cost you your life." The ground shook violently. Simultaneously, the frogman in the 6th cell lunged at Mu Nanjin once more. The governor, being meticulous, would never leave such things exposed in a public place. Brother, wake up and quickly tell us what you mean." The person inside laughed. "Go find the key. I will wait here for you." Mu Nanjin, lantern in hand, approached the 6th cell, where she saw the person sitting sideways on the bed. Half of his face obscured by long hair, while the other side revealed a handsome visage, albeit slightly dirty from long imprisonment. The occupant of the 4th cell clicked his tongue. He must be severely injured. The first cell's occupant sighed. She does not feel like one of them. Demon's core? Are demons truly real in this world? Yet I have never encountered one. He too required repayment, you know? I recall someone once said that repaying a man means washing his underwear. Therefore, I shall rise early tomorrow to wash the governor's undergarments, that he may surely feel my gratitude. Quickly, he moved to the door to check. Indeed, you are quite impatient. A loud crash echoed. He remembered he was speaking of us, right? He felt that the matters discussed with the governor exceeded his understanding. You do not need to know who he is. It is better for you to refrain from inquiring about the 6 individuals in the dungeon. The deputy remarked, "I did not see a key on the door, and there's a crack in the wall beside it. The governor is concerned about me. He must care for me." Due to the distance from the first 4 cells to the last one, they could not see inside, prompting the occupant of the 2nd cell to urgently ask, "Which brother can see what is happening inside?" Everyone remained calm until they reached the 1st cell, where the occupant asked, "Little girl, are you from this area?" The other 5 inmates also grew restless. "Are you sure you are all right?" The governor inside frowned, opened the wardrobe, and found all his undergarments had mysteriously vanished. The deputy grew more curious. "Demon? What is a demon?" Can Chaoyan, laughing at the sight of the deputy standing before the undergarments, said, "If you wish to know, go ask the deputy." Deng Xing Chao inquired, "Whose undergarments are these? How did they end up in the governor's yard? Is he not afraid of being punished?"
Bang.
The next morning, the Imperial guards arriving at the governor's residence to report their duties were greeted with rows of white undergarments hanging in the governor's courtyard, fluttering in the gentle breeze. The governor paused slightly. 5 of them are demons. Has anyone escaped? Mu Nanjin quickly prepared 5 bowls of rice to distribute to the other cells. The deputy asked, "Little girl, are you all right?" The occupant of the 6th cell slowly raised his hand to tuck his hair behind his ear. And while Mu Nanjin's attention was on his face, he suddenly raised his other hand to strike at her. The governor's voice came from within. "Is something missing?" The governor laughed heartily. "Come out and see if these undergarments belong to you." Mu Nanjin coldly retorted, "Do you wish to escape?" The deputy quickly followed suit. The deputy, with a grin, said, "Yes, we were worried for your safety. So we hurried to the dungeon to check if you were injured and to investigate what had transpired." Mu Nanjin swatted his hand away. The wooden bed was smashed in half. Mu Nanjin asked, "Is there a problem?" He cares for me so. How should I repay him? I must think.
All right.
Mu Nanjin stood up and grasped the doorknob. The governor mused. The one with the issue must be that frogman. How dare he lick my hand without permission? Taking half of his life would be too lenient. The deputy urged Mu Nanjin to leave the cell quickly and followed the governor to the doors of the 6 cells, feeling uneasy amidst the sinister atmosphere. Damn it. Mu Nanjin quickly stepped aside. Yes.
No.
The deputy, unsure of his thoughts, chuckled and walked into the governor's study, calling out, Sir, are you awake? Lu Baiwei, weary, rubbed his face. What is that little girl up to this time? Can't she be still even when delivering a meal? Unarmed? The occupants of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th cells stared in disbelief. Did you not see it wrong? She really pulled the door open with her bare hands? You only wish to tell me a secret? Asking for nothing else? The frogman. Mu Nanjin kicked toward his chest. Hee, the governor finally saw his undergarments. But how can I tell him that I washed them for him? Everyone. Chapter 64. Lu Bai, who had just arrived at the governor's residence when he was summoned to the governor's study for a reprimand. Though termed a reprimand, the governor merely wore a serious expression and said to him, You must keep a close watch on Mu Nanjin. As the governor's aura plummeted to an extreme low, a chilling and terrifying presence nearly suffocated Lu Baihu, who could barely breathe after spending a brief moment within. Upon departing from the governor's academy, Lu Baihu discovered that Mu Nanjin had washed all of the governor's undergarments and, in an apparent bid for everyone to know, had hung them conspicuously in the most prominent location of the academy, ensuring that anyone coming to report matters would be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the governor's undergarments. Lu Baihu, clutching his chest, sought out Mu Nanjin. Upon noticing his hand pressed against his chest, Mu Nanjin inquired, Are you unwell? No, Lu Baihu replied, for it was her antics that had caused him discomfort. He inhaled deeply and said, Mu Nanjin, could you possibly engage in something a bit more respectable? Furrowing her brow, she retorted, Are you implying that the tasks you previously assigned to me were not respectable? Gritting his teeth, Lu Baihu clarified, I am referring to the matter of washing the governor's undergarments. What unmarried girl would wash undergarments for a man she hardly knows?
Mu Nanjin countered.
And why is washing undergarments considered improper? Does your wife not wash your undergarments daily, which is certainly not improper? That is different. My wife and I are married, and her washing my undergarments is entirely natural. Lu Baihu was interrupted by Tang Jingrui, who called, Lu Baihu, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Mu Nanjin, Lord Ken is looking for you. Please go to his study. Understood, Mu Nanjin replied as she exited. Lu Baihu approached Tang Jingrui and expressed, Tang Qianhu, why did you not allow me to finish speaking before sending her away? Tang Jingrui sighed, I know what you wish to say. Her ignorance stems from the negligence of my uncle and aunt in her upbringing. My uncle has been away for years, and there is little he could teach her. As for my aunt, I won't delve into that. I will find a nurse to instruct her. He had heard of the morning's events and believed Mu Nanjin's lack of understanding regarding relations between men and women was entirely a consequence of his relative's shortcomings. Lu Baihu, familiar with his family's situation, refrained from further comment. She is no longer a child. If she is to be educated, it must be done soon, or she may struggle to find a husband. Indeed, Tang Jingrui agreed, promptly seeking someone to instruct her in etiquette. Mu Nanjin arrived at Lord Kan Chaoyan's study, where, apart from Lord Kan, there was a middle-aged man clad in black attire, with a door emblem embroidered on his right chest. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and his expression was more solemn than that of a temple statue, furrowed with concern, as if faced with a daunting issue. Lord Kan introduced Mu Nanjin. This is the director of the 6 doors. The director primarily oversees all the officers and constables within 6 doors, responsible for capturing, detaining, collecting taxes, escorting prisoners, investigating cases, and apprehending criminals. Mu Nanjin clasped her hands in greeting. I have the honor of meeting the director. The director nodded, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Mu Nanjin. However, her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Although the director holds an equivalent position to our governor and is a few years older, he lacks the governor's handsomeness, physique, and commanding presence. The director remarked, is he truly that inferior to the governor? Cough, cough. Lord Kan nearly choked on his own saliva. Mu Nanjin turned to him. Lord Ken hastily took a sip of water and said, Mu Nanjin, there have been a series of murders in the capital recently, and 6 doors is short-staffed, requiring us to lend assistance. I have decided to send you along with other Jinui to help with the investigations. In truth, due to Mu Nanjin's rank, such assignments should typically be issued by her superior, Liu Baihu. However, the director, having never heard Mu Nanjin's thoughts, sought her presence to help him acclimate. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Nanjin displayed a lack of respect, arriving with the impression that the director was inferior to the governor. Mu Nanjin responded, Oh, as a mere 9th grade Jinui, I am but a girl with no experience in investigations. What assistance could I possibly offer? Am I to be responsible for carrying corpses? What if I faint upon seeing a dead body, bringing shame to the Jinui? Lord Ken chuckled. A girl incapable of even lifting a chicken? You might as well deceive the director. I understand. Old Can, in truth, does not wish to assist 6 doors, but rather intends for them to fail by sending this incompetent person. The director had come personally because he had heard that Mu Nanjin possessed knowledge that many others did not. Lord Ken rubbed his forehead and instructed Mu Nanjin, Please fetch Liu Baihu. I have further instructions for him. Understood, Mu Nanjin replied as she departed. The director chuckled. This young lady is rather amusing. It was a relief that the director did not hold her previous thoughts against her. Lord Ken sighed in relief. I cannot elaborate on her matters. So, I will send the person who knows her best to assist. With Liu Baihu present, she should be more manageable. After all, she is merely a young girl. How much trouble could she cause? The director did not take Lord Can's words to heart. Lord Ken chose not to elaborate further, believing that only through personal experience could the director comprehend the futility of facing Mu Nanjin, recognizing that no matter how high one's position, authority would falter before her, and even the mightiest would appear impotent. Before long, Liu Baihu arrived. Lord Ken relayed the request to borrow Mu Nanjin to Liu Baihu. Liu Baihu felt an impulse to refuse. Can her affairs truly be decided by me? The director nodded. She is your subordinate. You may decide. Liu Baihu then inquired, Are there any officials within 6 doors who possess both authority and a handsome appearance? There are a few young officials of pleasing countenance, the director replied. Puzzled by the question, Why do you ask? We shall bring them along when we commence the investigation, Liu Baihu noted without further elaboration. When do we begin? Liu Baihu nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, he awaited Mu Nanjin at the entrance of the Mu residence to escort her to 6 doors. The personnel of 6 doors had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Liu Baihu accompanied by a young girl, they were filled with excitement. They had heard of Mu Nanjin's reputation but had never interacted with her, and were curious to discover if they could truly hear her thoughts. Liu Baihu dismounted and informed Mu Nanjin, We have arrived. Mu Nanjin asked, Is it just the 2 of us? Certainly not. First, we will meet the people of 6 doors and then await the arrival of the other Jinui. To prevent raising Mu Nanjin's suspicions, Liu Baihu not only arranged for 3 Baihu to accompany their investigation but also enlisted 10 9th grade Jinui for assistance. Understood. The officials of 6 doors swiftly emerged to greet them. Lord Liu, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting here for quite some time. The 4th grade officer greeted Liu Baihu and his party with a warm smile. Liu Baihu was taken aback. Lord Yang, you are too courteous. We can proceed to meet the director without troubling you to come out. Mu Nanjin scrutinized their faces. It is no trouble at all. Please come inside. Lord Yang gestured for them to enter. Wow, 6 doors is filled with handsome men. The crowd momentarily halted their movements, continuing forward to avoid revealing anything to Mu Nanjin. Is 6 doors recruiting based on looks? Although the director is not as handsome as our governor, he certainly has good taste. The officials struggled to suppress their laughter. Liu Baihu's eyes twitched. He had requested the director to find some dashing officials for the investigation, but he had not anticipated that these officials would be even more attractive than the courtesans of brothels. With such handsome officials accompanying the investigation, my mood will be delightful all day. When will our Jinui ever enjoy such treatment? Perhaps I should change jobs and apply to work at 6 doors. Lord Yang feigned inquiry. Lord Liu, is this the only female official in our current administration? Liu Baihu replied curtly. Who else could it be? Truly, a lovely young lady. Alas, the officials of 6 doors are sweeter with their words than the Jinui. No one has ever complimented my appearance. Lu Baihu. Lord Yang chuckled lightly, clearing his throat, and said, "The study ahead is where the magistrate conducts his business. I shall not accompany you inside. I will await your return outside." "Oh, are you gentlemen not entering? Then I shall not go in either." Mu Nanjin paused in her steps. Lu Baihu, disinterested, entered the magistrate's study. The magistrate, having overheard Mu Nanjin's earlier remarks, approached Lu Baihu and whispered, "Are you suggesting I find handsome men to handle this case solely for her sake? Just wait and see." Lu Baihu, concerned that Mu Nanjin might overhear, chose not to elaborate. The magistrate nodded. "I shall now escort you to the scene of the incident." "Very well." The magistrate and Lu Baihu exited the 6 doors, where they fortuitously encountered the Jinhui hastening from the Due residence, and they were all escorted together. Outdone, outdone. The handsome men of the 6 doors have overshadowed our Jinhui. Lu Baihu, at least bring along 2 decent-looking individuals to spare us this embarrassment. Lu Baihu felt an urge to kick her off her horse. Mu Nanjin immediately perked up her ears. "I must perform splendidly to show the people of the 6 doors just how clever I am. Though I cannot marry any of the 6 doors gentlemen, the admiration of a multitude of handsome men brings me joy." The assembly. The magistrate likely understood Lu Baihu's intent behind seeking handsome individuals for the case. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a residence. A white cloth hanging from the door signaling that the family was in mourning, with sounds of sorrowful weeping emanating from within. The magistrate announced, "We have arrived." Lu Baihu dismounted and inquired, "Is this the residence of Du Bianxiu?" "The deceased is indeed Du Bianxiu." The magistrate instructed someone to notify the household, then turned to Lu Baihu and asked, "Miss Mu, are you afraid to see the corpse?" "Afraid, indeed. Why did you not mention my fear, Lu Baihu?"
Oh.
"My delicate image is tarnished by Lu Baihu. No boy will fancy me now. But if Lu Baihu admits my fear, I cannot follow them to investigate and showcase my abilities." The assembly. Before long, a young man clad in mourning attire hurriedly approached the entrance, accompanied by the officials of the 6 doors. Upon seeing so many officers, the young man hastily wiped his tears and greeted, "Greetings, esteemed officials." The magistrate inquired, "We are here to investigate. I hope we do not intrude." "Not at all. Please, I implore you to help uncover the murderer of my father." The young man ushered them inside. The courtyard was filled with mourners, who, upon seeing the officials enter, scurried into corners in fright. The young man quickly explained the situation to them. Du Bianxiu's wife rushed out, crying, and knelt before the magistrate, pleading, "My lord, you must help my husband find his killer." The magistrate responded, "We are already striving to find the murderer. I kindly ask you to grant us some convenience and delay the burial by a few days." Du Bianxiu's wife sobbed, "As long as you find the murderer, we shall comply with whatever you require." The young man gestured toward the main hall. "My father lies within." The magistrate and Lu Baihu entered the hall, first lighting incense for Du Bianxiu, then examining the body. Du Bianxiu has indeed perished. No wonder I have not encountered news of him recently. But wait. I have not come across any news of his death. Could it be that I missed it? Mu Nanjin stepped forward to the coffin, her eyes falling upon Du Bianxiu's lifeless form, his skin tightly clinging to his bones, resembling a desiccated corpse. A desiccated corpse?
How can this be?
From the exterior, it appears that not only has his blood essence been drained, but also his vitality and spirit. Clearly, this is not the work of a human. No wonder the 6 doors have been unable to identify the murderer. If the perpetrator is not human, how can one find them? The assembly. Not the work of a human?
How can that be?
An official responsible for the case scoffed, deliberately addressing Mu Nanjin. "Little girl, you seem to be scrutinizing this intently. Do you believe you can discern the culprit?" Chapter 65. A perfect scapegoat. Mu Nanjin raised her gaze to the official speaking to her. He was in his 30s, rugged in appearance, with stubble on his chin, glaring at her with a disdainful expression. Who is he? Why does he seem to be seeking trouble? Could he be one of those officials who disapproves of women in positions of authority, thus finding me irksome? The official was about to speak when Lu Baihu interjected, "Magistrate. This individual is..." The magistrate introduced, "This is Zheng Xijia, an officer of the 6 doors, who first discovered the multiple corpses and has been closely following this case. I invited him to join us. Liu Baihu inclined his hand in respect. Greetings, Lord Zheng. Zheng Sijia remarked, Miss Mu is merely here to assist. As a grown man, you should not trouble a young lady. The magistrate cast a warning glance, advising him not to create discord. However, Zheng Sijia was unwilling to relent. Since the first murder case, over a significant period had passed. At long last, he had gathered enough evidence to pinpoint the culprit, only to have Mu Nanjin's presence immediately undermine all his efforts. How could he not be aggrieved? Setting aside his disbelief that she could discern the perpetrator with just a glance, her assertion that it was not human was utterly laughable.
Zheng Sijia? Oh.
So he has solved quite a number of bizarre cases, and, within the span of merely 10 years, risen from a lowly clerk to a fifth-rank officer. Indeed, impressive, with numerous achievements and a distinctive methodology for solving cases. Zheng Sijia felt a swell of pride at her internal compliments. It is a pity, however, that he has misjudged 2 wrongful cases. Despite realizing the errors after the fact, he chose to preserve his reputation and position, allowing injustice to persist.
Now,
he has lost the fervor for solving cases, solely pursuing fame. Zheng Sijia felt a jolt within. When he had sensed that he might have misidentified suspects in the past, he had chosen not to investigate further and had never mentioned it to anyone. How did Mu Nanjin know? The officers of the 6 doors regarded Zheng Sijia with disbelief. Those who once held him in high esteem now felt utterly disillusioned. Zheng Sijia, fearing that others might believe her words, feigned outrage. You are absurd. Just then, the magistrate subdued him and sealed his voice. The magistrate coldly stated, the deceased deserves respect. Zheng Sijia must not disturb Lord Du's rest. Zheng Sijia was filled with regret. He had heard rumors of Mu Nanjin's uncanny knowledge of matters unknown to many, but he had not believed them.
Now,
it seemed all his years of effort might come to naught. No, he could not concede. Moreover, given the time elapsed, it might be impossible to investigate. He had to take a gamble. Zheng Sijia was unwilling to have his career jeopardized by Mu Nanjin. He signaled to his subordinate to reveal their findings. If the magistrate believed their investigation, even if it exposed his past errors, he could redeem himself, avoiding punishment and retaining his position. The subordinate hesitated, but eventually spoke up. Magistrate, I would like to share what we have previously discovered. The magistrate nodded. The recent deceased have all been drained to the point of being mere husks. And this method resembles several murder cases that occurred in Jiangnan 2 years ago. To verify the truth, Lord Zheng led us to the Jiangnan magistrate's office to confirm the matter, bringing Jiangnan's officers to the capital to examine the corpses. And the results were identical to those of the deceased in Jiangnan. The subordinate produced a document and handed it to the magistrate. This is the account of our investigation. Please review it. The magistrate accepted the document and began to peruse its contents. The deputy continued. Years ago, the head of the Jiangnan constabulary suspected that the incident was the work of the demonic sect. Upon investigation, we confirmed that the leader of this sect indeed possesses a technique that allows him to drain the essence of human blood. We have also witnessed martial artists being drained to the point of becoming mere husks. After reading the document, the chief said, I too suspect the leader of the demonic sect, but this alone does not prove his involvement. The deputy wished to elaborate further, but was interrupted by the voice of Mu Nanjin. The leader of the demonic sect is truly pitiful. Although he is not present in the capital, he is wrongfully accused of murder. One cannot entirely blame others for thinking so. He has always borne the label of a villain. It is difficult for anyone to avoid misunderstanding him, especially since he never explains his actions, leading everyone to attribute the blame to him. He is indeed the quintessential scapegoat. The others murmured in agreement. The deputy clenched his teeth. If it wasn't the leader of the demonic sect, it could have been someone else from the sect. If it was another member of the sect, do you have evidence? Is the Six Gates Bureau investigating based on mere conjecture? The deputy's face flushed, unable to meet the gazes of others. The chief turned to Liu Baihu and asked, Lord Liu, can you discern from the body of Lord Du who the perpetrator might be? Liu Baihu replied, he has never examined a case file, nor does he possess investigative experience. What can one deduce from a mere corpse? Liu Baihu then turned to the other constables. Can any of you identify the culprit? The 3 constables responded, aren't we just going through the motions? Why are we being questioned about the case? Besides, they merely glanced at Lord Du's corpse and couldn't even see his face clearly. So, how could they ascertain who was responsible? Liang Bai, who cleared his throat. We have only just begun to familiarize ourselves with the case. It is impossible to determine the culprit based solely on a corpse. Ask me. I know. Liu Bai, who? Why not inquire of me? If you don't ask me soon, I might just leave. Liu Bai, who cleared his throat again and looked at Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin, you appear to have something to say. If you do, please share. It doesn't matter if you misspeak. We will not hold it against you.
Oh?
How did Liu Bai, who perceived that I had something to say with my cold demeanor? Liu Bai, who replied, could it be that after working together for so long, we have developed a tacit understanding? Understanding my foot. Liu Bai, who scoffed inwardly. Mu Nanjin turned to Madame Du and asked, Madame Du, may I use a needle to prick Lord Du's corpse? Just a gentle poke. Madame Du looked at her son with a troubled expression. The young master of the Du family hesitated. Just a poke? Mu Nanjin nodded. The young master, recalling his father's tragic death and the fact that the murderer roamed free, felt indignant. He gritted his teeth and said, as long as it doesn't damage my father's body, you may poke him as much as you need to find the murderer. Mu Nanjin instructed, bring me a needle. The young master ordered a servant to fetch a needle. Liu Bai, who, concerned about Mu Nanjin's actions, what do you intend to do with the needle? Mu Nanjin, are you testing for poison? Mu Nanjin replied, you'll soon find out. Shortly after, a servant from the Du family brought the needle and handed it to Mu Nanjin. She addressed everyone. If the deceased was merely drained by a martial artist's technique, his body would only be an ordinary desiccated corpse. However, if he was drained by something else, there would be residual substances that might be difficult for you to detect. The deputy, knowing she referred to something other than a human, deliberately asked, what do you mean by something else? A flicker of hesitation crossed Mu Nanjin's eyes. If I speak of it, you may not believe me. Liu Bai, who reassured her, we will believe you, whatever you say. He and the other 3 constables had spent enough time with her to trust her words, though others might not share the same sentiment. The deputy remarked, as long as you can provide evidence that it was someone else, the rest of us will also believe you. The chief and the others shared the sentiment. It was unreasonable to accept her claims solely based on her thoughts. Mu Nanjin declared, the one who killed Lord Du was a demon. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Demons were entities spoken of only in tales or whispered by storytellers. How could they possibly exist in reality? The deputy scoffed. Little girl, if you cannot uncover the truth, do not shift the blame onto demons. That is quite ludicrous. The members of the Six Gates Bureau found her assertion absurd. The chief furrowed his brow. Miss Mu, are you mistaken? How could demons exist in this world? He began to doubt whether enlisting Mu Nanjin's help had been a wise decision. After all, she was merely a young girl and could not possibly solve a murder case. Others in the bureau also believed that demons were non-existent. Mu Nanjin glanced at the 4 constables. Though they were equally astonished, they appeared somewhat fearful, as if they believed her words. These people are truly strange. They believe in deities and make offerings at temples on the 1st and 15th of each month, yet they refuse to accept the existence of monsters? If humans possess the capacity for good and evil, then the existence of deities naturally implies that demons and monsters must also exist. Otherwise, are the deities merely here to ensure your health and prosperity? If you do not believe in monsters, then why do you purchase talismans for protection from evil spirits? Such contradictory foolishness. The crowd murmured, well, they have never encountered monsters, so it is somewhat understandable that they do not believe in their existence. Liu Bai, who, sensing the skepticism towards Mu Nanjin, felt a pang of irritation. Mu Nanjin, if they do not believe you, prove it to them so they will be convinced. Truly, Liu Bai, who understands my intentions. Liu Bai, who replied, hearing your thoughts daily makes it hard not to understand you. Mu Nanjin lifted the needle and gently inserted it into the skull of Lord Du's corpse. Curiosity drew everyone close. Liu Bai, who and the other 3 constables hurriedly stepped back from the coffin, fear evident in their expressions as they swallowed hard. After inserting the needle, Mu Nanjin swiftly withdrew it. Immediately, a dark greenish-black mist emerged from Lord Du's head, expanding as it spread. As it grew larger, it gradually assumed a humanoid shape. The eerie laughter of the black mist sent chills down their spines. What is this? The chief stumbled back in fear. The others stood in shock. The black mist seemed intent on frightening them, suddenly letting out a loud shriek before dispersing and vanishing from sight.
Ah.
A ghost. Those of a timid disposition either fainted or fled in terror, while Zhengxia, paralyzed with fear, lost control and wet his pants, causing chaos in the room. The remaining individuals could only feign calm for the sake of appearances. Lu Baihu, trembling, pointed at the spot where the black mist had vanished and stammered. What? What was that? Mu Nanjin explained. That was the residual demonic energy left within Lord Do. Some demons enjoy playing tricks on people, so they conceal their energy within the deceased to frighten others. Is there truly such a thing as demons in this world? If they exist, how do we catch them? While demons might exist, they were rare. Aside from the incarcerated individuals, I have encountered 3 demons thus far. One resides beside me, another has yet to fully take shape. And the last is the one we just witnessed, which is merely the manifestation of demonic energy without a physical form. Incarcerated individuals? What incarceration? The crowd yearned to ask but could not, their frustration palpable. Lu Bai, who recalled the 6 peculiar individuals imprisoned beneath the capital's garrison. Furthermore, if one of the demons was indeed nearby, who could it be? The people hurriedly distanced themselves from one another, eyeing each other as if suspecting one another to be the demon. Those who could not hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts were left bewildered. Liang Baihu quietly asked Lu Baihu, "You are not the demon, are you?" Lu Baihu shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "You speak nonsense. If I were a demon, could you still be standing here before me? Then who is the demon?" The 4 Baihus huddled together. Jiang Baihu, with a tear-streaked face, lamented, "Had I known there were demons, I would not have come." Lu Baihu added, "That's precisely what he wished to express." Mu Nanjin, perplexed, inquired, "The demon isn't even here. What is there to fear?" Those who could hear her thoughts were filled with indignation, for it was you who said a demon lurked nearby, and naturally, they must remain vigilant. Suddenly, one could not help but envy those who could not hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts. The door supervisor exhaled deeply and said, "Miss Mu, I apologize for our previous distrust. We have never encountered a demon, which is why we doubted your words. I hope you can forgive us."
Now.
I have 2 questions. Is it also the work of demons that caused the other deaths? Mu Nanjin responded, "To ascertain whether it is the work of demons, you may try using a needle as I did. Will the demonic energy that escapes from the deceased harm others? Generally, it will not cause harm. But if one becomes tainted by demonic energy, they may go mad or fall under its control. There is no need for concern. You might seek the National Master for a talisman to ensure that the demonic energy does not trouble you." The door supervisor felt an impulse to seek the National Master, and what if we cannot defeat the demons? Then we still seek the National Master. He can resolve it. Very well. An hour later, the door supervisor found the National Master. Upon learning of his purpose, the National Master asked, "Did you come to seek me of your own accord, or were you sent by someone else?" He did not believe that the door supervisor would think of seeking him for demon extermination after encountering a demon. Surely someone had instructed him. The door supervisor candidly replied, "Mu Nanjin sent me to find you." The National Master remarked, "It is indeed her." Chapter 66. Does he wish to confront me? The door supervisor had come to seek him, and as the National Master responsible for safeguarding the Great Qian Kingdom, Feng Xinan could not refuse his request. However, Shuin had strong objections. After Feng Xinan and the door supervisor departed, she could not help but voice her grievances to you. Our master is the exalted National Master, and yet he has been reduced to a mere sorcerer capturing demons. Does the Emperor of the Great Qian Kingdom not regard our master with any respect? If he were dissatisfied, our master could leave. There are plenty who would seek him to be their National Master. You furrowed her brow. If our master were to hear you, you would surely be reprimanded. But I am not mistaken. It is akin to the last time, when a mere dental filling required our master's intervention. Do you not feel that the Emperor treats our master as a servant? You scoffed. Our master has not complained. Why must you defend him? You directly pierced through her thoughts. I see that you wish to leave. You do not want to see Princess Shuyu cling to our master, fearing that he might take a liking to her. I have no such thoughts, Shuyin exclaimed, stamping her foot. It is impossible for our master to leave. As he has matters to attend to in the great Qian kingdom, you should abandon that idea. You chose not to engage further. Heading upstairs to prepare cinnabar and talisman paper for their master. Feng Xinan indeed had no intention of leaving, especially since he could now hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts, making the prospect of departure even less appealing. The door supervisor, noticing his silence throughout their journey, asked, "National Master, may I inquire if there truly are demons in this world?" Feng Xinan replied coolly, "There are." The door supervisor, having unwavering faith in the National Master who could summon the winds and rain, asked, "Are there many demons?" "Not many. In fact, one could say there should be no demons in the great Qian kingdom. But I have heard from Mu Nanjin's thoughts that there are demons imprisoned in the jail, and one is by her side, while two others consist of one that is not yet formed and another that killed Du Bianxiu." As the National Master, Feng Xinan was well aware of the strange beings confined in the jail. As for the demon beside Mu Nanjin, it must refer to her horse. He was certain that horse had indeed become sentient. The other unformed demons' whereabouts remained unknown. Regardless, these entities should not have appeared here, yet they had. It seemed that ever since everyone could hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts, many uncontrollable events had occurred in the great Qian kingdom. This matter required thorough investigation. Feng Xinan chose not to elaborate further. The victims slain by demons were all placed in a charity hall. Due to the sweltering weather, some corpses had already begun to decay, and a foul stench assaulted the senses even before entering the building. Ignoring the odor, Feng Xinan made a quick circuit inside before exiting. He could discern the presence of demonic energy within the corpses without the need for a needle. The door supervisor, pinching his nose, stepped outside. "National Master, do we still need to test the corpses with needles?" Feng Xinan produced a purple brocade pouch from his robes and handed it to the door supervisor. "Before that, I must trouble you to deliver this pouch to Guard Mu and inform her that I will be hunting demons with her in the future. Ask her to meet me at the Star Ascending Pavilion tonight at midnight." "Guard Mu? You mean Mu Nanjin?" The door supervisor took the pouch and tucked it at his waist.
Yes.
"And please wait until her shift ends to give it to her as she leads the horse out from the Dewey mansion." Though the door supervisor did not understand the reason for this, he complied with Feng Xinan's instructions. As the time for her shift neared, he rode his horse to wait outside the Dewey mansion for her. The Jinui emerging from the Dewey mansion flowed out in groups like fish escaping into the sea. However, the door supervisor quickly spotted Mu Nanjin among the crowd, not for any other reason, but because her horse was exceedingly eye-catching. Under the setting sun, the horse's armor gleamed brilliantly, blinding those who beheld it. The door supervisor nearly squinted against the glare. Had he not been on a mission, he would have turned and left.
Door supervisor.
Mu Nanjin caught sight of the tall figure of the door supervisor and led her horse toward him. Unable to look directly at her horse, the door supervisor lowered his head and drew out the pouch. Presenting it to Mu Nanjin, "This is a pouch from the National Master. He instructed you to meet him at the Star Ascending Pavilion tonight at midnight. Another gift and a late-night summons. Does he have intentions toward me?" "Regardless, it is a good thing," Mu Nanjin replied, nodding.
"I'll be there on time."
"Do not overthink it," the door supervisor cautioned. "He only wishes to join you in battling the demons." Suddenly, the horse, Heighten, went wild, shrieking in terror. "Yee!" It caught sight of the pouch and displayed a look of fright, hastily rearing up and bolting away, knocking several Jinui to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. The door supervisor asked, "Your horse has run off. Are you not going to chase it?" Mu Nanjin calmly accepted the pouch, gazing at the golden talisman patterns embroidered on it, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. "A mere talisman can frighten you away. What a useless creature." "A broken talisman?" The door supervisor then noticed the pouch was indeed embroidered with talismans. Why had the National Master sent Mu Nanjin a talisman, causing her horse to flee? Yet the other horses remained calm? When Mu Nanjin opened the pouch and found it empty, she mused, "What does Feng Xinan mean by this? Is it meant for my protection?" Yet I cannot shake the feeling that he resents me for asking the door supervisor to seek his help, and thus deliberately had him deliver this pouch to scare my horse away. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Knowing my horse is a demon, he still insisted on having the door supervisor deliver an exorcism talisman at this moment. Could it be anything but intentional? The door supervisor exclaimed, "Her horse is a demon." Her horse is indeed a demon. So the demon she referred to as being by her side was her horse. The door supervisor glanced around. Noticing those who could hear Mu Nanjin's thoughts were utterly terrified. Mu Nanjin tossed the pouch back to the door supervisor. "Take this. It is for your protection." Upon returning home, the butler of the Mu residence approached and said, "Miss, there are 2 guests who wish to see you." Mu Nanjin inquired, "Who? To teach you etiquette?" With a slight frown, she entered the hall. She had no interest in the antiquated virtues and values. To learn them would be disrespectful to women, and she would not be foolish enough to subject herself to such torment.
Ah,
The old woman appeared quite troubled. A mere glance from Mu Nanjin sent a shiver down her spine, and it must be said that the cold demeanor of Mu Nanjin carried an air of authority.
leave.
The old woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately departed the Mu residence. Zhang Hong stood up politely and offered her a bow. "I have come to see you, Lady Mu." Zhang Hong spoke directly. "Lord Mu, I have recently heard that you are selling the elixir for 10,000 gold pieces. Is this true?" Finally, someone had come to inquire about purchasing the elixir. Mu Nanjin took a seat and replied, "And then? I would like to buy 10 elixirs from Lord Mu." Zhang Hong said. He was taken aback. 500,000 gold? At 10,000 gold each, shouldn't 10 be 100,000? The price of 10,000 gold per elixir is reserved for court officials. Others must pay 50,000 gold each. Zhang Hong's expression darkened considerably. While he could afford 50,000 for a single elixir, it paled in comparison to the 10,000 offered to the officials. He had initially intended to purchase 10 elixirs and resell them at 20,000 each for a hefty profit, but that now seemed impossible. As a businessman, he could not engage in unprofitable ventures. Mu Nanjin nodded. Dejected, Zhang Hong exited the Mu residence. Inside, Mu Nanjin sneered. Did he think he could evade my watchful eye by purchasing the elixir through another?
Such navet.
Approaching her room, she called, "Heighten." A pitiful sound emanated from within. Heighten opened the door.
Woo-woo.
Although Mu Nanjin could not comprehend, she understood he was refusing her. She knocked again. "Let me in." Heighten remained silent and did not open the door. Mu Nanjin surmised he was affected by the demon-repelling talisman from Feng Xinan, causing his transformation. "I know you are a demon," she stated. There was a sound of surprise from within. "Did Lord Mu inform you of my true nature?" "But he said he could not reveal it to you." "How did you find out?" "It suffices that I know you are not human. Do not concern yourself with how I came to this knowledge." She knocked once more. "Please, let me see what has happened to you." After a brief moment, the door creaked open. Mu Nanjin beheld a handsome young man wrapped in her blanket emerging. If anyone else were to witness this scene, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Heighten bashfully inquired, "Do I look handsome in human form?" Mu Nanjin nodded. His appearance met her aesthetic standards, indicating a commendable human form. Heighten abruptly stood, shedding the blanket to reveal himself entirely. "Is my body not perfect?" Mu Nanjin again nodded. His physique rivaled that of a model, simply exquisite. Heighten placed a foot on a chair. Mu Nanjin glanced down momentarily, before quickly redirecting her gaze to his face. "Before I transformed, I envisioned many beautiful forms in my mind, hoping one day to manifest a captivating body to attract many females. This was the reason for my delay in assuming human form. Yet I nearly failed, all due to the fault of the National Master. He is unforgivable." Heighten's voice grew fervent and indignant. Mu Nanjin placed a hand to her forehead. "Please, wrap yourself in the blanket." "No, I must confront the National Master," Heighten retorted, storming toward the door. Heighten, somewhat confused, nodded. "When I was a horse, I was naked. Why should it be different now that I am human?" "It is not the same. When you were a horse, you were seen in black, and people perceive horses differently than they do humans." Heighten did not wish to debate further and turned to leave. "I must find the National Master." "I will take you to see him tonight," Mu Nanjin replied. "You are right. Nighttime is the most suitable for an ambush." Heighten contemplated for a moment before sitting down. Mu Nanjin clarified, "That is not what I meant." Suddenly, Heighten said, "You may ask me anything." Mu Nanjin appeared puzzled. "Ask what?" She shook her head. "I am not interested." Heighten was left speechless. "Do you not care about Lord Mu?" Mu Nanjin replied, It is not that I do not care for Muccini. Rather, I am already aware of his actions and see no need for further inquiry. I shall not elaborate, but you must understand. Lord Mu's departure from the capital and his absence from your side was due to necessity. He is genuinely concerned for you, and his leaving was for your sake. Haiten recalled Muccini's warning not to disclose his matters and ceased further discussion. Mu Nanjin nodded. I understand. Unfortunately, the original Mu Nanjin was unaware of this. Deep down, she harbored resentment towards Muccini for not accompanying her. Haiten hurriedly donned his robe and examined himself in the mirror. My figure is truly remarkable. And this robe fits perfectly. Mu Nanjin mused. Of course, I've seen his measurements. How could it not fit? Let us go for a meal. Haiten expressed. I wish to eat grass. He was indeed easy to please. Mu Nanjin decided to indulge him. Observing the many treasures surrounding Mu Nanjin, some speculated that the demon was Muccini, while others suggested it was the national master. It seemed they had forgotten about someone who was not human at all. Chapter 67. Beauty over life in the kingdom of Dakian. There was no curfew, and even near midnight, drunken revelers roamed the streets. After satisfying Haiten with wild grass from her garden, Mu Nanjin led him to the Star Tower. Upon seeing her arrival, Feng Xinan leaped down from the rooftop. Landing before them, Dog Taoist. Haiten's eyes turned red upon spotting Feng Xinan, conjuring a black whip and lashing out. Prepare to meet your end. Feng Xinan quickly threw a talisman, which struck the whip. In the next moment, Haiten was rendered immobile and voiceless, merely able to glare in frustration. Indeed, the national master concealed his true strength. Feng Xinan inquired of Mu Nanjin. Do you mind if I hold him in place? Mu Nanjin replied calmly. He is simply outmatched. He has no one to blame but himself. Haiten thought. In terms of looks, I still find the national master more appealing. I cannot be blamed for favoritism. Feng Xinan turned to Mu Nanjin and asked, Might I inquire as to why you have summoned me here at this hour? In the dark of night, who knows what shocking events could unfold between a lone man and woman? He. Feng Xinan felt speechless. Just wait a moment. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the gate. Moments later, the gatekeeper appeared, accompanied by 6 officers from the 6 doors, amounting to over 500 in total. Mu Nanjin thought, didn't they say we would be alone? Why are there so many bright lanterns? Are they unaware of how much they hinder us? The crowd responded, we apologize. They genuinely did not realize. The gatekeeper saluted Feng Xinan. Greetings, National Master. Feng Xinan nodded and turned to instruct Yuxia. Distribute the talismans.
Yes.
Yuxia handed out the talismans that Feng Xinan had prepared. Feng Xinan advised, keep the talismans close. They will protect you from demons' attacks. Mu Nanjin received a talisman and frowned. This talisman is so powerful. I cannot even pretend to be defeated and fall into the National Master's arms. What use do I have for you? I might as well find an opportunity to accidentally destroy it. He. The gatekeeper and others remarked. It seems she truly values beauty over life. Feng Xinan mounted the horse brought by Yuxia. Let us depart. Mu Nanjin blinked. I have no horse. My horse has been immobilized. The gatekeeper ordered other officers to provide her with a horse. Although she had hoped to ride alongside Feng Xinan, Mu Nanjin resigned herself to mount her steed. Are they preparing to hunt demons? But why am I the only member of the Jinui? Where is the ever-present Liu Baihu? How could he allow me to face so many from the 6 doors alone? The 6 doors and the Jinui appeared to maintain a cordial relationship. Yet beneath the surface, the members of 6 doors harbor a lingering animosity towards the Jinui. Should a dispute arise, I would find myself outnumbered and unable to contend with them alone. Thus, I shall first ascertain whether they possess any unsavory secrets. When trouble finds me, I shall reveal their hidden misdeeds one by one, rendering them speechless. The members of 6 doors exchanged knowing glances, bemused by the extent of her imagination regarding their actions. To capture the leader before the followers, let us first investigate the matters concerning the door supervisor, they thought, immediately pricking up their ears. The supervisor interjected loudly, Your Excellency, Mu Nanjin is merely a defenseless young girl. I believe it is more fitting for her to remain by your side. Should any trouble arise, you would be able to protect her. Wouldn't you agree? The Excellency replied, To safeguard one's own secrets, one would dare to betray another. Oh, how intriguing. Who would have thought that the seemingly unromantic supervisor would comprehend the sentiments of a young girl like myself? Hee hee. In that case, I shall refrain from disclosing your fondness for the top courtesan of Eason Courtyard, she teased. The members of Six Doors stared at the supervisor in disbelief. Their leader had a fondness for a courtesan. The supervisor closed his eyes in despair. My dear girl, I concede to you. Supervisor, if you continue to perform well, perhaps I shall grant you the contract of the top courtesan, she jested.
What?
Nanjin possesses the contract of the top courtesan? Surely, I must have misheard. He thought, unable to believe his ears. After all, he had offended numerous officials, and the number of individuals wishing for his downfall was countless. Feng Xinan commanded, "Move guard. You shall patrol the streets of the inner city. The rest follow me." Nanjin inquired, "Am I to patrol alone? Did we not agree on a private encounter between a lone man and woman?" Feng Xinan retorted, "Who made such an agreement? You are not alone. The streets are also patrolled by officials and members of Six Doors. If I am to be abandoned like this, I shall next toss him into the laughing courtyard to see how he fares," she mused. The group watched as Nanjin turned her horse towards the street. The bustling brothels and taverns were even livelier than during the day, filled with laughter and the sounds of music and dance. Passing by Eason Courtyard, she saw throngs of people, with some unable to enter due to the crowd at the entrance. The men shouted excitedly, "We want to see Shijin." The madam on the second floor raised her hands to quiet them. "Silence, everyone, please listen to my words." Her voice pierced the air. And only gradually did the patrons calm down. Taking a sip of water to clear her throat, the madam continued, "In 2 days, we shall select the top courtesan of each establishment. I ask you all to kindly cast your votes for our Shijin. Once she becomes the top courtesan, she shall grace us with her presence. Please be patient for just 2 days." The patrons, lovesick for Shijin, could hardly wait. "We cannot endure the wait. Let us see Shijin." The madam, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, hastily proposed, "While it is impossible for Shijin to appear, I can offer a compromise. She shall perform a piece to alleviate your yearning. How does that sound?" Reluctantly, the patrons agreed. A melodious tune soon wafted down from the upper floor. They gazed upwards, seeing only a shadow, yet feeling inexplicably satisfied. Outside the doors, Nanjin observed the fervor for Shijin with great satisfaction. On the day of the selection parade, the excitement would undoubtedly surpass that of tonight. Chapter 68. A significant problem. The tallest building in the street was undoubtedly the Laughing Courtyard. Standing atop the building, Nanjin reveled in the cool summer breeze while using her spiritual sense to survey the street. Aside from witnessing some unsightly scenes and hearing the cacophony of voices, all seemed well. After an undetermined period, a sudden rumble echoed from outside the city. Instantly, Nanjin focused her spiritual sense, observing Feng Xinan and the members of Six Doors attempting to capture a shadowy creature. The creature proved exceptionally cunning, engaging in a brief skirmish before burrowing underground. Due to Feng Xinan's need to conceal his strength for personal reasons, they were momentarily at a loss. As the creature delved underground, it made its way into the city, causing tremors and collapsing buildings in its wake, affecting many innocent civilians. The populace remained oblivious to the creature's mischief, mistakenly believing an earthquake had occurred. Furthermore, if there were fatalities within the establishments, business would undoubtedly suffer. After contemplating for a moment, Nanjin leaped from the rooftop, channeling spiritual energy to set up defensive formations around the Laughing Courtyard, Eason Courtyard, and Shunfeng Pavilion. Should any creatures attempt to infiltrate, they would be met with a counterattack from the formations. Once she completed the arrangements, the outer city returned to tranquility. Nanjin expanded her spiritual sense once more, witnessing Feng Xinan and the Six Doors members in pursuit of the creature. However, as the creature remained underground, it ultimately escaped. The supervisor and the others dispersed. Feng Xinan called out to Nanjin, "Move guard. Everyone sustained significant injuries, yet you remain unscathed. You will continue to patrol here until someone comes to relieve you." Nanjin thought, "Indeed, he harbors resentment towards me. Let him resent me then." There is a saying, the deeper the resentment, the deeper the love. One day, You will resent me to the point of no return, and that will be when your love reaches its zenith. Feng Xinan retorted, that day will never come. The following morning, at dawn, 6 doors dispatched personnel to relieve Mu Nanjin, only to find her absent from the street. They sent someone to the Due mansion to inquire. To their surprise, Mu Nanjin was also not at the mansion. Liu Baihu rushed to the Mu residence. But the steward informed him. The young lady left shortly before tea time. Liu Baihu asked, do you know where she went? Wasn't she on duty? The steward thought for a moment and replied, oh, she mentioned she was going to find the governor. She must be seeking him. Liu Baihu felt a vain throb on his forehead. Would this girl not run off again to help the governor with his undergarments? Not seeing any white undergarments fluttering, Liu Baihu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he remained uneasy and pretended to pass by the governor's study, peeking inside. The governor wore a frown, examining a crimson invitation. Was it an invitation from an enemy? Otherwise, why the expression of deep-seated enmity? Then he heard Liang Baihu reciting, we invite all colleagues to the Qingyi Lake for an evening of moon-gazing and feasting. Liu Baihu was perplexed. Feasting on what? Liang Baihu and the others chuckled. Handing the invitation to Liu Baihu, you take a look. Liu Baihu quickly scanned the invitation. His lips twitching, Mu Nanjin has invited us to the feast in 2 days? Furrowing his brow, Liu Baihu remarked, I have no idea what she is up to this time. Regardless of her antics, Lord Kan and others would shield them from any fallout, so it was of no concern to them. Liu Baihu asked, did Mu Nanjin also invite Lord Kan? Not only did she invite Lord Kan, but also the governor. Liu Baihu, recalling the governor's earlier expression while reading the invitation, found it both amusing and exasperating. Only Mu Nanjin would dare to send such an invitation to the governor. Leaning closer, Liang Baihu grinned. Do you think the governor will attend? I doubt the governor will go, replied the Baihu on the left. I agree. He never enjoys such gatherings. Chimed in the Baihu on the right. Liang Baihu proposed, shall we place a bet on it? Liu Baihu hastily interjected, let us avoid making the governor the subject of any bets, if we wish to avoid his wrath. Liang Baihu laughed, I was merely jesting. I would never actually bet on the governor. Liu Baihu set the invitation down, asking, and Mu Nanjin? She has gone to the palace. What business does she have in the palace? Liu Baihu couldn't recall Mu Nanjin being summoned to the palace. Today was not her turn for duty either. She mentioned delivering an invitation. Liu Baihu's voice rose incredulously. Delivering an invitation to the palace? To whom is she sending an invitation? With whom is she on friendly terms in the palace? You know nothing and we know even less. Liu Baihu pondered for a while and could only think of Princess Xueyu. Ever since the incident with Yu Yandan, Princess Xueyu had a rather favorable impression of Mu Nanjin. However, Liu Baihu never imagined that an identical invitation was placed on the long and in the Imperial study. Upon seeing the invitation, a young eunuch knelt down with a thud, proclaiming, I truly did not see anyone enter the Imperial study. The emperor interrupted the head eunuch's words, open the invitation, and you shall know who sent it. Yes. The head eunuch gestured for the young eunuch to step back. The young eunuch, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to execution, hurriedly retreated. The emperor's thoughts drifted to the grand banquet. If he guessed correctly, the invitation was from Mu Nanjin. A smile broke on the emperor's face. Mu Nanjin must have been certain of his stance regarding the princess of Chun when sending him the invitation. Upon hearing Mu Nanjin's silent thoughts, the emperor raised his brows. Is this little girl nearby? Surely, she shall attend the grand banquet. If she attends, there will be no need to worry about security. If trouble arises, I need only shout, protect the emperor. Just then, countless figures surged to surround the imperial study, startling the head eunuch. The emperor gazed at the dark guards and the commander-in-chief, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, both exasperated and amused. Yes, just like this. One shout for protection, and all the guards will emerge from all directions to shield the emperor. Not only will the emperor aboard the pleasure boat be safe, but even my people will be secure. As Mu Nanjin chuckled silently, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Everyone, they seem intent on murder. Since they're assassins, let Brother Tianyuan handle it. I shall deliver the invitation to the Empress Dowager. Mu Nanjin quietly slipped away. The emperor mused. She still intends to invite the Empress Dowager to the grand banquet? He waved his hand in frustration. Everyone leave.
Yes.
The Dark Guards, the commander-in-chief, and the Imperial Guards hastily exited the study. The head eunuch discreetly observed the emperor's expression, unable to ascertain whether the emperor would attend the grand banquet or not. The emperor glanced at the invitation, noting the time inscribed upon it, before placing it in a drawer. He then picked up a memorial from the 6 doors, perusing it. After finishing, he furrowed his brow. Monsters are causing trouble? Do monsters truly exist in this world? Of course they do. One stands in the Star Pavilion. When Nanjin delivered the invitation to Feng Xinan, she noticed Haiten still standing at the entrance and approached to tear off the talisman. Why are you still here? Haiten retorted angrily. I carry you daily and escort you, yet I am left here without care. You heartless little girl. Nanjin had not neglected him. She merely momentarily forgot. I instructed Su Bo to prepare a basket of grass. Haiten huffed. I am quite displeased. No matter what you bring to appease me, it will be of no use. This was a cart prepared for Su Bo to gather wild grass outside the city. Moreover, having a cart would facilitate future purchases for the estate. When he saw an animal added to the stable, he excitedly dashed over. However, upon discerning the creature inside, his smile faltered. Young Master Haiten, what brings you to the stable? Su Bo, who was preparing to feed the animals, asked with a smile. Haiten pointed at the animal inside, indignantly exclaiming, It's a donkey, a donkey. Su Bo paused. Yes, it's a donkey. What's the issue with that? Haiten became more enraged. Nanjin has deceived me. Su Bo, puzzled, asked, How has the young lady deceived you? She said to buy a mare this morning. Suddenly, a mare approached Haiten and sniffed him, its eyes sparkling with excitement as it bit his sleeve. Let go of me. Haiten fumed as he tugged at his sleeve. But fearing damage, he did not pull too hard. The mare released his sleeve and licked his face with its tongue. Haiten's eyes widened. You. Su Bo chuckled. This donkey seems to take quite a liking to young Master Haiten. Haiten rolled his eyes and fainted. After inquiring about the incident, Nanjin learned that the esteemed horse master had fainted due to a donkey. Consequently, Haiten secluded himself indoors for an entire day and night, utterly embarrassed to face anyone. Nanjin was preoccupied with the grand banquet and paid him no mind, eagerly anticipating the day of selection. At dawn, the top courtesans of the capital's renowned pleasure houses began to prepare themselves, with the matron adorning them in precious jewels and exquisite garments. By noon, the decorated courtesans would parade through the streets, allowing the populace to witness their elegance, thereby enabling them to select their favored courtesan. In the evening, the citizens would cast gold coins for the courtesan of their choice. The courtesan who garnered the most gold would be crowned as the new champion. The first gold coin held by each individual was given freely, but to bestow additional gold upon the courtesan, one had to purchase it with silver, with each gold piece costing 1 tael of silver. The gold purchased with silver differed from the gold held by the populace. After the grand banquet, the courtesans and champions could exchange the purchased gold for silver. However, not every courtesan was the same. For instance, the courtesan from Eason Courtyard was different. She sat in a carriage playing music, her carriage windows draped with white gauze. The people on the street could only vaguely discern a beautiful silhouette through the translucent fabric. Though they could not clearly see her features, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to her, unable to control themselves as they followed the movement of Eason Courtyard's carriage. Women who had previously scorned the courtesans as shameless harlots halted their insults, staring blankly at the woman inside the carriage. Who is that girl? Someone asked with a smile. That is the courtesan from Eason Courtyard. I kindly ask everyone to bestow a gold coin upon her. By the time of the hour of the monkey, the observation tower by Qingyu Lake was filled with people, and rows of guest boats lined the lake, with only those of status permitted aboard. The matrons of each establishment had been waiting outside their boats since early morning, greeting returning patrons with smiles. The matron of Shaoqing Building immediately recognized Liu Baihu and his companions, quickly leading them to their designated cabin. Greetings, esteemed sirs. Your rooms have been arranged this way. Allow me to guide you. Liu Baihu smiled. Thank you, matron. Liang Baihu, noticing the matron leading them to the front boats, hastened to Liu Baihu's side and whispered, Your Nanjin truly spares no expense. Liu Baihu shot him a glance. What do you mean by your? Such words are easily misconstrued. She is under your command. What else could she be? Liu Baihu dismissed the argument. Liang Baihu continued. From what I gather, the positions on the front boats cost at least 500 taels each, with those further ahead costing even more. Nanjin has invited 20 baihus from the Jinui alone, which amounts to 10,000 taels. Not to mention the dozens of Chihu, plus Qin Chaoyan and the others. Just the seating alone costs several tens of thousands of taels. One must say, Nanjin is quite extravagant. Liu Baihu was taken aback. 500 taels for a position? That's equivalent to over a year's salary. Jiang Baihu interjected. Do boat positions also cost money? I thought only sails aboard the boat would. Liang Baihu explained. This symbolizes a certain status. So of course it costs money. Dining and drinking on board are charged separately. Liu Baihu looked at him skeptically. How do you know this so well? You aren't a frequent visitor, are you? With my meager monthly salary, how could I be a frequent visitor? Liang Baihu retorted. I know this so well because one year the grand banquet coincided with my day off, and out of boredom, I inquired about the boat fare and discovered it cost so much silver. He pointed to the last boat. Do you see that last boat? The 100 households turned their gazes, but the boats were moored far away, and despite straining their eyes, they could not spot the last vessel. They all remarked, We cannot see it. Liang Baihu, with an expression of helplessness, said, I spent 10 taels of silver to board the last boat. Not only could I not see the prize, but I couldn't even hear the music. I felt like the invitation card from the wooden Nan, only able to admire the lake and the moon. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. At that moment, the old madam paused and pointed to a large ship beside them, saying, Gentlemen, you have arrived. Please board the ship. Your private rooms are on the 3rd floor. Jiang Baihu smiled. The 3rd floor is splendid. From there, one can behold a broader vista. Before boarding, Liang Baihu could not resist asking the old madam, What is the cost of a seat here? The old madam seemed puzzled by his inquiry. I am merely curious. 30,000 taels? The 100 households widened their eyes in astonishment. For 20 of us to spend 30,000 taels in one night, with additional costs for food. How much would that amount to? No wonder the brothel held a grand prize banquet every year. The profits were indeed substantial. The old madam explained actually. The boarding fees have not always been this exorbitant. This year, however, the competition for tickets has increased, resulting in a surge in prices. Liang Baihu, still curious, inquired, How much does it cost to board the very first boat in line? One seat costs 10,000 taels. Liang Baihu decided not to ask further, realizing that he would only embarrass himself. He wrapped his arms around Liu Baihu and Jiang Baihu's shoulders. Let us board. Once aboard, the attendants guided them upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor private room, 2 maidservants awaited to attend to them. Liang Baihu stepped onto the terrace outside their room and gazed towards the viewing pavilion. Though still distant, he could discern figures on the upper floors. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. Hey, everyone look. Is that not Mu Nanjin? Liu Baihu, showing no inclination to move, sipped his tea and said, You know her well. She surely recognizes you. No, today she looks quite different. Come out and see for yourselves. The other Baihus hurried to the terrace, following Liang Baihu's gaze. A young girl dressed in a white gown approached them. Her hair was pinned up on both sides, revealing her delicate features, while her dark locks cascaded down her back, adorned with an exquisite hairpin. Her brows were like painted mountains, and her eyes resembled clear lakes. Her soft, tender lips were as rosy as peach blossoms. She emanated an ethereal beauty reminiscent of winter plum blossoms, an aura so chilling that it deterred closeness. In the eyes of the Baihus, she appeared both unfamiliar and familiar, a resemblance to Mu Nanjin, yet distinctly different. After all, they were accustomed to seeing her in her flying fish attire, and now, donned in a different dress and light makeup, she was indeed hard to recognize. Jiang Baihu stared intently at the young girl's face. She resembles Mu Nanjin, yet somehow not quite. He was unsure what precisely made her unrecognizable today. Liu Baihu set down his teacup and stepped onto the terrace, spotting Mu Nanjin stopping in front of the first 2 boats. His eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! This girl is stunningly beautiful when dressed up. She surpasses even the most exquisite courtesans I have seen. Previously, he had thought Mu Nanjin was attractive, but her unpleasant demeanor had obscured that perception. Indeed, it is Mu Nanjin, remarked Liang Baihu. Upon noticing someone watching her, Mu Nanjin lifted her gaze, met their eyes for a brief moment, then quickly averted her attention. These Baihus still look handsome in their flying fish attire, but in plain clothes, they appear rather foolish. The crowd murmured. Liu Baihu gritted his teeth and said, "That insufferable girl, couldn't she at least show a hint of cordiality?" The old madam from the laughing pavilion approached Mu Nanjin, exclaiming, "My dear, you have arrived. Your attire today is truly splendid." Mu Nanjin replied softly, "I had nothing to do, so I came to have a look." She had only risen from her slumber around noon, and after a meal, she had been invited by the owner of Eason Courtyard. They had dressed her up, claiming that a grand appearance would reflect well on the establishment. "The gentlemen have arrived. Will you not go up to meet them?" The old madam quickly added, "I shall leave you now." Mu Nanjin watched the old madam and the turtle man hastily depart. The third boat? I recall that the third boat was reserved for the emperor, the empress dowager, and the queen. They have all come? Just then Liu Baihu, sipping tea aboard the ship, nearly choked in shock. She even invited the emperor? He had assumed she was only inviting a princess, not realizing that the emperor, empress, and empress dowager were also present. The other Baihus were equally astonished. Mu Nanjin decided to take a closer look. She did not approach, but observed from a distance as the emperor arrived with a grand entourage at the first boat. The Imperial guards in plain clothes boarded first to search the vessel, ensuring no assassins were concealed within before allowing the emperor to embark. The empress dowager and queen were absent. However, both the left and right chancellors were in attendance. "Oh, the left chancellor is here. Is he not afraid of his fierce wife discovering that he is attending the banquet?" Nevertheless, he came with the emperor, so even if his wife finds out, he has an excuse to placate her. The left chancellor. He knows him well. The right chancellor scoffed. The left chancellor shot him a cold glare. The right chancellor is also here. The left chancellor smirked. They are all equally flawed, yet still have the audacity to mock others. The right chancellor. The emperor is indeed fortunate. Not only does he wield immense power, but whoever he wishes dead must meet their end. No one can control him, even with thousands of beauties in his harem. The emperor laughed heartily. What a pity that being an emperor comes with such limitations. The emperor furrowed his brows. Being an emperor entails far more than mere advantages, you know? For instance, he can marry whomever he desires. And there are more women in the palace than one can count. It seemed as if Mu Nanjin could hear his retort. Just as he entertained that thought, she voiced her inner musings. The emperor appears grand, yet he faces many unavoidable circumstances. Leaving aside other matters, let's discuss the harem. Although he possesses countless beauties, it is not as simple as choosing to be with whomever he pleases. If he favors one consort too much, ministers will admonish him against showing excessive favoritism, or they may denounce the favored consort as a witch. If the emperor requires assistance from a minister, he must feign affection for that minister's consort, even going so far as to ensure she bears him a child when necessary. Moreover, in his quest for heirs, he often finds himself leading a life akin to that of a stud, spending one night with one consort and the next with another. His existence is perhaps less enviable than that of a brothel's male courtesan, for at least the courtesan receives tips after a night's work, while the emperor must shower gifts upon others after his encounters. A truly pitiable fate. The crowd murmured in agreement. The emperor. What a compelling argument. He found himself at a loss for words. The most tragic aspect is watching one's sons grow up only to turn against each other in the struggle for the throne, leaving one uncertain of how many remain to pay their respects. The emperor's mood soured. He felt no desire to admire the lake, the moon, or the prize anymore. The left chancellor, noticing the emperor's grim expression, cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, do not heed her nonsense. She is but a young girl who knows nothing." The emperor shot him a sideways glance. "Then enlighten me. What of her statements is inaccurate?" The left chancellor pondered deeply, but found himself unable to refute Mu Nanjin's words. The emperor snorted coldly, turned to leave, yet heard Mu Nanjin's excited thoughts calling out, "Oh, the state master has arrived. Ah, our esteemed governor is here as well.
Emperor.
You should hurry out to greet them." The emperor. Must I, as the emperor, go out to welcome others? What a delusion! Initially intent on departing, the emperor snorted again and ascended to the third floor. I shall personally attend to the state master and our governor. The emperor wondered, why does she not come to attend to me? She is aware of my arrival, yet does not come forth to offer her greetings. The left chancellor remarked, there is no need for jealousy in this matter. The right chancellor murmured, perhaps she is not very familiar with your majesty. What do you mean by not familiar? I have spoken with her. The emperor paused, contemplating. Indeed, he had exchanged but a few words with Nanjin. The emperor huffed, casting a stern gaze elsewhere. Upon looking, he noticed Nanjin boarding a nearby guest ship accompanied by Nan and the governor. Naturally, Nan and the governor spotted the emperor and immediately performed a respectful gesture. The emperor scoffed, turning away, only to see two larger and more opulent vessels anchored ahead. Intentionally, he called out, why are there two ships ahead? Why am I placed on the third vessel instead of the first? His voice was so loud that it was nearly impossible for Nanjin not to overhear. The two ships ahead are reserved for those who can pay the price. Tonight, whoever can afford it shall enjoy the revelry. If the emperor wishes to make a fortune, he should bid vigorously tonight, causing those on the front ships to believe they are competing with those on the third vessel, thus driving up the prices for our benefit. He. The emperor mused, is that the purpose of summoning him here? The left chancellor chuckled softly. I did not expect her to possess such business acumen. The right chancellor clicked his tongue in amusement. You are praising her now. Nan and the governor ascended to the third floor and took their seats. Nan smiled faintly. I did not anticipate the governor would attend the banquet. Not only did he not expect it, but even Liu Baihu and the others were quite surprised. They were genuinely curious about how Nanjin had managed to invite him. The governor replied calmly, I too did not foresee that the national master would grace us with his presence at the banquet. Nan slowly concealed a smile, redirecting his gaze toward the distant scenery, as if awaiting someone. His eyes scanned the crowd, yet he failed to locate the individual he sought. The governor inquired, is the national master searching for someone? At that moment, a stir arose within the crowd. Chapter 70. Your influence is remarkable. Nan's eyes narrowed upon spotting the leading monk. The monk, in his youth, donned a white robe with a purple kasaya. His features finely chiseled, a purple line gracing his brow, and his eyes sparkling with mirth. He stood with one hand across his chest, emanating an aura of nobility and sanctity under the sun, as the surrounding populace clasped their hands in reverence. The monks trailing behind him were also youthful. Clad in white robes, their appearances both handsome and spirited. The monks advanced toward the guest ship. Nan's gaze followed their movements. The governor queried, do you know them, national master? Nan remained silent. Is it not evident? They are clearly old acquaintances. Yet the national master displays no trace of joy. The visitors are likely those he wishes to avoid. Let me discern who this monk truly is. Oh my! It turns out he is the newly appointed abbot of Jing Tua Temple. Nan interrupted her thoughts. Guard, I desire tea. A maid stepped forward to pour him tea. Why did they call for tea when I was already pouring? Do they wish for me to serve him? Others remarked,
What is it?
Please continue. The conversation hung in the air, leaving them in suspense. Just then, the monks reached the emperor's ship, but were halted by the guards. The leading monk spoke slowly, his voice audible to those on the third floor. I am Jiayin, the abbot of Jing Tua Temple, here to pay respects to your esteemed self. The emperor raised an eyebrow in surprise but did not rise to greet them. Do you know who I am? This morning, I divined and learned of your presence here, so I sought to extend my greetings and also see my old friend, the national master. The national master must have anticipated seeing an old acquaintance at the banquet to attend himself. When Nanjin delivered the invitation to the national master, she had not considered he would attend, yet here he was. Oh, you are old friends with the national master? Indeed, Jiayin replied with a slight smile. We are not merely old friends, but also brothers. Brothers? Everyone was taken aback. Nan remained composed. Having previously been targeted by monks, the emperor held reservations about them and did not intend to invite them aboard. The national master is on the adjacent ship. You brothers may catch up there. Indeed. Jia Yin led the monks to the neighboring ship and called out, "Would my brother care to meet?" Of course, he would want to meet. How could one resist such a handsome man? Feng Xinan remained silent. What unresolved matters could there be between brothers? If so, let them resolve it with a duel. If one duel is insufficient, let it be two, until one submits. The crowd remarked. That phrase is not typically used for brothers. Feng Xinan finally spoke. Come aboard. Jia Yin left the other monks below and ascended the ship. Mu Nanjin's eyes brightened upon seeing Jia Yin approach. Oh, from afar, his bald head gleams. Up close, it is polished to perfection, truly captivating. I have decided. I shall have all the attendants at Shao Qinglu shaved bald to greet guests. The crowd interjected, Please do not offend the Buddha. Brother? Jia Yin inclined his head slightly in greeting. Feng Xinan nodded, Take a seat. Mu Nanjin swiftly pulled a chair for Jia Yin. Thank you. Jia Yin smiled gently at her. Oh, his smile is so enchanting. It makes my heart race. I wish to capture him and bring him to Shao Qinglu. The crowd noted Feng Xinan's frown. Wait a moment. Surely, my brother does not wish to part from this place and its people. That cannot happen. For master will be displeased, and you know how grave it can be when he is upset. Feng Xinan, brother. Jia Yin seemed about to say something but was interrupted as a cup of tea was presented to him. He glanced at Mu Nanjin, accepted the cup, took a sip, and set it down, saying, Brother. Following that, a plate of pastries was offered to him. Thank you. Jia Yin gently pushed the pastries aside, indicating he would not partake, and soon, tea was presented again. He frowned at Mu Nanjin, pondering if this young girl intended to silence him. Unbeknownst to him, he finally looked at me directly. My efforts to serve him were not in vain. Jia Yin asked Feng Xinan, Brother, is this your maid?
Ah.
My dear brother, heaven would not bestow upon you mere looks while neglecting to grant you intellect and perception. Surely, someone as strikingly beautiful and dignified as I could not possibly be a maid. Feng Xinan glanced at Mu Nanjin. You may inquire with her. Jia Yin asked again, Miss, are you? Mu Nanjin replied calmly, I am the National Masteress. This statement can imply I am either the National Master's guard or his wife. In essence, I represent him, leaving you to ponder my true identity. Let us see if you dare to persist in your assertion that I am merely a maid. I shall lead you astray. The crowd murmured. The ancients were wise. It is better to offend a petty person than to cross a woman. Anger flashed in Jia Yin's eyes, for he had indeed misinterpreted her words. Brother, are you aware of what the senior sister, Feng Xinan, interrupted, rising to depart the guest ship? Jia Yin shot a glare at Mu Nanjin and followed Feng Xinan out. Governor, look at him. He dares to glare at you. Quickly.
Put an end to him.
The governor scoffed. Just moments ago, he claimed to belong to the National Master, yet now he shifts to saying he is his. That is contingent upon the National Master's recognition. Mu Nanjin approached the railing, watching as Feng Xinan led Jia Yin away into the distance. No matter how far you go, I shall know what you discuss. There is no need to venture far away. The crowd chimed in. Since you are aware of their conversation, do share it with us. We are quite eager to hear. This young brother seems to harbor ill intentions. Everyone perked up their ears. Do tell. What ill intentions does he possess? The commander and the deputy commander have arrived, along with Comrade Lao Can and Comrade Lao Deng. The crowd remarked, this topic has shifted too abruptly. They found it difficult to accept. The emperor glared furiously at Can Chaoyan and Deng Xingqiao, irritated by their timely appearance at such a critical moment. Unaware of the recent events, Can Chaoyan greeted Mu Nanjin, who stood on the boat with a smile. Once inside, Can Chaoyan, familiar with Mu Nanjin, inquired, My dear girl, you truly have a large influence. Even the commander has been summoned. Mu Nanjin slightly turned her head to glance at the taciturn commander. The deputy commander discreetly poked Can Chaoyan in the back. Understanding the cue, Can Chaoyan continued, Pray tell, how did you manage to invite the commander? The commander spoke in a low voice, Can Chaoyan, are you so idle? Not at all, we are quite busy. Can Chaoyan and the others hastily retreated. However, Mu Nanjin's thoughts could not be concealed. It was merely an invitation sent to the commander. How else could I summon him? Oh, by the way, I added a little note to the invitation.
What did it say?
Everyone leaned in with curiosity. The commander, his expression darkening, interrupted Mu Nanjin's thoughts. Mu Nanjin, you may leave now.
Oh.
After Mu Nanjin descended, her thoughts resumed. The commander is a man of a cold exterior but a warm heart. Otherwise, he would not have attended the banquet upon my mere suggestion. I simply mentioned that if he came to the banquet, I would clean his study for a month. If he did not, I would still wash his undergarments for 7 days. He actually came. The crowd exclaimed. No wonder the commander chose to attend. They would select him first. He is so generous. I might as well wash his undergarments too. The commander chuckled softly, unable to suppress his amusement. Those who had seen the commander's undergarments couldn't help but burst into laughter. As Mu Nanjin disembarked, the old matron, who had greeted Qin Chaoyan and the others, approached her with a smile, saying, Miss, this year our Laughing Tower, Spring Breeze Pavilion, and Tranquil Heart Courtyard truly have the upper hand, with so many high-ranking officials supporting us. Mu Nanjin asked, have officials not supported us in previous years? There have been some, but only 3rd or 4th rank officials attended the banquets. Other brothels had 2nd rank officials supporting them, putting us at a disadvantage. This year is different. The old matron proudly gestured towards the other brothels. This year we have a 1st rank official backing us, and not just one. While the other brothel matrons dare not utter a word. Mu Nanjin remarked, if I said the emperor was also present, you would likely be so shocked that you would kneel. The old matron glanced at the sun. The time is nearing. The top courtesans from each brothel will soon finish their parade and arrive at Qingyu Lake. I must prepare. Shortly after her departure, the parade finally arrived at Qingyu Lake, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The commander cast a glance at him, calmly asserting, I will not allow you to do that. Feng Sinan, with a glint of mockery in his eyes, retorted, even if I refrain, others will not. You may stop me, but can you stop everyone else? Do not forget. This is the rule. What you need to impede is not me, but them. He directed his final words toward the sky. The commander remained silent. Are you referring to Mu Nanjin? Feng Sinan nodded. Since her arrival, many things have exceeded my expectations. Let's wait and see if there are any greater variables awaiting us. The commander remarked, I see many are saying that the monk was invited by Mu Nanjin. Huh. You are mistaken. Chapter 71. Do you not feel ashamed? At the hour of Shin, the grand banquet commenced. The top courtesans from various brothels gracefully stepped into view amidst the loud cheers of the crowd, performing their talents in sequence. Those performing would first parade around the long platform set up outside the viewing pavilion, allowing the guests on the boats to clearly see their beauty before dancing elegantly on the platform. The emperor, having witnessed numerous singing and dancing maidens in the palace, found it somewhat tedious, grateful for the lively atmosphere that curbed his urge to leave. After observing several performances, the emperor finally heard someone call for the Tranquil Heart Courtyard, prompting the audience to straighten up in excitement. The sound of the zither resonated from above. Everyone looked towards the rooftop of the viewing pavilion, where a woman clad in a white dress descended gracefully from the roof, without any support, her steps creating golden lotus blossoms with each movement. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the woman radiated a soft golden light, resembling a celestial being, her beauty rendering the audience spellbound. A fairy! A fairy! Someone exclaimed excitedly. The woman halted midair, Tuzhong above the long platform, and as she gestured with her hands and feet, numerous golden butterflies emerged from her body, mesmerizing the audience, who collectively cheered for her. The old matron from the Tranquil Heart Courtyard, visibly thrilled, exclaimed to Mu Nanjin, My dear girl, you are truly remarkable. You managed to present the golden attraction in the guise of a fairy. Tonight, she is destined to be the star. In truth, even without this celestial display, the golden attraction had a 90% chance of becoming the star. However, with the fairy's appearance, not only would the golden attraction secure her position, but her value would also soar, ensuring she would charm even the wealthiest patrons of the night. The emperor recognized the white-clad woman as the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom, murmuring to himself, I regret my decision. He lamented giving the princess to Mu Nanjin, wishing he had kept her for himself. The left chancellor reassured the emperor, a beautiful woman can bring disaster. She must not be retained. Before their arrival, The national master had given them a talisman to prevent them from succumbing to the allure of the great Chun princess. The emperor knew this well. Yet the beauty that was rightfully his had been given away, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Someone shouted, "Marvelous." A round of applause erupted as others joined in. The golden attraction bowed to the audience. The other top courtesans envied her, concealing their faces behind veils, yet she attracted such a crowd. Simultaneously, guests on the boats rushed to purchase gold from the brokers to support their favored courtesan. "I want 100 gold for the golden attraction. I want 500 gold for the golden attraction. I want 1,000 gold." The broker grinned widely. The other brothel matrons fumed, realizing that both their regular patrons and specially invited guests were lavishing their gold on the golden attraction of the tranquil heart courtyard. Before the banquet concluded, they could foresee their impending defeat. The emperor, seeing everyone's purchases, raised his hand. "What are you doing, Left Chancellor?" he inquired, irritated. The Left Chancellor replied seriously, "Your Majesty, please consider the state treasury." The emperor protested, "I have my private treasury." The Right Chancellor chimed in, "Those funds are meant to reward the courtesans." The emperor fell silent. "Could you not let me enjoy myself?" "Your Majesty, you have already had your fill," replied the Left Chancellor, pointing towards the buyers. "Consider that half of the funds spent will be deposited into the treasury. You should be pleased." The emperor grumbled, "Had I known, I would not have brought the Left and Right Chancellors to spoil the fun." Frustrated, he could only watch as the guests continuously lavished gold upon the golden attraction. The thought that half of the money spent was his eased his irritation somewhat. After about half an hour, the gold purchasing concluded. The result was undeniable, and without needing to count, they could see dozens of boxes filled with gold before the golden attraction, confirming her as this year's star. The other top courtesans had only half a basket of gold left to envy her. The organizers of the banquet announced loudly, "This year's star is the golden attraction of the tranquil heart courtyard. Let us all congratulate her." The crowd erupted in cheers, with most men entering a state of frenzy. Amidst the fervor, voices clamored for wealth, with some eager souls even contemplating a rush to the stage. The host of the grand banquet proclaimed, "Next, we present the opportunity for you to bid for an evening with the esteemed guest. The highest bidder shall enjoy tea and moonlight in her company. As customary, the starting bid is set at 1,000 taels of gold, with each subsequent bid not less than 1 tael." No sooner had he spoken than a voice from the third boat in the third row eagerly shouted, 1,010 taels of gold. A scoff echoed from the second boat in the same row, "Only an increase of 10 taels? If you lack funds, do not embarrass yourself here. I bid 2,000 taels." The first boat in the front row quickly joined in, calling out, 5,000 taels. This sum silenced the second and third boats, as they could not match such a figure, leaving those at the rear utterly incapable of bidding. From the second boat in the second row, a voice rang out, 7,000 taels. With a knowing glance towards the emperor's boat in the front row, Nanjin thought, "Your time has come, Your Majesty. Bid strongly." The emperor rose, adjusting his attire, and addressed the left and right ministers. "It was she who urged me to bid." The two ministers exchanged uneasy glances as the emperor declared, 10,000 taels of gold. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The ministers simultaneously contemplated, with 10,000 taels, one could procure an elixir of immortality. The first boat in the front row quickly countered, 12,000 taels. The emperor sneered, "Dare to contend with me? Have you lost your senses?" 15,000 taels. The opposing bidder, unwilling to yield, retorted, 20,000 taels. The emperor turned to the ministers, perplexed. Are the common folk so affluent nowadays? The left minister furrowed his brow. Only a select few possess such wealth. The majority of Deqian's populace still struggles to make ends meet. The emperor called again, 25,000 taels. The challenger finally hesitated, while the ministers anxiously speculated whether the bidding would cease. The host of the banquet inquired, 25,000 taels has been called. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Silence ensued. That was indeed a staggering sum. Only the wealthy could muster such funds. The individual from the first boat gritted their teeth and declared, 30,000 taels. The madams and top courtesans from various establishments widened their eyes in disbelief. In previous banquets, a bid of 2,000 taels had been extraordinary, yet now it soared to 30,000. If this were an auction for the guests' first night, It might be understandable, however. This was merely for an evening of conversation. Was it not excessive? One could only conclude that these individuals had lost their minds. 30,000 is the limit for the opposing bidder. Your Majesty, do not raise your bid further, lest you suffer a significant loss. Should you secure this bid, it would only reflect poorly on you. The Emperor's beard bristled in indignation. Why should I be considered indecent? One could become your consort without cost. Yet you insist on spending lavishly merely for a conversation. At that moment, the individual from the first boat arrogantly challenged, "Does the third boat dare to bid? If you remain silent, the guest shall be mine." The Emperor could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "That is clearly my intended companion. How can you lay claim to her?" He was about to call out his bid when the left and right ministers swiftly covered his mouth. Fuming, the Emperor glared at the ministers. They simultaneously uttered, "We beg your pardon, Your Majesty." The captain at the side feigned ignorance, deliberately avoiding eye contact with them. 30,000 taels once. 30,000 taels twice. The host once more queried, "Is there no one else willing to bid?" 30,000 taels for the third time. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of the first boat. We shall arrange for your meeting with the guest. The victors from the first boat immediately congratulated the successful bidder, while the left and right ministers released their hold. The Emperor, at a loss for words, was infuriated as he stormed away from the guest boat, his sleeves flapping in frustration. The ministers hurriedly followed behind. Meanwhile, a door supervisor from another boat hesitated briefly before disembarking to seek out the Madam of Exian Courtyard. "Madam, where is Miss Fushan?" Upon seeing the supervisor, the madam's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Aren't you young Master Ji? You too have come to the banquet?" "Unfortunately, Miss Fushan is not participating this year." "Will she still hold the top position?" The madam chuckled. "Someone has already taken her place. She has saved enough to redeem herself and will soon leave the profession. No longer a girl of Exian Courtyard. Is it true? To leave means she can escape her past." A flicker of joy crossed the supervisor's eyes, but it quickly dimmed as he reflected on the harsh reality. It was not easy for a courtesan to leave her past behind unless aided by someone or marrying a respectable man. Typically, those who would lift her from this life would have ulterior motives, a result he did not wish to see. Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask her yourself. The madam gestured towards the viewing tower. She is currently inside, entertaining a guest. You may inquire directly. After a moment's hesitation, the supervisor made his way to the viewing tower. Fushan was engaged in lively conversation with the guest, both laughing heartily, unaware of the onlooker. Noticing someone watching them, the guest inquired, "Fushan, do you know that person?" Fushan gazed at the figure, a hint of envy in her eyes. "Young Master Ji," she exclaimed, approaching the supervisor. He beamed at her smile, unable to resist mirroring it. "I heard from the madam that you were here, so I came to see you." Fushan's smile widened upon realizing his visit was for her. "I also heard," the supervisor hesitated, "that you are preparing to leave this life behind." Fushan nodded excitedly. "Yes, I can finally become a respectable citizen." "Congratulations." The supervisor suppressed his inner disappointment and inquired, "Do you know who your future husband is?"
Huh?
"Marry?" Fushan blinked in surprise. "I do not intend to marry." The supervisor's heart leapt once more. "Then how will you leave?" Fushan replied joyfully. "Our new master said that anyone who saves enough money to redeem themselves will be assisted in improving their status." "Is it truly so?" The supervisor found it hard to believe such fortune and suspected a hidden agenda. Fushan affirmed, "Our new master is truly kind." "Who is your new master?" The supervisor began to ask, but was interrupted by Nanjin's voice. "Speaking with our head courtesan requires a fee. Each word costs 1 tael of silver." "How many words has the supervisor exchanged with our head courtesan?" "Let us settle on 50 taels." Alas, Fushan is leaving this life. Exian Courtyard will lose a beautiful girl, a considerable loss indeed. "I must find a lovely replacement," she pondered. "Princess Romeo would be an excellent choice. But that is merely a thought. If I were to bring her to the establishment, the Emperor would likely descend with an army of 10,000, which is not worth the trouble." The supervisor realized, Nanjin is indeed the owner of Exian Courtyard? No wonder she possesses Fushan's contract. Fushan clarified, "They call her Miss Mu. We do not know her true name or identity. The supervisor smiled. You have found a good master. With Mu Nanjin, Fu Shan will undoubtedly receive excellent treatment. Furthermore, with her influence, improving your status will be a straightforward matter. Surely, the local officials would not dare to trouble her. If they did, they would face dire consequences. Fu Shan, curious, asked young Master Ji, "Do you know our master?" The supervisor nodded. "Indeed. It was she who invited me today. Then you, and Miss Mu." Fu Shan hesitated to finish her sentence. The supervisor sensed her misunderstanding and quickly clarified. "I am merely a colleague." Fu Shan's eyes widened. "Young Master Ji is an official? Is Miss Mu an official as well? Is she the only female official in the realm?" "Yes, that is her. Some matters are not suitable for discussion here, but I shall explain further later." Fu Shan nodded in understanding. Having exchanged so many words, it is all mere chatter. The supervisor urged, "If you have feelings for her, confess swiftly before someone else claims her." He felt a sense urgency. He wished to express his feelings but could not do so before such a crowd. Moreover, Mu Nanjin had been gazing at him intently, leaving him with words that were difficult to utter. "Such trivial matters exhaust me. I shall no longer pay attention." The following morning, the door supervisor received a payment from Isin Courtyard, amounting to 200 taels of silver, on his desk. He engaged in casual conversation with Fu Shan for a quarter of an hour before collecting the sum. The door supervisor found it both amusing and vexing. This is outright extortion. Chapter 72. A bit costly. As the grand banquet concluded, Mu Nanjin reaped abundant rewards, dividing her earnings in half and discreetly placing the silver notes upon the Imperial dragon table in the study. Upon the emperor's return from court, he noticed the notes on the table and could not suppress a smile. The profits from the brothels were indeed too easy to acquire. In such a short span, Mu Nanjin had managed to amass nearly 18,000 taels for him. With a year's time, several 100,000 taels would not pose a challenge.
Haha.
The emperor laughed heartily, gesturing grandly, quickly summoned the armor craftsman to enter the palace to pay respects.
Yes.
The chief eunuch exited to instruct the young eunuchs for the summons. Approximately half an hour later, the armor craftsman arrived, breathless, and knelt before the emperor. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Rise," the emperor commanded, then inquired, "How much silver is required to craft a complete set of soldiers' armor?" For the northern soldiers during winter, it typically requires about 10 taels of silver, though it depends on whether the prices have risen this year, the craftsman replied. The emperor narrowed his eyes suddenly. "Are you sure there is no deceit in your pricing?" With a thud, the craftsman hastily fell to the floor. "What I said is absolutely true. I would never dare deceive your majesty." "For now, I shall take your word for it," the emperor said, handing him the 18,000 taels. "How many sets of armor you can create with this amount is up to you." The craftsman accepted the notes, and the emperor glanced outside at the sky, calling out, "Commander Hua." Commander Hua swiftly entered. "I am here." Having served beside the emperor for many years, he immediately grasped the emperor's intent and turned to the craftsman. "Please follow me." "I take my leave," the craftsman said, feeling a surge of unease. It had never been customary to be escorted to the commandant's residence for a meal upon leaving the palace. Why was this an exception today? Could it be that they intended to send a few Imperial guards to monitor them? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, if that were the case, he had nothing to fear, for he stood upright and just. Upon arriving at the commandant's courtyard with Commander Hua, he heard a woman's voice resonating in his ears. Today, the commandant's expression was rather displeased upon seeing the undergarments drying in the courtyard. "Could it be that my washing was insufficient?" "That shouldn't be. My skills are exceptional. And I even bleached them. I dare say no one washes them cleaner than I do." He must be dissatisfied with them being hung in the courtyard. Indeed, with so many people passing by, it is rather unsightly. "Tomorrow, I shall hang them on the rooftop. There they shall bask in the sun more effectively." Commander Hua felt a twinge of sympathy for the Imperial guards. Their burdens were indeed heavy. Truth be told, he was quite eager to see what the scene would look like with undergarments hung on the rooftop the following day. The craftsman glanced around and asked Commander Hua, "Does the commandant's residence also have maidens?" Had he forgotten that the emperor had appointed a maiden as a 9th grade Imperial guard? Oh, right. The craftsman recalled this fact. He remembered that any official in the capital possessing an official seal could hear the thoughts of Mu Nanjin. The reason he had not thought of it earlier was that he had never interacted with her directly. They arrived at the dining hall. Commander Hua led the craftsmen inside but did not rush to serve food. Instead, he surveyed everyone in the dining hall, finally resting his gaze upon Mu Nanjin, seated by the window. "Craftsman, please follow me." He brought the craftsman to Mu Nanjin's table and asked, "Guard Mu, would you mind if we sat here?" Mu Nanjin, lost in thought, looked up to see the commander beside the emperor and nodded. "You may sit." How curious that the Imperial Guard commander would come to the commandant's residence for a meal, she mused. Is your household in such dire straits that you cannot afford to eat? And who is the official beside him? I do not recognize him. Why does he gaze at me with such astonishment? Is he unaware that there is a female official among the Imperial Guards? Mu Nanjin remarked, in the future, there will be an increasing number of female officials. The craftsman nodded. That is true. Once the emperor opens the examinations for women, the number of female officials will undoubtedly rise. Commander Hua introduced, "Guard Mu, this is the craftsman supervisor, a 5th grade official. You ought to address him as sir."
Oh.
Mu Nanjin replied dismissively, "You may converse. I shall go serve myself." Commander Hua left the craftsman behind and turned to depart. The craftsman smiled at Mu Nanjin. "The armor craftsman department? I remember it is specifically responsible for creating armor for soldiers. Some officials in this department are quite unscrupulous. Armor that could be crafted for 7 taels is recorded as costing 10, thus pocketing 3 taels of silver. Even worse, they embezzle funds and skimp on materials, subjecting soldiers to unnecessary harm. Fortunately, there have been no wars in recent years. Otherwise, the armor produced by the craftsman department would surely lead to the downfall of the Daqian nation. When the capital is lost, what use are all the silver coins amassed?" The craftsman's face turned pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, he finally understood the true reason the emperor had ordered Commander Hua to bring him here for a meal. Speaking of which, the supervisor is rather unfortunate. Aside from him, the other officials in the craftsman department are all children of powerful families, sheltered by their influential backgrounds. When issues arise, they rely on their families to pressure the supervisor. The craftsman suffers in silence, and if he does not comply with their demands, he will face ostracism and malice, and within 6 months, he may find himself without a position. Noticing the craftsman drenched in sweat, Mu Nanjin kindly offered him a clean white handkerchief. "Unused." "Oh, thank you." The craftsman paused for a moment, accepting the cloth to wipe his forehead. "All right, thank you." The craftsman, having lost his appetite, made an excuse to leave after only a few bites. Commander Hua did not accompany him, remaining seated to finish his meal. Occasionally, he would cast a glance at Mu Nanjin, who once again drifted into her thoughts. Commander Hua is fine in every aspect, except for his penchant for flatulence, particularly the kind that is quite foul. To avoid him adding extra portions for me, I should hasten to finish and depart. "Miss, I had just begun to change my impression of you, and now you utter such hurtful words. Do you not wish to coexist amicably?" Commander Hua thought to himself. Should I mention that frequent foul-smelling flatulence may not be a good sign? Perhaps it indicates gastrointestinal issues, and he ought to consult a physician. But how should I broach the subject? "I am full," she declared. Commander Hua recalled his recent abdominal discomfort and swiftly set down his chopsticks, rising to seek out a physician. Why did he leave after only 2 bites? Such behavior is wasteful. Most importantly, I had not yet reminded him to see a physician. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Mu Nanjin finished her last morsel of food and then proceeded to deliver meals to the prisoners in the dungeon. Approaching the room where Haiten was confined, she knocked on the door. "Haiten." There was no response from within. "I know you are inside. Please open the door." "Humph." Haiten huffed in annoyance. Mu Nanjin continued, "I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Haiten perked up. "What kind of gift?" "Just open the door first." Haiten slowly opened the door. "You better really have a gift." Mu Nanjin opened her palm to reveal dozens of ear studs, each adorned with the image of a horse. Haiten curiously picked one up. "What is this? Ear studs?" Upon seeing the horse design, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Haiten's face. Let me help you put it on." Mu Nanjin raised her hand and playfully tossed the stud towards his ear. Several earrings were meticulously inserted into the ears of the ebony horse, arranged from largest to smallest, as if adorning its ears with a golden trim. A smile flickered in Mu Nanjin's eyes. As long as you like it. The ebony horse gazed at its reflection in the mirror repeatedly, and after a while, it pouted. You don't think a few dozen earrings suffice as an apology,
Do you?
Mu Nanjin produced a bundle of fine golden threads, as delicate as hair. The ebony horse, puzzled, inquired, What is this? Mu Nanjin elaborated, This is the thread for extending your tail. The ebony horse huffed in displeasure. Are you implying my tail is too sparse? Mu Nanjin proceeded to attach the fine threads to its tail. Once completed, the ebony horse flicked its tail, and under the bright light, it sparkled as if countless streams of light danced through its tail, radiating a brilliant golden sheen that was utterly beautiful. Elated, it jumped up. It's stunning. I love it. Mu Nanjin, thank you. Mu Nanjin asked, Are you no longer angry? The ebony horse nodded. Have you forgiven me? The ebony horse nodded again. Mu Nanjin chuckled inwardly. This ebony steed was rather easy to appease, albeit somewhat costly. The ecstatic ebony horse dashed out of the room, leaving the Mu estate to flaunt its new adornments on the street. Half awake, Mu Nanjin gazed at the dark equine head before her and lazily inquired, What are you doing? The ebony horse replied, We are heading to court. To court? Mu Nanjin thought she misheard. The ebony horse excitedly affirmed, Yes, I shall escort you to court. I do not have to attend today. Mu Nanjin tucked herself under the covers. The ebony horse nibbled at her blanket. No, you must go to court. Ignoring it, Mu Nanjin continued to rest. The ebony horse turned and fetched Chinju, instructing her to assist Mu Nanjin in dressing and grooming before carrying Mu Nanjin into the palace. Exhausted, Mu Nanjin, atop its back, lamented the early wake-up call. Why must I go to court? Gradually, she drifted back to sleep. The palace guards recognized the ebony horse, which was personally bestowed the title of first-class steed by the emperor. Just its horse attire granted it unfettered access within the palace, eliminating the need for a pass. However, today, the first-class steed shone even brighter than usual. Previously, one could gaze at its rear, but now, even that was obscured by its glimmering ears, reflecting golden light under the flames. A commander could not help but exclaim, Mu Guard, your horse has become even more beautiful. Initially intending to comment on its dazzling appearance, he opted for a gentler remark instead. The ebony horse proudly lifted its head. At that moment, a voice roused Mu Nanjin. Mu Guard, are you on duty at court today? Lazily pointing at the ebony horse, she replied, The first-class steed insists I attend. As a mere ninth-class guard, I cannot refuse. The Western general paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Mu Guard, you are truly amusing. Mu Nanjin glanced up and noticed another figure beside him clad in armor. A woman of striking grace with long, delicate brows. She instinctively straightened her posture, realizing she was in the presence of a woman of great poise and vigor. The Western general, noticing her gaze, jovially introduced, This is my beloved wife, Sha Ping Ai, and she is now my vice officer. Wow, she is indeed a heroic figure, having bravely ventured into enemy lines to rescue soldiers. Indeed, her presence is commanding and captivating, far surpassing even the Western general. The general beamed with pride. Sha Ping Ai, unable to stifle a smile, was already aware of Mu Nanjin's status, yet still asked, General, may I invite this young lady to my residence for a drink after her duty? She had heard the general mention that her appointment as vice officer was largely due to Mu Nanjin's influence. Just as Mu Nanjin was about to agree, someone hastily interjected, No, that won't do. Everyone turned to Si Liangbai, who rushing towards them. No, she cannot join you for drinks. If another incident like the last one at Shao Qinglu occurs, we would all be in trouble. The Western general inquired, puzzled. Why not?
Liangbai who?
Turning away from Mu Nanjin, replied while exchanging knowing glances. Mu Nanjin has other matters to attend to after her duty and cannot indulge in drinking. The Western general responded, I see. Sha Ping Ai sensed Liangbai, who was withholding something, and nodded. Perhaps another time. Suddenly, the ebony horse, growing impatient, galloped away with Mu Nanjin. Liang Bai, who breathed a sigh of relief and then explained to the Western general, when Mu Nanjin drinks, she tends to reveal other secrets. Chapter 73. Robbed by a horse. After entering the palace, the ebony horse circled around the guards at the first gate, proceeded through the second gate, and made another round among the guards before heading directly to the court. Inside the court chamber, officials were engaged in idle chatter when they heard a whoosh. They all turned towards the entrance, where a blinding light caught their eyes. The ebony horse struck several dashing poses before them, as if to say, "Look at me, am I not splendid?" Unbeknownst to them, all they could see was a dazzling figure moving about. Before they could discern what it was, the figure sped away from the court at remarkable speed. The Minister of Personnel rubbed his aching eyes. What was that? The Minister of Revenue, squinting, shook his head. I couldn't see clearly. The Minister of Rights, who had seen Mu Nanjin ride the ebony horse on several occasions, murmured, by the sound, it should be a horse. And the only one that shines so brightly in the realm is Mu Nanjin's steed. The Minister of Works exclaimed in anger, how dare Mu Nanjin ride a horse into the palace? The Deputy Minister of Rights remarked quietly, that is not just any horse, it is the Emperor's personally bestowed first-class steed, which, by rank, is superior to your own. The Minister of Works was left speechless. The Minister of Rights scoffed, even if it outranks us, each piece of its gear is inscribed with 4 characters. Having seen the ebony horse up close, he was well aware. The Minister of Personnel curiously asked, what characters? They read, I, the Emperor, am present. The officials fell silent, reflecting on their many years of service without ever receiving such an insignia. Yet this horse had every piece of gear engraved with those 4 characters. Initially, the Emperor intended to inscribe only one item, but considering the horse could not speak and some individuals might inadvertently offend it, he decided to engrave every piece so that even the blind could recognize it. The Deputy Minister of Rights murmured, does that mean it can roam freely in the palace? It could even enter the inner court? Of course, it can. The ebony horse was now heading straight for the inner court. Although it was halted by the guards, it merely had to present its face to them, allowing them to see the characters on its forehead, and the guards promptly knelt to grant passage. The ebony horse dashed into the inner court, trumpeting loudly in the serene morning, its hooves echoing like thunder. The Emperor, who had been resting in the Empress's quarters, furrowed his brow at the sound of hooves and angrily demanded of those nearby, who has the audacity to ride a horse within the palace? Allow me to investigate. The first-class steed? What do you mean? Yes, that is it. The Emperor, puzzled, questioned, how did Mu Nanjin manage to ride it into the inner court? By the time the servant ventured out, the steed had already sprinted far away, leaving no time for inquiries. Never mind. The steed is one I personally bestowed, so I cannot speak against it. Once dressed and leaving the palace for the Taijin Hall, he caught sight of the ebony horse standing in the courtyard. Without the illumination of lamps, it appeared like a divine steed descending from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful beneath the gray-white sky. The Emperor beheld the flowing mane of the horse, shimmering with glimmers of light, and momentarily lost his composure. The horse of Mu Nanjin is truly exquisite, especially its tail. Having eavesdropped on the discussions regarding his beloved charcoal-black steed, he lifted his chin with delight, for it was evident that the Emperor recognized its worth. However, the Emperor pondered, today marks Mu Nanjin's turn to serve in the palace. The chief eunuch reflected, it should be a few days before her duty arrives. Before the Emperor could voice his subsequent thoughts, he discerned the resentful thoughts of Mu Nanjin. Now I understand why he summoned me to the palace so early. He has no one else to boast to, hence he brought me here to flaunt his golden adornments. Oh, my slumber. If there is a next time, I shall strip him of all his finery. The Emperor could not stifle a laugh. He entered the Taijin Palace, where officials bowed in respect. His gaze fell upon Xia Ping-ai, standing beside the general of the Western campaign, and his eyes brightened. General Xia. The assembly turned their attention to her. Xia Ping-ai, with a demeanor both respectful and dignified, stepped forward from the ranks of martial officers. I have the honor of greeting your majesty. The Emperor surveyed the armored female officer with great satisfaction. Esteemed ministers, General Xia is the second female officer of the great Qian nation. I trust you all will establish a harmonious rapport and offer her your guidance. The response from the martial officers was affirmative. Initially, they had opposed the notion of women in power, but having learned of Xia Ping AI's exploits, their views had shifted significantly. Now holding her bravery and wisdom in high regard, they believed that if their ranks were graced by such a female general, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Presently, they not only supported her, but did so enthusiastically. The emperor then turned to the civil officials. "And what of you?" The scholars exchanged glances, some wishing to voice their support, yet felt hesitant in the absence of vocal backing from their martial counterparts. At that moment, the Minister of Justice, a father of 10 daughters, stepped forth. "We shall undoubtedly support General Xia." Other members of the Justice Ministry echoed their agreement. Gradually, more officials stood in solidarity, though a significant portion maintained a neutral or opposing stance. The Minister of Works interjected, "This is misguided. Our dissent does not lie with your Majesty's decision, but rather in the difficulty we face as men in collaborating with a woman such as General Xia. Is it not said that men and women should not engage too closely? What if our exchanges lead to misunderstanding? Furthermore, we are civil officials. While General Xia is a military officer, how can we possibly advise her?" The general of the Eastern campaign found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The emperor regarded them with a stern expression, curious to see how long their quarrel would persist. What is there to bicker about? Can martial officers truly outwit civil officials? Among the martial ranks, few possess genuine scholarship, while the civil officials are erudite. A mere phrase from them could render you speechless. Engaging in disputes with them will only bring misfortune upon you martial officers. The civil officials, upon hearing Mu Nanjin's thoughts, displayed a hint of smugness. Within the Taijin palace, they were ever the ones in a position of advantage. The martial officers, however, seethed with indignation, begrudgingly conceding Mu Nanjin's point, yet feeling resentment towards her for speaking on behalf of the civil officials. But even if the civil officials are eloquent, their fists cannot match those of the martial officers. If we cannot win with words, then we shall resort to our fists. Let us remember the names of the opposing civil officials. After court, we shall ensnare them and teach them a lesson. Even if we shroud them in sacks, they will not identify us. Should they report to the emperor, it would be futile. They would suffer in silence, haha. What does it matter how skilled their tongues are? Strength is the true measure, haha. The civil officials exchanged glances, while the martial officers cast sinister smiles towards those who opposed Xia Ping AI. The civil officials felt a chill down their spines. The left and right prime ministers quickly rose. "We shall certainly strive to work harmoniously with General Xia." They then addressed Xia Ping AI. "Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek our counsel. We shall share our knowledge without reservation." Other civil officials nodded eagerly. "Indeed, we will ensure a cordial relationship with General Xia." The emperor beamed with delight. From this day forth, the establishment of women's education is officially sanctioned, and next year, women shall be permitted to participate in the Imperial examinations. Minister, you must oversee this matter diligently. The discussion then shifted to other state affairs. Mu Nanjin, feeling drowsy, awaited the conclusion of the court session, eager to depart. However, her horse was nowhere to be found. As Xia Ping AI exited the Taijin palace, she remarked to the general of the Western campaign, "The attendant Mu is quite an intriguing young lady." "Indeed, she is," the general mused, then added, "but you might find her insufferable when she divulges your secrets." Xia Ping AI smiled softly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, echoing through the air. "Where is my horse? Could it have been stolen due to its opulent appearance? Which scoundrel has taken it? That cannot be. My horse would never wander off." Mu Nanjin strolled to the entrance, but found no sign of her charcoal black steed. A palace guard approached her. "Attendant Mu, your horse has been taken by the 7th prince." "The 7th prince?" Mu Nanjin pondered carefully. "I recall the 7th prince has a penchant for horse meat. Does that mean he intends to feast on charcoal? Isn't charcoal the renowned steed? Can it even be consumed? Oh, forget it. Perhaps the 7th prince was unaware that charcoal was the illustrious horse. Should she inform the emperor of this matter? Yet, the emperor was so busy. How could he concern himself with such trivialities? Since Mu Nanjin was indifferent, then so would she be. The 7th prince commanded his attendants, "Take it to the kitchen. I shall host a horse banquet tonight." "Yes, your highness." The attendants attempted to lead the horse away, but found it utterly unyielding. Bring more help. The attendants summoned another guard, and together they exerted force, yet Charcoal remained obstinate. Frustrated, Charcoal shook them off and trotted into the hall, where it spotted a valuable cabinet behind some chairs and made its way over. The cabinet was adorned with precious items, and the seventh prince shouted urgently, "Quick, stop it. Do not let it approach." The two attendants rushed forward, but Charcoal, spotting a half-foot-tall golden Buddha on the cabinet, opened its mouth and devoured it whole. Next, it consumed a copper cauldron and a golden bottle. Anything golden or yellow was swiftly swallowed. Strangely, even items larger than its mouth seemed to vanish within. "You wretched beast! I will have you disemboweled to retrieve my treasures." The attendants tugged at the reins, attempting to drag Charcoal outside.
Crash.
The cabinet toppled, shattering dozens of valuable items into fragments. "No, my porcelain." The seventh prince rushed over to gather the broken pieces. All shattered. All gone. Hundreds of thousands lost. The attendants hurriedly led Charcoal away. Charcoal obediently followed them into the rear courtyard, but did not head to the kitchen. Instead, it dragged the two attendants towards other courtyards. "Hurry!" One of the attendants slapped Charcoal's rear. Charcoal retaliated with a swift kick, sending the two attendants sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Charcoal then proceeded to consume all the golden items within the vicinity and ventured to other courtyards in search of more golden treasures, eventually discovering the treasury. 10 guards stood watch over the treasury. Upon seeing the black horse enter, they exchanged wary glances. One guard stepped forward to shoo Charcoal away. Ignoring them, Charcoal charged straight into the treasury, crashing through the grand door and spotting a plethora of golden artifacts, promptly swallowing one whole. "You beast! Spit it out." The guards brandished their swords and lunged at Charcoal. To their astonishment, its body was as impenetrable as iron. Not only did the swords fail to pierce its flesh, but they shattered upon impact. Realizing they were not dealing with an ordinary horse, the guards hastily retreated to summon the seventh prince. After consuming the golden artifacts, the black Charcoal bit open a nearby chest, revealing it brimming with gold, and promptly widened its mouth in astonishment. As it approached the chest, its mouth unexpectedly expanded to a size larger than the chest itself, and it devoured all the contents within the room before contentedly exiting the storeroom. The seventh prince rushed in, discovering the storeroom nearly emptied, and in a fit of excitement, he drew the sword of a nearby guard and lunged at the black Charcoal. The guards, alarmed, quickly steadied him, urging, "Summon the Imperial physician at once. Notify the Emperor." With a dismissive huff, the black Charcoal leaped onto the wall, then onto the roof, disappearing from the guard's sight in a series of agile jumps. The guards stood in disbelief. They had heard that a cornered dog might leap over a wall, but never had they imagined that a horse could do the same, and even vault onto a rooftop. When the Emperor learned that the seventh prince had not only been injured by a horse but had also been robbed by it, he was taken aback. Incredulous, "You say a horse robbed the seventh prince? Can a horse truly commit robbery? This is utterly absurd." The guards within the seventh prince's residence responded, "Indeed. However, the critical matter is that the seventh prince has been injured." The chief eunuch, Lord Yuan, reminded him, "Your Majesty, should we not first check on the seventh prince?"
Yes.
"Let us see how he fares. What kind of horse could injure him and rob the seventh prince's residence?" The Emperor hastily rose to visit the seventh prince's abode. The Imperial commander who had seen the seventh prince take the black Charcoal quickly informed the Emperor, "Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, it was the first-class horse king that injured the seventh prince." The Emperor was alarmed. Upon arriving at the seventh prince's residence, the Emperor immediately noticed shards of porcelain scattered across the hall. As these were fragments of valuable items, the servants dared not clean them up without the seventh prince's consent. The steward of the seventh prince's residence lamented, "It was that wild horse that caused this mess. It even made off with the gold and silver treasures from the seventh prince's storeroom." Lord Yuan kindly corrected, "That is no wild horse. It is the first-class horse king, personally bestowed by the Emperor." The Emperor's decree regarding the horse had spread throughout the capital, yet few had seen it for themselves. "Indeed," Lord Yuan nodded slightly. "The Emperor once declared that no one must harm it." The seventh prince, the steward, flustered, quickly explained, "My lord had no idea it was the horse king. It bore no markings to indicate its status." The emperor instructed, "Take me to see the seventh prince." "Yes," the steward complied, hastily guiding the emperor to the seventh prince's courtyard. The courtyard was filled with guards who immediately knelt upon the emperor's arrival, greeting him respectfully. The emperor swiftly entered the seventh prince's chamber. The physician attending to the seventh prince stood up promptly upon the emperor's entrance. The emperor raised his hand, signaling for the physician to dispense with formalities. "How is the situation with the seventh prince?" The physician replied, "He has sustained internal injuries. Fortunately, they are not severe. With a month's worth of medication and care, he should recover." The emperor remarked, "He once witnessed the black charcoal crush the ninth-class martial king underfoot." The fact that the seventh prince's injuries are not grave indicates that the black charcoal has shown restraint. A voice from outside announced, reporting. Lord Yuan stepped outside and inquired, "What is it?" They had investigated and discovered that the residence belonged to Mu Nanjin, who had previously saved the emperor and was also the emperor's personally appointed ninth-class guard. The black horse had been bestowed the title of first-class horse king, hence the notification. If it were anyone else, they would have stormed in to apprehend them. Lord Yuan glanced at the emperor, who rubbed his aching head. However, he could not always favor Mu Nanjin, as it would raise her suspicions. He decided to entrust the matter to Can Chao Yen, instructing him to ensure that both the seventh prince faced punishment while Mu Nanjin received a minor reprimand. If not, Mu Nanjin would become increasingly audacious. Meanwhile, as Lord Yuan sought out Can Chao Yen, Mu Nanjin was observing the black charcoal regurgitate box after box of gold and silver treasures. The black charcoal snorted. "Let us see if he dares to eat horse meat again." Mu Nanjin, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know he enjoys horse meat?" The black charcoal found humor in this, stating, "If not for the concern of troubling you, I would have kicked him to death." This predicament was of the seventh prince's own making. Mu Nanjin had no concern for his life, her only worry being the contents of the black charcoal's belly. She scrutinized its abdomen. "Can you truly hold so much?" The black charcoal raised its chin, boasting, "I could swallow an entire mountain without issue." "A mountain, you say?" Mu Nanjin pondered. "Then some matters can be resolved." The black charcoal, confused, asked, "What matters do you intend to resolve?" At that moment, Subo rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, trouble is brewing." Mu Nanjin continued to focus on the black charcoal's belly. "What is it?" "Our residence is surrounded by guards. We cannot get out."
"Oh."
Mu Nanjin replied nonchalantly, "Let them surround us. You all should carry on with your duties." Seeing her calm demeanor, Subo felt his own anxiety dissipate. Turning to assist the kitchen staff, "I will resolve this matter. It is my doing." While rocking in her chair, Mu Nanjin leisurely cracked sunflower seeds. The black charcoal queried, "Aren't you worried about the guards outside?" "If they wanted to come in, they would have already rushed in," Mu Nanjin replied, cracking another seed. "Just wait. Someone will come to find us." Noticing her composure, the black charcoal sat down and attempted to mimic her seed cracking, but struggled to replicate her skill. Approximately half an hour later, Zhenju entered, announcing, "Miss, a gentleman requests an audience with you." Mu Nanjin, on the verge of dozing off, lazily opened her eyes and said, "Let him in." Soon after, Zhenju returned with Can Chao Yen. Can Chao Yen greeted Mu Nanjin with a smile. "Little Mu, today is not your day off. Why haven't you reported to the Due mansion? Be careful, or I shall dock your monthly salary." He chuckled. "Since you are here, I shall not deduct your salary. However, one matter cannot be overlooked. Your horse has injured the seventh prince. After all, he is the emperor's son. Your horse not only harmed him but also damaged his property and made off with his treasures. Don't you think the black charcoal has gone a bit too far? The seventh prince brought this upon himself. Had he not taken my horse, this incident would not have occurred," Mu Nanjin retorted. Can Chao Yen sighed. "Indeed, the injury is his own doing. However, the seventh prince's possessions are innocent. Surely, you do not believe that the black charcoal's actions of damaging and stealing from others are justifiable?" Mu Nanjin fell silent. Can Chao Yen pressed on. "The seventh prince has already paid the price. Once he recovers, he must clean the streets of the capital for a year, which is undoubtedly a loss of face for someone of his noble status and will leave him unable to hold his head high among the royal siblings. Since the seventh prince has faced appropriate punishment, should we not also properly educate your black charcoal? If we do not address its misdeeds, we risk enabling further transgressions, leading to a situation that would surely be undesirable for you. Mu Nanjin nodded in acknowledgement. What do you propose as a means of educating the black charcoal? Can Chao Yan mused. If it were any other horse, it would certainly face a beating. However, your horse is the first-class horse king. We cannot strike it. Moreover, as a beast, reasoning with it is futile. While we have no precedent for punishing horses, there are instances of punishing their negligent owners. Are you suggesting that I should be punished? Mu Nanjin asked, her brow furrowing. Can Chao Yan nodded. Mu Nanjin quickly clarified. You do not expect me to compensate the seventh prince, do you? I have no money to pay him. I have neither money nor life to spare. Ken Chao Yan chuckled. I am not asking you for money. What a money grubber, he remarked. Mu Nanjin was not truly greedy. She simply believed that having wealth made dealings easier. What is it that you require of me? Ken Chao Yan remained silent, his brow furrowed. Mu Nanjin, sensing his discomfort, thought, surely, he does not intend to use embroidery to test me since I cannot sew? Or perhaps he wants me to transcribe Buddhist scriptures to pray for the seventh prince. That would be utterly tedious, and my calligraphy is not particularly pleasing. Should I prepare several dishes as an apology to the seventh prince? If that is the case, I can only say that he would perish even faster after tasting my cooking. Ken Chao Yan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Could it be that this young girl was utterly inept at the skills that every girl should master? Mu Nanjin, growing impatient with the guessing game, finally said, just tell me how you intend to punish me. Ken Chao Yan cautiously suggested, we wish for you to lead your horse to hunt down bandits. Very well. Mu Nanjin replied without a moment's hesitation, as if afraid they might change their minds. Phew, so, it's just hunting down bandits. I was worried it was something far more serious. Ken Chao Yan had expected her to refuse. She then inquired, when do we set out? We need to discuss our strategy before deciding on a departure time. Are you joking? A matter that can be resolved with a single sword stroke requires strategizing? Ken Chao Yan thought, they've been unable to subdue the bandits after years of effort, yet she claims it can be done with one sword. Can that be true? By the way, I haven't told her which bandits we are dealing with. Ken Chao Yan added, you may not be aware, but we are targeting the bandits in the mountainous region leading from the capital to Jiangnan. The terrain is treacherous, the bandits numerous, and there are many master-level warriors guarding the mountain passes. We are unfamiliar with the terrain, and our previous attempts at extermination have ended in failure. So we must devise a thorough strategy to minimize casualties. Then it's still a matter of one sword, Ken Chao Yan thought. What a waste of explanation. Is it possible that the court intends to recruit the bandits into the army? Well, we cannot simply kill them. It is indeed a tricky situation. And not every bandit is a ruthless criminal deserving of death. Mu Nanjin nodded. We need to come up with a plan. Ken Chao Yan sensed a divergence in their thinking. Standing up, he said, I have matters to attend to and shall not linger any longer. I will take the guards with me when I leave. After he departed, Haiten rushed out of the room. How can you accept punishment? Accepting punishment implies my methods were flawed. Mu Nanjin replied, you are not at fault. It is merely the approach that is incorrect. Haiten paused, confused. What do you mean? What you did today was to prevent the seventh prince from consuming horse meat, correct? Haiten nodded. However, your method will not frighten the seventh prince. Rather, it may provoke him, leading him to vent his anger on other horses. Thus your approach is misguided. Haiten's anger dissipated instantly as he sat down and asked, what should I do then? As a creature of the night, you should know well what instills fear in humans. Haiten thought for a moment and then chuckled. I know what to do now. Most people's perspectives are rather antiquated, believing that daughters are destined for marriage and should not be lavishly invested in, ultimately sewing garments for future husbands. Such thoughts are prevalent among the impoverished, who, having little savings, are reluctant to spend on daughters, preferring to keep them at home to work and earn. Conversely, the affluent are more enlightened. They possess wealth and see no issue in funding their daughter's education. Should their daughter excel, she becomes a pillar of support for the family, ready to assist in times of need. Regardless of their opinions, the Minister of Justice was the first to eagerly enroll his daughters in school, even though his first three had already married. Other officials followed suit, eager to ensure their daughters were educated, lest they find themselves envious of the minister's success should his daughters achieve prominence. The daughters of noble families swiftly enrolled in the National Academy, and irrespective of whether they would succeed in their studies, they would at least form connections with influential families, which could be advantageous in the future. The emperor was elated to learn that both noble and wealthy daughters had registered for the academy. His only regret was the absence of commoners' children among the students, a situation that would take considerable time to rectify. Thus, patience was necessary. However, should a commoner girl succeed in her studies next year, societal views would gradually shift. During her first departure from the capital, Nanjin was brimming with excitement, though she maintained a composed exterior. "We have finally left the capital. I shall savor the world's culinary delights and explore its mountains and rivers." The others were touched by her enthusiasm and refrained from shattering her idyllic dreams. It was important to remember that they were en route to confront bandits, not on a leisurely excursion. "Are we perhaps moving too swiftly? That scenery over there is breathtaking. Let us take a look."
"If you do not go, I shall."
Nanjin slowed her horse. "Hey, does Liu Baihu have a pair of eyes on the back of his head?" I was about to slow down when he noticed. "I rarely get this opportunity to venture out, yet you all are hastening. I might just declare a strike." Ken Chaoyan raised his voice, addressing the group. "In 1 hour, we shall take a break." "Ah, old Ken understands my heart," she giggled. After an hour, they deliberately sought a picturesque spot to have lunch. Watching as the others unpacked their provisions, Nanjin felt disheartened. Isn't it customary to feast on roasted meat while out in the wild? Why are we all eating dry rations? Liu Baihu noticed Nanjin's inactivity and asked, "Did you not bring any provisions, Nanjin?" Everyone turned to look at her. Nanjin paused for a moment, then replied, "I did bring some." "Then why are you not eating?" Slowly, she opened her larger-than-average pack and pulled out a collection of spices. The crowd exclaimed, "You brought only these to eat?" Liu Baihu was utterly speechless. "Are we supposed to be enjoying wild game?" Nanjin wandered into the woods. Liu Baihu quickly warned her, "Where are you going? We cannot wander off in the wild." His words caught in his throat as he halted her departure. The others watched. Liu Baihu patiently encouraged, "Let us eat our rations first, and we can have wild boar for dinner." "No," Nanjin stated emphatically. Ultimately, they wasted an hour roasting wild boar for her satisfaction. However, due to the delay, they arrived at Sherdong town an hour late. Given their large group, they had to check into various inns and shifts. Liu Baihu approached Nanjin and whispered, "We are in a hurry. We cannot have roasted meat for lunch tomorrow." "Oh," she replied dismissively. "Today we feasted on roasted wild boar. Tomorrow I wish for mountain chicken." Liu Baihu remarked, "It seems she has not taken his words to heart." Nanjin followed Ken Chaoyan and the others into the inn. Upon seeing the large number of guests, the innkeeper and the attendant quickly greeted them with smiles, asking, "Dear guests, may I inquire if you wish to stay or dine?" "Both," Liu Baihu replied as he discussed accommodations with the innkeeper. Nanjin surveyed the inn and noticed a group of martial artists observing them. The Imperial guards were dressed in plain clothes, so their true identities remained undiscovered. "Wow, martial artists. It's my first time seeing real ones," someone exclaimed. "Martial artists are so dashing. Perhaps I should resign from the Imperial Guards and join them in their adventures." Nanjin took a seat beside the martial artists. Noticing the lack of hostility or murderous intent from Nanjin and her companions, they resumed their previous conversation. "Have you heard? The child born to the poison doctor and the immortal physician is not actually the immortal physician's. The immortal physician has been raising someone else's child for 20 years. Such a significant event, of course, we have heard. The poison doctor and the immortal physician even fought over it. It's hard to believe that a couple everyone envies has turned into enemies." A sense of regret filled the air. "That is false." A woman's voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. "What is false?" The martial artists turned to the only woman among them, Su Mo, who stated, "Those are not my words." "Then whose words are they?" Su Mo looked at Nanjin and gestured with her chin. She said it. Su Mo's companion, Jian Piao, inquired, "Young lady, did you just claim it's false?" Nanjin nodded. "So, you mean to say the claim that the child is not the immortal physician's is untrue?" Nanjin affirmed, "Indeed, that is false. The owner of the medicine shop harbors resentment against the immortal physician for not treating his child, and thus spread this rumor. The poison doctor and the immortal physician are not the celestial couple you speak of. The immortal physician has long wished to part ways with the poison doctor. But due to the poison doctor's skills, he has refrained from voicing it. Now that the rumor has surfaced, it suits his intentions to create discord. Suemo asked, "How can you be so certain it is false? If you wish to know the truth, you can inform the owner of the medicine shop about the immortal physician's desire to leave the poison doctor. Once he realizes the immortal physician has long wished to depart, he will undoubtedly announce that the previous rumors were his own fabrication." The others were silent, while Suemo noted Mu Nanjin did not appear to be lying. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge, young lady. Do you know about the stolen divine sword from the burial sword manor?" Mu Nanjin nodded. Suemo's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, "Everyone claims it was stolen by the phantom thief Wansho. Is that true?" Mu Nanjin shook her head. "False. The thief was the owner of the burial sword manor."
What?
"The owner of the burial sword manor? Is he committing theft under his own roof?" The group regarded her with disbelief. Jian Piao solemnly asked, "Do you have proof that it was the owner of the burial sword manor who stole it?" "He currently possesses the divine sword," she replied. Jian Piao retorted angrily, "The divine sword was stolen from the burial sword manor just last month, while the sword in the owner's possession has been with him for 30 years. How could it possibly be the divine sword? If you do not know the truth, do not recklessly tarnish the owner's reputation." Mu Nanjin countered, "Have you ever seen the divine sword?" Jian Piao paused. "No. If you have not seen it, how can you ascertain that the sword from the burial sword manor is indeed the divine sword?" Jian Piao suppressed his anger, saying, "My senior brother has seen the divine sword. It is not the one in the owner's possession. The fake divine sword was swapped out 30 years ago. How long has your senior brother been in the sect? If he himself identifies it as the fake divine sword, how can he discern the truth?" Jian Piao found himself momentarily speechless. "Then why do you think the owner would steal the sword? The burial sword manor changed its name after the divine sword descended. Yet the divine sword does not belong to the burial sword manor. It belongs to the destined one. This destined one can be someone from the manor or someone from outside. The owner of the burial sword manor, unwilling to relinquish the divine sword, decided to keep it for himself, though he is not the destined one and can only use the divine sword as an ordinary sword. Although it can only be treated as an ordinary sword, it is still sturdier and sharper than the renowned swords, making the owner reluctant to part with it, thus orchestrating the theft of the divine sword. The elders of the burial sword manor also wish to claim the divine sword for themselves, so they turn a blind eye to the owner's actions. To verify the authenticity of the divine sword, one need only drip blood on it, and it will emit a hum. If it recognizes you as its master, it will follow you. If you are not the one it awaits, it will return to its original state after the hum." Jian Piao remained silent, yet kept her words in mind. At that moment, Qin Chaoyan approached and said, "Mu Nanjin, when out in the world, it is best to speak less to avoid unnecessary trouble." Mu Nanjin replied, "Isn't it more thrilling to stir up trouble when outside? It would be dreadfully dull to just keep to the path." Suemo realized Mu Nanjin was quite easy to engage in conversation and began to pry. "Young lady, which sect do you belong to?" Qin Chaoyan shot her a cold glance. Mu Nanjin replied, "We are from the Jin-E sect." The Imperial guards questioned, "Are you not afraid that such a direct answer will expose our identities?" "The Jin-E sect?" Suemo pondered. "Is there even such a sect?" Her companions expressed they had not heard of it. Perhaps it was merely a minor sect. However, if it were simply a small sect, the presence of such formidable individuals accompanying the young lady was anything but ordinary. Suemo continued, "May I ask the name of your sect leader?" Mu Nanjin replied, "He is called Dudu."
Dudu?
Suemo momentarily failed to connect them with the Imperial guards. What a delightful name. "Is your sect leader a lady?" "He is male." Mu Nanjin clarified. "How could a man have such a name?" Suemo inquired. "Young lady, where are you headed?" Qin Chaoyan set down his teacup. "Please, cease your inquiries." Suemo smiled. "I am merely having a casual chat with the young lady. Wouldn't you agree?" Mu Nanjin nodded. Qin Chaoyan remarked, "This young girl seems to think they are too idle and is trying to give them something to do." Lu Bai, who approached, somewhat irritated. "You're still nodding?" Be cautious. She might sell you, and count the money. Mu Nanjin, looking at Su Mo, who wore a friendly smile, asked, "What is your name, young lady?" "My name is Su Mo," she replied readily. "Ah, someone from the Six Directions sect," Mu Nanjin said to Lu Baihu. "If I am sold, you must go to the Six Directions sect to retrieve me." Lu Baihu, exasperated, retorted, "How could we contend with the Six Directions sect?
How could we ask them for you?
Dudu could save me," she asserted. Lu Baihu remarked. Su Mo gazed in astonishment at Mu Nanjin. "How does this young lady know I am from the Six Directions sect?" Can Chaoyan instructed Mu Nanjin. "Go upstairs and choose a room you like." "All right," Mu Nanjin replied, rising to ascend the stairs. Su Mo followed suit. Can Chaoyan, taking a chopstick from a holder, threw it at her back. She was unable to dodge in time and found herself frozen in place. Su Mo called out to her companions. "Why aren't you hurrying to release her?" Her companions stood up, yet the other guards positioned themselves in front of Su Mo, blocking her companion's path, indicating that no one could assist her. The Imperial guards, being numerous and powerful, intimidated Su Mo's companions. Su Mo called out for help from Mu Nanjin upstairs. But before she could finish her plea, Ken Chaoyan sealed her voice. True to his word, after they finished their meal, he released Su Mo. Her companions immediately surrounded her. Jian Piao asked with concern, "Mo, are you all right?" Su Mo rubbed her stiff body. "I'm fine. They are not individuals to provoke. It is best we avoid them. I was merely curious about their identities, particularly that young lady, who seems to know a great deal." Jian Piao frowned. "I hope what she said earlier is not true." Their other companion, Yi Song, remarked, "I suspect they are from the Imperial Guards. If they truly are members of the Jinui, then they are certainly not to be trifled with. The martial artists of the realm have no desire to oppose the Imperial court. The Genie faction? The Jinui?" A sudden insight crossed Sumo's mind. The young girl referred to as Dudu is actually the commander of the Jinui. My heavens, this is no ordinary individual. Even the leader of the martial arts alliance dares not provoke him. I wonder what background this young girl possesses that warrants the commander personally coming to her aid. Perhaps she is a princess. Yi Song's gaze flickered, as if contemplating something significant. The next day, before dawn, Mu Nanjing was roused from her slumber. With disheveled hair, she stepped out of her room. Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why did you come out without combing your hair?" Mu Nanjing yawned and replied, "I don't know how to." Lu Baihu exclaimed, "What kind of ancestor did we bring along? None of us big men would comb our hair, and even if we could, we wouldn't do it for you." Unfazed, Mu Nanjing walked past him and sat down in front of Ken Chaoyan. Ken Chaoyan stared at her messy hair. Speechless. "You could at least tie it back into a ponytail." "It's too tangled to comb," Mu Nanjing replied, pulling out Lu Baihu's sword to cut her hair. "What are you doing, Mu Nanjing?" Lu Baihu and Ken Chaoyan exclaimed in alarm. "Just shortening it," she stated. Lu Baihu retorted angrily. "Your body and hair come from your parents. How can you cut it just because you don't know how to style it?" "I'll do it for her," came Sumo's voice from upstairs. Lu Baihu and the others turned to see Su Mo floating down with a comb and a sword, while Yi Song followed behind. Mu Nanjing nodded in agreement. Lu Baihu and Ken Chaoyan exchanged wary glances towards Su Mo unperturbed. Su Mo remarked, "The girl's hair is truly lovely. It would be a shame to cut it." Mu Nanjing countered, "Shorter is more convenient." Lu Baihu snapped, "You might as well shave it all off for even more convenience." Mu Nanjing nodded, "That's worth considering." Chapter 76. A moment of disdain. Everyone froze, glancing at the one wielding the dagger. Su Mo shouted angrily, "Yi Song, what are you doing? Get lost, you wench. This is none of your business." Yi Song kicked her away. "Mo girl, are you alright?" Jian Piao hurried to support Su Mo. She winced in pain, nearly unable to stand. "You bastard! How dare you kick me?" Ken Chaoyan and Lu Baihu swiftly drew their swords, pointing them at Yi Song. "Let the girl go." Yi Song smirked coldly. "You really care about her, don't you?" Ken Chaoyan said solemnly. "What are your intentions with the girl? Are you after money? How much do you want? I will give it to you."
"Bah!
"I have no interest in your filthy silver." Yi Song pressed the dagger down. "Get out of my way, or I will kill her." "Oh yes, I am being held hostage. This is my first time being kidnapped. The only thing that bothers me is, brother, your dagger isn't sharp enough." It can't even pierce my skin, so it poses no threat to me. By the way, should I pretend to be scared to convey the seriousness of my predicament? Mu Nanjing said expressionlessly, "Help me." The Jinui replied, "Apologies, but we are unable to discern your fear in this state." Lu Baihu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly covering it with a cough. Ken Chaoyan shot him a glare. Su Mo thought to herself, is it just my imagination? Or does it seem like the coughing man is desperately trying not to laugh? Seeing the Jinui remain unmoved, Yi Song shouted angrily, "Why aren't you getting out of the way? Aren't you concerned about me getting hurt? Humph, you all underestimate me." Ken Chaoyan, sweating, quickly ordered the Jinui.
Get outside the inn, all of you.
Yes, they complied, retreating from the inn. After Yi Song exited, he commanded, "Bring me a horse." Ken Chaoyan was waiting for this moment and instructed Lu Baihu, "Go fetch Haiten."
Yes.
Lu Baihu dashed to the inn's backyard and addressed the stunning black horse. "Your master is being held hostage and the captor intends to ride away. You'll have to endure this." Haiten snorted in annoyance and galloped towards the entrance. "The horse has arrived," Ken Chaoyan announced. Haiten approached Yi Song, regarding him with disdain. Yi Song thought, this horse doesn't speak, yet why do I feel thoroughly scorned? Both Yi Song and Su Mo were mesmerized by the magnificent beast. It was absurd that as humans, they felt inferior to a mere horse. Suddenly, Haiten raised his right front hoof and struck Yi Song across the left cheek.
Ah!
Yi Song screamed, not only being flung away, but losing a few teeth in the process. Su Mo and Jian Piao stood there, stunned. Could this horse have become sentient? It struck like a human.
Alas.
Alas, alas. Alas, alas, alas. How can I dare to kidnap someone when I can't even handle a horse? The Jinui remarked. It seems that no one here could match your horse in a fight. Ken Chaoyan approached Mu Nanjing. Are you alright, Mu girl? Mu Nanjing touched her uninjured neck. I'm fine. I would say I'm not fine, but alas, his dagger was so dull it couldn't even cut through my body hair.
Sigh.
When will a master come to kidnap me and have the commander rescue me like a hero? Ken Chaoyan replied, the commander knows your capabilities. He likely won't come to your rescue. After capturing Yi Song, the Jinui surrounded Su Mo and the others. Mu Nanjing demanded, let them go. Lu Baihu, puzzled, asked, this man is threatening you, and you wish to release him? If it weren't voluntary, could he have taken me hostage? Lu Baihu protested. Mu Nanjing glanced at Yi Song. His brother was killed by the commander. That is why he sought to capture me to threaten him. Su Mo and the others are completely unaware of Yi Song as circumstances, so why trouble them? Besides, you wouldn't want to bring them along, would you? Lu Baihu ordered. Release Yi Song and the others. Mu Nanjing turned to Su Mo. I will need your assistance in styling my hair again.
Huh.
Oh, all right. Su Mo proceeded to create a simple hairstyle for Mu Nanjing. At that moment, the Jinui from other inns converged at the inn. So many? Jian Piao murmured. Observing at least 5,000 individuals. The Jinui were indeed mobilizing for a major operation. Mu Nanjing approached Yi Song earnestly and stated, next time,
bring your leader to kidnap me.
Being kidnapped by the leader of a demon sect must feel exhilarating. I wonder if he is handsome. If not, I might lose my composure and accidentally kill him out of disgust, which would be quite unfair. The Jinui. Yi Song growled. I will definitely bring our leader to find you. Leader? Su Mo quickly inquired. Is he from the demon sect? Mu Nanjing affirmed. I have always despised the demon sect. Su Mo scolded Yi Song with several kicks. Let you kick me.
Ah!
Yi Song lamented, feeling as though his body might fall apart. Onward.
Kan gauw Jan commended.
And everyone mounted their horses. Mu Nanjing lay on the horse's back, closing her eyes. Haiten, I wish to sleep for a while. Just follow Lu Baihu and the others. Without waiting for Ken Chaoyan's command, Haiten lifted its front legs and dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Ken Chaoyan exhaled deeply. What troublesome individuals we have. We pursue. The Jinui rode after Mu Nanjing. However, their horses were ordinary, unable to match the speed of a horse demon. Fortunately, Haiten left hoof prints, and by the time they found the horse, Mu Nanjing had already caught several wild chickens, awaiting their assistance to roast them. In order to prevent Mu Nanjing from causing further trouble, Ken Chaoyan had no choice but to discuss matters with her. Little girl, our numbers are rather conspicuous. We must reach Jiangnan before we are discovered. Therefore, I hope there will be no repeat of last night's incidents during our journey, such as conversing with strangers or revealing our identities. Once we complete our mission, we will take you on a tour of Jiangnan and indulge in its culinary delights." Mu Nanjin readily agreed. All right. Yet, Ken Chaoyan remained uneasy and inquired, "Before we proceed, aside from touring Jiangnan and tasting its delicacies, do you have any other requests?" It was prudent to clarify this matter, for he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. "I wish to attend the martial arts competition," Mu Nanjin declared. She had seen in the news that the competition would be held at the residence of the martial arts leader in 2 weeks, and she yearned to partake in the excitement. Ken Chaoyan thought to himself that if he did not acquiesce, the young girl would undoubtedly create various disturbances along the way. However, if he did agree, she would still find ways to conjure up situations beyond their control. Since the outcomes appeared to be the same, he decided it was best to placate her first. Mu Nanjin happily patted the neck of her horse, He Tan, and commanded, "He Tan, let us go." He Tan promptly lifted a leg and vanished from sight. Ken Chaoyan rubbed his aching temples. Lu Baihu could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Lord Kan, eliminating bandits is a crucial task. What made you decide to bring Mu Nanjin along?" Although she possesses remarkable skills, her unpredictability could pose significant challenges. Ken Chaoyan sighed. "You are aware that the 7th prince's wealth has been completely looted by He Tan, correct?" "Of course," Lu Baihu replied. "Such a significant matter cannot escape notice." Ken Chaoyan exhaled deeply. "The emperor has entrusted me with handling this situation and has instructed me to impose a minor punishment on the little girl. Given her fondness for wealth, do you believe she would willingly return the 7th prince's fortune?" Lu Baihu, understanding Mu Nanjin's disposition, shook his head. She certainly would not surrender it, nor would she even acknowledge that she possesses such wealth.
Exactly.
"I can only employ an alternative method to penalize her while compensating for the 7th prince's losses. Utilizing her to confront the bandits who have long troubled us would allow us to reclaim the gold and jewels they have stolen, thus achieving a dual purpose. Wouldn't you agree?" "Not just a dual purpose. It's akin to hitting multiple targets with a single arrow," Lu Baihu praised, giving Ken Chaoyan a thumbs up. "Enough talk. We must hasten to catch up with Mu Nanjin. I truly cannot rest easy knowing no one is watching over her." Ken Chaoyan cracked his whip and spurred his horse to pursue Mu Nanjin, with the others following closely behind. In the 7 days that followed, Mu Nanjin complied with their requests in all aspects except for her eating habits, which brought them some relief. On the 8th day after leaving the capital, they finally arrived near Songlong Mountain, with the Jinui soldiers hiding in groups. Concealed in a small village, Ken Chaoyan presented a map of Songlong Mountain to Mu Nanjin. "This map is the result of 2 years of effort from our men." Mu Nanjin examined the simplistic drawing of a few mountains, trees, houses, and small paths, frowning in disbelief. "Is such a rudimentary map truly not the work of a child? I dare say, if we were to follow it, we would be lost in no time. It is no wonder the bandits are so elusive. How could such a simplistic map be deemed useful?" Ken Chaoyan and Lu Baihu acknowledged the map's inadequacy. "It is indeed somewhat rudimentary, but given the perilous nature of the terrain, producing even a basic map is commendable." Ken Chaoyan coughed lightly and pointed to a specific area. "There is a trap here. Entering from this point would lead to an ambush, and the bandits atop the mountain would quickly become aware of an attack." The group listened intently as he indicated other locations. "There lies a small faction of bandits. An assault there would undoubtedly result in severe casualties, with at least 100 brothers lost. Alas, the map is too simplistic. Even if I inform them of the traps, they would have no idea what I am referring to," Ken Chaoyan lamented, exchanging glances with Lu Baihu. Lu Baihu, understanding the unspoken message, asked Mu Nanjin, "I see you have been frowning. Are you unwell?" Mu Nanjin contemplated for a moment before altering her response. "I am indeed unwell. I must relieve myself." Lu Baihu was taken aback. "Mu Nanjin, as a young lady, you should express such matters more delicately. Is saying I need to relieve myself not sufficiently delicate? What more should I say?" Mu Nanjin retorted with a nod. "Is that expression delicate enough? It conveys so much meaning. Do you grasp its implications? Next time we dine, I shall use that expression and see if you comprehend," she teased. Lu Baihu waved his hand in exasperation. Go on, go on. As Mu Nanjin departed, the others could no longer contain their laughter. Kan Chaoyan chuckled in amusement. This little girl truly is. Lu Baihu remarked. One day, she will surely drive me to my wit's end. If I cannot decipher her intentions, Kan Chaoyan pointed to his heart, then she is indeed a very obedient subordinate. Lu Baihu concurred. That is certainly true. The words that escape her lips seldom contradict others. What shall we do next? Our findings diverge significantly from Mu Nanjin's assertions. Our prior plans have become untenable. Kan Chaoyan smiled. The little girl will undoubtedly bring forth unexpected surprises. Lu Baihu's eyes twitched. She wouldn't dare venture off to confront the bandits alone. Would she? Kan Chaoyan paused. Surely not. The things she does are always surprising, without your insights. I would never fathom her intentions. Kan Chaoyan found himself at a loss for words. However, he had made a promise to her, and he trusted she would not act recklessly. She had always been reliable in that regard. Lu Baihu asked Mu Nanjin, why are you taking such a long time? Mu Nanjin handed him a piece of paper. What is this? Lu Baihu took it and opened it, discovering it was a detailed map of Songlong Mountain. The paths and forks within the mountain were meticulously drawn, with even the number of peaks distinctly marked. Where did you acquire this map? Of course, I drew it myself. Mu Nanjin replied. How could one produce such a detailed map in a mere hour? Lu Baihu questioned, though he recognized that with Mu Nanjin, anything was possible. I simply asked the bandits for it, she mischievously stated. Kan Chaoyan feigned ignorance. How could the bandits possibly provide you with a map? I made them give it to me, she insisted. And what of the bandit you captured? I have him tied up and hidden away. Kan Chaoyan turned to Lu Baihu.
Do you believe this map is authentic?
Lu Baihu pretended to analyze it. It appears genuine. Perhaps we should send someone to scout the path to ascertain its validity. You speak wisely. Kan Chaoyan stored the map away. I shall scout the route tonight. As for whether he would find the path, that remained only for him to know. Chapter 77. I shall whisper sweet nothings, as the saying goes. Plans are often disrupted by unforeseen changes. The following morning, as Kan Chaoyan and Lu Baihu deliberated on their strategy for attacking Songlong Mountain, there came an urgent knock at the door. Kan Chaoyan quickly tucked the map away and gestured for Lu Baihu to answer. Outside stood an elderly villager, breathless with urgency. Sir, your young lady has been taken by the bandits of Songlong Mountain. Bandits? Lu Baihu was taken aback. The bandits have arrived? The old woman explained. Your young lady was washing by the river when she caught the attention of the bandits descending from the mountain. They claimed they wanted her to be the concubine of their second-in-command and took her away. Lu Baihu blurted out, does she truly wish to accompany them? She is but a young girl. Even if she were unwilling, what could she do? Could she possibly defeat those bandits? Lu Baihu interjected, forgive me, but she actually could. Thank you for informing us, madam. Kan Chaoyan approached and inquired, what of the other young ladies in the village? Are they unharmed? The elder woman responded. The maidens of our village pale in comparison to your family's daughter. They only take your kin. Unsure whether to feel fortunate that her village's girls were not as beautiful as Mu Nanjin, the elder pointed towards the village entrance. They rode off in that direction. Thank you for the information, Kan Chaoyan said to Lu Baihu and the others. Let us depart. The Jinjui swiftly mounted their steeds. The elder, feeling anxious, called after them, be cautious. The mountain bandits are warriors. If you cannot defeat them, do not confront them directly. Once Lu Baihu and the others had gone some distance, he asked, it is clear that Mu Nanjin willingly accompanied the bandits. Must we truly rescue her? Since she chose to go with them, we certainly shall not intervene. The bandits will reap no rewards from her. Once they take her to the mountain, they will realize the folly of their actions. Lu Baihu chuckled. I anticipate how she will create chaos on Songlong Mountain. Song Baihu, trailing behind, remarked, as the elder mentioned. Her decision to follow them up the mountain will indeed tarnish her reputation. Others will speculate. Ding Baihu, beside him, added, so long as we remain silent, none will be the wiser. Song Baihu pointed to his heart. She will surely divulge it herself. Ding Baihu sighed. What audacity to voice such thoughts internally. Do you not also entertain wild musings? Song Baihu dared to assert that Ding Baihu must have cursed the emperor in his mind. Ding Baihu fell silent. Thankfully, no one could hear his thoughts. Otherwise, he would have lost countless heads. Lu Baihu turned to Qin Chaoyan. My lord, what shall we do next?
Kan Gao Yan replied.
Our numbers are too great. We must wait for nightfall to act. The group had been so preoccupied with leaving that they scarcely noticed a lone horse. At the base of Songlong Mountain, Mu Nanjin gazed at the seemingly endless stairs. I wish to ride in a mountain sedan, she declared. Yang Bo, one of the bandits, was amused by her words. Little girl, do you not realize you have been captured? You dare to request a sedan? His companion, Su Cheng, rolled up his sleeves. I'll whip you a few times and see if you still want a sedan. Mu Nanjin retorted. I may very well become your second-in-command's future concubine. Su Cheng scoffed. And so what? Being a potential concubine is not a guarantee. If you mistreat me, I shall whisper in the ear of your superior, she warned. Yang Bo interjected as Su Cheng drew his knife. What are you doing? Why would you kill her? Su Cheng, furious, replied. What else? Keeping her alive is a disaster waiting to happen. She might truly endanger us. What else can we do but carry her? They mused. If we carry her, our superior will surely disapprove of anyone she has touched. Su Cheng, suppressing his anger, commanded his subordinates, Go fetch a mountain sedan. Yes, sir. After about half an hour, Su Cheng's men returned with a sedan. Su Cheng, his demeanor stern, asked, The sedan has arrived. Can you depart now? Satisfied. Mu Nanjin settled into the sedan. Su Cheng bellowed, Lift the sedan, ascend the mountain. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Chaoyan and his companions witnessed Mu Nanjin being respectfully carried up the mountain, their hearts aching. Had they not known her, they might have believed she was complicit with the bandits. Lu Baihu felt embarrassed. This Mu Nanjin truly possesses remarkable influence. She has managed to have the bandits so compliant. Indeed, Lu Baihu chuckled. Allowing them to carry her is merely the beginning. Watch, there will be more to unfold. Lu Baihu had a keen understanding of Mu Nanjin. After Su Cheng and the others had traveled a mile, she spoke again. I am thirsty. Yang Bo offered his water pouch. You have already drunk. I shall not, she replied. Su Cheng scolded. If you refuse to drink, you may as well die of thirst. Mu Nanjin replied softly. I wish to whisper sweet nothings. Su Cheng, exasperated, stated, Let us see if you can still whisper when you become the second-in-command's concubine. I will certainly become his concubine, she asserted, her tone confident and oddly convincing. Su Cheng glanced at a small waterfall cascading down the mountain, fetching a large leaf to collect water. Here, my lady, the water has arrived. Mu Nanjin glanced at the water on the leaf. I prefer it hot. Su Cheng felt the urge to splash the water in her face. Yang Bo interjected, We have no pot to boil water. Please make do with a few sips.
Oh.
Mu Nanjin accepted the water and took a sip. I desire roasted meat. Su Cheng mocked. Shall I prepare a whole roasted pig for you? I have dined on wild boar, mountain chicken, hare, venison, black bear, bison, and wolves, she replied thoughtfully. I wish to try tiger meat. Su Cheng pondered. Have I captured a mere girl? No, I have captured a little deity. Without tigers, Mu Nanjin gazed at a black eagle soaring overhead. We can feast on eagles. Everyone followed her gaze. Su Cheng retorted, That is our chief's eagle. It is not to be harmed. Our chief has decreed that unless it dies of natural causes, no one may kill it. Consequently, not only would they refrain from harming it, but they also revered it as a precious entity.
Dead?
Mu Nanjin squinted at the eagle. Suddenly, the eagle tilted and plummeted from the sky. Su Cheng's expression changed, and he rushed forward 3 steps to catch the eagle. Yang Bo hurried over. Is it all right? Su Cheng sighed in relief. Fortunately, I caught it. Had it fallen, it would have been gravely injured or worse. Mu Nanjin remarked, It is motionless. It must be dead.
We can eat it.
It is unlikely it would die so easily. Su Cheng glared at her. Yang Bo checked the eagle's body. It truly is lifeless. Surely not? Su Cheng shook the eagle vigorously and pressed its belly. There was no response. His face turned pale. This is dire. Who killed it? Did someone set us up? With the eagle dead in their possession, few would believe their innocence. Regardless of who was responsible for the eagle's demise, their association would incur punishment. The punishment within the camp was severe. They wished to avoid unjust blame. Yang Bo frowned. Perhaps someone sneaked into the mountain and killed it to prevent it from revealing our presence. Should we not inform our chief? Yongbo shook his head. We need only disguise it as a murder and wait for others to discover it. Mu Nanjin interjected, Can I eat now? Su Cheng scolded, Silence, you calamity bringer. Yongbo, frowning, added, If you do not wish for others to know, keep your voice down. Su Cheng shut his mouth. Yongbo turned to the two men carrying the sedan. If you value your lives, keep quiet. The two subordinates nodded fervently. Su Cheng glared at Mu Nanjin. If this gets out, we are all doomed, do you understand? Mu Nanjin nodded. Can I eat it now? Su Cheng, exasperated, replied, Eat. Eat. You only think of eating. What else can you do?
Whisper sweet nothings, she replied.
Su Cheng. Yongbo interrupted their bickering. Now that we are in this predicament, we must devise a plan to reveal the eagle's death. Su Cheng nervously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and hastily draped a cloth over the eagle's body. What if we nail it to a tree?
He suggested.
Yongbo shook his head. That would be too conspicuous. We should find a place to dispose of it casually. What place? Just as Su Cheng posed the question, the eagle landed in Mu Nanjin's hands. Mu Nanjin tore away the cloth above and tossed the hawk down the mountain's base. Done, can we leave now? Su Cheng and Yongbo grumbled, I'm hungry. Mu Nanjin patted the armrest of the chair, urging them to hurry. The two subordinates glanced at Yongbo and his companions, seeing no objections. They lifted the sedan chair and moved onward. Yongbo followed closely behind and remarked, Little girl, after years of being a mountain bandit, I've never seen anyone so calm while being taken up the mountain. Mu Nanjin sighed. Strength does not allow me the luxury of crying or causing a scene. Su Cheng scoffed. What strength do you possess? Mu Nanjin replied, The strength to make all men submit. Yongbo interjected, Su Cheng. That boast is as grand as the sky. Mu Nanjin countered. Isn't it true that you find me utterly vexing? Su Cheng retorted angrily. We cannot harm you for certain reasons. Do not truly believe we dare not kill you. Then serve me well, and perhaps I shall spare your life, she replied. Yongbo whispered to Su Cheng, She has a point. Su Cheng questioned, Why do you keep defending her? Yongbo lowered his voice. We all know the nature of the second-in-command. If she catches his eye, we all benefit. Su Cheng fell silent. Henceforth, he no longer targeted Mu Nanjin. As long as her demands were not excessive, he could endure. Hidden Dragon Mountain boasts 8 peaks, with the second-in-command residing on the 3rd peak. Upon entering his courtyard, they were greeted by the sounds of laughter from men and women. Zhou Kun inquired coyly, Second-in-command, Are you satisfied with the girl we found? The second-in-command laughed heartily, satisfied. Of course. A guard chimed in, They brought a beautiful young lady. I guarantee the second-in-command will be pleased. The guards smiled silently. Yongbo and Su Cheng entered. Su Cheng stated, She is waiting outside. Zhou Kun scoffed, I believe they couldn't find a pretty girl, hence the shame of not bringing her in. Su Cheng glanced at the woman in the second-in-command's embrace. While she was indeed attractive, her face was painted gaudily, reminiscent of a village courtesan. In your eyes, beautiful girls are merely those adorned with makeup. The one we brought will certainly astonish the second-in-command, he proclaimed, calling out, Little girl, you may come in. All eyes turned to the entrance as a graceful figure stepped inside. Chapter 78. You are reckless. Inside, aside from Yongbo and Su Cheng, everyone else was captivated by Mu Nanjin. She had not adorned herself elaborately. She wore a simple black dress brought from home. Her hair was braided by an elder from the village, and her unadorned face radiated a fresh, cool demeanor that left the second-in-command, accustomed to painted faces, momentarily spellbound. He pushed aside the woman in his arms and beckoned Mu Nanjin with a finger, Come here. Mu Nanjin coolly replied, You come here. Su Cheng quickly whispered, You want to throw your life away, daring to ask the second-in-command to approach you? The second-in-command laughed heartily, rising to walk towards Mu Nanjin. She too approached him but then passed by, taking a seat in the second-in-command's chair. Zhou Kun barked, You are being audacious. What are you yelling for? She is beyond your authority, the second-in-command pointed out, gesturing to the chair. She is suited to sit there. Everyone was taken aback. Zhou Kun wished to scold the second-in-command for his audacity. The women who typically fawned over him often met unfortunate ends. Yet he tolerated a woman who disregarded him so brazenly. Mu Nanjin languidly commanded, "Serve tea." A servant standing by quickly stepped forward. Mu Nanjin looked at the second-in-command. "You serve." "All right, I shall serve," the second-in-command replied, pushing aside the servant while lecherously eyeing Mu Nanjin as he filled a cup with tea. Mu Nanjin glanced over his face. He sported a ponytail adorned with numerous small braids, a thick beard of about half an inch, and an expression that, though seemingly lewd, could not mask his fierce countenance. "My lady, please enjoy some tea," he offered, handing the cup to Mu Nanjin. "I no longer wish to drink," she stated. "Very well. If you do not wish to drink, then so be it," he said, setting the cup down and reaching for her hand. "My lady, is there any food you desire? I shall have my men prepare it. With you here, I have no eyes for others." He pointed at Zhou Kunyu. "Take her away. Do not linger here like an eyesore." "Understood." Zhou Kun gestured for the women he had brought to withdraw. The second-in-command noticed Su Cheng and Yang Bo still present. "You two may leave as well." Su Cheng opened his mouth to speak, but Yang Bo pulled him towards the door. Wait," the second-in-command called after them. "Tossing 2 iron tokens. From today onward, you shall be my guards." "Thank you, second-in-command," Su Cheng and Yang Bo exclaimed, catching the tokens and remembering to close the door behind them. "From this day forth, Zhou Kun shall no longer trouble us. Conversely, should we find him displeasing, we may dispose of him at any time." Yang Bo sighed in relief. "We have preserved our lives." Previously, they had clashed violently with Zhou Kun over territorial disputes, even contemplating each other's demise. It was only when the second-in-command intervened that they were quelled, promising that whoever found a suitable concubine would be appointed as his guard. Guards possessed the authority to execute anyone beneath them, thus they could not allow Zhou Kun to seize this position, or Su Cheng would not spare Mu Nanjin. "We no longer need to fear Zhou Kun," Su Cheng declared, waving the tokens. "From now on, he will have to avoid us."
Yang Bo chocolate.
"You should be grateful that the little girl has gained the second-in-command's favor. Had she not caught his eye, do you think we could stand here?" Su Cheng's expression faltered. Worry etched on his face. "Do you think the little girl might whisper ill of us to the second-in-command?" Yang Bo scoffed. "Now you are afraid? Why did you not consider the consequences before? This little girl is indeed infuriating. Only someone with a good temper, like you, can tolerate her." Su Cheng glanced at the second-in-command. "I wonder how he'll treat her. I hope she does not tire of him too quickly." Inside, as the door closed, the second-in-command swiftly concealed his lecherous grin, fixing a cold, piercing gaze on Mu Nanjin. "You do not seem like a village girl. Such grace cannot be nurtured in the village, and village girls do not remain so composed in the presence of bandits." Mu Nanjin took a delicate sip from her cup. "Nor do you appear to be a typical mountain dweller. If you were truly as lustful as your Fade suggests, you would not hold your position." The second-in-command's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized her for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, I am not from the mountains. Neither are the people of this village. We all hail from various places and have settled here. It is normal not to resemble a mountain dweller." Mu Nanjin, uninterested in further banter, produced her Imperial Guard insignia and tossed it onto the table. The second-in-command's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked up at her. "The insignia of the Imperial Guards? You are one of them?" "Impossible, there are no women in the Imperial Guards." Mu Nanjin set her cup down. "It seems you truly were once part of the Imperial Guards, recognizing my identity at a mere glance. Had I not known your status, I would not have accompanied Su Cheng and the others up the mountain." The second-in-command felt a jolt of alarm. He had concealed his identity so well. Yet how did she come to know it? No, he could not admit it. He darkened his expression. "Little girl, food can be eaten carelessly, but words must be chosen wisely. Not admitting it is of little consequence. Tonight, 5,000 Imperial Guards will ascend the mountain to eradicate bandits. It's merely a matter of whether you choose to cooperate. Your lack of cooperation is inconsequential. The task will still be accomplished, though it may take a bit longer." "Accomplish it?" The second-in-command laughed mockingly. "They have attacked Hidden Dragon Mountain multiple times. Have they ever succeeded? Tonight, they shall succeed," Mu Nanjin asserted. "Do you not wish to avenge your family?" The second-in-command. "How could I not think about it? Years ago, the chief killed his entire family. He dreams of avenging them, wishing to use the chief's head as an offering for his kin. He joined the Jinui, hoping they would aid him in his quest for vengeance, yet time and again, their attempts to assault Songlong Mountain ended in failure. After multiple disappointments, he became utterly disillusioned with the Jinui. Ultimately, he left the organization, adopting a new identity to become a bandit at Songlong Mountain, fighting his way to the position of second-in-command. However, the chief's subordinates were formidable, and he had yet to find the opportunity to strike. Mu Nanjin, sensing his wavering resolve, continued, "You need not do anything drastic. Simply invite the other leaders to celebrate your marriage, and instruct your men not to oppose the Jinui." The second-in-command remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Is there a secret code among the Jinui? If you truly belong to them, you should be aware." In truth, there was no secret code. He was deliberately testing Mu Nanjin. "You need not probe. There is no secret code among the Jinui unless under special missions, whereupon they may establish a code to identify each other privately." Upon hearing her words, the second-in-command finally believed she was indeed with the Jinui. "Who from the Jinui has arrived? Has the commander come?" "No," she replied. "He has his reasons for not being here." Mu Nanjin glanced out at the darkening sky. "It is nearly the hour of Shin. You must make your decision swiftly." She merely wished to avoid the wrongful death of innocents. Otherwise, there would be no need for such lengthy discourse. "First, tell me who from the Jinui has come?" Mu Nanjin, understanding the intent behind his question, candidly replied, "Only those below the provincial protector have arrived." She pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it is because I am here." The second-in-command scrutinized Mu Nanjin. "You? What capabilities do you possess?" "The ability to command respect," she stated. The second-in-command pondered. Perhaps she possesses some unique qualities that warranted her recruitment into the Jinui. Mu Nanjin added, "If you wish to prevent casualties among the Jinui, you must act quickly. Time waits for no one." The second-in-command contemplated for a moment. "I can only agree to summon all the leaders and masters to my peak under the guise of celebrating my marriage. As for my men, their involvement will depend on the circumstances. If the odds favor the bandits, they will assist the bandits. Should the Jinui appear victorious, they will support them instead. This way, I ensure the safety of my brothers." Mu Nanjin nodded in agreement. The second-in-command adjusted his demeanor, adopting a lecherous expression once more, and then opened the door, instructing the guards, "Tonight, I shall wed a concubine. Immediately inform everyone to decorate my quarters festively, and notify the leaders and elders of the mountain that I am to marry a distinguished concubine, inviting them to partake in the celebratory feast." "Yes," the guards responded swiftly. In less than half an hour, the leaders of various mountains received the news. The third-in-command scoffed. "This second-in-command's actions are becoming increasingly absurd. Not only has he forcibly taken a maiden from the valley, but now he is holding a grand celebration for a concubine." The fourth-in-command laughed heartily. "As long as there is wine to be had, who cares how he conducts himself? Come, let us enjoy the feast." When the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth-in-command arrived at the second-in-command's peak, his courtyard was already adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. They saw the chief seated in the principal position and immediately approached to pay their respects. "Greetings, brother." The chief gestured for them to be seated. "No need for excessive formality. Please take your seats." The four leaders then bowed to the elders before settling into their respective places. The sixth-in-command, observant and astute, quickly noticed the chief's displeased demeanor and inquired, "Brother, are you troubled?" Everyone turned their gaze towards the chief. He furrowed his brow. "My hawk has yet to return. I fear something has happened." The elder chuckled. "I advised him similarly. He is simply worried and has sent someone to search for it." "Who could he be looking for?" The newly arrived second-in-command asked curiously. As if struck by a thought, the second-in-command's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Brother, do not worry. It is likely just playing and has lost track of time." The chief nodded absent-mindedly. The fourth-in-command stood, playfully draping his arm around the second-in-command's neck. "Little brother, what enchanting woman has captured your heart, leading you to marry a concubine instead of a proper wife?" The second-in-command replied, "I initially intended to take her as my wife, but I cannot trust an outsider. Thus, she shall first be my concubine. If she proves trustworthy, I shall hold a grand ceremony to formally wed her." He pointed to his own head. "No matter how lustful I may be, I remain clear-headed. As long as you are clear-headed, the fourth-in-command remarked, glancing toward the door. Where is your concubine? Why has she not yet arrived? The auspicious hour has not yet come. The second-in-command poured everyone a drink. Let us toast a few times before she arrives to offer her respects. Very well. The fourth-in-command raised his cup. I shall drink first in tribute. After several toasts, the second-in-command finally instructed them to bring Mu Nanjin forth. As it was a concubinage ceremony, Mu Nanjin did not wear bridal attire, merely a red veil atop her head. Though her face remained obscured, the aura she radiated indicated she was no ordinary woman, for her status was certainly not that of a simple village girl. The fifth-in-command and the elders felt a sense of curiosity mingled with wariness. If she were not an ordinary maiden, why would she willingly marry the second-in-command? However, observing her light-footedness, it seemed she was not a martial artist. Here she comes, my concubine. The second-in-command gently took Mu Nanjin by the elbow and brought her before the chief. Brother, this is my concubine. Her surname is Mu, and her given name is Nanjin. Mu Nanjin? The chief mused over her name. It is quite beautiful. Surely only the daughters of officials or wealthy families would possess such poetic names. You haven't stolen a noble lady, have you? The four leaders exclaimed in astonishment. Little brother, you have indeed captured the attention of a lady from a wealthy family. The sixth-in-command squinted his eyes. Why does she not speak? Have you sealed her voice? I care for her too much to harm her. She must simply be shy. The second-in-command replied. The chief, increasingly uneasy, said, Little brother, would you mind lifting the veil so we may see her face? It was intended for you to see. Why would I mind? The second-in-command reached for the red veil. Chapter 79. Any thief would be drawn to it. The fourth-in-command, witnessing his subordinate's impropriety, shouted angrily. What do you mean it's not appropriate? The joy of the second-in-command is being ruined by you. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, disregarding the fourth-in-command. Chief, the hawk is dead.
What?
The chief rushed forward, cradling the lifeless form of his beloved hawk. Its body was already cold. How could it be dead? He demanded angrily. The other leaders gathered around to examine the hawk. There are no wounds, nor any signs of poisoning. How could it have perished? Who did this?
Who killed it?
The chief roared at the surrounding crowd. The elder's expression changed. It seems someone has infiltrated Songlong Mountain. Quickly, everyone, take defensive positions and dispatch scouts to locate the intruder. Yes, the fourth-in-command and others rushed toward the door, only to be confronted by a figure blocking their path. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than the second-in-command's newly acquired concubine. Gentlemen, Mu Nanjin said coolly, have you not yet seen the visage of the concubine the second-in-command has taken? Why are you so eager to leave? Her icy tones sent a shiver through them. Their instincts warned that this woman was surely in league with the infiltrator. Mu Nanjin cast aside the red veil, letting it fall to the ground. Little brother, your concubine must surely be in cahoots with the intruders. The sixth-in-command glared at the second-in-command, who feigned shock. You impudent woman, daring to obstruct our path, you seek death. The fourth-in-command drew 2 daggers from his back, aiming them at Mu Nanjin. The second-in-command's heart raced. Though the fourth master was regarded as the weakest among them, he was still a master-level warrior. Mu Nanjin remained still, and just as the fourth master's blade was about to strike her, it halted. The fifth master shouted angrily, Old Four, why have you stopped? Hurry and kill her. The fourth master replied anxiously, I can't move. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How can you not move? Have you been paralyzed? The Grand Elder took a step forward but suddenly froze in place, stammering, I can't move either. The sixth master followed suit, I too cannot move. Others realized they were also immobilized. They assumed they had been struck at a pressure point, but soon discovered their meridians were unblocked. It seems I am not paralyzed. My meridians are clear and need no unblocking. The fourth master glared at Mu Nanjin. Wretched woman, what sorcery have you cast upon us? The second master looked at Mu Nanjin in astonishment, then at the others. With so many masters present, it was inconceivable that none could eliminate a mere girl. Was he fortunate to have aligned himself with her? Mu Nanjin disregarded their accusations and addressed the second master. Tell your men to remain still, otherwise I cannot guarantee their safety. Understood. The the second master replied as he moved towards the entrance. The first master and the others watched in disbelief. Old two, you can move? Are you in league with her? Why are you doing this? What have we done to deserve your betrayal? Upon hearing their questions, the second master abruptly halted, a fierce hatred blazing in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a whoosh, and he drew his sword, swinging it towards the first master. Instantly, silence enveloped the room as the first master ceased to exist. The crowd gasped in horror as they witnessed the first master's throat severed, blood trickling from the wound as his head gradually tilted downward before rolling to the ground. The heads of several masters and elders turned red with rage. The servants in the room fled in terror. The second master bellowed, "Anyone who wishes to live, stay put." With the first master dead and the other masters and elders immobilized, they had no choice but to heed the second master's command. "Brother, brother." The fourth master cried out in anguish, "Old two, Le Jiu sure, I will kill you." The sixth master roared, "Le Jiu sure, your brother treated you well? Like a kin. Why must you kill him? Why must I kill him?" The second master pointed his sword at the grand elder and the others. "Because they slaughtered my parents, my siblings, my wife and child, and even my grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, and nieces, all perished at their hands. I was fortunate to escape death by hiding in the fields, sleeping, and waking up to nightfall." The sixth master was taken aback. "They massacred our entire town, equivalent to annihilating my entire clan. Should I not despise them?" The second master, filled with wrath, swung his sword towards the grand elder. Before the grand elder could utter a word, his head fell to the floor. The other masters finally felt fear as the second master decapitated one after another, sparing none. The second elder recalled the second master's words, his memory vivid. "Are you referring to Changjiu Town? Everyone there bears the surname Wen, while you are Le. I was originally one. I changed my name to join you." The second master raised his sword once more, aiming it at the second elder. "Old two, we were wrong. We wronged you. We never intended to massacre the town. We were intoxicated and did something monstrous, and we regretted it deeply afterward." They had heard that the people of Changjiu Town brewed exceptional wine, granting longevity to those who drank it, prompting them to visit. But their drunkenness led to violence against the waiter who came to settle their bill. One murder led to another, and soon the entire town was slaughtered. Once sober, they were filled with remorse. Regret? The second master dismissed the second elder's plea, swiftly executing him with his sword. The other elders met the same fate. He then pointed his sword at the remaining masters, stating, "You were mere bandits on the mountain and did not partake in the massacre of Changjiu Town. So I shall spare you. However, my mercy does not imply that the Imperial Guards will overlook you." The mention of the Imperial Guards caused the faces of several masters to pale. The second master tore down the tablecloth, placing the first master's severed heads upon it. At that moment, hundreds of Imperial Guards stormed in, apprehending all the bandits in the courtyard. "Do not move. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot." Soon after, Ken Chao Yen and Liu Baihu hurried inside, asking, "Is Mu Nanjin here?" Standing at the entrance of the hall, Mu Nanjin replied, "I am." Liu Baihu and the others rushed to her side. "Are you unharmed?" Mu Nanjin shook her head slightly. "You all arrived rather late." Liu Baihu explained, "We ascended the mountain in darkness, making it difficult to find our way. Alas, their wits must have remained in the capital. Do they not know how to utilize their lightness skill? What is it for if not to fly towards the light? Why bother finding a path?" Liu Baihu and Ken Chao Yen clarified that upon entering Long Mountain, they learned that the first master and others had gone to the second master's peak for a wedding feast. Seizing the opportunity, they had searched the other master's peaks, confiscating all their belongings before heading to the second master's peak, concerned that Mu Nanjin would demand a share of the treasures. Liu Baihu inquired, "What about the masters of Long Mountain?" Mu Nanjin pointed towards the hall, inside. They glanced into the hall, where 6 headless corpses lay sprawled on the floor, and 4 middle-aged men were immobilized in the center. They recognized these 4 as the masters of Long Mountain, having encountered them before. The last remaining man carried a large bundle, from which drops of blood dripped steadily. Liu Baihu, astonished, looked at Mu Nanjin. "Did you handle them all by yourself?" Mu Nanjin retorted, "What else would it be?" Liu Baihu's curiosity about Mu Nanjin's true strength grew. Can Chaoyan stared at the man with the bundle, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. You. He rushed forward, examining the second master closely, and his pupils dilated in excitement. You are Wen Jiushi. Can Chaoyan and Wen Jiushi had entered the Duwei mansion together, rising through the ranks of the Imperial guards over the years. Wen Jiushi smiled bitterly. If I had a choice, I would prefer not to reunite with you at this moment. You truly are Wen Jiushi. Can Chaoyan grasped his arms. You are alive. You did not perish. I was never dead. I feigned my death to assume another identity. Can Chaoyan was about to inquire further, when Mu Nanjin interjected. Please. Let the two of you reminisce later. Both men fell silent. Mu Nanjin turned to the fourth master and the others. The most pressing matter now is to recover and confiscate the treasures seized by the bandits. Once they uncover gold and jewels, I can discreetly take a few pieces while everyone is distracted. Coughing, Lu Bai, who nearly choked on his own saliva. You need not remind us. We will confiscate all their treasures without your concern. By the way, did you not say you wanted to tour Jiangnan? Let us depart now. Mu Nanjin immediately shifted her focus. In such a hurry? It is not we who are anxious, but you. Do you not wish to witness the martial arts tournament? We will require another day to reach Jiangnan Liqing. Moreover, the invitation to participate in the martial arts conference is not something easily obtained. It necessitates some effort to arrange through connections. Consequently, the timeline is rather tight. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is. Mu Nanjin nodded. Let us depart. Lu Baihu, feeling a sense of relief, addressed Can Chaoyan. Lord Can, we are heading to Liqing. Mu Nanjin furrowed her brow. Will Lord Can not accompany us? It would be rather dull with only the two of us. We need more people for enjoyment. Is this trivial matter truly something that requires Lord Can's intervention? Even as a 9th-tier martial artist, he cannot possibly subdue so many master warriors. Mu Nanjin frowned. Are you implying that your word holds no weight? I do not wish for it to be this way. Can Chaoyan sighed in resignation. We must find a solution. We cannot simply capture them and then release them. The four heads have had their martial prowess sealed. They are now no different from ordinary people, so there is no need to worry about their escape. Can Chaoyan laughed heartily. Your assurance suffices. Wait for me a quarter of an hour. I will account for the number of leaders, and then we shall depart. Mu Nanjin nodded. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th heads were present, yet the 1st head, 2nd head, and 5 elders were conspicuously absent. Can Chaoyan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the corpses on the ground. Could they be with the 1st head? Wen Jiushi opened his bundle for him to inspect. They are all here. As for the 2nd head, that would be me. You are the 2nd head? Can Chaoyan exclaimed in surprise. How can you be the 2nd head? Can Chaoyan had heard of the massacre of his family. The ones who killed your family were not the 1st head and his associates, were they? Wen Jiushi affirmed. Very well. Wen Jiushi hoisted the bundle and departed. Can Chaoyan instructed Song Baihu and the others and selected 200 elite warriors to accompany him to Lijiang. Old Can's methods are indeed reliable. Lu Baihu merely intended to brush me off, thinking I was unaware that the Jiangnan Jinui does not regard a Baihu with any significance. Humph. Lu Baihu remarked. This young lady may not often engage her mind, yet she comprehends certain matters. She approached Yongbo and Su Cheng, addressing the Jinui behind them. Release them. Su Cheng frowned. Perplexed, I did not expect you to be with the Jinui. It is not too late for you to realize this now. Su Cheng. Mu Nanjin continued. I wish to descend the mountain. Su Cheng retorted. There is no one here to stop you. If you wish to leave, then leave. I was carried up the mountain by you. You are responsible for carrying me down. Yongbo, before Su Cheng could finish his sentence, the blade pressed against his neck was tightened. The Jinui holding the blade said, Take her down the mountain. Su Cheng. Ultimately, Su Cheng and Yongbo resigned themselves to the task of carrying her down using lightness skills. Lu Baihu brought several horses. Mu Nanjin frowned. Where is my black charcoal? Lu Baihu rolled his eyes. Who knows where it has run off to? Can Chaoyan remarked. It is possible that someone has stolen it. I have already dispatched someone to search for it. Mu Nanjin was somewhat speechless. Stolen again? Lu Baihu, its shimmering golden appearance would catch the eye of any thief. Mu Nanjin, very well. Mu Nanjin inquired of Yongbo. Do you wish to accompany me as I leave? At this moment, Following Mu Nanjin meant avoiding imprisonment. And he certainly would not be foolish enough to decline her invitation. Su Chen wished to object, but was quietly tugged by Yang Bo's sleeve. Lu Baihu called out. We set off. Chapter 80. A grand ideal the following noon, at the Liqing Due Mansion. Over 200 mounted Jinui gathered at the entrance of the Due Mansion. The guards, upon seeing the leader clad in a light blue flying fish attire, straightened with respect and quickly advanced to pay their respects. We greet the town protector. Can Chaoyan dismounted? Are Lord Wei and Lord Pang within the mansion? The guard replied, They are here. I shall notify them. No need, I will seek them myself. Ignoring the guard's obstruction, Can Chaoyan led the 200 Baihu into the Due mansion, traversing the courtyard under the astonished gazes of all present, arriving at Lord Wei's study. The Jinui stationed outside the study, upon seeing Can Chaoyan's arrival, changed their expressions and hurriedly informed those inside. Lord Wei, Lord Pang, Lord Can has arrived. A flurry of commotion erupted within, but soon tranquility returned. Subsequently, the door opened, and Lord Wei and Lord Pang emerged. Can Chaoyan, what wind has blown you to Liqing? Can Chaoyan laughed heartily. It is the mountain bandit winds of Jiangnan that have brought me here. Mountain bandits? Lord Wei was taken aback. Have you gone to Songlong Mountain to eliminate bandits? Lord Pang frowned slightly. Why have we not received word? Was it successful? If you knew, you would surely send word, for a portion of the previous failures in bandit suppression were due to you. The Jinui from the capital. The Jiangnan Jinui were actually accomplices to the mountain bandits. If they could protect you, you would not have faced failure in the past. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge my assistance? Fortunately, I am not one to seek fame or fortune. It matters not to me if my contributions are recorded under my name, but do remember to reward me generously. Speaking of rewards reminds me of the treasures from Songlong Mountain. I nearly forgot to retrieve a few items, all due to Lu Baihu diverting the topic, causing me to overlook this matter. What a significant loss. Lu Baihu, the Jinui from the capital, Lord Wei and Lord Pang were even more astonished. You took Songlong Mountain without a single soldier being lost? How did you manage that? Can Chaoyan smiled. We had the assistance of exceptional individuals. Exceptional individuals? Who? The exceptional individual is none other than this Mu Nanjin here. He. A mere 9th-tier official defeated all the mountain bandit leaders. I ask you, esteemed 4th-tier officials, do you not feel ashamed? The Jinui from the capital. Quite ashamed indeed. The aggregate strength of so many of them could not surpass that of a single young lady. No further comments. Can Chaoyan swiftly redirected the topic. I have traveled a great distance to visit you. Will you not invite me in for a cup of tea? Lord Wei and Lord Pang exchanged glances. It is already noon. Why drink tea? We shall directly invite you to a restaurant for a meal. I observed their exchanged glances, and in their eyes was an unspoken sense of guilt. There must be something amiss here. They dare not invite Old Can inside. There is surely something suspicious within. Mu Nanjin utilized her divine sense to assess the situation inside. Ah, indeed, there are 2 individuals hiding inside. One clad in official robes, and the other in common attire. Though dressed simply, their demeanor and aura indicate they are not ordinary persons. Alas! Why are there no embroidered birds or beasts on the official robes? I cannot discern their rank. The emperor ought to embroider the ranks of 1st, 2nd, or 3rd tier on official attire, making it easier for me to recognize them. Very well. It seems my observational skills are being tested. Let me first see what bird is embroidered on the official robe. Is it truly a bird? The more I look, the more it resembles a chicken or perhaps a duck. The embroidery is exceedingly difficult to identify. The Jinui from the capital. According to their knowledge, official attire does not feature chickens or ducks. How foolish of me. I should have gone straight to the gossip columns rather than examining embroidery. Oh. It turns out the individuals inside are the governor of Liqing and a confidant of the Holy Prince. TSK, they come here hoping to bribe the Jinui. With the mountains high and the emperor distant, it is indeed easy to conduct business. The Jinui from the capital. Can Chaoyan's eyes glimmered as he smiled. I happen to be quite hungry. To which restaurant do you plan to take me for a meal? Lord Wei blurted out. Of course, to the most expensive restaurant. Can Chaoyan teased him. Wei Min, have you come into a fortune recently? You are willing to treat me at the most expensive restaurant. Receiving bribes privately, Naturally, he has money. Lord Pang shot a sideways glance at Lord Wei. Lord Wei cleared his throat and explained, "It is not every day that you come here. Lord Pang and I wish to treat you to the finest restaurant. Let me be clear, when we visit the capital in the future, you must also treat us to the finest restaurant." Ken Chaoyan chuckled. "This is essential. When you all arrive in the capital, I shall spare no expense to treat you to a sumptuous meal at the finest restaurant." Lord Wei placed his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Very well. I shall remember your words. Come, let us head to the restaurant." Lord Pang then interjected, "I have a matter to attend to. You go ahead. I will join you shortly." He is certainly concerned about the bandits on Songlong Mountain exposing their bribery. He must be sending someone to deal with the bandit leader now. Ken Chaoyan hesitated for a moment. Lord Wei, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" Fortunately, I was prepared and have been waiting for your people to arrive." Ken Chaoyan replied with a smile, "I suddenly remembered that my companions have yet to have lunch. I must arrange for them." Indeed. Officer Kong gestured to Lu and the others, leading them to the dining hall in the back courtyard. Mu Nanjin immediately grew displeased. "Didn't we promise I would sample the culinary delights of Jiangnan? I also wish to dine at the finest restaurant. While they are distracted, I shall slip away." This was unacceptable. Lu quickly turned and called out Mu Nanjin. "This fellow has eyes in the back of his head. He knows my every intention. Infuriating indeed." Just as Mu Nanjin was about to retreat, she stopped and asked with a stern expression, "What is it?" Lu queried, "Are you tired? If not, shall I take you out for a stroll?" Has Lu taken leave of his senses? He has suddenly become so understanding and reasonable. "But I like it, he. Lu affirmed, not tired. Mu Nanjin glanced at the other officers, who bore traces of fatigue from their journey. "I shall treat everyone to the finest meal in the capital." The officers' eyes instantly brightened. "Excellent." They agreed before I even finished speaking. "Indeed, men are creatures of appetite." The officers exclaimed, "How does dining at the finest restaurant make us creatures of appetite?" Lu rolled his eyes internally. "What do you mean treating everyone to the finest what? The most expensive brothel for drinks?" The capital officers responded. "Officer Kong, isn't that right?" Lu pressed his forehead. "How can you, a young lady, go drinking?" The gathered officers remarked, "What a noble aspiration." Mu Nanjin asked, "Are you going or not?" Lu reminded her, "It is noon. The brothels are not yet open."
"Oh."
Mu Nanjin nodded. "Then let us dine at the finest restaurant." Lu, fearing she might change her mind, quickly added to Officer Kong, "Please lead the way." Officer Kong diplomatically stated, "The minimum charge at the finest restaurant in Liqing is 100 taels of silver, with each dish requiring no less than 10 taels. With so many of us, the minimum cost would be at least 10,000 taels." The capital officers looked towards Mu Nanjin. The significance of silver is indeed paramount. Lu, feeling a pang for Mu Nanjin, suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider? 10,000 taels is quite a sum. How many years would it take to save such an amount? I work diligently to earn silver precisely so that I am not constrained when it comes time to spend it. How could I be daunted by 10,000 taels?" Mu Nanjin declared, "Let us go." The officers responded excitedly, "Let us go then." Lu helplessly smiled at Officer Kong. "Please lead the way." "Very well." Officer Kong contemplated and added, "Kwaihuaju isn't far from us, and there's south no place to tie up too many horses. Shall we walk there?" Lu agreed. "Good. We can stroll along the way. I love shopping." Mu Nanjin had yet to experience a proper outing in ancient times. She intended to shop thoroughly while in the streets. After all, if fewer people were around, no one would help her carry her purchases. Spotting beautiful hairpins and ornaments at a stall, she bought anything that caught her fancy. She also purchased lovely skirts and robes, regardless of whether they suited her or not, simply because they were visually appealing or fun. Lu, puzzled, asked Mu Nanjin, "Will you even use all these things? You have so many hairpins that you could wear a different style every day for a year. They are for the girls and young masters in my establishment. I relish the joy and process of shopping, not merely the end result. Naturally, I will spend as I please. Moreover, my silver comes from the people, and thus it should be used for them." Lu expressed envy. "You are quite generous as an employer. They are fortunate to have you." Mu Nanjin regarded him. "Would you like to work at my establishment? I would be equally generous with you." Lu's lips twitched. "No, thank you. Mu Nanjin paid him no further mind and continued her shopping spree. The stall owners welcomed her warmly. Though the sight of her accompanied by 200 Imperial guards was quite daunting, all were of the 6th rank, and their imposing presence surpassed that of lower-ranked guards. Everyone spoke to Mu Nanjin with trepidation, fearful that any displeasure might result in consequences from the guards' weapons at their waists. One bold shopkeeper asked, "Miss, are you here to apprehend someone?" "Apprehend someone?" Mu Nanjin was momentarily taken aback. "Apprehend whom?" An officer standing behind her reassured the shopkeeper, "No need to fear. We are merely here to assist her with her belongings." He spoke gently to avoid alarming the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. But isn't your show of force a bit excessive? Even the town's pacification officers wouldn't dare to do this." Outside, Officer Kong asked Lu, "Who is this young lady? Why does every officer indulge her? She can't possibly be a princess from the palace?" Lu countered, "Haven't you heard of her? If I don't know who she is, how could I have heard of her? Surely you've heard of the only female Imperial Guard?" Officer Kong exclaimed, "She is that female Imperial Guard?" He had indeed heard of Mu Nanjin and her relatively modest family background. Furthermore, he had assumed that the capital's Imperial Guards, who considered themselves superior to those in Licheng, would shun a young girl. Unexpectedly, the opposite was true, as they seemed to dote on her, and throughout their journey, no officer had voiced any complaints. Little did they know, they dared not voice grievances at all. Given Mu Nanjin's wealth and prowess, they would not dare to utter a word. Moreover, Mu Nanjin was privy to all their secrets, should she become displeased and expose their hidden dealings. It would not be worth the trouble. After half a mile of walking, they spent a full half-hour exploring. At last, they arrived at Huiju. The proprietor hurriedly welcomed them. "Greetings, esteemed lords. May I inquire whether you are here for business or dining?" Officer Kong replied, "Dining. Please prepare a few private rooms for us." "Of course." The proprietor beamed as he ushered them inside. The patrons in the hall paused their meals to gaze at the large group of Imperial guards that had entered. The guards surveyed the restaurant's atmosphere and observed that the diners were all martial artists, armed and casting wary glances in their direction. This year, the gathering was due to the martial arts conference being held at the leader's residence, conveniently located near Licheng. The more martial artists, the merrier. It makes for a livelier scene. When they start fighting, I shall join in. If they ask which sect I belong to, I shall say I am an Imperial Guard, supported by the entire court. Their expressions would be priceless. Hee hee. The Imperial Guards, Lu insisted. I must keep a close eye on her. Chapter 81. Mu Nanjin disappears on the 3rd floor. Can Chaoyan, hearing Mu Nanjin's thoughts, twitched his lips, rose, and opened the window to see a throng of Imperial guards laden with packages ascending the stairs. Lord Wei inquired, "What are you observing?" Ken Chaoyan gestured towards the scene outside. Lord Wei and Lord Peng approached the window, raising their eyebrows. "Why have they come here to dine? Your subordinates are quite wealthy, aren't they? Do they usually engage in other lucrative side jobs? They are so busy that they hardly have time for anything else. The fact that they can dine here must be due to Mu Yata's generosity." Kong Chaoyan is well aware that his subordinates do not possess enough silver to dine at such an extravagant establishment. Mu Yatu? Lord Wei inquired with curiosity. Who is Mu Yatu? She is the only young girl in the Jinui. Lord Wei, having heard of her, expressed surprise. She is here too? You actually brought her along to hunt down bandits? Aren't you afraid she will be a burden? A burden? Ha! It would be a blessing if she does not burden them. Lord Peng asked, "Which one is she?" Kong Chaoyan pointed to the girl in black at the end of the 100-man line. That little girl walking behind is her. Lord Wei and Lord Peng followed his. The girl, though youthful in appearance, exuded a cool and composed demeanor, unlike other girls her age who were lively and boisterous. She appeared to be a clever and obedient child. Kong Chaoyan chuckled. Upon first seeing Mu Nanjin, he shared this impression. However, upon delving into her thoughts, he discovered that she was quite the contrary, both a lively chatterbox and a little troublemaker. At times, she could infuriate others, while at other times, she would leave them both amused and exasperated. The greatest issue was her utter lack of self-awareness, leaving them to simmer in their own frustration. Yet, She also brought unexpected joy and a significant amount of amusement to their lives, rendering their existence in the Jinui anything but dull. Kong Chaoyan turned to Lord Wei and asked, Wei Min, could you assist me in acquiring invitations to the martial arts competition? Lord Wei replied with a smile. Of course. I can procure as many invitations as you desire. However, you have never been one to seek out crowds. What has prompted your sudden interest in attending the competition? Naturally, Kong Chaoyan could not reveal that Mu Nanjin wished to attend. The emperor stated that if we successfully eradicate the bandits, we would be granted a half-month respite. Since we have nowhere to go, we thought it would be a splendid opportunity to partake in the competition in Jiangnan, allowing the brothers to unwind. Lord Wei did not question this. It is indeed time for you to relax after so many years of relentless toil. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone deliver the invitations to you. By the way, where do you plan to stay? At the inn. Lu Baihu and his group are quite numerous, so we will occupy one room for every 20 individuals. The innkeeper began to describe the dishes available. Mu Nanjin interrupted. No need for introductions. We will have 10 portions of every dish on your menu. 10 portions of each dish. The innkeeper's face lit up with joy. Very well. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare the meals. However, after his initial excitement, a hint of concern crossed his face. Miss, our establishment serves only the finest dishes. And given the quantity you ordered, I must request that you settle the bill in advance. The innkeeper was apprehensive that they might refuse payment after dining, especially since they were Jinui, and he was reluctant to demand money from them. Mu Nanjin produced 2 banknotes of 10,000 taels. Will this suffice? The innkeeper's eyes brightened. That is more than sufficient. Then provide 100 jars of your finest wine for each room. Certainly. The innkeeper left the room with a beaming smile. Lu Baihu frowned. We cannot consume such an abundance of food. Wouldn't ordering so much be wasteful? Mu Nanjin replied. If we consume it alongside tonight's meal, it will not go to waste. Lu Baihu, Kong Baihu laughed heartily. Miss Mu is indeed a generous soul. A quarter of an hour later, the waiter brought the dishes. It must be said that Kuaihuaju truly deserves its reputation as the largest and most luxurious restaurant, as the speed of service was remarkable. Kong Baihu poured 2 cups of wine and offered one to Mu Nanjin. Miss Mu, I toast to you in gratitude for treating us to a meal at Kuaihuaju. Mu Nanjin accepted the cup. The other Baihus chorused. She does not drink. Kong Baihu was taken aback. Not even a small cup? No, she does not. Lu Baihu and the others echoed in unison. They certainly did not want her to expose their secrets. Kong Baihu, this is excessively protective of the young lady.
Monanin,
fearing that she might inadvertently reveal something embarrassing while intoxicated, set her cup down. I shall toast with tea instead. Very well. After clinking their cups together, Kong Baihu and the others began to feast heartily. This revelry continued until the evening, and by the time they departed Kuaihuaju, they were all quite inebriated, heading straight to the inn without even washing up, collapsing into bed. The following morning, Lu Baihu finally awoke from his drunken stupor, hearing a knock at the door. He hastily propped himself up to open it. Outside stood Kong Chaoyan, frowning as he regarded Lu Baihu, who reeked of alcohol. Mu Yatu is missing. Yang Bo and Su Chung are also unaccounted for. This news hit Lu Baihu like a sobering broth, instantly rousing him from his haze.
Missing?
He had vowed to keep a watchful eye on her just yesterday, and now she had vanished? Damn it, it was indeed impossible to keep track of her. Have you checked her room? Have you searched other areas of the inn? Kong Chaoyan sighed. We have searched everywhere. Lu Baihu retorted angrily. I suspect she deliberately got us drunk yesterday so that she could sneak off to have her fun. At that moment, the inn steward approached. Greetings, my lords. Kong Chaoyan inquired. Is there something amiss? The steward produced 3 invitations and handed them to Kong Chaoyan. These are the invitations that Lord Wei sent someone to deliver. Originally, there were 4, but the little girl you brought took one. By the way, she left a message stating that she is waiting for you at the martial arts competition. Very well. I understand. Kong Chaoyan accepted the invitations. Lu Baihu rubbed his groggy head. I hope she does not stir up any trouble. Kong Chaoyan retorted. If you are so worried about her causing a ruckus, you should hurry and freshen up to pursue her. Indeed. Lu Baihu promptly roused the others and called for water from the inn staff to wash up. As they hurried to catch up with Mu Nanjin, the convoy escorting the mountain bandits paused to rest in Chu Shui town. Bai Song, being cautious, first instructed the other Jinui to check the chains and ropes binding the mountain bandits for any looseness, then distributed rations to them. He especially cautioned the Baihu responsible for giving rations to the bandit leader. Be careful while distributing the food. If they make any sudden moves, step aside quickly, and do not let them strike you. The Baihu in charge of distributing food nodded and approached the bandit leader with a bundle of rations. Baihu Song walked over to Ding Baihu and nodded towards the Baihu responsible for the rations. I find him unfamiliar. Have you seen him before? No impression. Ding Baihu bit into his rations. Our ranks are numerous, and some are assigned to distant locations. It is not unusual not to have seen him. Look at the others. Many among us are strangers to each other. Baihu Song pondered this, yet unease gnawed at him, his gaze following the Baihu distributing rations. As the Baihu reached the bandit leaders and discreetly sprinkled some powder into the rations, he announced, "It is time to eat." He handed out the provisions to the bandit leaders. The bandit leaders sniffed the food, and then, in a frenzy, they hurled the rations back at the Baihu who had distributed them. The Baihu was momentarily taken aback. The bandit leaders had turned aggressive. The other bandits and Baihu scrambled to evade the onslaught. Baihu Song exclaimed in alarm. Were we not told they would not resist? Why are they attacking? Ding Baihu shouted. Everyone step back. Do not get caught in their crossfire. The Baihu in charge of distributing food was no match for the four masters and was pushed back repeatedly. Baihu Song quickly sensed that something was amiss. The bandit leaders were all masters, whereas the Baihu typically possessed martial prowess of only the 5th or 6th rank. The Baihu responsible for food distribution was surprisingly able to withstand several strikes from four masters, which was highly peculiar. Or was it possible that the influence of Mu Nanjin had reduced the bandit leader's strength? While he pondered this, the third leader pointed at the rations on the ground. He poisoned the food, attempting to kill us.
What?
Everyone turned to look at the provisions. One of the captains, Ding Baihu, inspected the provisions and discovered that some of the rations were indeed coated with a nearly invisible powder, poisonous. This made it all the more imperative that they do not allow the bandit leader to perish. Ding Baihu drew his dagger, pointing it at the culprit. Surround him. Do not let him escape. In unison, all the captains unsheathed their blades. The individual who had poisoned the bandit leader lunged at Ding Baihu and Song Baihu with an intent to strike. Before the blade could reach them, both Ding and Song Baihu sensed the formidable internal energy emanating from the weapon. A direct hit would undoubtedly spell their demise, yet evasion was futile. Just as the blade was about to descend upon them, two figures interposed themselves, using iron chains to block the strike. Ding Baihu and Song Baihu were momentarily stunned. It was none other than the 5th and 6th masters. Despite being sworn adversaries, they had chosen to save them. Seeing the tide turn against him, the poisoner hastily retreated into the forest. There is no need to pursue, Song Baihu called out. Once assured that the surroundings were safe, they resumed their meal of rations. Ding Baihu glanced at the 5th and 6th masters before discreetly nudging Song Baihu. Song Baihu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the two masters might turn against them. At that moment, the 5th and 6th masters made their move. Song Baihu whispered, It must be Mu Nanjin who has influenced them to accompany and protect us. Ding Baihu concurred. That young girl is quite resourceful. Meanwhile, the reliable Mu Nanjin had taken residence in the Lord's Manor. The manor was situated atop Hixing Mountain, 300 miles from Li City, adorned with numerous buildings. The dwellings at the mountain's base were home to the disciples of the Lord, while the guest accommodations for visitors and the martial arts arena were located from the mid-slope to the summit, where the Lord and his family resided. Only those possessing invitations could stay in the guest rooms of the Lord's Manor, indicating a certain status within the martial world. Others without such invitations were relegated to inns in the nearby towns or at the mountain's base. After settling into her comfortable quarters, Mu Nanjin invited Yang Bo and Su Qing to join her for a stroll. Where shall we go? They inquired. Just for a walk, she replied. It was a rare occasion for guests in the manor to gather, and they took the opportunity to reminisce, discussing recent events in the martial world or whispering gossip in hushed tones. Despite their efforts to keep their voices down, the conversations reached Mu Nanjin's ears. For instance, The leader of the Zhao Tian gate next door was currently in discussion with the head of the Wu Shin pavilion regarding their children's marriages. Brother Liu, Chun, the leader, smiled. My son is 18 this year. If he were an ordinary child, he would already be a father of 2. Now that your daughter has reached maturity, should we not discuss their union? Liu, the head of the Wu Shin pavilion, stroked his goat beard, saying, My purpose in coming to the Lord's manor, besides attending the martial arts tournament, is also to discuss the marriage, since we are inclined to see them wed, and the 2 children are fond of each other. Outside, Mu Nanjin heard this exchange and communicated telepathically with the leader of the Liu pavilion. Fond of each other? Brother Liu, your daughter is the only one with feelings for Chen's son, while he is enamored with the 3rd daughter of the sect leader of the secret sect. They have already secretly conceived, and next month, a child will be born. The atmosphere shifted dramatically within the room. Chen slammed his palm on the table, rising in a fury. Who dares to slander my son and me? Come out. Liu maintained his composure, fixing a steady gaze on Chen. Is what this person says true? Chen hurriedly retorted. Of course not. If my son were interested in the daughter of the sect leader, he would marry her directly. Why would he entangle himself with your daughter and create strife on both sides? Liu pondered this as well. The voice from outside continued. Chen has already made arrangements with the sect leader that once your son marries Liu's daughter and strengthens the Zhao Tian gate, he will immediately divorce her to wed the sect leader's daughter. If you doubt this, wait until next month when the sect leader's child is born, and let this child perform a blood recognition with Chen's son, then you shall see the truth. Chen could not afford to admit to this. There is nothing I fear. Yet you, a lowly rat, if you believe your words, why do you hide? Do you know where your future son-in-law is right now? He is in the Lord's manor entertaining the sect leader of the secret sect to curry favor with his future father-in-law. If you wish to verify the truth, go and take a look. Liu, upon hearing this, dashed out of the room towards the quarters of the secret sect. Su Cheng, who happened to pass by, curiously inquired, Where is this elder rushing off to? Mu Nanjin replied softly, To catch someone in the act. Chapter 82. Stolen a horse from ancestors. The Lord's manor displayed the insignias of various sects on the guest quarters, with the size and opulence of the accommodations reflecting the status of the sects within the martial world. Thus, Liu quickly located the residence of the secret sect. He did not storm in recklessly, but instead stealthily crept outside to eavesdrop. As a martial artist of master-level prowess, Liu possessed sharper hearing than ordinary people. Unless the conversation took place in a soundproof chamber, he could generally hear what was being discussed in the main hall. Esteemed father-in-law, this is the iron bamboo I specially sought out for you. It will aid in enhancing your martial prowess. Soon, you shall be on the verge of becoming a martial king. Liu recognized the voice as that of his designated future son-in-law, Chen Gai, and he was taken aback that Chen referred to the sect leader of the secret sect as esteemed father-in-law. What was he then? To add insult to injury. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, Chen Gai had not presented any gifts to him, but rather it was he who had bestowed upon Chen Gai a fine weapon. The more Liu thought about it, the more enraged he became, wishing to charge in and slay Chen Gai immediately. You are truly thoughtful. The sect leader of the secret sect chuckled. As my son-in-law, it is only right for you to show me proper respect. The sect leader's delight only deepened. Have you brought gifts for Brother Liu? Chen Gai scoffed. Does that old man deserve my gifts? Just then, an enraged voice erupted from outside. Chen Gai, I will kill you. Unable to endure any longer, Liu stormed into the room and struck at Chen Gai. The sect leader, witnessing this, quickly pushed Chen Gai aside to shield him from the blow. Upon recognizing Liu, Chen Gai was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the floor. Uncle Liu, what brings you here? Liu huffed angrily. I certainly do not merit being your uncle. Chen Gai's face turned pale.
Did you
hear what I said? Liu drew his sword, pointing it at Chen Gai. I hereby announce that the engagement between you and my daughter is null and void. From now on, our Wu Shin pavilion swears to sever ties with both Zhao Tian Gate and the secret sect. Chen Gai's complexion turned ghostly. Uncle Liu,
please let me explain.
There is nothing left to explain. Liu pushed past the sect leader and lunged at Chen Gai. In a panic, Chen Gai dodged, and the sword grazed his arm.
Ah!
Chen Gai screamed in agony. Behind him, Chun, the leader, rushed in, furious. Lu Wei, if you dare to harm my son, I will annihilate your entire family. Rest assured, I will not kill him, Lu replied coldly. Though he was furious, he remained composed and would not be foolish enough to kill Chungai in front of Chun and the sect leader. He merely aimed to intimidate him. Master Lu sheathed his sword and departed. Master Chun swiftly rushed forward to support his son. Guy, are you alright? Chungai examined his arm. It's merely a scratch. He had been thoroughly frightened moments ago, believing that Master Lu truly intended to harm him. Master Jiang ordered his subordinates to fetch a physician to tend to Chungai's wound, then furrowed his brow and inquired of Master Chen. How did Lu Wei come to know of our affairs? Master Chen, suppressing his fury, replied, while I was discussing marriage arrangements with Lu Wei, an unscrupulous woman exposed our entire situation. Few are privy to our matters. Who could have leaked the information? Both Master Jiang and Master Chun meticulously filtered through those aware of the incident, yet could not deduce who had betrayed them. This traitor stirred trouble like a stirring stick in a pot of filth. Any secrets regarding misdeeds would inevitably be revealed. Attention, ladies of the Joy Palace. The Heavenly Fiends Valley and the Blood Cloud sect are conspiring to annihilate your Joy Palace and subsequently drain your cultivation to bolster their own power. What? The Heavenly Fiends Valley and the Blood Cloud sect have joined forces? The people of the Joy Palace were both alarmed and enraged. I suspected something was amiss with their recent closeness. It appears they have set their sights on us. The Joy Palace is not to be trifled with. Our lovers are scattered across various sects, and with a mere whisper in their ears, we can summon them to our aid. The Master of the Gold and Silver Bank. Your establishment was set ablaze by the people of the Treasure Bank because you encroached on their business. The Master, who had been sipping tea, slammed his cup down in fury. I knew it was them. Ever since our bank was torched, most of our clientele has flocked to the Treasure Bank. The second Master of the Gold and Silver Bank scoffed, since they have shown no mercy, we shall not be unjust. They burned our bank. We shall set theirs ablaze and see who is more ruthless. I shall dispatch someone to take care of it immediately. The monks of 8 Luo Temple. The thief of your relics is none other than the master of the 5 Elements Temple, Jin Yongzi. Hurry, find him. The meditating monks were momentarily stunned, some in disbelief that Jin Yongzi could commit such an act. The master of the 5 Elements Temple stole our relics. Surely, it cannot be true. Perhaps it is indeed plausible. He was the most eager to assist when our relics were stolen. He must have feigned innocence to avoid suspicion. Reflecting on it now, his reaction at the time was indeed quite suspicious. The monks, previously in meditation, could no longer remain still. Currently, the relic is concealed beneath his trousers. What? He dares to hide our sacred object in such a filthy place, a blatant affront to our Buddhist teachings. Jin Yongzi, since you disregard the 8 Luo Temple, we shall show you that even those who appear meek are not to be trifled with. A throng of monks, their eyes ablaze with fury, surged forth towards the residence of the master of the 5 Elements Temple. As they passed each house, they encountered occupants who either cursed or charged out, eager to settle scores. Su Chung found it peculiar. Is it time for them to fight? It does not seem so. Meanwhile, within the eastern guest quarters, the newly arrived Imperial guards gripped their daggers, their faces wrought with vigilance as they observed the warriors clashing above. Lu Baihu frowned. Are they sparring? Qian Chaoyan gazed skyward. It looks more like they are fighting to the death, not sparring. Whatever the case, we are not here to apprehend them. As long as they do not provoke us, we shall be fine. Lu Baihu rubbed his temples. We must locate Mu Nanjin quickly. If I do not find her, my heart will race every half an hour. This is purely due to anxiety. Laughter erupted among them. Qian Chaoyan jested. This little girl is prone to trouble the moment she slips from our sight. Take a moment to rest, then look around to see if you can find her. Indeed, as they searched for Mu Nanjin, she had already taken a brief tour of the western guest quarters with Yang Bo and the others. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent black horse adorned in golden trappings appeared before them. Is that not the black horse named Haydn? Mu Nanjin remarked. However, what captured their attention was not the horse's gear, but rather the young man who was carrying it. The crowd gaped in astonishment at the sight. Confirming their eyes were not deceiving them, it was evident that the horse had been borne by a person. Someone recognized the bearer and exclaimed, Is that not the notorious thief, Wanshou? Indeed, it was Wanshou. Why is he not riding the horse, but rather carrying it? They speculated he must have stolen the horse from someone and was discovered by its owner, forcing him to carry it back. Well deserved. He has no one to blame but himself. Laughter ensued. Couldn't he have simply abandoned the horse by the roadside or sold it? Someone suggested. Surely, he couldn't bear to part with the gold adornments. Wanshou, looking utterly defeated, replied, I have considered all those options. When it refused to follow me, I thought of stripping it of its gear to sell, but before I could even touch the saddle, it kicked me hard,
And I still feel the pain in my chest.
He opened his collar to reveal the hoof print imprinted on his chest. The group gazed at the mark, confirming its presence. After being kicked, I was angered and vowed to strip it of its gear before leaving. Unfortunately, Wanshou lamented, I received several more kicks. 2 struck my back, and 1 landed on my rear. I shall not show you those areas. Laughter erupted once more. Someone inquired, what happened next? Another quipped, could you not have used lightness skills to escape? Then it would not have caught up with you. Of course, I did, and I fled at the fastest speed possible. Yet it still managed to track me down. I am certain it has become sentient. Laughter filled the air again. Upon arriving in Licheng, I resolved to sell it. Wanshou's expression grew more sorrowful. Once at the horse market, it not only injured the buyer, costing me a fortune, but it also set all the other horses free. The sellers came after me for payment, and I had no choice but to flee. It followed me until we reached the foot of the leader's estate, where it stubbornly refused to move, demanding I carry it up the mountain, resulting in the current situation. The horse towered over him, making it impossible for him to carry it fully. Its forelegs rested heavily upon his shoulders. Wanshou turned to Haiten. We have arrived at our destination. May you dismount now? With a huff, Haiten reluctantly lowered its forelegs. What a stunning horse! Its owner must be extraordinarily wealthy. Wanshou's audacity to steal it reflected his lack of fear of its owner. If Wanshou was fearful, he would not dare to steal anything. Seeing the crowd's admiration for it, Haiten began to pose. Then, it noticed Nanjin standing at the back of the crowd. This horse requires coaxing. Wanshou, perplexed, pointed at the combatants. Has the martial arts tournament commenced? How did they come to blows? Wanshou discerned that the fighters were genuinely engaged in combat, with some bearing visible wounds. The questioned individuals were equally baffled. We are unsure how conflict erupted. Some families that were previously amicable have suddenly turned against each other. It is quite strange. Someone had already gone to summon the leader. A quarter of an hour later, the leader, accompanied by numerous disciples, arrived to witness that over 20 factions were engaged in battle. He hastily shouted, everyone, cease this at once.
Please stop.
However, no one paid him any heed. They were all engrossed in their brawl, completely oblivious to his presence. The leader, witnessing the lack of respect from the crowd, wore a particularly grim expression. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his inner strength and bellowed, cease this at once. The forceful sound wave pushed back the fighters, yet some, unwilling to yield, attempted to charge forward again for another confrontation. The leader shouted once more with fervor, stop this immediately. The crowd, suppressing their anger, retreated to the sidelines. He approached and inquired, the martial arts tournament has yet to commence. What has incited this conflict? Jin Yongzi, the head of the Five Elements Temple, pointed accusingly at the monks of the Ba Luo Temple, exclaiming, they initiated the altercation, claiming we stole their relics. When the relics were lost by Ba Luo Temple, we aided in their search, and now they accuse us of theft. Truly, kindness has been met with ingratitude. Turning to the monks, the leader asked, Abbot, is this true? The abbot did not deny it. Yes, the relics of Ba Luo Temple are indeed in their possession. If they refuse to return them, we must search them. The leader pressed further. Was it not previously believed that the relics were likely taken by the notorious thief, Wanshou? How do you now ascertain that they are with them? Someone informed us, Jin Yongzi retorted, anger evident in his voice. And you merely accepted this claim? Who is this informant that you trust so implicitly? The abbot fell silent. They felt enraged upon hearing the relics were hidden in an indecent place, leading them to act impulsively. In hindsight, Their lack of discernment and failure to ascertain the truth made their actions unjustifiable. Whether the relics are truly in your possession can be determined with a simple inquiry. Suddenly, an elder from Baluo Temple, standing behind Jin Yangzi, executed a swift maneuver, reaching for Jin Yangzi's trousers. With a tearing sound, the trousers were ripped, and 3 relics tumbled to the ground. The leader gazed at the relics, his expression one of incredulity. The elder swiftly gathered the relics, exclaiming, "Abbot, these are indeed the relics of Baluo Temple." The abbot's face flushed with rage. "Jin Yangzi, what is your explanation for this?" The monks of Baluo Temple nearly succumbed to murderous intent at the thought of their sacred relics being so desecrated. With the evidence laid bare, Jin Yangzi could no longer deny the accusations. He tugged at his robe to cover himself, muttering, "Since you have discovered them, I have nothing further to say." The abbot, realizing that without a reasonable explanation, the relationship between Baluo Temple and the 5 Elements Temple would deteriorate, sought to avoid such a schism. "Though our practices differ, we have supported each other for a century. In times of trouble, we have always been the first to assist one another. You do not wish to see us become adversaries, do you? Thus, I implore you to provide an explanation to quell our anger." With a heavy sigh, Jin Yangzi acquiesced to the leader's request, acknowledging the difficulty of his circumstances. The leader addressed the assembly. "I organized this martial arts tournament to provide an opportunity for practitioners to showcase their abilities, not to settle old scores. Therefore, regardless of past grievances, I ask you to resolve them only after the conclusion of the tournament." Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, each vowing to confront the other during the competition. The leader escorted the abbot and his companions to their residence of the 5 Elements Temple. "Now, Jin Yangzi, you may reveal the reason behind your theft of the relics." Jin Yangzi, unable to meet the gaze of the Baluo monks, lowered his head and confessed, "For 30 years, my partner and I have yearned for a child. Yet despite consulting numerous physicians and remedies, we have been unsuccessful. Subsequently, my partner was told that the relics could aid in conception. However, as they are sacred to Baluo Temple, it would be impossible to borrow them for such purposes." The assembly gasped collectively. Jin Yangzi bowed in apology. "I recognize my wrongdoing, and I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to explain my desperate actions." The abbot and the elders exchanged glances. They were aware of Jin Yangzi's longing for a child and had even sought remedies on his behalf. They could empathize with his yearning, yet the sanctity of their relics could not be compromised. The situation left them feeling conflicted, angry, sympathetic, and at a loss for words. The leader too felt the weight of the dilemma. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly echoed, "Seek the national master. He can purify the relics and ensure your partner bears 2 children in a year." The leader's demeanor shifted sharply.
Who speaks?
The abbot exclaimed with excitement. That voice. It was she who informed us that the relics were with Jin Yangzi. Jin Yangzi, equally stirred, echoed. "Did she just say the national master could grant us 2 children in a year? How did I not think of seeking the national master? He is a being of immense power. Surely he can resolve this minor issue for me. But will he be willing to assist?" Meanwhile, in the capital, Feng Xinan suddenly sneezed. His attendant Yu furrowed his brow. The master is not an ordinary person. He should not be affected by mere discomfort. Could it be that something untoward is occurring? This thought led Feng Xinan to recall Mu Nanjin. He set down his pen and inquired, "Have the demons been located?" "They were found 3 days ago. It would be prudent for the master to address the matter swiftly, lest the officials and common folk question your abilities." Feng Xinan concurred. "Tonight, we shall resolve it." Simultaneously, the Jin Iwei were scouring the premises of the leader's residence for Mu Nanjin. Numerous sects occupied the guest rooms. Yet there were also many without affiliations. The unaligned lodgings bore no sect insignia, yet none dared to underestimate those who had received an invitation from the leader. After much effort, the Jin Iwei learned of a young girl accompanied by 2 men staying in a room to the west, but upon their arrival, they found the room empty. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Nanjin had already descended the mountain to wreak havoc upon other martial artists. Despite failing to locate her, the Jin Iwei often witnessed skirmishes breaking out. After 3 days of searching, the day of the martial arts tournament finally arrived. One of the captains remarked, There have been no significant incidents these past few days. Perhaps Mu Nanjin is not as mischievous as we feared. Yet it was the very tranquility that made them apprehensive about the potential for greater upheaval to come. Captain Liu placed a hand over his heart. I feel an unsettling premonition. Something ominous is bound to transpire during the tournament. Kong Chaoyan patted his shoulder. Today is the tournament. That girl is sure to attend the matches. We will find her there. Liu took the lead and stepped outside. The tournament venue was atop a mountain, offering breathtaking views of the crystal-clear fairy lake and the roaring waterfall, surrounded by verdant landscapes teeming with life. The spacious arena occupied 30 acres, with platforms and viewing towers constructed nearby. Those without invitations could only stand beneath the arena, while those with invitations had the privilege of seating. Only individuals of high status were permitted within the viewing towers. As Kong Chaoyan and Captain Liu entered the arena, they immediately sensed an atmosphere of palpable tension. The majority wore grim expressions, glaring at others with simmering hostility, as if ready to unleash their wrath at any moment. A minority remained apprehensive, refraining from speaking or engaging with those around them. This does not bode well, Captain Liu murmured. Kong Chaoyan felt the tension too. Could this be the doing of Mu Nanjin? Behind him, Captain Zhang scoffed. Surely, she cannot possess the capability to stir the entire martial world into chaos? Liu Baihu sneered. When you witness the chaos in the martial world, you will realize how greatly you have underestimated her. Zhang Baihu added. Can Chaoyan lowered his voice, saying, as long as we do not provoke trouble, others will not dare to disturb the Jinui. The other Baihu nodded in agreement. Can Chaoyan, feeling uneasy, asked Liu Baihu. Are you certain the message was sent? Such a significant matter cannot be taken lightly. He further inquired. Was it marked urgent? Liu Baihu nodded. It was sent with utmost urgency. 1,000 miles in haste. Can Chaoyan glanced at him with surprise. Zhang Baihu, feeling embarrassed, remarked, You truly sent it 1,000 miles in haste? Those unaware might think another nation is about to invade. Liu Baihu gestured towards the right observation platform. I will take a group to investigate there. He departed with 20 Baihu. Can Chaoyan directed others to search for individuals below the contest stage and on the left observation platform, while he led a team to the observation tower. As a fourth-grade official, he hoped the guards of the Alliance Master's residence would grant him some courtesy to seek Mu Nanjin. Finding her proved challenging. Whenever Liu Baihu cast a lingering glance at a young woman, she either shot him a furious glare or her male companions expressed displeasure, driving him away. Were it not for their flying fish robes, he might have been beaten to a pulp. Can Chaoyan also encountered minor inconveniences in the observation tower. For reasons unknown, everyone had tightly shut their doors and refrained from mingling. The atmosphere within the building was exceedingly solemn, with serving maids delivering food cautiously, afraid to speak loudly. Sensing something amiss, Can Chaoyan hastily exited the observation tower and inquired of the head guard. It is too quiet inside. No one is speaking or visiting one another. The atmosphere does not resemble that of a martial contest, but rather that of a life-and-death duel. The head guard, puzzled, replied, Does the inspector not know? Can Chaoyan retorted, Know what? They had been preoccupied with finding Mu Nanjin during their time at the Alliance Master's residence, leaving no leisure to inquire about other matters. Recently, someone had been relaying some undisclosed yet significant news to various sects, leading to mutual resentment among them, creating rifts even among previously amicable factions. The head guard recounted the events of recent days to Can Chaoyan in detail. The more Can Chaoyan listened, the more he suspected it was Mu Nanjin's doing. Furrowing his brows, he asked, Do you know who conveyed this information to the major sects? The head guard shook his head. We only heard the voice without seeing the speaker, but it seems to be a young girl. The Alliance Master has dispatched people to investigate, yet with so many participants in the contest, it will be difficult to ascertain her identity in a short time. Moreover, martial artists can imitate others' voices, even altering male voices to female. Locating her will likely be challenging. The more Can Chaoyan listened, the more convinced he became that he was speaking of Mu Nanjin. Who else could possess such intricate knowledge? As the martial contest was about to commence, there was still no news of Mu Nanjin. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. One-on-one contests lack excitement. It's far more thrilling to vanquish one's enemies. Liu Baihu, in search of Mu Nanjin, barely had time to feel exhilarated when a commotion arose around him. Someone nearby exclaimed, "That resonates with me. Knowing my enemy is present, I must stifle my impulses. It is utterly frustrating." Another added, "We have lost interest in the contest. I only wish to eradicate my father's murder." Lu Baihu, puzzled, looked around and whispered to Fong Baihu, "Have you noticed? It seems we are not the only ones hearing Mu Nanjin's thoughts. It appears everyone can hear her innermost musings." Fong Baihu spoke softly. "Perhaps it's not her thoughts, but rather a sound audible to all." Lu Baihu continued, "Everyone, do not wait any longer. If we do, our enemies will escape, and they will not remain until the contest concludes." Just as he spoke, a martial artist suddenly leapt forward, attacking another. "Ma Huainan, return my family heirloom, or you shall not leave the Alliance Master's residence today." Once one person struck, the others could no longer contain themselves, drawing their weapons to confront their foes. The arena, filled with thousands, erupted into chaos, with weapons clashing and poison flying through the air. Even those in the observation tower joined the fray. The Alliance Master urged them, "Cease fighting. If you continue, you will miss the martial contest." Lu Baihu hastily sought refuge in a corner with Fong Baihu and the others. Fong Baihu sighed in relief. "Mu Nanjin truly knows how to stir up trouble. Now do you understand why I was so eager to find her?" Lu Baihu deflected a stray projectile with his blade. "She has likely hidden away, watching the spectacle. Given her previous inclinations, she would not simply hide but would actively join the fray." Fong Baihu led Lu Baihu and the others to leap onto the rooftop of the observation tower. Watching the unfolding brawl below, after about a quarter of an hour, they finally spotted a familiar figure. Fong Baihu pointed out a girl in black clothing. "Lu Baihu, is that Mu Nanjin?" Lu Baihu followed his gaze, observing the girl in black causing disturbances, stealthily striking those who had not joined the fight from behind before swiftly fleeing. "Hee, let the chaos ensue." The Jinui, upon hearing the familiar laughter, responded, and Lu Baihu pointed at the girl in black, declaring, "It must be her."
Hey,
Did I just hear Lu Baihu's voice? No matter, let us create some mischief first. Lu Baihu, infuriated, bellowed, "Mu Nanjin." Yet, she dashed away with remarkable speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, other Baihu spotted Mu Nanjin. Before they could call out, she tapped a few individuals on the shoulder, pointing at the Jinui. "They wish to capture you. Hurry and fight them." The Jinui, confused, responded, "Jinui? How could they be here?" Several Jinui were intercepted by the others. Meanwhile, Fong Baihu, still atop the roof, shouted to Lu Baihu, "She has gone to the left. Hurry and chase her." Lu Baihu leapt into action, spotting Mu Nanjin weaving through the crowd. He pursued her, only for her to suddenly halt beside a tall, striking young man. Chapter 84, Mu Nanjin, "You rascal." Lu Baihu looked at the young man in white beside Mu Nanjin, noting he towered over him, with an ethereal appearance and a disarming smile. Yet an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from him. Years of experience as a Jinui warned Lu Baihu that this man was no ordinary figure in the martial world. The young man fanned himself with a white handkerchief, addressing Mu Nanjin. "Can you guess who I am, dear sir?" Lu Baihu had never encountered this man and could not discern his identity from his features. However, before he could ponder further, Mu Nanjin's voice revealed his identity. "This man is disguised. No matter how hard you think, you will not guess he is the infamous leader of the demon sect, Xu Xiao." "What?" "The leader of the demon sect, Xu Xiao." Lu Baihu nearly sputtered blood in shock. According to the Jinui's intelligence, the demon sect's leader publicly claimed to be a 9th-grade master, yet it was highly probable he had surpassed the level of a martial king, far beyond what mere minions like them could provoke. This wretched girl had chosen to provoke the leader of the demon sect. Did she wish for her life to be cut short? The other Baihu were equally alarmed by Mu Nanjin's revelation, momentarily distracted and nearly struck down. Far below in the observation tower, Ken Chaoyan was gasping for air, his heart racing. Fortunately, Lu Baihu was relieved he had sent the urgent message, hoping the commander's office would dispatch more personnel to apprehend Mu Nanjin, this troublemaker. Noticing Lu Baihu's silence, Mu Nanjin taunted, "If you cannot guess, I shall take my leave." Lu Baihu took a deep breath. "You come here first." Mu Nanjin replied defiantly no. Lu Baihu, Xu Xiao, fanning himself, inquired. Is this young lady a member of your family?
Mu Nanjin affirmed, no.
The governor of his household wishes to take me as a concubine. But I escaped as I did not consent. Lu Baihu remarked, such a fabrication is convincing enough for him to believe it. Does he not fear the governor's wrath? Xu Xiao, astonished, scrutinized Mu Nanjin and nodded. You are indeed quite attractive. No wonder the governor has set his sights on you. Yet, your youth may be a concern for him. However, it would be a stroke of fortune to be chosen as his concubine. Mu Nanjin replied coolly. How could that be fortunate? I aspire to be the legitimate wife. Lu Baihu exclaimed, how bold you are to voice such aspirations. Surely, Mu Nanjin does not genuinely wish to be the governor's legitimate wife. Xu Xiao was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. If you could become the main wife, it would be splendid. Lu Baihu cleared his throat. Enough of your jesting. Come here at once. Mu Nanjin queried, have you deduced who he is? Lu Baihu hesitated, glancing at Xu Xiao. Come here first, and then I shall explain. Noticing Lu Baihu's eyes flickering, Xu Xiao sensed he might have guessed her identity. If you cannot figure it out, I shall take my leave. With that, Mu Nanjin dashed away. Lu Baihu hurried after her, but was blocked by Xu Xiao.
Yes.
His subordinates infiltrated the crowd. Xu Xiao turned back to Lu Baihu, who had already slipped away the moment he turned. Xu Xiao raised an eyebrow. No wonder you are from the Jinui. You are quite astute. The other party was merely a minor official and not worthy of further pursuit, so he refrained from chasing after him. Lu Baihu, relieved that the leader of the demonic sect had not followed, sighed. Just as he was about to speak, a hand rested on his shoulder. Startled, Lu Baihu shouted, turning to see it was Qin Chaoyan. Lord Can, you nearly frightened me to death. Qin Chaoyan inquired with concern. Are you unscathed? I am fine, but the leader's subordinates have gone after Mu Nanjin. Qin Chaoyan pondered. That seems unlikely. Lu Baihu was perplexed. Why would it be unlikely? After this incident, do you believe any other officials would dare to pursue her? Lu Baihu retorted. If you can find someone who wants her, I shall transfer her away. Lu Baihu was particularly puzzled. Who is it that assigned her to my care in the first place? Qin Chaoyan admitted candidly, it was I. Lu Baihu lamented. Did you give her to me because you wish me ill? Qin Chaoyan left his sentence unfinished, and without needing to say more, they both understood. Lu Baihu completed his thought. Who knew she was such a duplicitous little rascal? Qin Chaoyan chuckled, patting his shoulder. As long as you are aware. Lu Baihu stood up, asking, the demonic sex people are chasing after Nanjin. What shall we do? Qin Chaoyan grimaced. She should be able to handle it. Then he reconsidered. Mu Nanjin had been playing the role of a delicate maiden, and it would be remiss of him not to assist her. I shall go find her. Qin Chaoyan sprang up and surveyed the crowded arena, unsure of where Mu Nanjin had fled. Come on, catch me. I deliberately slowed down. Why can't you catch me? They say the demonic sect is formidable, yet I find myself quite disappointed. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyan realized that Mu Nanjin was not only unharmed but seemed to be enjoying herself, so he decided not to interfere. Leaning against the wall, he resolved to disregard the situation. Soon after, both he and Lu Baihu heard her voice again. This is no fun. Not thrilling enough. Lu Baihu, weary, muttered. What mischief is she plotting now? Qin Chaoyan sighed. I am equally baffled by her intentions. Attention, martial artists, the leader of the demonic sect has arrived. The Jinui exclaimed. What? The leader of the demonic sect is here? Where is he? They leapt to the rooftops to locate the leader of the demonic sect. Clad in a black robe with a black headscarf, with a dark complexion, that is his subordinate. The crowd quickly assessed their surroundings, glaring at anyone who resembled Mu Nanjin's description. Those who fit the description hurriedly denied. I am certainly not a subordinate of the demonic sect. Regardless, they would be beaten first and questioned later. One of the subordinates chasing after Mu Nanjin could not escape the chaos. The remaining subordinates of the demonic sect split into two groups, one assisting their companions in fending off the others, while the other pursued Mu Nanjin. Dressed in a deep blue robe, with a white headband, that person is also a subordinate of the demonic sect. The crowd once again scrutinized their surroundings, confirming their targets before launching another assault. Lu Baihu observed the arena descending into chaos, perplexed. How curious. Why does everyone heed her words? Whatever she says, they follow without question, without anyone doubting the validity of her claims. Indeed, no one questioned her. Can Chaoyan briefed him on recent events. What she previously claimed has been verified. Now everyone believes her without a doubt. Lu Baihu exclaimed, "Do not spare those in flying fish attire." Flying fish attire? Lu Baihu glanced down at himself, and then at Can Chaoyan. Were they not wearing flying fish attire? In an instant, all eyes turned to the Jinyui. The Jinyui, who had been observing the commotion, felt the predatory gazes upon them, their smiles faltering as they straightened their postures. Fong Baihu bellowed, "Run." The Jinyui scattered in all directions. "Ha, how amusing. Thrilling." The Jinyui cursed, "Mu Nanjin, you rascal. Those in flying fish attire are Jinyui. They intend to capture me and hinder my escape." One of the Jinyui, now engaged in a scuffle, shouted while fleeing, "Damn it. Everyone has been played by her." Can Chaoyan pressed Lu Baihu's head down. "Stop cursing and be wary of hidden weapons." A sharp whistle echoed, resonating throughout Hexing Mountain. Everyone momentarily paused. Suddenly, a large contingent of soldiers clad in black robes surged up from the mountainside, numbering in the thousands. They were from the demonic sect. The leaders' expressions shifted, astonished that so many members of the demonic sect were concealed within Hexing Mountain. They hastily called upon their own to unite against the demonic sect, plunging the scene back into chaos. At that moment, Mu Nanjin spoke again. The young man in the white robe, holding a blank white fan, is the leader of the demonic sect. The leader of the demonic sect. The leaders continued to fight while scanning their surroundings. Many individuals donned white robes nearby, but none wielded a white fan. Even those with fans had inscriptions on them, swiftly ruling out numerous suspects. Just as they spotted Xu Xiao, he suddenly leaped and landed before Mu Nanjin, pressing the fan against her throat. He smirked, "Little lady, you certainly relish stirring trouble." Mu Nanjin replied with a soft hum, gently pushing the fan away. The weapon is still against my throat. This is hardly the time for compliments." "Lu Baihu, save me." Lu Baihu scoffed, "Ha? May you perish soon and be reborn." The young girl was once again feigning delicacy. Can Chaoyan stifled a laugh. "It appears she still holds you in regard. Should anything arise, remember to seek her out." Lu Baihu retorted, "I wish she would forget me. The more she remembers me, the shorter my life becomes." Can Chaoyan noticed Lu Baihu's expression of grievance and suddenly whispered something in his ear. Lu Baihu looked conflicted. "Is that appropriate? After this incident, you'll be grateful to me." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Baihu gritted his teeth and nodded. "I have been observing you for several days. Of course, I know your identity." Mu Nanjin spoke the truth. Upon discovering that the leader of the demonic sect was stationed at the foot of the Alliance's mountain, she descended with Su Chung and the others. Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes, sensing that the other party lacked internal energy, yet he had not detected her following him. Thus, he suspected she was deceiving him. "You have been tailing me? How is it that I did not notice you?" This question should be directed at oneself. How could he know why she remained undetected? After a moment's contemplation, Xu Xiao mused that perhaps the sheer number of participants in the martial arts competition had obscured his perception of Mu Nanjin. "Who exactly are you?" Mu Nanjin honestly reported her name. Mu Nanjin. Mu Nanjin? Xu Xiao had never heard of this name. "Are you truly the concubine of the governor?"
Yes.
Xu Xiao scrutinized Mu Nanjin, finding her overly composed. Any other individual would have long since succumbed to fear.
"Move."
He urged Mu Nanjin forward. The attendees of the competition were all righteous individuals. Upon seeing Xu Xiao holding a young girl hostage, none dared to act against him. Someone shouted, "Xu Xiao, if you are a man, release the girl and fight us." Xu Xiao ignored them, pushing Mu Nanjin to stand before Lord Can Chaoyan. "Lord Can, we meet again." Prior to this encounter, Can Chaoyan had already dealt with the incident of Mu Nanjin being taken hostage, and he skillfully remarked, "Demon sect leader, speak your mind without harming her." Xu Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You care for her that much? Is she indeed the governor's concubine?" Lu Baihu interjected. "It would be inappropriate to acknowledge it in front of so many. Afterward, everyone will genuinely regard Mu Nanjin as the governor's concubine." Can Chaoyan added, if you harm her, not only will we be unable to bear the governor's wrath, but I fear the leader will find it unbearable as well. Xu Xiao squinted. Are you threatening me? I would never dare threaten you. I merely consider the leader's best interests. Surely, you do not wish for the demon sect to be besieged by righteous sects and the court? Xu Xiao was skeptical. This little girl can mobilize the entire court? Is she truly that significant? Indeed, Can Chaoyan affirmed, she is more important than you realize. Lu Baihu could barely contain his laughter. Can Chaoyan remarked, your silence is the best form of gratitude. Xu Xiao chuckled softly. Hearing you say this only makes me want to take her away even more. I wish to see just how much you value her. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above. Leader, where do you intend to take me? Chapter 85. You truly care for her. Everyone looked up, and a dark figure descended gracefully from the sky, accompanied by 100 deep violet shadows. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nanjin's eyes sparkled with excitement. My governor has arrived. He is unlike anyone else, exuding a powerful aura. Lu Baihu exclaimed, Lord Can, the governor is here. And he has brought 100 deputy captains. The presence of their leader brought solace to the Jinui. Can Chaoyan was astonished. The governor actually came in person. The alliance leaders felt a wave of relief wash over them. With the governor present, the demon sect would not stir up significant trouble. Otherwise, the court would not be so tranquil. The governor flicked his right cloak, unleashing a powerful force that struck directly at Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao swiftly raised his fan to defend himself, only to be sent staggering back a distance of 10 paces.
Wow, 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 wow.
The governor's movements are incredibly impressive. It's utterly captivating. He even came to rescue me. I'm tempted to offer myself. Hearing the commotion, the governor's lips twitched slightly. Nanjin,
come here.
This young girl was truly a source of concern. Initially, he had sent a deputy to handle the matter, but realizing that the deputy was also prone to inciting trouble, he had no choice but to come himself.
Oh.
Nanjin approached and stood beside him.
Wow.
The governor's way of speaking is so cool, and his voice is delightful. I feel like I'm going to faint. The Jinui were at a loss for words. Governor, Nanjin exclaimed, huh? Why is your mood so unpredictable today? Could it be? Do men tend to have mood swings during certain times of the month? The governor chuckled. Lu Baihu couldn't hold back a laugh, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. Lu Baihu cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and spoke seriously to Nanjin. Nanjin, this is the consequence of your mischief. Even the governor no longer wishes to keep you. Nanjin denied. I did not cause any mischief. I merely aim to make this martial arts competition more entertaining. Lu Baihu was about to add more when he noticed Xu Xiao attacking once more. The governor swiftly pulled Nanjin behind him, blocking Xu Xiao's assault, and retaliated with a kick. The two then engaged in combat. As they fought, Xu Xiao remarked, Governor, you indeed care for her. Care for whom? The governor's eyes glimmered with confusion. Xu Xiao chuckled. I never expected you to possess a weakness. Capturing this piece of leverage against you is no small feat. I completely failed to comprehend your words. The governor unsheathed a hidden soft sword from his waist and lunged at Xu Xiao. After several exchanges, Xu Xiao was grazed on the arm, but he paid little attention to the wound, leaping into the air. You ought to keep a close watch on your concubine. I may seize her at any moment to serve me. With that, he retreated with the members of the demon sect. Initially, he had come to stir up trouble out of boredom, but he had not anticipated the governor's arrival. From their earlier skirmish, he realized he was still no match for the governor. It could only be said that the man was a veritable monster. No matter how hard he trained, he could never catch up. After the demon sect departed, the righteous sects began to brawl once more. The governor narrowed his eyes at Nanjin. I am not a concubine.
What nonsense is that?
If I were to become anything, I would be the principal wife. The governor responded. Governor, the alliance leader, accompanied by the elders, approached with smiles. We welcome the esteemed governor's arrival. The alliance leader sighed deeply. It is a long story. Please, governor, accompany me for further discussion. The governor nodded in agreement. The alliance leader escorted them to the viewing pavilion. Wow, with the governor present, the atmosphere has shifted dramatically. We are even invited to the viewing pavilion to watch the battles. The governor is truly magnificent. The alliance leader led them to the top of the viewing pavilion and instructed the guards to take Lu Baihu and the others to a separate room while he accompanied the governor into the most luxurious chamber. Governor, the alliance leader intends for you to consider marrying one of his daughters. You must not agree. The alliance leader's two daughters are quite beautiful. Do not let them charm you. Upon entering the chamber, the governor indeed encountered two stunning young ladies. He glanced at them before averting his gaze. The alliance leader immediately understood that the governor had no interest in his daughters and waved his hand, signaling the two to withdraw. Humph. At least you old fool are perceptive. While Mu Nanjin focused her spiritual awareness on the alliance leader's chamber, Qin Chaoyan exchanged a glance with Lu Baihu. Lu Baihu nodded slightly and discreetly slipped something into his mouth when no one was watching. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground. Fong Baihu rushed over. Squatting down in haste, Lu Baihu, what is wrong with you?
I.
Lu Baihu's words trailed off as he lost consciousness. Qin Chaoyan and the others quickly checked Lu Baihu's condition. He has been poisoned. Hurry, fetch a physician. Yes. Several of the Baihus dashed out of the room. Fong Baihu noticed Lu Baihu's lips turning pale and his complexion darkening, symptoms resembling a particular poison. Lu Baihu appears to have been struck by the 9-poison pill. There is no antidote and he will. He did not need to finish his sentence. Everyone understood the dire consequences. This shouldn't be. I have been vigilant regarding the movements of the Jinui throughout the various sex pursuit, and I did not observe any injuries or signs of poisoning. Mu Nanjin squeezed through the crowd and saw Lu Baihu's face turning blue. She hurriedly knelt down to take his pulse. The pulse was exceedingly weak, giving the impression that he could pass away at any moment. Mu Nanjin was unfamiliar with the poisons of this era. She only knew that Lu Baihu had indeed been poisoned, and quite severely. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the detoxification pill she had concocted and thrust it into Lu Baihu's mouth. Mu girl, what did you give Lu Baihu? Qin Chaoyan inquired. A detoxification pill. Mu Nanjin explained. It can counteract all poisons. Is it effective?
I do not know.
Regardless of its efficacy, I will ensure he remains unharmed. Everyone cast a glance at her. Soon after, Lu Baihu's complexion returned to normal, and the color returned to his lips, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Slowly, Lu Baihu opened his eyes and weakly parted his lips to speak. Just as he uttered a single word, Mu Nanjin shoved another pill into his mouth, which dissolved instantly. Qin Chaoyan asked again, Mu girl, what medicine did you give him this time? A qi and blood pill, Mu Nanjin replied. A remedy for nourishing qi and replenishing blood. I dislike seeing Lu Baihu lacking vitality. I prefer his robust spirit when he shouts at me. The onlookers remarked. So you enjoy being scolded? Lu Baihu's complexion brightened, resembling his pre-poison state, and he agilely sat up, incredulously gazing at Mu Nanjin. I feel my internal strength is more potent, as if I have surged from a 6th-grade warrior to an 8th-grade warrior. Qin Chaoyan retorted. What remarkable fortune! Fong Baihu exclaimed. 8th grade? You are now an 8th-grade warrior? Lu Baihu was uncertain. I merely feel my internal strength is akin to that of an 8th-grade warrior. I cannot ascertain if I have truly advanced. Mu Nanjin elucidated. The qi and blood pill not only restores your energy, but also helps to open your body's meridians, rendering you healthier and more suited to martial arts. Such a precious elixir was bestowed upon me so casually? Lu Baihu felt a tumult of emotions within. In truth, his earlier poisoning had been feigned. He had secretly ingested a counterfeit death potion resembling the 9 poisons pill, which had induced the symptoms of poisoning. This false death potion had been given to him by Qin Chaoyan, primarily to reveal to him that despite Mu Nanjin's seemingly carefree demeanor and her apparent aversion to him trailing behind, he had already carved an irreplaceable place for himself in her heart. Additionally, it was intended to alleviate any lingering resentment he held towards her, encouraging him to engage more amiably with Mu Nanjin. His willingness to attempt to discern his standing in her heart had led him to agree to Qin Chaoyan's test of Mu Nanjin, as he did not genuinely resent her. It was merely her occasional provocations that elicited his ire. Mu Nanjin regarded the 2 pills with indifference. Medicine is meant to be consumed. Only by being ingested can it prove its worth. If it remains hoarded for its rarity, it becomes useless no matter how valuable. The others looked at Lu Baihu with envy. Lu Baihu, you have turned misfortune into fortune. Lu Baihu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed the group. I apologize for causing you all concern earlier. This will not happen again. I shall not feign injury to provoke your worry. As long as you are well. Mu Nanjin sighed in relief, then hurried off to eavesdrop on the conversation between the governor and the leader. Lu Baihu, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, I should thank you, yet I also feel guilty for making so many worry about me. I merely wish to show you that she cares for you too, but I did not expect her to directly use the pills to save you. This little girl deserves to be treated well. If you are kind to her, she will reciprocate. Ken Chaoyan patted his shoulder. Lu Baihu nodded. I understand. It's just that sometimes I am driven to exclaim in frustration. As long as you know, he replied. The governor and the leader remained in the room for half an hour before rising to depart. The martial arts conference could not proceed and ended in chaos. Ken Chaoyan glanced at Mu Nanjin, who stood behind the governor, without speaking. Mu Nanjin, thinking of searching for her horse, did not linger. After she left, Ken Chaoyan informed the governor about the meeting between Lord Wei and Lord Pang of the Liqing governor's office and the confidant of the Holy Prince.
Meanwhile,
Mu Nanjin arrived at the residence of the phantom thief, Wan Shou. Upon seeing her, Haiten scoffed, No matter how you attempt to curry favor with me this time, I will never forgive you. Mu Nanjin inquired, Why did my uncle seek you out as my mount? To have me appease you? Haiten froze. Oh no.
He had forgotten about that.
It was entirely Mu Nanjin's fault for being so easy to deal with. He had become somewhat complacent. While I was taken by mountain bandits. Where were you? Did you come to find me? Haiten gasped. You were taken by mountain bandits? This is bad. If Mu Qin finds out, he will surely break my limbs. However, he could not entirely blame himself. He had believed that with so many Imperial guards around Mu Nanjin, she was unlikely to encounter trouble. Who would have thought she would be abducted? I do not blame you for not coming to find me. Why do you instead blame me for not seeking you? Haiten hastily explained. I was merely upset because I thought you did not value me and were indifferent. Mu Nanjin stroked his fur. With such beauty, who would dare discard you? That is true. Haiten finally brightened.
Can we leave now?
Haiten pondered and asked, When will you depart from the leader's residence? Tomorrow. I wish to further provoke the phantom thief Wan Shou, and will seek you out again tomorrow. Mu Nanjin murmured, If you can bring him to the capital, then do so, and let him meet me there. Haiten queried, Cannot we meet him here? My intention is for him to come to the capital. Understood. I will not seek you out tomorrow. Very well. The next day, before dawn, Mu Nanjin followed Ken Chaoyan and the others from the leader's residence, making their way to the Liqing governor's office. Upon arriving in Liqing, it was already late in the evening. They first stayed at an inn, planning to visit Lord Wei the following day. Mu Nanjin was roused early, filled with resentment. I am merely a minor official of the 9th rank. Why do I feel busier than a first-rank high official? The Imperial Guard remarked. Others would be eager to be busy enough to gain a promotion. Yet here you are, wishing to downgrade yourself just to catch some sleep. Truly ruthless. In the governor's office, upon learning that the governor had arrived, Lord Wei and Lord Pang were so startled they tumbled from their beds, hastily commanding servants to prepare fruits and pastries for hospitality, while instructing the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Then donning their official robes to greet him. We pay our respects to the governor. The governor did not spare them a glance. Taking his seat at the head of the document room, Mu Nanjin trailed behind him, quietly snatching a piece of pastry from the table and taking a bite. Lord Wei, Lord Pang, and the Imperial guards from Liqing stared wide-eyed at the scene. The Imperial guards from the capital feigned ignorance, remaining utterly silent. The governor also kept his silence, creating an eerily tense atmosphere. Chapter 86. Demonstrating my worth. Lord Wei and Lord Pang dared not breathe too heavily. Their minds raced with anxiety as they recalled their recent meeting with the Holy Prince's confidant. They felt increasingly guilty, their thoughts spiraling into paranoia. Had the governor discovered their clandestine meeting? That seemed unlikely. Ken Chaoyan had not seen the Holy Prince's confidant that day, so how could he know about their encounter? Or had the governor learned of their dealings with the bandits? Or perhaps he had uncovered their secret release of prisoners. For the sake of profit, they had engaged in numerous deceitful activities, and, if discovered, it could cost them their lives. The more they thought, the more terrified they became. Unable to stop their bodies from trembling, the Imperial guards, aware of their transgressions, were equally uneasy. Amidst such a grave atmosphere, one individual remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy pastries. Observing Lord Wei and the others with their heads bowed, while Lu Baihu and the others stood steadfastly gazing ahead, Mu Nanjin quickly grabbed another pastry and took another bite. Frustratingly, the pastries were so small that she finished them in just 3 bites. She glanced at the remaining snacks on the table and then at the stern-faced governor seated before her. After some contemplation, she declared, "Governor, allow me to pour you a cup of tea." Seizing the opportunity to pour tea, she stealthily snatched a few more pastries. Her speed was astonishing, so swift that no one noticed her movements. No one reported her, and it seemed no one saw her stealing food. Mu Nanjin grew increasingly bold and began to eat openly. The officials, observing the governor's indulgence towards Mu Nanjin, became even more curious about her. This little girl was remarkably audacious. Lu Bai, who slightly turned his head and shot her a glare. Surprised by Lu Baihu's attention, Mu Nanjin hurriedly stuffed the last bite into her mouth. In her haste, she choked. "Damn it, I'm choking," she thought, patting her chest, still feeling uncomfortable. She glanced at the tea on the table. "Governor, let me taste the tea to see if it's hot." Without waiting for consent, she quickly lifted the teacup and drank it all. Finally, relief, she sighed, placing the cup back on the table. "Governor, the tea isn't hot. It's drinkable." The others remarked. "You've finished it. What can he drink now?" The governor glanced at the empty cup, then looked at Wei Ren and the others, stating flatly, "Quite impressive to dare eat behind my back." Though this remark seemed directed at Mu Nanjin, everyone could hear the underlying implication. Wei Ren and Pang De Run lowered their heads further. The governor coldly continued, "Will you confess on your own, or shall I reveal everything one by one?" Wei Ren and Pang De Run exchanged furtive glances. Did the governor truly know about their affairs? Should they confess? What if it was a trick? Unable to withstand the governor's icy gaze, Wei Ren took a step forward. Before he could speak, Mu Nanjin honestly declared, "I ate a total of 6 pastries." The crowd responded, "The governor wasn't even asking you. How proactive of you to admit it. Is the governor going to punish me? That would be splendid. Hurry and demote me from the 9th rank to none. I'm quite wealthy now. 2 taels of silver from the 9th rank Jinui means little to me." The governor furrowed his brow and turned to Mu Nanjin. "Are you very hungry?" Mu Nanjin nodded. "Yes, I want to eat more." "Hurry and punish me then."
He.
The crowd murmured. The governor commanded, "Kongjin, Fu Shi, and Lu Baihu, take her down for breakfast." "Yes," they replied promptly.
Ha, ha, ha.
"Why am I not being punished? Why are you indulging me? Is it because I often wash your undergarments that you treat me so well? Governor, if you spoil me like this, I will find it hard to leave you." The governor remarked, "Jinui of the capital." Lu Baihu cleared his throat. "Mu Nanjin, are you not coming?" Mu Nanjin stepped out from behind the governor, not forgetting to remind him, "Governor, make sure to interrogate them thoroughly. Wei Ren and Pang De Run have committed many wrongdoings for the sake of silver. Not only did they inform mountain bandits, but they also condoned human traffickers and released prisoners, among other vile acts." After they left, Wei Ren, mustering his courage, asked, "Did the governor come here today for an inspection?" The governor replied coldly, after meeting with a confidant of the Holy Prince, "You've grown bold and no longer wish to report matters to me honestly." Wei Ren and Pang De Run were taken aback, their faces paling as they knelt before him. "Governor, we met with the Holy Prince's confidant, but we had no time for further discussion before Lord Kong arrived. We haven't agreed to anything, so please investigate thoroughly. If that were the case, why hide and seek? We were afraid Lord Kong would misunderstand us, which is why we made them stay inside." As Jinui, they had heard rumors about the Holy Prince potentially rebelling, and they certainly did not want Lord Kong to know they had met the Holy Prince's confidant, or they would draw suspicion even if they had done nothing. The governor inquired further, "What else? What else?" Wei Ren and Pang De Run were taken aback. "We haven't met again since. We don't know what else there is." The governor glanced at Ji Qian who caught on, You colluded with mountain bandits, released prisoners, and condoned human traffickers selling young girls. Before he could finish, Wei Ren and the others cried out in protest. Governor, this is slander.
We didn't do any of this.
Ji Qian, who directly threw out 2 account books. Wei Ren and Peng Ren, seeing the account books from Kuai Huiju, were momentarily stunned. Wei Ren wanted to deny it, but Ji Qian, who preempted him, denying will do no good. Just last night, we arrived in Licheng and conducted an investigation into your affairs. Your distant relatives are already in our custody, and they have confessed that the largest owners of Kuai Huiju are you too. However, to open a Kuai Huiju requires considerable funds, and with your monthly salaries, you can't even afford to rent the premises, let alone be the largest owners. We have also uncovered numerous matters about you, such as receiving money from bandits to inform them. Your confidants have also confessed. Wei Ren, Peng Ren, do you need me to continue? Wei Ren and Peng Ren felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Yet, thinking of the possibility of losing their lives, they frantically crawled before the governor, bowing and pleading, Governor, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. We truly know our mistakes. Ji Qian, who sneered, if you had merely accepted a few taels of silver to assist others with minor matters, the court might have turned a blind eye. But what you have done is unforgivable. Guards, remove their official hats and uniforms, then imprison them for interrogation. 2 Bai, who approached Wei Ren. Unwilling to be captured so easily, he struck one Bai Hu aside and rushed toward the door. The governor lazily lifted an eyelid, picked up a teacup from the table, and hurled it at Wei Ren. There was a series of cracking sounds as Wei Ren stumbled and fell to the ground. Peng Ren, terrified by the scene, dared not flee. He obediently had his official hat and uniform removed, following the incapacitated Wei Ren into the dungeon. The governor reminded the other Jinui, remember the fate of Wei Min and the others. Let it serve as a lesson to you all. Do not commit the same errors.
Yes.
The governor rose and walked to the door, where the kitchen staff nervously approached. Governor, breakfast is ready. Bring it forth. The governor walked into the opposite hall and noticed Mu Nanjin and the others were absent. He frowned and asked, where are Kong Chao Yen and the others? The guarding Jinui replied, Lord Kong took them out to the streets. Fong Bai, who questioned, why would Lord Kong lead them around? Lord Kong previously promised Miss Mu to try all the delicacies of Jiangnan but hadn't he fulfilled it, so Miss Mu demanded compensation today. Fong Bai, who glanced at the governor. The governor replied coolly, let them be. Fong Bai, who whispered, aren't you worried about trouble? The governor paused. What trouble could arise? Fong Bai, who thought that if anything happened to Kong Chao Yen and the others, there was still the Du Wei Fu and the governor around. And they were wearing the Fei Yu Fu. Others would not dare provoke them, so he ceased further discussion. The governor still needed to interrogate Wei Min and the others, and it would take at least 3 days. Mu Nanjin nodded, ensuring they bought all the food they could carry and sampled what they could not take with them. Certainly, it could not compare to modern cuisine, but the flavors were reminiscent of ancestral recipes, offering a unique taste.
Satisfying.
Kong Chao Yen and Lu Bai, who smiled as they moved to a nearby stall to select gifts for their families. Lu Bai, who lowered his voice, I feel like someone is following us. Kong Chao Yen slightly turned his head to see 2 people peeking at them from the alley ahead. Yes, someone is following us.
Who are they?
Do you know them? My lord? Kong Chao Yen shook his head. Let us observe what they are up to. The 2 continued to select gifts. Just then, a horse passed by them from behind. Suddenly, the rider bent down to scoop up the delicate Mu Nanjin from the opposite stall and tossed her onto the horse's back. With a sharp command, he urged the horse into a swift gallop. The stall owner, who had been introducing his wares to Qin Chaoyan, exclaimed anxiously, the young girl who came with you has been abducted. Lu Baihu was perplexed. Why is it always her that gets taken? It seems that her beauty attracts trouble. Qin Chaoyan observed Mu Nanjin munching contentedly on the horse, and with a sigh of resignation remarked, she appears to have willingly gone along with them. Lu Baihu lamented, we should pursue them, lest it be said that we do not value her. Such misfortune. Qin Chaoyan, accepting his fate, set down his belongings and utilized his lightness skill to give chase, with Lu Baihu closely following. Ah, at last, a trafficker has taken notice of me. What does this signify? It indicates my worth. Qin Chaoyan was speechless. Why does she relish being captured so much? Is there truly amusement in being abducted? Based on my understanding of her, she hasn't called for our aid, which likely means she has something else in mind. Lu Baihu pondered. Did she just say that a trafficker has taken an interest in her? The one who has bound her must indeed be a trafficker. And she may be seeking to dismantle their stronghold. A trafficker's lair? Can Chaoyan had extensively researched the matter during his investigation of Lord Wei and his associates last night. He learned that the traffickers were backed by a gang known as the Sea Star Gang, boasting a membership of 4,000 in Liqing, nearly equivalent to the number of the city's Imperial guards. Indeed, Lord Can, you must exercise caution. Lu Baihu turned and dashed off in another direction. Can Chaoyan continued his pursuit, but upon reaching a bustling street, he found no trace of Mu Nanjin. The horses ridden by the traffickers were numerous, almost identical in appearance. Making it impossible for him to discern which belonged to the traffickers, it was plausible that all the horses here could belong to them. He found himself relieved that Mu Nanjin was not an ordinary girl. The misfortune would rest upon the traffickers. Just as he was about to meander about, a shifty-eyed man approached him with a grin and inquired, "Good sir, are you from out of town?" Ken Chaoyan chose to ignore him and turned to leave. The man hurriedly caught up, "Please don't go. I merely wish to ask if you are interested in purchasing some goods." "Purchasing goods?" Ken Chaoyan raised an eyebrow. The man leaned closer, lowering his voice. "We have many lovely young ladies here. Would you care to take a look?" Young ladies? Ken Chaoyan understood instantly that this man was a trafficker. Noticing Ken Chaoyan's lack of interest in the young ladies, the man added, "If young ladies are not to your taste, we also have many beautiful matrons." Ken Chaoyan smiled. "How beautiful are they?" "More beautiful than the renowned courtesans, I assure you. If you do not believe me, follow me, and you will be satisfied." The man beckoned him to follow. Ken Chaoyan feigned hesitation before complying. Soon realizing that many around him, like this man, were soliciting wealthy patrons, specifically targeting those of means. The trafficker led Ken Chaoyan into a pharmacy, which opened into an entirely different realm at the back. Chapter 87. The true path behind the pharmacy lay a street 150 zhang long and 3 zhang wide, at the end of which there was no exit. Patrons entered and exited through various shop doors. Along the sides of the street were numerous prison carts, but instead of criminals, they contained people abducted from across the nation, children, young women, and robust men. Ken Chaoyan's heart ached with both pity and anger as he beheld the frail children and helpless young women, wishing he could bring the full might of the Imperial guards to eradicate these traffickers. The trafficker guiding Ken Chaoyan grinned. "Here, we have anyone you desire. There is no one we cannot procure for you. Just point out whom you fancy, and we shall bring them to you. The price is negotiable." Ken Chaoyan replied, "Show me around first." Of course, the trafficker led him onward. Ken Chaoyan observed his surroundings closely. Each patron was accompanied by a tooth, a term for the guides who ostensibly introduced and led them, but in reality, they also served to keep an eye on the customers to prevent any disruption of business. After inspecting over a dozen carts, Ken Chaoyan inquired, "Having seen so many young women, I find none particularly beautiful. You wouldn't deceive me about them being more beautiful than courtesans, would you?" The trafficker protested. "I would never dare deceive you, sir. It's just that the most beautiful ladies are in a different location."
Where might that be?
The trafficker smiled slyly. "That information requires a fee of 10 taels of silver." 10 taels? Ken Chaoyan thought the trafficker truly knew how to conduct business. To ask for silver before showing someone was akin to demanding the equivalent of Mu Nanjin's entire 5-month salary. 10 taels is the entrance fee. It's our rule. Ken Chaoyan hesitated before producing the 10 taels. "Can you take me there now?" "Certainly." The trafficker gestured toward the tallest and grandest building in the distance. "The beautiful ladies are inside. Allow me to escort you." Meanwhile, within the very building pointed out by the trafficker, Mu Nanjin stood before several traffickers. She bit into a strand of dragon beard candy, surveying her surroundings. The room was approximately 500 zhang wide and devoid of furniture, save for rows of wooden cages, each stacked with 2 larger cages on top. Each cage was about the width of a bed and stood 4 feet high, containing 2 beautiful young women. The girls either wore sorrowful expressions or had reddened eyes from crying, silently seated within their cages. Disobedient girls were met with brutal beatings. And upon witnessing one being whipped in a corner, Mu Nanjin's gaze turned icy. The man who had abducted her, Zhang Song, was ingratiating himself to a corpulent man. Boss. This is the lovely girl I selected in the bustling market, and I took her while her family was distracted. Seeing Mu Nanjin's beauty, Boss Zhang was satisfied and patted Zhang Song's shoulder. Well done. Zhang Song beamed at the praise, as long as the boss is pleased. Boss Zhang scrutinized Mu Nanjin. But this girl seems a bit odd. She doesn't cry or make a fuss about being abducted. Surely she is not a fool? Zhang Song quickly replied, Boss. Just look into her eyes. They are so enchanting. How could she be a fool? Boss Zhang pondered this. Zhang Song then speculated. I wager she believes her family will come to rescue her, hence her lack of fear. Boss Zhang, intrigued, asked her family, what sort of people are they? Zhang Song whispered, they appear to be martial artists. Boss Zhang scoffed, just martial artists? They are of no concern. With so many martial artists under my protection and the Imperial court backing me, I have nothing to fear from them. This pleased Boss Zhang immensely, causing him to laugh heartily. Now that the cages are filled, let her stay for the time being. He pointed to the first cage, but saw Mu Nanjin striding toward the guard who had been whipping the girl, seizing the whip from him. The guard shouted angrily, Who are you? Mu Nanjin snatched the whip and struck him.
Ah!
The guard was sent flying, landing before Boss Zhang and Zhang Song. Both men paused in shock at the sight of the guard being brutally beaten, then quickly pointed at Mu Nanjin, exclaiming, Guard!
Guard!
Seize her! Immediately, guards surged from all directions toward Mu Nanjin. With a crack, she flicked the whip to the ground, leaving a deep mark in the earth. Some guards halted in their tracks, swallowing hard at the sight of the whip's imprint. Others, who had charged ahead, found it too late to retreat. Crack! The whip lashed fiercely against them.
Ah!
5 guards were sent sprawling, losing consciousness upon impact. Boss Zhang, furious, shouted, You useless fools! Zhang Song, quickly summon Elder Li and the others. He realized Mu Nanjin was no ordinary girl and that he would need more formidable martial artists to contend with her. Yes. Zhang Song hurriedly ran out. Mu Nanjin approached Jiang Laoda. You wretched girl, daring to resist. Just wait until I catch you. I shall see how I can end your life. Jiang Laoda, also a martial artist, swiftly drew his long sword. Mu Nanjin lashed out with her whip. To his astonishment, as the sword collided with the whip, it shattered. My sword! He cried out in anguish. This was the sword he had purchased for 30,000 taels of silver. According to the seller, it ranked 100th on the list of renowned swords, boasting an extraordinarily sharp blade and a body harder than the most ancient black iron. No matter how formidable the inner strength, it could not be broken. Yet now it lay in pieces. The seller had deceived him. Mu Nanjin swung her whip again. Before it even struck Jiang Laoda, he screamed in terror. The whip coiled around his neck. Spare me, noble heroine. Jiang Laoda begged for mercy, then shouted to